Survivor Specialists Phil and Alexa are back, and today we are starting off a 10-part series. We're teaming up with YouTube channel Once Upon an Island, who we're going to be calling Wes the entire time. Don't worry, we won't be calling him Once Upon an Island every time we want to turn things over to him. But we're teaming up with Wes. This was pretty much his idea. He had reached out to us and we had talked to him a little bit to come up with this winning survivor. What we're going to do is each episode is going to be a 10-week thing. Each episode is going to break down the stories and the strategies and how each winner won their game. We're going to do 4 winners per episode. Episode 1, that means Borneo to Marquesas, Richard Hatch, Tina Wesson, Ethan Zohn, Vecepia Towery. That's who we're going to be talking about on this season, this episode. So get ready, 10 weeks, 10 Mondays. We're going to be doing this pretty much straight through the end or through the middle of August, hopefully to get us through, the off season and hopefully to a new season of Survivor. But Wes, thank you so much for joining us, and thanks for coming up with the idea. Thanks for reaching out. So great to have you. Why don't you tell everybody a little bit about what you do and why this is going to work so well, the collaboration?
Well, thank you for having me on, Phil and Alexa. I've been for reference, I think I know I told you guys, but I've been listening to you guys since Edge of Extinction season when War Dog did his 4-hour podcast.
Strong start.
And I'm like, they allowed him to talk this long. I'm hooked. So, so I thought the idea we're about to do. Oh, I think I should tell everyone who I am. Sorry. I'm Once Upon an Island. I'm a YouTube channel here. And I mostly focus on telling the stories of major Survivor characters. And I also to talk about other things like the attack zone from Survivor Thailand, just fun little side videos, but the main focus is story videos. And I dabble in Big Brother, and I'm going to dabble in The Amazing Race, but those aren't really like the core focus of the channel. So yeah, I'm excited for this. I think you want me to explain what we're doing, or I'm sorry, what was the question?
Well,
no,
I have no script.
Yes. One question that I want to ask is what's your favorite video that you've made, or what's something that you can tease that you've been working on other than the fantastic 10-part project? Yeah,
my favorite video. So at this very moment today, like legit 2 hours before I got on this thing, I was working on the Rob Sesternino story. So it's not done, but it will be done soon. So that one, the Tony story, that's going to be released publicly soon. But the ones that are publicly released, I'd say the most interesting one is definitely between Brian and Vecepia, because I feel like there's these conceptions about them, and I think that people have this idea about them that I really am looking forward to talking about with you guys. So my favorite ones are actually, I don't know if it's cliche, but the winner stories, because I feel like people have like these ideas burned into their brain about these winners and how they did it and how they won. And I actually think that a lot of things get overlooked in the process, and I'm really looking forward to talking about it with you guys. So
yeah, and
any winner story is my favorite, really.
Yeah, and especially in these first 3 seasons, because the first 3 seasons, everybody's got their opinions on the winners. These were the most watched seasons. It seems like everybody talks about Hatch, talks about Tina, talks about Ethan. What did they do to win? How did they do it? Maybe we'll be here to change. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like we might be able to change some opinions on that, but we might be able to actually like forge an opinion on Vecepia, because I feel like Vecepia, out of all the winners in Survivor history, probably the most forgotten one, with maybe the exception of Natalie White. But Natalie at least has she beat Russell, so nobody forgets that. Whereas Vecepia, if you were to say what happened in Survivor Marquesas, people couldn't tell you. People probably couldn't pick her out of a lineup from that season. So I think it's really fascinating.
Yeah, I think a lot of people remember as the Rob season, then they forget. Oh, did Phil go silent?
I
was looking at the YouTube video like a dummy. I saw Phil's mouth moving, and
I froze. Don't worry about it. If I freeze, you both just start talking.
No, it's okay.
So what you do when Phil freezes is you either dab or do like a little dance move. People love it.
Oh, so that's why I was wondering why you were always dabbing, Alexa.
It happens often.
I was wondering why you're okay. It makes sense.
Yeah, and I think like somebody was asking in the chat earlier, is this going to be a ranking or whatever? It's not. It's just going to be more of talking about each of these winners, how they won the game, because we just finished our 20th year of Survivor. 20th year. I mean, 40th season, 20th year. And to kind of talk about how perspectives have changed, how you could win maybe back in season 1 that you maybe can't do in season 40, and just kind of take us through it almost as like a history type thing, more so than a ranking or anything like that, because that's really what this is about. Alexa, you look like you have something to add to that for sure.
I have something to add to that, but it's actually something that you came up with, Phil. But right before we went live, we were talking about the format that we want to do, because obviously this is our first one, so bear with us. But I think one thing that will be cool to talk about for every single winner, or Phil thought would be really cool to talk about for every single winner, is could that game win Survivor 41? Could that game win right now? I think that's something that'll be really cool to add, because I think for some it absolutely could, and I think for some that kind of game is somewhat extinct.
And there's some that we've seen evolve the game. Like some people, like everybody credits Richard Hatch with inventing Survivor, which we're going to talk about him in a minute here, but everybody always credits him with like inventing how to win the game, how to play the game. And so it's, can you still win with the Richard Hatch strategy? We'll talk about it, but there's people who have transformed how Richard Hatch played. I think we're going to talk about that a lot with Vecepia too, because the way Vecepia played, we see a lot. It's just we don't know what to call it because Vecepia is so forgotten as a winner. Yeah. So
a lot happens in these first 4 seasons in terms of the evolution of just winning the game. So yeah, there's a lot here. We're gonna unpack it.
Yeah, exactly. Who knows how long we'll go? Everybody get ready, gear up. We're gonna start with Hatch.
Every time you say
No. Wes, you're clearly good at editing. Can we give you this video at the end of this and just randomly pop that song in? We might get yelled at.
I'm going to my microphone, people. I'm not like just dipping my head.
No, it's better that way.
I love it. But anybody, hopefully that song does not come up throughout this, unless we do it as like the intro to each different Survivor. But let's start here with Hatch, Richard Hatch, the first winner of Survivor. I just rewatched Borneo. I mean, start of quarantine, I rewatched Borneo. I'm on season 5 right now, rewatching Thailand. Just got through the Attack Zone episode, which is one of the all-time great challenges in Survivor history. But I'm rewatching them in order, and so watching season 1, it's that one that has like the mystique about it. This is Survivor. This is what it was intended to be. Richard Hatch comes out there and kind of butchers what the producers wanted. They weren't expecting it to turn into an alliance type game. Nobody was expecting it. Wes, what do we say about Richard Hatch here?
What do you mean? Like overall thoughts and feelings, or about his game?
Give us how do we first take, and then we'll kind of walk through his game a little bit.
I think Richard, it's so surprising just in the premiere, and do not leave this podcast because I say this, people, but Rob has a podcast that said know-it-alls for the premiere of Borneo, and I haven't watched it yet, so I'm looking forward to watching it later because it's so interesting. Because the moment Richard comes on screen, it's like somehow he has like figured out like what the game is actually about, or maybe he's just taking his time in the pregame to think like, what am I doing here? Because nobody else, the moment the episode started, nobody else is really thinking, what am I doing here? It's all like they thought, oh yeah, we're going to survive on an island. And that's what I'm here for. And they didn't really think more about it. And Richard's like, but I have to vote somebody out every single 3 days. Like, what am I, like, how do I do that? What am I doing here? And you really tell, like, the moment he gets on the beach, when he like sits up in that tree and talks to everyone's like, yeah, we're going to build shelter, but like, what are we doing here? And everyone's like, yeah, we're going to go build the shelter. And then he gets that argument with Sue that's so infamous where she's like, well, corporate ain't going to work around here. I can't do her accent, but
her accent is so good.
It's very Sue. Yeah. So it's just like from the beginning, like, and he's just so cocky from the beginning, but like he's smart. But I think what makes Richard Hatch like so immediately, like he's not like a villain, like he's a villain, but it's not like, it's almost like he's a little bit lovable from the beginning because even though he is cocky, he like comes in with like this attitude that for anyone who's fans of Big Brother, it reminds me of Dr. Will, where like, even though he is cocky, it's like kind of endearing. And that's how he makes friends throughout the season because he never stops being cocky at any point in time. He's not like doing it in the confessionals and then out in public he's just cocky all the time. So.
And he's cocky all the time, but like you said, there's something endearing about it where, especially early on, people really like him. And that's perhaps because he's the reason that they're eating, which we'll talk about. Yeah. I think people forget that he's one of the like biggest providers that we've ever seen. But crazily enough, Dalton Ross just released an interview with Sonia Christopher of all people. And it's amazing. Like, and I would definitely recommend reading it. But she talks about her experience, like applying isn't even the right word, like applying for the show. She responded to an ad in the newspaper, which was about surviving on an island. And that's what which is crazy. Like what, I don't even know what a newspaper ad is. So that's insane. But, and so to your point, like she's out there, like, Gretchen, you think about all of these people, Colleen, they're like, oh yeah, we're building a shelter. We're doing this thing, BB. And Richard Hatch goes out there and it's as if he's already watched like Micronesia. It's really incredible. And you'll never see anything like it because we can't ever see anything like it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when I think about Richard and when he first got there and he's sitting up in the tree and it's amazing, I think what's a little overlooked here is that he also started off on the perfect tribe for him. Mm-hmm. If he starts off on Pagong, we have Survivor's probably not still on. We're probably not still doing this podcast. And that's not a knock on the Pagong tribe. It's just that wasn't what Survivor really wanted to be. Like, I love Greg Buis. I love Colleen. Jenna Lewis is great. Jervis, obviously awesome. If Gretchen would have won from that tribe, we would have been okay. Any other player winning from that tribe, and Survivor's like not going to last as long as it did. So I think it was huge that Richard Hatch started on the Tagi tribe because you were able to pair him up with this oddball group. You had the truck driver from the Midwest. You had the retired Navy SEAL who said just outrageous things. And then you had Kelly Wigglesworth, who's the young girl who's, edgy and like she's, I don't even know. I guess it was edgy for like 2000, but she's got like the lip piercing. Yeah. She's got the tattoo and like then you have and she's the river guy, like, oh, I'm one with nature. And then you have Richard, who's this corporate 40-something-year-old gay man. And like that really showed that Survivor, anybody could do it. Mm-hmm. And had Richard started on Pagong and tried to have the same approach, I don't think they would have eaten it up as much. And we might have seen the young, prettier people go further in the game, which might not have worked for Survivor because we'll talk about it with season 2 and 3 and 4. Yeah. They try to kind of play up these younger, prettier people, and it almost never works positively.
No. It's really not the pretty people who win Survivor most of the time.
Don't tell Troyzan that. He went through and listed every single pretty person on our one podcast. So, hey.
Troyzan didn't win.
That's true.
Checks out. Exactly.
I mean, and Troyzan's beautiful. I read Lauren's pre-game profile on Island of the Idols, and she said she wants to be as beautiful as Troyzan. So
yeah, I actually think she said that he's hot.
Oh, my bad.
They are both. I think, but that was like one of the best pre-game things I've ever read. Like, I'm like Troyzan because we're both hot.
Yeah.
Lauren's
but it's again. And because with Borneo, there's just nothing to go off of. But I rewatched it a couple months ago, and I think it's someone on the Pagong tribe. I think it's Colleen, where she says, "Oh, I'm hearing rumblings about this alliance thing." Which, how do you hear rumblings?
Wow. Yeah,
I'm only hearing from the cameraman, I guess. But which again, maybe there was more of a like talking relationship there. But Richard not only created this alliance and did it in a way that, obviously, like Kelly had problems with it kind of throughout the entire game, but he got 4 people who kind of all hated each other in their own different way, and they stuck together the entire way. And nowadays, if you have a 4-person alliance, that can't really get you anywhere. With 4 votes, like in a 13-person merged tribe, that's not going to get you to win the game.
Mean, tell it to the Road 2-4 in Marquesas.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah. And we will tell it to them. But no, I completely agree. And I think that this just shows how Survivor changed where, once Rich got Rudy, there was no way. Rich had that in his pocket the entire time. And everybody always says that Rob and Amber were the first real showmans. The first showmans on Survivor is Hatch and Rudy because there was no breaking them up. And obviously it's not the same type of showmans. They're not going home and getting married after this, but they were never, ever, ever not going to vote together. And maybe that was huge for
a showmance and more of a power couple.
Yes.
Maybe that's the right word for them.
Yes.
Because as Rudy says, he ain't into that kind of thing. So
I like
power. Never talk to him again. But it's true. And I do think that, that was huge for Rich. And then to have Sue and Kelly, who could not see eye to eye, it's what we always see in Survivor nowadays. If you're in the majority 5-4, you also want to be in the majority 3-2, and then you want to be in the majority 2-1. Mm-hmm. And Rich was always in the majority of his 4-person alliance. we see him say at the merge boot when Gretchen has to go, this is going to be the most difficult part of the season. And when he gets rid of Gretchen, and then the next episode he says just getting rid of the competition and votes out Greg, it's like there's no way for anybody to do anything about it. He did what he had to do before anybody else could catch on that it was going on.
Yeah, before anyone even really knew what his strategy was. What's crazy is, and so I feel like I got so into Borneo, I kind of forget whether this was on the show or if I just read this later. But I think on the show we hear rumblings about an alliance from Susan and Kelly Wigglesworth before anything with Richard, but nothing happens. Like the idea is just floated, but nothing happens with it. Because Richard, like episode 2 or 3, is like so frustrated. He's like, I want to vote with people, and nobody wants to vote with me. And I'm paraphrasing here what he's saying, but he's already on board for an alliance if just anyone would do it. And then we hear like from Susan Kelly like the idea of an alliance, and then so everyone credits Richard as like the godfather or the whatever you want to call it, the founder of alliances. When in reality, the idea was before Richard. It's just that Richard, I think, ran the first successful alliance to the end. That's really what he should be credited with. He ran the first successful alliance because that foursome ran to the end, and then they had to eliminate each other, which is boring to watch, but it was the most effective strategy, especially in these early seasons, to win.
But I think you're right though, because Kelly and Sue do talk about it very early on, and they're also the ones who they want to disband it like near the home stretch there. And so the story of the alliance, and I guess like the difficulties of being an alliance, is kind of told by them because they start disagreeing with each other and they want to break up, but I think they know that they can't, and they know that they can't win. And really, I feel like Richard acknowledges it with us, the viewers, a lot, but until I think it's the Greg vote, until Jeff actually asks if there's an alliance, and then Richard goes like, how dare he have the audacity to ask me about that? Then it completely changes.
And somebody brought up a good point here, is Andy Vogel. He said that, Stacey Stillman also in episode 1 was mentioning alliances. She never used the word alliance, I don't believe, but she was walking around trying to round up the women to vote out Rudy because she did not like Rudy at all. Him and Rudy and Stacey just butted heads the entire time. And obviously, if anybody hasn't, I don't know, did Fair Play and Mario Lanza do the podcast yet? I don't know if they did, but I know that Fair Play and Mario Lanza on NSFW were going to do a podcast about the Stacey Stillman incident. And it is such an important moment in Survivor history because it really is the one time in Survivor that Survivor was like unequivocally rigged. And it was rigged. I mean, Survivor settled with Stacey Stillman. And Richard says that Stacey was a threat to him, and like that's why he wanted to get rid of her and keep Rudy, because he knew he could just kind of use Rudy to the end of the game, and that people weren't going to like Rudy as much as they were going to like him. But when you look at what happens with Stacey, she gets voted out 3rd, and ultimately nobody cares that she was the first one to start talking about alliances because she doesn't go far. It's what we talked about with Wendell this week. Michelle went further than Wendell, so everybody was on Michelle's side, not Wendell's in the edit, and that's exactly what happened with Stacey Stillman and Rich. There's no way to get on board with Stacey because we see 3 episodes of her, and what she tries to pull off doesn't work.
And Richard votes for her in that first episode, and he's like, no, I don't really know why I'm voting for you, but he does. He knows why he's voting for her. He just doesn't, because Richard, it's a theme with him all season. If anyone who goes back and rewatches Borneo or watches the story video I made of him, he just like constantly is like, if he doesn't have to tell you something, he's not going to. And by telling you, I mean like production. Though in confessionals, he loves to just talk about himself. But when it comes to like Jeff, or when it comes time to vote, he doesn't really say much. Like Jeff would be like, are you in an alliance, Rich? Which is like so forward. And Rich would be like, alliances? I don't know. Can you define the word? I've never heard. I have friends. And it's just like, he gets away with it because Jeff doesn't know to push further or whatever, or to yell at them off camera or whatever he does now. That's what I've heard.
But he does play the like, he plays the like cute I'm playing dumb card, which like you usually don't see with like Richard's type, but he does it really well. And he's like, oh, I'm providing fish for everybody. They can't like, whatever, like, I'm just here to feed y'all. And then
I'm just here to provide.
And then he talks to us and he's like, they can't vote me out because they'll starve.
And this is back when that mattered.
And he lambasts Jeff like in an episode in a confessional, and they left it in the show. He's like, Jeff asked that question, Tribal. So 4. He's like, what? I didn't say what a jerk, but he might as well. I'm like, I can't. They left that in the show.
Yeah, because that was back when the players really felt that Jeff shouldn't have been an influence at all. And now, as we know, Jeff is a huge influence. I mean, I remember Courtney Yates just like pretty much flipping him off at the one tribal in China and being like, get out of here. Like, thanks, Jeff. Thanks for telling me. Or maybe it was at Heroes Villains.
Thanks for blowing my game.
Yeah, essentially. And like, he's become such an integral part where in that first season, they really felt that he shouldn't be an integral part of what's going on. He should ask the questions, get answers, but not ask prying questions. But it's kind of like what Jeff is doing essentially is reporting. And reporting, if you don't get the answers you want by asking the question, hey, what did you think about this? And you don't get it. It's, well, hey, what do you think about blank and blank? And then you're like, okay, now I have to answer that. And you know, he starts to push a little bit more. And I mean, Rich was great at managing though, like the camera too. Like he was so good at that because in that first season, you watch some of those confessionals. Some of those confessionals aren't even confessionals. It's just people like speaking, and there happens to be a camera right there, and they're like
consciousness.
And they're by themselves, so it looks like a confessional.
Yeah. But Rich kind of went out of his way to make sure he was telling this story, or at least that's how it felt. It's really fascinating to watch.
I think like on paper, how Rich won was he got in an alliance of 4 and then rode it to the end, even though one person in his alliance did flip-flop. But in reality, he did a lot more than that. And one of the things was managing Jeff, which is an important part. I think it's overlooked a lot, is managing Jeff and what Jeff asks and what information Jeff gives away. As we saw in Winners of War, Jeff's like, oh, Tony won 3 immunities in a row, becoming a challenge beast or something like that. And Tony's like,
Jeff loves the call-out.
Tony's like trying to laugh it off. At the same time, he's like, Jeff, stop. You know, he's like, don't blow up my spot. So a lot of that is managing Jeff, but also what Rich does and how he wins the game. I know a lot of people think that, and I am kind of jumping to the end on this, but we already know who won. So Richard wins on a 4-3 vote. Like he barely beats Wigglesworth. And in reality is that, and what's interesting is in the final is tribals that you hear from 6 of the 7 people why they vote the way they do in the episode, not after, not the reunion, in the episode, in the moment, which I think is the most honesty we've ever gotten in any of the 40 seasons of why people vote the way they do. Because otherwise we get at the reunion, which is all in retrospect, or we hear it in a podcast, which could be revised. I don't know. But in that moment, we hear from 6 people why they vote the way they do. And we see 3 Rich, 3 Kelly. And one of those Kellys, I think, was Jervis. Jervis like, I was going to vote for you, Rich, but then Sue blew you up, and so I'm voting for Kelly. It's like, that's not a reason to vote for Kelly. Yeah. He can't
absolutely.
And you never see someone like out, like we know, and I mean, we'll talk about this as it gets later. We know that does happen, but to your point, like, I don't think anyone has ever just said it so honest.
Yeah. On TV. Like they could have edited it out if they have been. People are telling me to put back on the buff, so I'll put it around my neck.
Yeah, there you go. The people
it's getting hot. It's so hot.
And what I want to say too about this 4-3 and 6-1, whatever, I think that the amount of votes you get at Final Tribal, if you win, is enough. Like I'm a huge advocate that it doesn't matter how many votes you got to win. It's about getting the majority of votes to win. Like Wendell beating Dom on a tie vote and then having to get the extra vote.
Yep.
He wins 6-5.
Yes.
But does that mean, sorry, I froze. Okay. But does that mean that Wendell's win is less impressive than Adams, who won 10-0 over Ken and Hannah? Like, I believe like firmly that Rich beating Kelly 4-3. Some people might look in retrospect and be like, how could Rich be one of the greatest of all time if he only won 4-3? The thing is, you win on a last second field goal. I mean, Alexa's wearing her stupid looking sweatshirt today, her stupid Patriot sweatshirt. If you win on a last second field goal in 2 Super Bowls in 3 years, then you won those Super Bowls because you won on a last second field goal. It doesn't matter.
Interception at the goal line too.
You know what?
Well, yeah, that one too, but that's later. But what I'm saying is, like, it doesn't matter if you win 20-17 or 55-6, like the Cowboys did to the Bills the one year. It doesn't matter how you do it. It's about doing it. And what Rich did, especially in that era of Survivor, people didn't really understand jury management. A lot of people might credit Rich's win to a stray vote from Greg Buis. Greg Buis's 1-10 is total bullshit.
Yes.
He was voting Rich every single time. He just did it because honestly, he didn't think Kelly deserved this time.
And watching the show, you can see like, and they made a point in the Greg Boot episode of showing the bond between Greg and Rich. And it's like, without knowing that later on, Greg's like this deciding vote, it seems like, oh, okay, it's just like this fun little relationship that Richard's a little bit more into Greg than Greg's into Richard, or, you know, it's just more like a fun thing. But then when you watch it knowing that like Greg's going to vote for Rich at the end, it's like, well, they're showing me this for a reason, which they don't do a lot of in the first few episodes. I feel like the merge is really when the editors start figuring out, okay, we need to start. This is the kind of things we should show. The first half of the season's rough in that sense. But one of the things that they make a point of is showing the relationship between Greg and Rich, and you never see a relationship between Greg and Kelly. And I think that's important because there's no tribe swap in Borneo. So the only time Greg sees Kelly is the same times he's seeing Rich, and we don't see a relationship between him and Kelly. We just see it between him and Rich. Mm-hmm. And this is not a returnee season, so there's no pregame alliances. It's just like how much time they spend together, how much time they knew each other. And Greg's voted out second, like in the merge. He's only with Kelly and Rich for I think 6 days.
6 days.
So
and he's really the only vote that Rich goes for, like, because he's intimidated by him. Like, he's like, you are smart, and I have to get rid of you. A lot of the other people, he's like, oh, it's your time, or it lines up with Jenna, lines up with Dr. Sean's alphabet strategy. But one thing that I want to track throughout this is, and I'll write this down, there are many, many jury questions of pick a number between 1 and 10, pick a number between 1 and 100.
Thinking they're all
I want to track how many of them are actually BS versus how many of them we actually think.
Mm-hmm. We're going to be talking about one very soon that is 100% sincere.
Yeah, we're going to get
when
to
we
that.
get to Africa.
So I'm going to write this down.
But yeah, this one is total bogus. Greg was always going to vote for Rich. Greg respected Rich. And I think, while we were talking about if Rich would have started on Pagong, would Survivor have been the same thing? Gretchen was the leader, but Greg was the leader. Like, Greg was somebody who he could connect to everybody in a way that maybe Gretchen couldn't. And Gretchen says it best. Greg knows exactly what he's doing. Everybody else just doesn't see it. And I think that's what's fascinating. And even Greg getting close to Rich and all that, if they would have been able to start in the same tribe and work together, you could have been looking at them as a final two, or we could have had some sort of epic actual showdown in Survivor Season 1 between Greg and Rich, because they would have been together and then tried to break off to get each other, which would have been awesome.
I don't think Greg, though, like, even if Greg, the thing is, Greg's personality, I don't think lends itself to doing any sort of like head-on, one-on-one. Even though we would like to, even though Greg is smart, and there's no doubting that, I don't think Greg's personality, and even listen to a podcast he did, I think, 2012, 2013, I think Survivor Awards, don't call me on that. I think it is. Even then, 12, 13 years later, sounds a lot like, like he still has like the same kind of like carefree-ish attitude, which you could say he's playing it up, but in a sense, like, we're all this time later, if he's still, it's just like who he is, and I don't think he would have ever really done that. Like, Richard is way more this than Greg is. Greg's like, if Greg's anything, he's paper. If we're gonna do paper, rock, scissors, I don't know why I did that, but
which winner is a rock, paper, or scissor?
Yeah, Rich is definitely a rock. That's for sure. But so if Greg was, I don't know, I just don't see. I honestly, in this season, I don't see how Greg and Rich are facing off.
It's wishful thinking in my brain, but I think it's. But all I'm saying is, I think that Greg is somebody who could have competed with Richard and maybe not been on the same level in terms of wanting to knock out Richard, because he didn't want to win. Like, that's the thing with Greg. He didn't really care if he won. He had a good time. That's really what he cared about. But I think that he's somebody who could have rallied people had he had numbers, or had Rich and him started on the same tribe to kind of prevent that alliance thing, that Greg could have actually been an adversary for Rich, because there is no adversary for Rich in Season 1 of Survivor. There is not.
I mean, okay, so adversary in terms of strategy, or
I think just in general, like someone who could have won. And now that I'm saying that, the only like by definition adversary could have been like Rudy,
because I think it really took until like episode 10 watching the show where they started showing Kelly as any sort of like foil to Rich or a villain. Like, Kelly comes out of left field because like where did this girl come from? And then all of a sudden she's added as a villain. She's added like she's Luke Skywalker, by the way. I don't know if you noticed that when you watched it. She's like talking about how she's a Jedi and all this other stuff. And then she wins 3 or 4 immunities in a row. And that's the only reason she gets the end. First person ever to be a challenge beast. And she really probably is the best competition, though I think Susan, who takes things way too personally in this season,
does she?
Probably the only other person who I think at the end could have argued better than anybody else. But I don't know if Susan has personality.
I mean, she knows how to flip votes. We saw her do that. Yeah. She literally got Kelly votes.
I think the problem with Susan is Susan could have went into that final tribal about to sweep Rich 7-0 and convinced every single person to vote for Rich. Like, that's the problem with Sue.
Because throughout the season, she's not like she's easily top 4 best strategists in the season.
Mm-hmm, absolutely.
But that's not saying like because her alliance is 4 people. I don't think Rudy's a good strategist. Rudy just hooked onto the right wagon and got to the end. Yeah, which is great on Rudy. I like Rudy.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Sue. I don't know. Yeah. Anyways, I think we've been talking about the season for 30 minutes. I don't know how long you want to talk about each season, but we can.
I think just quickly going back to Greg, I think at the end of the day, the reason that Greg could have been Rich's only adversary, the reason that Rich was so intimidated by him is because intimidated might be the wrong word, is you can't control Greg. Like production couldn't control Greg. And I think in an alliance, and when you're the leader of the alliance, like you clearly look for control, and whenever you have someone against you, that's what you're looking to get rid of.
I remember hearing about at the first tribal. I think that I don't know if it was Pagong or if it was Toggy, but they all voted for Jeff Probst.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say it was Greg. It was Pagong, and it was probably Greg. I bet you it was Greg I remember Greg was a real tool, from what I've heard at tribal, causing a lot of problems. You think Rich was bad, and then you hear about Greg.
Yeah. So. Well, let me ask. So I'm going to ask 3 things real quick, and I know 2 of these are putting both of you on the spot, and I've kind of been thinking about it as we've been talking, but I think it's kind of good.
All right,
what do you think Richard's like defining? Like, what's the best move or defining moment of Richard's game? And I think that's a good thing to look at for each of these winners as we go.
I'll let you go first, Alexa.
Oh, awesome.
I mean, I can go first if you want. I'm sorry.
I think so. I guess I can go 2 different ways here. Defining moment as a viewer is, and you don't get this very often, is he sits there and he says, the $1 million check's already written for me. So I think like from an entertainment perspective, that's got to be it. I think his defining gameplay moment, I think this is going to sound dumb, but it's creating the alliance. And I think for many other winners, it's not going to be that simple. But for this one, I think that has to be it.
So a little bit piggybacking, I understand. And this is probably gonna sound like what I'm gonna do with most of these first 4 winners is talk about things that people don't think about as much. So I'm not playing devil's advocate, just play devil's advocate. Though I kind of am, just to think about other things.
Gotta do it.
I dislike anybody. But with Richard, I think something I was really impressed by that kind of gets overlooked is that he builds this alliance of 4, which is of course crucial in how he wins the game. But it's not just building the alliance of 4; it's keeping it together because Kelly flips on the alliance. I don't want to say over and over and over again. I think it was only like twice. But Kelly,
it was enough, though.
It was enough, yeah. And it was enough to get Susan ticked and totally ruin their relationship. But Richard, not one time do you see him getting onto Kelly or getting mad. Like, he gets like a little bit annoyed, but like Richard keeps really cool and calm. And I think that's actually one of his best things, that no matter what, he's really like, even things aren't going his way and everyone hates him, like, because people do straight up hate him for many episodes, if not like this almost second half of the season. And he's just Richard. Like, he cares, but like he doesn't really care. Like, he is there to win. He's like Brian Heidik, but like a lot more endearing in that sense. Cause he's just like, I'm just here to win. And if somebody flips on his 4-person alliance, whatever. Like, and I think it's actually really impressive how he keeps the alliance together and he keeps a really level head, because he could have formed the alliance and then Kelly flipping could have completely blown it up. Because we do see throughout the course of Survivor, alliances are built and you're like, this is a great alliance. And then somebody does something and they blow up the whole thing and then it never gets back together because they can't reconcile the differences. And Richard never allows that to happen. So I give him huge credit for keeping the alliance together, because without that, they could have gone home and Pagon could have got together. Because I know Jervis said that he tried getting Pagon together, but Greg was a big proponent of not doing that.
Mm-hmm. And then by that point, it was too late.
Yeah, but if Kelly flipping could have completely blown.
Well, and Dr. Sean. I mean, they had a chance. I'm just saying, like, by the time you got the final 8 and Jenna goes home, that's when Jervis, I think, like, he was trying before that, and then Jenna goes home, and then Jervis is like, okay, we need to do this, and it's like, it's too late now. Like, now you're down 4-3 no matter what. You have no chance. And Dr. Sean was voting in alphabetical order, so that doesn't help.
Yeah.
I wish we may need to do a podcast about strategies that are not winners, because Dr. Sean's
losing strategy.
It seems so dumb, but I actually think there's a way it could work. But I don't want to talk about that now because we're talking about winners.
So tune in for the December 2020, January 2021 winter off-season project.
Yeah.
Strategy.
The non-winning strategy.
Losing Survivor. But still, I mean, I feel like I might be hijacking your answer here, but one thing we haven't talked about is Richard stepping away from the final immunity challenge.
Yeah, and that's
his defining move.
I just think that was what it is like, I don't think that's the reason he wins or like what he's most remembered for. What Richard is most remembered for is getting naked on Survivor. I mean, if you're really thinking about it, like, what do you think of with Richard? Yeah, it has nothing to do with strategy, really. I mean, it does a little, but not really. But it's what he's remembered for. Yeah, but in terms of like a strategic move that nobody would have had the balls to do at the time, Richard stepping down at Final 3 and putting it on Rudy, knowing that if Rudy wins, Rudy's going to take Rich anyway. And then putting it on Kelly to be like, you can take Rudy, but you could still very well lose to Rudy. Or you can take me, and you might lose to me, but people might respect you for it. And we're like such opposites. It's such like a brilliant, like prisoner's dilemma type situation where it's like, you know, maybe you do, maybe you don't, but I'm going to take my chances. And him just sitting there and explaining that to Jeff, it just showed how far ahead he was, because there was another moment that we didn't really talk about, but I know we're at like a half hour on this episode or this season, but when he's sitting on the beach and Rudy's sitting next to him and Rich is explaining exactly what's going to happen if Colleen can win the immunity challenge at Final 6, and how Kelly's going to go home and she doesn't even realize it, and Colleen thinks she needs to win immunity and she doesn't need to win immunity, and he's just going down the line. It just showed how far ahead he was thinking. And it's those little things like that that I just think are fascinating.
And we're not going to talk about this season tonight, but in the Amazon, Matthew von Ertfelda basically does a poor imitation of what Richard does.
Absolutely.
And I think it's super interesting, and it ties into why Jenna wins. So we'll talk about it when we get to it. But
Absolutely.
Richard isn't the only one to ever do this whole I'll drop at Final 3 and force somebody else to make the decision.
Yeah, absolutely not. And I was going to say, and then my other question, and this can be like a shorter answer, but in terms of like worst part of Richard's game, or like worst thing he did on this season, do you have something that comes to mind? Because like, is there one thing that's just like, this would never work nowadays, and he got so lucky he won because of it?
I think the outward cockiness to his tribe mates would totally not fly. I mean, if Richard Hatch did that on day one right now, he's the first person out. Because no one listens to that crap.
Yeah, if anyone jumped up in a tree in season 41 says, "Hey guys, everyone listen to me. Here's how we're going to play this game. What do we, get
the hell out of here."
Yeah, like, who do you think you are? Like, but it works in season 1 because there's no precedent to the show. There's no nobody knows what to expect. So everyone's, even though people are like, I heard there's a merger coming up. Where'd you hear that from? Yeah. So people do apparently know things they never should know before they happen. But nobody understands how the show works. So he gets away with things that I don't think he would have done though in another season. But you're right. No way does he get away with.
No. Because it doesn't matter as much to catch the fish and all of that. So I think that's by far his worst part. And then, that kind of just leads into the last question we're going to ask about all of them. Could somebody play like Richard and still win today?
I think they can.
I think if we're talking about playing like Richard, I think we need to think his personality and his strategy, because his strategy it's super basic. Could somebody form a majority alliance and right to the end? They could.
Sophie Clark.
It happens. It happens in later seasons. It's not like this is the only example. We're going to talk about another one, or talking about a couple others tonight. But I think his attitude could never win again. The attitude will never fly again. If you have that attitude, you have to hide it. And I think over 39 days, it would be super hard to do. So I think he kind of played in the right season to be cocky, frankly, because it doesn't work in All Stars. He tries doing it again in All Stars, even though he pretends that he's not. But he's still cocky, and everyone sees it. So.
Yeah, and he gets bamboozled. No, I agree. It's like a middle ground. It's a middle ground here. I think you're right. I think he had to play in this early season. I still think he could play and do well in a newer season, but I think that's just because he's an adaptable guy. I don't think he'd come out with the same mentality or anything like that. So I'm very much like towing the line, but we've seen people play similar to Rich, just not as arrogant as Rich. Sophie Clark plays the exact same game as Rich, except Coach is playing like Rich and Sophie's playing like Kelly, and then is able to swoop in and actually beat the Rich because we see that it doesn't work to be that type of personality anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there's huge differences between Coach in South Pacific and Rich in Borneo for sure.
Absolutely.
And since I don't think I'm going to remember that by the time we get there, I just want to say Coach never admitted to what he was doing, wasn't just honest about himself. And Rich was. That's another thing. Rich is just like, except to Jeff, he was honest about himself, it seemed like, for the most part. With other people, he didn't come across as phony. So I think it's another thing Rich had going for him.
All right, well, let's jump over to season 2 then. And we had like a 10-minute intro, so I was figuring like 25, 30 minutes for each of these, but we had the 10-minute intro that kind of went. So, but let's talk about Tina Wesson, the first woman to ever win Survivor, beats Alexa's sweetheart, Colby Donaldson, who she talks about all the time with such love and admiration. Yeah.
He's hot. I mean,
he's a very attractive man. There is no denying that. Alexa, is it the personality that leaves something to be desired or what? But either way, Tina Wesson wins Survivor the Australian Outback again in a 4-3 vote, back-to-back seasons of 4-3 votes. In fact, in 3 of the seasons we're going to talk about tonight, it's a 4-3 vote. And had Ethan not just said a random number that was close to Benjamin's thing in The Graduate, it probably would have been a 4-3 vote there. Tina Wesson. Let's
dropping a reference. Tina. That was beautiful. What I love about the beginning of Survivor, and honestly, like these first 4 winners that we're going to talk about, this is the best example of it, and perhaps the best 4. We talk about how Survivor wouldn't exist if Richard Hatch didn't win. I love that your first 2 winners are the gay villain from Rhode Island and this like sweet, but like comes off as sweet, but like pretty good player, like Southern mom who then beats Superman. Like it's the weirdest first 2 winners, and it's so good.
Tina's still famous to this day. I don't want to like give away exact location, but I live close-ish to Tina. And there are still billboards with Tina's face on them promoting things. And I'm like, we're like 19 years later, you know. It shows you how iconic these first few winners are. That even I don't know exactly where she lives. I just know she lives somewhere in Tennessee, like East Tennessee. And I'm like, yeah, Tina. Yeah. Okay. I guess I'll go see this. I'll go see about that Ford. I forgot what it was she was promoting, but the Tina, I think the thing I want to say before I forget, Richard establishes this 4-person alliance in Borneo. And I think what gets overlooked so much is that Tina basically, with Colby, and they both do this. They invent what I'm going to call the onion strategy, which I don't know if anyone's called that. And I don't want to act like I'm the first one to call it that. But it's basically an onion strategy because it's her and Colby, and then the second layer of the onion is Keith, and then the third layer is Jerry and Amber, and that's the onion. That's what gets them through the whole merge, that onion strategy, and it's an evolution of Rich's basic 4-person strategy. There's no onion in that. He didn't. I mean, I guess you could say him and Rudy were the core 2, but Rich clearly didn't care at the final.
It's like the Twinkie strategy. There's an inside and an inside.
Yeah,
we are killing it with these.
If it was
I don't think onion strategy exists. I think like Onion Alliance exists. Never heard an onion.
That was definitely a name. Yeah.
Onion Alliance. That's what. Yeah, that's probably. I don't know who called that, but anyways, yeah. Rich didn't have that because if he did, he would have brought Rudy to the end. There would have been no. I don't care if Rudy goes or not. So I'm crediting that to Tina. Tina and Colby are the inner core of the onion, and that's what gets them to the end. And it not talked about on the show, but looking at how they had their alliance built and how it played out, that is what it was, even though it was never explicitly said on the show. So a lot of people I think miss that about Tina's game and say she's an undeserving winner when Colby calls her the mastermind, the strategic mastermind of their 5-person alliance. Like Colby says that.
And chooses to take her to the end.
Yeah, she's not just some old lady that got dragged along by Colby. She was the mastermind of the strategy of what they were doing. I just like, it blows my mind that people think that Colby should have won. Colby did so many things wrong. Anyways, I don't want to dominate this conversation because I have a lot to say on Tina, but
no, you're good. And
Tina was not dragged. Tina was not dragged.
No, Tina was absolutely not dragged.
No.
And what I think goes underestimated about Tina is Tina votes off. So the first boot from her tribe is Cal. And that's because Jerry hates Kel. Jerry hates Kel, so Kel goes home, and Tina's in an okay position there. She's not Keith, so she's not causing friction with Jerry. She's not Mad Dog, so she's not going to be the weakest. And then Okafor loses again, and they say, we got to get rid of Mad Dog because, they like Kucha's got 7. We're now down to 6. We cannot keep losing. And they end up losing again, but that's, neither here nor there yet. So they vote out Mad Dog. And so Mad Dog goes home, and Tina is sitting there, and Mad Dog is saying she's a breath of fresh air. She's the light of her life. All these great things. She's a ray of sunshine. She's the greatest woman. And Tina says, see you later. Get out. Don't need you.
Tina's
cutthroat. And what's the most fascinating, though, is at the next – after that, it was clearly 4 versus 2. It was 4 versus 2. Tina and Keith were done. And rather than try to go to Mitchell or try to go to Jerry or try to go to Amber, she just goes right to Colby and she says, I know you don't like Jerry. I know you can't stand Jerry. I know you cannot handle this. You don't want to be seen as that guy who's blinded by the attractive girl. You don't want to be seen as that guy. You don't want that. She's villainous. We don't need her. And convinces Colby, vote out Mitchell. And now Colby, and this is what ultimately hurts his game, is Colby is smack in the middle of a 5-person alliance, air quotes, big time. And by putting him in that position and knowing that he was always going to side with Tina, Tina knows she's getting Jerry's vote if she can get herself to the end. And that's just an awesome, because it ultimately is what cost Colby the game.
Yeah. Well, also, I don't want to give Tina all the credit for carrying or bringing Colby into the alliance, because Keith also is shown in the show working on Colby, and it seems like Colby is, I don't know if the edit was completely truthful, but he seems a little bit malleable. Is that the right word? Like, he seems like he's like clay conformed, and Keith's like kind of dogging on Jerry, but doing it in kind of like a friend way. He's not like scolding Colby or anything. But he is like, when you get back home, is Jerry really worth your while? Like, and I'm paraphrasing here, but, and Colby's like, and it seems like after that, Colby's like, I'm done with Jerry. So it's like her and Keith really put in the work to get Colby on their side, and it works. So I don't want to just credit Tina. I know everyone thinks Keith's a terrible player.
Which Keith is he is not that bad. I'm going to say that right now. I just rewatched Australia. No. Keith and Jay get so much crap for that season. Yeah. And neither one of them is that bad. Neither one of them.
He just can't cook without any things. That's his biggest fault. And I can't, that's not his gameplay. It's just
like people who complain, like that early on in Survivor, like if you complain, you're the worst, which I guess people hated Karishma 6 months ago. So that part clearly hasn't changed. But I think you're right. Like when you have two people who just absolutely hate each other, it makes them more malleable as alliance members, because all you have to say is, I'm not down with Jerry. You're not down with Jerry. We're cool with each other, right? And it's that easy.
And what's fascinating, though, is like you brought up how Keith and Tina did this together, which they did, but I'll give all the credit to Tina, because
I think Tina probably convinced Keith.
She pushed it.
Yeah, I'm sure she did, yeah.
But what's amazing is, by doing this together, Jerry Manthe votes for Keith at Final 2 if it's Keith versus Colby. That's how important this move at Final 13 on a season. It was Final 13. Mitchell Olsen gets 13th place. But that vote was that integral to how this game went, because then Colby has to go back and say to Jerry and Amber, we're still 3. This is the 3. This is how it's going to be. And he never meant a word of it.
I think this is a huge part of the season is Colby picks Tina over Keith. But regardless of that, which I know is like a massive decision, everyone says Colby's dumb for doing it, and that's why Tina won. But I think the reality is that Colby still could have beat Tina, but it's almost like that was the first instance of him mistreating Jerry. But like the whole season, he treats Jerry like an ex-girlfriend, almost like that he hates. He like dumps water on her at a challenge, and like she's like laughing, but it's almost like I'm laughing, but it hurts on the inside. And Colby looks ticked. And just the whole season, he's just like mean to her. And then we get to Final Tribal, and he doesn't apologize to her. like, I almost wonder if he had sincerely apologized, like, Jerry, I realized the error of my ways, and like it was like super sincere. Like, I feel like Jerry is emotional enough; she could have flipped her vote. I don't know if she said something afterwards.
I mean,
she said she wouldn't do that.
Love with him. I think all Colby had to do was say, Jerry, I was wrong. She was treated that way. I think he could have gotten her vote. Mm-hmm. I absolutely think so.
And it's like it was that close. Like, all Colby had to do at Final Tribal was not pretend like he didn't care about winning and just be nice. And he could have won. Like, we're over here claiming Tina. Tina was his mastermind, but like Colby was also super likable. Like, this was a great final too. Yeah. It wasn't like we had like Kelly, like, and I don't think Kelly wins any season of Survivor with how she played. So it was almost, and she's not a GOAT because she almost did win, but I think Kelly and Rich is not like the greatest final two of that season. But I feel like here, like Colby and Tina is probably, it's not the most entertaining final two, but it's a great final two.
It's a great final two. Absolutely. And I
that's why it's so good.
Yeah, and I totally agree. And I think this is another one, and we'll talk about this too with Ethan. Honestly, with these first four winners, I think these were the four people who kind of needed to win their season. And I think that the reason Tina winning here was because it showed that just going out and dominating challenges was not enough to win Survivor. And we have seen seasons where that is kind of enough. But even then, like, we'll get to Mike Holloway later, and people always want to say, oh, if he didn't win the challenges, he wouldn't have won Survivor. He was the only one who went to Shireen after Shireen got like screamed at by Will. He was the only one. That is a big factor in him getting votes at Final Tribal. It's not just winning the challenges. And that's what Colby, I don't think, realized at the time. He was a good social player. I mean, Colby's a very likable guy. Tina's a very likable woman. And the two of them at the final, you had to be more likable than the other. And Colby proved to not be and tried to rely too much on just, I won the challenges, I deserve this. And nobody bought into it.
The thing is Kelly won all those challenges in Borneo and lost. Like, from the very first season, the challenge beast does not an automatic win. It has never been an automatic win. That's not how you win Survivor.
Yeah, we actually, I mean, as we talk about this, that is rarely a win. No. It's quite the opposite of an automatic win, even early on.
No. And I think this is Micronesia, but with Eric, I think a lot of that it goes into his decision to give up immunity to Natalie. And I'll talk about that when we get there, because it affects who wins the season. But just winning immunity and getting yourself to the end based on challenge wins or whatever is not how you win Survivor. No. And people have learned that, but in these early seasons, they don't know that. Like, how would they?
Yeah. And so going back to kind of like the strategy that Tina employed here, you called it the onion strategy. And what I think was so cool about this was, in season one, nobody was really coming out there expecting to make an alliance, and Rich did, and it worked. Mm-hmm. And so season two, it was, we're going to go into this at 5-5 and we're going to pick off the other side. Yeah. But what Tina and Colby did so well, and really it's, it worked for both of them, but would have helped them in case somebody had gone on a run at the end of the game or something like that. What they did really well was they gave and they bent for some of the people on Kucha, because like keeping Roger, keeping Elizabeth, keeping Nick, and getting rid of Jerry before them, when you knew you had the numbers, it almost cost them, because had somebody tried to flip, but it was still so early in the game that it worked. By getting rid of Jerry, and then you're at 4-3, and you're just taking for granted Amber's not going to flip, and Amber doesn't flip. It's perfect.
That was actually probably the dumbest move by Tina, was voting out Jerry.
That was her bad move.
Yes, Nick should have gone before Jerry. If they vote out Nick and then they vote out Jerry, it's fine, because they're still up 4-2. Amber flipping causes a tie at worst, and Amber clearly showed no intention of ever flipping, as we learned. But even if she did, what's a tie going to do? I don't know. But also, Tina gave up immunity at the merge to give it to Keith, so that Keith would be protected, because Keith had previous votes. So that in a merge vote, he wouldn't be knocked out on previous votes.
Really. Which he would have, because he had so many votes. And that was the best move of Tina's game by far.
And you could see how, like, Tina has, like, pride. Whether it's good or bad, she has it. And you could tell it was a lot. Like, she had to, like, let go of her pride to let Keith win, because she did not want to. And I think she even says that in the show, but she did not want to let Keith win, but she knew that it would be better for the game, for their whole tribe. So, and
I know that this isn't really the purpose of what we're talking about, but to go on the record, I love that this part of Survivor where if there's a tie, who the person who has more previous votes goes home. We see a lot of that. I mean, we'll talk about that in Africa, but I think that creates for a lot of really, really interesting strategy, like Tina stepping down from immunity when she could have won that.
The only problem with that is it's too easy to game. That's just my opinion. I think it's too easy to just be like, oh, well, cool, we're just going to vote for Jeff Varner. You know, Jeff Varner should not have been the merge boot on that season, but they said, let's just vote him out because he's got one vote, and we know it.
I think I agree. It's like if we were playing Survivor and there was no TV show, like we were just playing Survivor, I think actually it is a better mechanic. But I think for TV, it makes for an anticlimactic end of an episode that I think that's why I really think it's why they got rid of it.
And Mitchell, think about that. Yeah. Mitchell going home is so boring because Mitchell's like, well, I'm tired. And if you want to vote me off, vote me off. And they keep the tie. And Keith says, all right, I have none. And Mitchell has one. And Mitchell goes, like, it's so easy to manipulate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And getting a stray vote doesn't necessarily mean how good you are at the game. It's just something that people throw out sometimes.
Yeah. And I mean, we will get to Lindsay in Africa, but like, the way that all that goes down is just like, okay. So that's a good point.
It's also because Lindsay is intolerable, and that's why Lindsay.
I'm so team Lindsay. I can't wait to talk about her.
But I guess more of what I'm saying is like, even though Colby, Keith, and Tina almost made a huge mistake of finally getting rid of Jerry and then keeping Nick, I think they knew there was no game from Nick. Amber wasn't going to flip. And if anything, like it would have been Roger didn't want to work with Amber. Roger would have rather gone far. Like they played into the points that the life aspect that were important to each of the people that were still left in the game. Roger Bingham was all about like, you know, who you are as a human, and that's what he wants to work with. I'm never voting for Elizabeth because she is who she is, and I love her like that. And then that's what helped him with Tina and all that. He was never going to vote Tina out before voting out Amber. And that's just like, from what I saw, that's just like how it went down. Maybe he would have in like a more cutthroat type of game, but this was so early. People just weren't playing that cutthroat. Elizabeth was, and she was trying.
Yeah.
But Nick and Roger, they were never going to be able to flip Amber on their side to vote out Colby and Tina. And I don't even think they wanted to.
I think they wanted to, but they didn't want to like have the appearances. I think I remember a lot of people were playing scared after how Rich was portrayed. Even though he won,
Roger was like cute, cuddly guy, and I feel like that. And to your point, like he may have just been playing that up. I don't think he was particularly strategic, but I think there was that fear because people hated Richard.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So, go ahead.
I was just going to say. So then, what they end up doing is they vote out Nick. Nick goes home. It's 3-2-1 because Amber's on the outside there. And this is the point where like Colby and Tina and Keith kind of show that you can still keep the people you'd rather keep around, but also keep them at bay. And that's what they did with Roger and Elizabeth. Roger and Elizabeth, they kept longer in the game than Amber and Jerry because they liked them more than Amber and Jerry. But they still were never really, they were a little bit, but they were never really in danger of losing it. Unlike what we're about to talk about in season 3. Mm-hmm. With the final 9 vote, because that was almost tragic. That never really had the ability to happen here. And we see it influence the gameplay in season 3 because the Baran tribe takes for granted that the Baran tribe is just going to stay the Baran tribe, and it almost cost them dearly.
Yeah. And so. to your point, Wes, like the outer edge of the Ogakor onion was never going to move over with Kucha, but that doesn't always happen. It's not always that black and white.
Yeah. The only thing I wish they had shown us more of in the show is why didn't Amber flip? And I know at the time people may not have cared, but I feel like more as like when we go back and we're like trying to understand why things happened, especially now that we know now that she became a winner. Of course, they didn't know she was going to win All Stars. I would really like to know what was Amber's thought. Like, did she think that maybe she had a final 2 with Colby? I don't know. Like maybe she thought Colby only voted for Jerry because he was forced to, and she still thought like the alliance that Jerry proposed of her, Jerry, and Colby was really still happening. She's like, well, okay, I'll just go follow through with Colby. I don't know. I just wish I knew what Amber was thinking, and they like don't tell us.
They don't tell us.
Doesn't even tell them. I don't know.
Yeah.
And I think what could have been interesting is maybe she thought she was going to go to the final two with Colby, and that was going to be the strategy, and they were going to try to get rid of Tina and Keith at some point because Colby was scared of that. If Keith won, he was going to take Tina, or if Tina won, she was going to take Keith rather than taking Colby. But yeah, I don't really know what her plan was, and yeah, I completely agree. They don't know she's going to be an all-star. They don't know she's going to play on that season. They don't know that, like, in retrospect, I mean, I'm watching season 40 with my girlfriend, and she's like, this is the Amber who ends up winning a season. And I'm like, I know. She plays again. I don't know where it comes from. Like, it's really – she's – other than Nick, and, not to be negative here, but other than Nick, she's the worst character on that season. And, like, that's a great cast. So there's really no arguing that is probably the best cast ever assembled for, like, one season. Close to, if not number one. Amber's like the second worst character on that season. She didn't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say second worst, but she's very. If she never plays again, we don't talk about Amber
ever again. She's Penny from Thailand. That's really what it is. She's just Penny from Thailand. She makes it further than she probably should have.
She's pretty. She's nice. She likes food, despite her thin figure. I'm very impressed because even in Winners at War, she's in the Ponderosa. She's like, oh, food, and it's like nothing's changed in 20 years.
I love that. That is a storyline that has spanned decades.
Amber and food is almost a better love story than Amber and Rob.
That's
going to be your next video right there.
It's a longer love story than I might. I'm not anti it. I don't know. I don't talk about Ponderosa because then that opens doors to so many things that people are like, why are you talking about this and that? No. So anyways, but Amber and food is a funny storyline from this season all the way to Ponderosa for Winners at War.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've already talked about what the best and worst move of Tina's game was. I think we all agree that her stepping down is a huge one, and then her with the Jerry move that almost cost them dearly. But do we think that this strategy still works today? I mean, we barely see women win Survivor anymore, but is this a strictly female strategy, or is this also a male strategy?
If I played Survivor, I would use this is exactly the game I would play. I'd play the onion strategy. This is 1,000%. Out of all the strategies, out of all the winners, this is the one. I think there's a lot of things that can happen along the way that could change what you're doing. But if I was to go into Survivor with a game plan, my game plan would do the onion strategy. That's 1,000% what I would do. Because it's such a basic strategy. It gets used over and over and over again, and it works. And it holds up over time. It's not like dated. I feel like get in an alliance of 4 people and go to the end, what Rich did, it's something that can be done. It just hasn't. It really feels like it hasn't been done forever. And I don't want to make for boring TV anyways. I also want to make good TV, but I'm more of there to win. So if I were to play Survivor, I would do the Tina strategy of the onion strategy is exactly what I would do.
And I think she and I use this word in a good way. I think Tina was also opportunistic. She was emotionally close with Mad Dog, but had no problem getting rid of her. She knew that she needed to keep Keith, so she walked away from an immunity to save him. So I think Tina sees the importance of loyalty and sees the importance of having an alliance. But to your point, everyone's a different level of importance, and it's not anybody but me. She's certainly not the person to have started that, but it has shades of that.
She also receives 0 votes. We failed to mention this. Rich received 6. Throughout the season, she receives 0. Nobody votes for her, not even a stray vote.
As the little old lady, too, as they would call her. Oh, she's the 40-something-year-old mom.
Yeah.
And all that. And I think that's what just shows how I cut out. I think that's just what shows how great her social game is. But dare I say, Tina Wesson was the beginning of the meat shield. She was the beginning of it. I really believe that. And Colby was her meat shield. And on top of that, she also had Keith, who was less likable than her. So Keith was a meat shield in a different way. He wasn't like a meat shield, but he was a shield for her. Because if somehow the numbers ever flipped, they were voting out Keith or Colby first before they voted out Tina. And that's why Tina gets 0 votes her entire season. How many does Keith get? 10? 15? Like, he gets an absurd amount of votes while Tina's getting nothing because people really did like Tina that much. She was able to hide behind it. So I think it's a little bit of a meat shield strategy, but she's able to pull it off a little bit better because she doesn't look like Jeremy Collins, who is jacked out of his mind and looks like he could beat you up. Tina is able to say, like, I couldn't do that, and then come out and be like, I did this all by myself with her Southern twang and win the game.
Yeah, and I give her credit. At Final Tribal, she claims her game. She's not afraid to like talk about her strategy. She does some things, whether you think they're genuine or not. She like says she's gonna give money to charity. I don't know if she ever actually did that. I don't want to say she didn't do it, but it doesn't read the same. Like Ethan, like what he did with his money in a sense, because like we can see the organization. Like Tina, it's harder to tell if she actually did the thing, but like but she convinces people, and she does a great job at Final Tribal of like she does have to convince people why they should pick her over Colby. It's super dangerous. I think the fact that Colby even had to be there for her, because I'm sure if it was up to Tina, I bet you she would pick Keith. I bet you she wouldn't have taken Colby. I bet you she isn't.
Yeah,
I don't think she takes.
I completely agree.
Yeah, I think she takes Keith.
I think she's so cutthroat. She would cut Colby, say I'm sorry, use her smile, and Colby would have voted for her because he
wins 6-1. It's exactly what Rupert did when he votes for Sandra in season 7 and then season 20. He votes for her because, of course, you voted me out, but you said sorry, and so I'll vote for you because I like you more than the person sitting next to you. It's unbelievable.
Hates Keith.
Hates.
Colby's a jerk, and it gets forgotten because he's
Colby hates like half of his alliance.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, let's move on to Survivor Africa, where we're going to be talking about Ethan Zohn, who we just watched play again. So we actually can talk about how his game translates to now, although I don't think that's fair because it wasn't 10-10 in terms of old school, new school. But
he didn't do the same. Yeah. Ethan also 0 votes, before I forgot. Also received 0 votes on his way to victory.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's an impressive feat, and what's even more impressive for Ethan, or not even more impressive, but again, what Ethan did, similar to Tina, I feel, with this meat shield type thing. He was with Lex and Big Tom, who were always going to cause more drama than Ethan was ever going to cause. It was unreal. I mean, Lex was so good at challenges this whole season, was so good at causing drama all season, and Ethan just sits behind him and says, all right. And luckily, it didn't bite him because we're going to talk about that final 9 vote. I still don't understand how it happened. But, Ethan's on.
Ethan also has the first victory that is not 4-3.
Yeah.
True.
So really runs away with it.
Anyone who's watching who hasn't seen, I actually have story videos I failed to mention, Tina, Colby, Ethan, and Lex. I love Lex, by the way. Lex... by the way, so this is not on the show, so you can say this is revisionist history maybe, but I've asked Ethan personally, and Ethan said that if he had the choice who he would have taken to the final 3, the final 2 out of the final 4 people, he said he would have taken Lex over Kim and Tom. And he said that's what he would have done at the time. He wouldn't have done that now. But at the time, he says that he thinks he was so loyal to Lex that he would have taken Lex if it was up to him. And I think that would have been super interesting final 2.
It would have been awesome.
People would have blown Lex up, but does Lex still win?
I know.
I don't know.
I think he might. I really believe. Yeah, I think Lex is very underrated because of what ends up happening in All Stars. He's one of the best players to never win. He really is. What he does in that first season, he was starting this trend that we then see really come to a head in Marquesas with Boston Rob and Sean Rector and all that. Like, he was starting to create that. I need chaos, or I don't want chaos around me, but then he's causing the chaos himself. Like, he started kind of like the over strategizing in Survivor, but it wasn't really over strategizing because there were a couple times Lex almost got booted because of things that were happening around him. So I love Lex. I think Lex played great, and we might be able to ask Ethan very soon about that if he would have taken Lex to the end. So wink to everybody who's listening. We might be able to ask very, very soon. But Alexa, what would you say with Ethan? Oh, this is the question I want to ask. 5-2, he beats Kim Johnson. And this is why I go back to if you get 5 votes, 4 votes, 6 votes, I don't care how many votes you get. To me, Ethan's win, just because he gets 5 votes and beats Kim 5-2, isn't better than Tina's win for beating Colby 4-3. But I also don't think that Ethan's a worse winner because he gives up 2 votes to Kim Johnson, because what Kim Johnson did in this season is incredibly impressive, despite the fact that she's kind of forgotten now. She was 7 years old out in probably the hardest conditions they ever played in. And she makes it all the way to the end and wins the final 2 immunity challenges in order to get there. It's really impressive after they wanted to vote her out after Baran lost 2 members of their tribe before we had the twist. What she did was very impressive, and she's a very underrated runner-up because it's just like, oh, she was the old lady. But she's not just the old lady.
I don't think she beats anyone in that final 4, though. Like, I don't think she beats Tom or Lex. So underrated, but at the same time, she's not like the second best player of the season, though.
No,
I really think the top 3 players are Ethan, Lex, Tom, in terms of who has likelihood of winning. Even though T-Bird was also a great player, I don't think she's top.
She could sneak a lie by Lex, and that's, I mean, that whole situation.
Told him that T-Bird didn't do it. So.
Yeah, exactly. But I think with Ethan, like, when you think about him, you're like, okay, he was like the nice professional soccer player, but he wasn't the challenge beast in that season. It was Lex, and he wasn't like the loudmouth strategist. That was Lex. Ethan wasn't making any enemies, so Ethan he played like the under the radar female game that so many people like crave, and so many people especially want, and like he played the Michelle game almost.
Yeah.
But the difference that Ethan had is that Ethan was always in the majority. And we're seeing this until we get to Vecepia. Ethan was never really in trouble of going home. Like Tina was never really in trouble. Rich was never really getting in trouble. So that is not a knock on Ethan. That's a benefit that he had. So he could kind of play that quieter game, let Big Tom be Big Tom, let Big Tom and Lex go at it. No one was ever going at it with Ethan. Ethan was like the calming force that Lex needed. Yeah. Big Tom and Lex were the ones who were always fighting each other.
I think Ethan is now the 3rd winner in a row to go into the merge with the majority tribe or the majority numbers and win. So now it's 3 times in a row. Now we've set precedent for anyone who goes into Marquesas, because wink, wink, this is going to come into that. This is now the 3rd season in a row where the winner comes from just the majority tribe. Like Ethan, there's not enough. Correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe I am. He doesn't have an onion alliance. He just has a basic alliance of 3 people that happens to also have a tribe that's loyal of Baran. People hook on to what they're doing and vote with them because they're at the bottom, but it's not like Ethan's out forming like a bigger. Like it is truly just Ethan, Tom, and Lex, and it's never even pretended that anyone else is part of it. Kim knows she's gone if she doesn't win immunity. She doesn't even think she doesn't even think she has a final 2 deal with anybody. Like that's what T-Bird's like trying to tell her, like, what's your game plan? And Kim's like, I don't know, like 3 episodes in a row. And then by the time she realizes, oh yeah, T-Bird's right, it's too late. Like it is truly just a 3-person alliance that goes to the end, and people hook onto them because they're at the bottom, but not because they're forming bigger alliances.
And in Modern Survivor, that's not going to fly. That is so not going to fly.
This is the least likely to work again out of the 3
Yeah,
absolutely. And what I will say here too. So in the first 3 seasons, Ethan's actually the first one to go into the merge with an advantage. The first 2 seasons were 5-5.
Yeah.
So we saw 5-5-5-5, and then immediately they took advantage, and then they just went the rest of the game. Whereas this was the first season that had an uneven merge.
Yeah.
And this is what I was kind of saying with what happened with Colby and Tina and Keith. The Baran tribe got so arrogant when they merged up 6-4.
They voted out.
And right away, they vote out Clarence, who Clarence has no business going home at 10th place.
So bad.
No way. Frank Garrison, and I like Frank. I think Frank is amazing television. Amazing television. But Clarence should have been still in the game. He's not going to win every immunity challenge. Like, yeah, he's a big guy. He's strong. He's a basketball coach. That doesn't mean he's going to win every immunity challenge. He's not going to beat the soccer player and Lex, who's really good at challenges every time. I mean, even Kim Powers could hold her own in challenges. Like, it just wasn't going to happen. And so, how that went down, they vote out Clarence thinking it's fine. We have a 5-4 advantage. And then the moment that really should have changed Survivor forever and should have been the final 9 boot is when Kelly Goldsmith, who I personally believe might be
I like her.
the 3rd She might be the third best player on this season.
I like
Kelly is incredible and was thinking ahead. Kelly said, screw this. I hate Lex. We're voting Lex out of the game. I want him gone. I want me and Samburu, who I get along with better, to do this and go further in the game and break up this Big Tom, Lex, and Ethan. Mm-hmm. And you know what Ethan does to stop Kelly doing that? Nothing. Nope. It is 100% Lex that ensures that the group of three is able to continue on. And then it's really the next episode where Big Tom and Ethan get together and say, all right, Brandon's got to go. And they vote Brandon out.
Yeah. I don't want to like use future seasons as like proof of past seasons, but I think it's okay here because it's like Ethan, I think as a person changes as we see in Winners at War. Like he's much funnier in Winners at War. And even in, like just talking to him myself, he is like, maybe he was funny in Africa and they edited it all out, but I don't think so. I think they would have shown it if he was like hilarious. I think he got a lot funnier with age. But my point is that as I feel like that might have changed about him that we saw in Winners of War, but I think Ethan has like a huge problem with lying. And it's shown like all season. Like he even says at the end, like, I didn't even want to join an alliance. I just want to go to the end by myself and like lone wolf this thing. But he realized he couldn't. And it's almost like as a matter of like survival that he had to get an alliance. But I think Ethan doesn't want to lie to anybody. Which is why him and Lex got along so great, by the way, because Lex hates when you lie to him.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, as we see, Lex will slit your throat. You know, I mean, he loves saying that. That's his line. Yeah, I completely agree with you. I really do. I think, I mean, Lex, we've had Lex on this podcast twice, and Lex says they brought Ethan into the alliance. Big Tom and Lex said, you want to work with us? And Ethan said yes, because they needed a third, and Ethan was that guy. Yeah. Ethan, and I love Ethan. I mean, Ethan growing up, I mean, being that I was going to be a soccer star and all of that, like Ethan's who you looked up to as a kid. And I'm sure most kids are still looking up to him because of what he did in season 40, even though he was barely in the season. Yeah. But he's one of those people who really benefits from the fact that he wins. Because if he does not win Survivor season 3, he is probably an invisible character, as crazy as it is. But he has those great moments. I mean, honestly, I know it's not really so much funny because of something he says, but when he eats the French fries in the market, it's one of the funniest scenes in Survivor history, how Lex is just staring at him and he's like, oh my God, I can't do this. And it's awesome. But I really do believe, like, at Final 9, if Lex is not able to talk to Brandon, the final 5 of Survivor season 3 is Kelly Goldsmith and the Samburu 4. I really believe that. But Lex was able to convince Brandon, and that really propels Ethan. Because had that not happened, Kelly votes for Lex. It's Brandon who does not stick to it. It was supposed to be Lex that night.
You know what, though? And I'm glad. I think out of all the seasons, like, if somebody else had won, like, I know we argue that if Rich had won the first season, what would Survivor be like today? But like if Colby had won Australian Outback, if somebody else wins Marquesas that we'll talk about tonight, like Survivor lives. You know, like it may be a little bit different, but Survivor lives. But and if Ethan doesn't win here, Survivor lives. But I feel like out of all the first 4 winners, like Ethan outside of Survivor is like the most important winner because he's the most likable out of these first 4. Every people at my church still, like I mentioned, I know Ethan, they like still know who he is, like even though they don't watch Survivor anymore, like that's how relevant of a person he still is. And but also he creates this organization, which I know is not in the show, but he creates this organization, this nonprofit organization, and he even says in Winners at War, like, you know, like winning like that money like basically saved his life because he gets cancer and like helps develop, I think he said the drug or the cure, whatever, I don't know what he called it, I don't want to misquote him. But like, if he doesn't win Survivor, like, is Ethan alive today? Is like such a deep thought. Like, I don't know. You know?
Yeah, and
I don't know.
Yeah. And it's devastating to think about. But that's what's so amazing is like Ethan. You know, out of all the first winners, I mean, Tina, I think she does end up doing. She does a lot of good. Vecepia, she's quieter, but still, like, you know, she promote. I mean, she's the only African American female winner in the history of the show. I mean. You're always going to, as long as she's the only one, she's always going to have that. And she's used that platform. I mean, she has used that platform. She used it a lot more back in the early 2000s than now, but that's because she was still in the public eye back then. But like, when you look at what happened with Hatch, how he goes to jail because he doesn't pay his taxes. And you look at Tina and, she kind of had her thing. And really it was around season 27 when the tragedy with her son happened that she comes out and she starts speaking out a little bit more. But Ethan with the Stand Up to Cancer and the grassroots soccer movement and all of that and giving back to Africa and getting to know Lex would have done similar things. He would have tried to do the same things had he won Survivor, like getting to know him. He's a huge advocate for these types of things. But Ethan was the perfect ambassador to come from an American reality TV show and then really make a change, not just in Africa, but all over the world because of all the things that he's had to overcome and had to do. And it's really amazing. However, all of that came after season 3. And when you just watch season 3, like Ethan's a great guy and you love him and he is very likable. There is no denying that. But in terms of like what he does in that season, it's not like an overwhelming performance by any means.
No.
Yeah. And you have like a lot of every winner is so different. And we just talked about how our first winner was a villain. Tina, she's not a villain, but she beats Superman. Like that was kind of what we're talking about.
Kind of her thing,
Ethan becomes like the Superman winner. Like when you think about like most beloved winners, it's Ethan. But to your point, Phil, it's after. Like it's all after. And he's good and he's cute and he's funny, but he's not the star of the show.
No, I would argue Lex and Big Tom steal the show from you.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I would even argue Brandon and Frank steal the show from
Ethan
for a lot of this. Seriously.
I like their episode where they go on that reward.
Yeah.
Great.
And another thing that, this is kind of not talking so much about Ethan's strategy, but it's hard to talk about the strategy, I feel, in this season. I really do. But another thing that was so important about Ethan winning this season is this was the first ugly season of Survivor. This was the first time things
physically.
No, absolutely not.
I'm I will admit it wasn't the prettiest of the first three seasons.
Well, Big Tom's Boyle was the hottest person on the season, but no, in terms of nastiness from contestants towards contestants, this was the first season that had that kind of nasty feel the entire time. Like Borneo starts to get there. And a lot of the time, like what Jervis and Joel say early on, like it gets laughed off about the cows and all of that and be in the kitchen and all that. It gets laughed off. And then it gets ugly when Sue makes her speech about the snakes and the rats. But this season, the Samburu tribe is ugly. It is feuding. It is young people taking advantage of the old people hating the young people. They're just butting heads. I mean, it's an ugly season. Silas and Lindsay are so arrogant. It's so bad, but it's great. And then you see them finally get taken care of in the pre-merge. And then the post-merge hits, and they vote out Clarence. He didn't deserve to go. Lex is trying to slit throats like crazy. Kelly Goldsmith's trying to team up with the people we don't like. I like Brandon and Kim, but we're being told from a perspective we're not supposed to like them. It's like, what's going on here? It's huge that Ethan wins this season. I mean, it really is, because he's the nice guy overcoming a season of ugly. Yeah.
And if he doesn't go on that reward with Lex and isn't like changed by the experience he has in Africa, like, does grassroots soccer exist? I don't know. Yeah. I mean, when he says at Final Tribal that it changed him and he wants to like use the money or use this experience to like do something, like he means it. And I mean, like in the show, like it's, if you just watch a show, it'd be like, like, is he just saying that? But like, now that we know, like for a fact that it's true, it's like, it just makes you like love watching him win so much more, because you know what it leads to. Which I know we're not talking a lot about his strategy here for everyone who's listening, but honestly, the strategy really is Lex does a lot of things, and they do just have an alliance of 3, and they go to the end, and people kind of fall in line.
And this is why we don't. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say this is why we don't rank winners.
Yeah,
I froze. But this is why we don't rank winners, because you have somebody like Ethan. Where do you rank Ethan? I mean, in terms of what he actually had to do in Africa, he didn't have to do anything. Mm-hmm. But then he beats strategists. I mean, Kelly Goldsmith is a strategist. Brandon was a strategist. T-Bird was a strategist. Big Tom and Lex were playing the game.
Yeah.
He beats all of them.
Yeah.
So in terms of competition for those first 3 seasons, who beat the best competition? Ethan, hands down, no questions asked. Mm-hmm. But then you sit there and you say, what did he have to do to win? Mm-hmm. And it really was get an alliance and be the most likable out of the 3.
And let them kill each other, yeah.
Yeah,
I would argue that Tina had a much harder final tribal, but had I think a harder path to the final. Ethan had a better competition along the way to the end. I do want to say that I meant to say this at the beginning, but when it comes to winners, I think people just rank them based on like how much they entertain me on television, and I think that we almost have like a not misinterpretation maybe, but like the wrong way to think about winners. Like if you're really going to rank them, I think there's 2 categories you have to look at, and one is their entertainment value. Like out of the first 4 winners, Richard's number 1. He's the most entertaining out of these first 4 winners, and I don't even think anyone would argue with that. How you want to rank 2, 3, and 4 is up to you. But like entertainment value, Richard's the best. Strategically, I feel like is a whole separate category from entertainment value. Like if you forget that it's a television show and you just look at how they played on that island, who played the best game? Out of these first 4, I don't think it's Richard. Richard's just the most entertaining, so he gets ranked above these other 3 people so often. But in terms of who actually played the best game, if we really want to get into that, it wasn't Richard and it wasn't Ethan. And in my opinion, it wasn't Tina. I think it's Vecepia, and we'll get there very soon. But I think a lot of people knock Vecepia down because she's not like
flashy.
All these iconic confessionals. And but Vecepia plays the best strategic game out of these first 4. Ethan he's the best player of the season by far. He wins. I mean,
yeah.
And I think he could have beat Lex or Tom. I don't know for a fact, but I think he could have.
Anyways, I think totally beats Tom. I think because I think Tom people loved Tom, and I know like I guess the juries probably saw their role differently in season 3 than they do now, but I don't know what serious answer Tom could have given that would have. I just triggered my Siri. That could have like earned him a vote if he actually had to fight for it.
Yeah.
But right before we move to Vecepia, one thing that I do want to say, and I guess this is like a teaser for next week, I think Ethan's game in All Stars is very impressive, and it's his losing game. So we'll talk about that.
Yeah, because he was supposed to. They were trying to vote out all the winners, and Ethan was the only one who kind of overcame that and convinced them to vote out other people before voting him out when that was not the strategy, and that was beyond his control coming into that season. There was nothing any of the winners could do, but he was still able to kind of navigate that. Let me ask this. What was then, because we haven't really addressed it with Ethan, what was the best defining moment of Ethan's game?
In terms of strategy?
Any way you want to take it.
Alexi, do you have an answer before I go?
I like candidly haven't don't know his game as well as I could, but again, there wasn't a ton to it, and I don't mean that in a bad way. That sounds really bad. I think it was agreeing to be with Big Tom and Lex, and I think that could be seen by some people as passive, but I think he saw this who Lex and Big Tom were, and knowing that he can kind of work his way behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm. Somebody's saying in the chat, I want justice real quick before I say what I think about Ethan's best move. Somebody's talking about how Lex got screwed at the Final Four Immunity Challenge. If Lex gets credit with that question being right, I don't know if you guys know about this. You guys know
tied. Yeah, they tied.
It's just a tie. He doesn't it's not like he wins or loses on the question. So in a way, he does get screwed because he loses on it, but it's not like, if he got it right or if they credit him, he wins. So
it's still bad, and him and Tom still did get their $100,000.
Worked out.
No, I'm not arguing it's bad. I just want to anyone who thinks that Lex lost because of this, that's not the case.
No, it's not the case.
Lex still could have gotten to the final 2 and 1. But anyways, I think Ethan's best move is something similar to what Richard Hatch did in Borneo, where Hatch had people had Kelly flipping his alliance, and Hatch kept a cool head. Even if Hatch was annoyed, we didn't see it. So either was annoyed and they didn't show it, or he wasn't annoyed, and that's what we saw. But Ethan was annoyed when Lex flipped on him. And Ethan talked about, I remember this in the season multiple times, Lex is flipping on us. What does that mean? Is Lex even with us? why is Lex's bond with Brandon mean more than his bond with me? Like, we've been with the whole season, but Ethan doesn't blow up on Lex. Ethan knows that Ethan has, like, even though he has like these thoughts and he gets annoyed, he still like maintains his cool and keeps the alliance together. And I think, just like Hatch, like, that's a very key move. You could blow up your alliance because you're annoyed or mad, and it feels great, and you make a flashy move getting rid of Lex, maybe. But what does that do for your game? You know,
absolutely,
it's great for an episode. It makes it a great episode, but then you $1 million.
They call that war dog in it. I want to say, I think the best thing that Ethan could have done is, while Lex and Big Tom were arguing about it, because Big Tom and Lex, when Lex wanted to go with Brandon, Big Tom got pissed, and instead of holding it in, Ethan went over to Kim Johnson and was like, man, I can't believe what's going on. And that's where he built his relationship with Kim Johnson. While Lex and Big Tom were fighting, Ethan was building his relationship in the unforeseen circumstance that a 57-year-old woman is able to knock off a professional athlete and a very fit 30-something-year-old guy in the final immunity challenge, which, you know, never happens again in season 6, even though it's not a 57-year-old woman. Who would have thought that Jenna? But it's one of those things where they kind of took it for granted, and they were like, well, we'll be in control, and who's going to take Ethan with them to the final 2? Like, that's essentially what they were thinking. Yeah. And Ethan was bonding with Kim Johnson during that time. I think that's just a fantastic move.
The first 4 winners all were taken to the end by the person. None of them won the final immunity, which I remember that blowing away Jeff in Borneo, where he's like, Richard, why'd you step down? Which I know we covered. But none of these first 4 winners actually win and pick who goes to the end. They get taken to the end, and then they beat the person who won immunity all 4 times.
Yep.
So Ethan was
the first one to fall off.
That's a move, being taken to the end and then beating the person who thought, except for Kim knew she wasn't going to win. Being the person who thought they could beat you, I think is just like such a slap in the face to the person who won the final.
Yeah.
Kim knew she was going to win, but the other 3 people we're going to talk to are Colby, and then Kelly, and then
and Nalia.
Yeah.
Well, and again, like we talk about, it was 5-2. Kim didn't think she was going to win, so she was taking Ethan because she wanted Ethan to win more than she wanted Lex to win.
Thank you.
But
thank you.
Yeah, but still, Kim could have won in that final 2. Like, I think people miss that. Like, I know you were saying, like, I don't see her beating anybody. It just takes 2 votes. Who knows if I think Kelly Goldsmith's, like Alexa was saying, I think Kelly Goldsmith's question was 100% serious. If Kim would have said the exact room number that Benjamin Braddock goes into in The Graduate, Kelly Goldsmith votes for Kim. And then it's 4-3. And there could have been people who, on that Samburu tribe, who Kim could have sold herself to more than she did. And I think they would have actually voted for her. She didn't do it enough. But she could have done it.
I think Kim had she had a mindset where she thought she wasn't going to win when she went to Final Tribal. So I think she played Final Tribal like that. Like, she already knew she wasn't going to win. So that could have contributed a lot to why she lost. But I think 10 times out of 10, Ethan always gets Lex and Tom's vote.
Absolutely.
Like, no matter what Tim does, he never loses those 2 votes. So the votes that he gains, I believe, are T-Bird, and of course we say Kelly. But who's the 5th person? I'm trying to think top of my head. Brandon. Okay.
Is it Brandon? So who votes for Kim then? Frank and
Kim, and it's not T-Bird.
Frank.
I think it's Kim and.
It can't be Frank. It's got to be Kim. It's got to be Kim and.
People who vote for Kim are Brandon and.
So it's Brandon
and Kim Powers. So I don't think Ethan.
I think Ethan didn't answer. I forget what Brandon's question was, but Ethan didn't answer it the way that Brandon wanted.
Brandon got mad,
and he didn't want it.
It's funny because
going back to the numbers question, Ethan, like if you're doing the numbers like statistically is the wrong word. Yeah. Ethan gave a very, very bad answer to that. Ethan chose like the highest and farthest number.
He took a religious number, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But also Kim Johnson did the worst too, because she said 3. You're going to say 500 and then let it go.
We both did that so wrong.
The thing is before they go into Final Tribal, Ethan acknowledges to the camera in a confessional pre-Final Tribal that I think Brandon's vote's going to be important, and I need to get Brandon's vote. Like, I'm paraphrasing, but like, he knows, and then he still kicks Brandon. But I think while he kicks Brandon at Final Tribal and loses Brandon's vote, I think that actually does help him. I forgot. I talk about it in his story video, but I remember that even though he kicks Brandon and doesn't get Brandon's vote, I think actually helps his overall viewing to the jury.
And that's what I was going to say, because when I go back to this, let's say Kelly Goldsmith, for some reason, Ethan and Kim, the number gets reversed and she votes for Kim Johnson. It's 4-3.
Yeah.
T-Bird is somebody who could have voted for Kim Johnson. It could have happened. I mean, they did bond out there. I know that she ultimately just kind of went against Kim because it was like, what were you doing? You always kind of were just, you wouldn't make the move. But I do think that if it was going to be a game time decision, T-Bird might change her mind. She might. And Ethan was going to get 2 votes every time, but this was not the Adam Klein was going to get 10 votes no matter what happened when he sat down at Final Tribal Councils. It's not the same thing.
I don't know. I don't think Kim ever gets T-Bird's vote. I think she loses it once T-Bird says Ethan's going to win when he gets to the end, and Kim's like, meh. I don't think she.
When I take him,
I don't think she ever gets Kim's vote. I think the vote really comes down to. I just forgot again who voted for Kim Powers, and the other person voted was Brandon. And so he gets, I don't know. I just don't see how Kim Johnson wins, even with an amazing Final Tribal. I think, she'd have to literally play a different game, and she didn't. So we're really getting in the weeds. Kim Johnson possibly winning.
Someone's got to
Let's ask. And we're about to go to Vecepia here, but just last thing: can this still win? Can what Ethan did in this season still win?
The building, getting in a 3-person alliance and hoping that you get in the majority in the merge, and then people just fall, and that Lex does all the work. I don't know. I don't think so.
I think that. Well, I mean, not to get like super in the weeds on this, but I think the Final Four fire making like completely changes a lot of these conversations.
Oh.
But similar to what we said about Tina, being a blatant like trio, or just being really open and loud about your lines, which Ethan wasn't loud, but Ethan was very clearly there. Mm-hmm. I don't think that wins. People break that up.
Yeah, I agree. And I think like the problem is this type of thing can work. Tommy, very likable guy, didn't seem, but you have to have control.
Yes.
And Ethan never had control in Africa. And so while his social game can still win the game, and just being the most likable out of your alliance can still win the game, you need to have control in New School Survivor. We just saw it happen with Michelle. She had no control. She gets 0 votes at the end. People were only considering voting for her to help her get second place. There was no way they were voting for her because they thought she played the best game because she never had control.
Modern season, they're like, what moves did you make? And legit, you guys can ask Ethan when you do your possible tell-all with him. I would really like to know, like, if Ethan had to answer to the question, what moves did you make? What would have Ethan said? Like, he made sure he did more than Kim, but I mean, like, in a modern jury, there would have been 3 people and Final Four fire making. So possibly Tom or Lex is sitting there with him. Like, Lex can say moves he did, but what?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
I think Ethan and Lex is totally a conversation. That's actually probably an amazing tribal council. Ethan and Big Tom, I think Ethan blows him out of the water.
Absolutely.
Probably. Big Tom was not a fan favorite amongst the women, as we learned. So,
right.
Yeah. Well, let's go to Marquesas. Let's talk about Vecepia. But before we do that, I just have to say right now that the reason that we do these podcasts and the reason that I think it's like very important here is people's opinions can change. And I think people need to understand that, because I'm about to praise Vecepia. And back when I was a wee moron, Will and I did Survivor winners rankings. And this is why it's stupid to ever do a Survivor winners rankings ever in the history of ever. I put Vecepia at the time as the 29th best winner, only ahead of Amber Mariano. Only ahead of Amber Mariano. Now, I just need to say this, though. It's exactly what Wes said earlier. It's so hard to rank the winners because we end up ranking them kind of based on
television show.
Yeah. And Vecepia, not great TV. I mean, like I said, I just sat here. I've been watching the seasons with my girlfriend. She's watching season 4. I asked her at final 9, who's going to win second, third, fourth. She gave me the exact wrong boot order of what happened. John Carroll winning. She had John Carroll winning. Zoe, like I think Zoe and Tammy were flipped, but she thought Zoe was going to go far. She had Vecepia getting 9th place because that's the way it is from a TV perspective.
So you're going to have a lot of fun watching Marquesas then.
Marquesas is the best. Marquesas is, oh man. And so like,
I hated that season, but it's so good.
As I'm rewatching the season, I still put Africa above it, but I now would move Marquesas ahead of the Australian Outback because I think Marquesas is just a better TV show. It gets a little boring after John Carroll goes home, and then it's stagnant, and then Final Four is great, and Sean Rector at Final Five, that Tribal Council performance, the first great Tribal Council performance in Survivor history, but it goes unnoticed because he still goes home. But it's the first time somebody actually fights for their dang life in Survivor. But I just want to say, me saying Vecepia is one of the worst winners is an absolutely moronic statement.
Yes.
She is not one of the worst winners. No. She played the game. And as you watch with the all-time greatest player in Survivor history, Boston Rob Mariano, refused to kiss anybody's ass. And that's why he doesn't make the jury. Yes. And Vecepia wins. So don't tell me that Boston Rob is better than Vecepia because Vecepia adapted and she won the damn game.
Oh, man.
I think her season, because I think her type it's so missed. And I watched that season. The first time I watched the season, I was like, I don't get it. What's so special? And then you rewatch it almost in like the new school light. And she plays such a good game. And it's such a good season and we haven't seen this yet, the minority like alliance overtaking the cocky majority. You haven't seen it yet. And maybe they don't know how to edit it, or maybe, like you said, Phil, I mean, Vecepia is not incredibly engaging TV, but that's why she wins. When Sean Rector and Boston Rob are like, oh, I'm not going to go hang out with the Road 2 people. She does.
Yes.
Exactly. And that's the end all. That's how she wins it.
And so anyone who hasn't recently watched Marquesas, we've kind of broken down like what the basic strategy of what the first three winners did. You got Rich and he has a 4-person alliance. You got Tina and the Onion alliance. You got Ethan, Lex, and Tom, the 3-person alliance that has people that there's a little bit more to that, but it's basically what their strategy is. Here, Vecepia goes into the jury phase, down 7-2. Mm-hmm. She doesn't have she claims her and Sean are an alliance. By the way, I never buy that for 1 second. I've watched the season multiple times, did that story video on her. Her and Sean are an alliance. I don't care they didn't vote together on the Rob vote. They're an alliance. But so really it's an alliance of 2, though, versus an alliance of 7. Because going into the jury phase, John, Zoe, Tammy, the General, Pascal, Kathy, and Alea are an alliance. Mm-hmm. It literally, going into the merge, they're definitely an alliance. And then it takes Rob for like all the Rob. I know he gets voted out right before the jury phase, which is a shame. I wish you make the merge, you make the jury in these older seasons. That's not how it works. But give him credit. He does do everything in his power at the detriment of his own game to blow up the Road to 7 at this point. He does, and he puts the seeds of doubt. He puts in Kathy. I think Kathy's really the only person he truly convinces. But that is enough because Kathy flipping helps Pascal, I think, and Alea flip. Mm-hmm. Kathy doesn't flip because Rob's feeding her. In essence, even though it's coming from Rob, it is a lot of truth. Like they aren't aligned with Kathy. They're going to vote out Kathy if they can. So when he's telling her this, he's right.
Well, and John Carroll was trying to do this Onion alliance.
Yes.
He was trying to do exactly
larger.
And it was but it was easy for them because they went to Tribal Council one time. Mm-hmm. They vote out Gabe rather than voting out Rob or Sean or Vecepia, which is such a stupid move, but we'll talk about that. Such a dumb move. But they still sit there and they say, okay, cool. Go into the merge. We get rid of Rob. We have our 4, which is bigger than the 3 who are aligned with us, which is bigger than the 2 who aren't aligned with us. And Tammy, you and I are sitting in the final 2. Like there is no doubt about it because Zoe's never going there. We got the General thinking he's going. It's so blatant what they think is going to happen. And Vecepia is on the worst tribe in the first 8 seasons, 10 seasons of Survivor. It's an awful tribe. It's a bunch. They lose the first 3. I'm frozen in my back. I'm back. They lose the first 3. The first 4. Is it the first 4?
Well, I know she's tribe swaps, but Maramu still loses the 4th.
And they send home Sarah. So the first 4 people to go home are Mala Amu.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. And Hunter Ellis goes home before Sarah, which is just why Survivor is Survivor.
Oh man. Yeah. It is so crazy. People overlook the fact that Vecepia goes to the end, is at Final Tribal, and convinces a tribal full of six Rotu people that she should win. And I know she wins 4-3, but like she should not have gotten 4 votes.
Yeah.
She should have gotten 1 or 2. Mm-hmm. But Vecepia gets 4 votes. She should have. She earned 3 votes. Like I know she wasn't flashy, and she was quirky though. She had her moments in the season where she's quirky, but she really gets buried in the edit once Rob starts being the Rob father. But she like, I mean, it's just like if you put her game on paper, it's like, holy cow, how is she not talked about as one of the best winners?
You know why?
She's not entertained.
Well, no, it's not even that. It's what happens in a lot of these seasons. It's why nobody likes Jenna Maraska. It's why nobody likes Vecepia. It's why nobody talks about Aras. When the third place person is the fan favorite, the winner gets overlooked because they wouldn't have won if the third place person would have went there.
Yeah.
And this was the first time that we really saw that, because people loved Lex, but people loved Ethan just as much.
Mm-hmm.
Colby made it to final 2, and Rudy was the fan favorite, but not in the way that like Kathy was the fan favorite. And that's what happens. When that person gets third, you feel like they got robbed and they should have won the game. And Vecepia always gets slighted because Kathy sat and got third place.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But the thing is that, and this, I think this is defining this. So unlike the first 3, where we're like, yeah, like Tina has a couple of moves, Richard has a couple of moves, Ethan, it's really hard to pinpoint like moves that he made that are like, because a sentence or 2, like his moves really, I guess, are all encompassing over the course of a season. Vecepia has moves. She has many moves, and namely, you get to that final 4, and she's cutting deals and cutting people, and doesn't care. Like she really doesn't care. She's at that final 4, and she's willing to vote for her. She doesn't give a rip. She'll vote for whoever. And Kathy's like, I promise to not vote for you, or I'll promise to go with you, Vecepia, to the end if you let me do the tie. Vecepia's like, yeah, as long as I don't get it. As long as I don't get necklace. And Kathy's like, yeah, it's fine. And Jeff's like, yeah, it's cool. And she's like, all right, whatever. so
they like, keep talking a tribal. That's good.
So they draw and it worked, and the rocks works out. And then they're at final 3 immunity, and Nalia and Kathy drops first, and Nalia's like, Vecepia, what about me and you? And Vecepia's like, yeah, whatever. Like,
what the hell?
And it's not even Nalia who brings it up. It's actually Vecepia who says, if you win, I'll let you win if you take me, because then I'm not going back on my word to Kathy, because I just said if I win, I'll take you, Kathy. Now I don't win, so I have to take Kathy, but you take me, and I have a better chance against you anyway.
It's like what Rich did, but she actually said it out loud.
Yeah.
I'm misremembering a little bit, because I remember Nalia said that she already wanted to go with Vecepia. Mm-hmm. So I misremember. But you're right. It was Vecepia who offered the deal to Nalia. Vecepia is willing to cut throat. She was willing to cut Rob at the merge, because she knew she needed to look like she was a part of there was not a Rotu 4 flip on the horizon at that point. Nobody saw that coming. That's why it was so iconic. So she gets rid of Rob because she's willing to integrate, and she was so good at integrating. And even though Rob was super annoyed by how she would, what he called, kiss up to other people, that's how she got to where she got, to the point.
Well, most people win.
You just gotta be agreeable and bring someone who's more disagreeable with you to the end. Mm. And Vecepia, I think, also knew that Nalia was an easier person to be at the end. I think she even says it. But Vecepia, man, in the final 4 is so ruthless. Like Sean, she doesn't care.
I think there's also a lot to be said about. True game changer Vecepia. After she wins, you can't bring a journal on Survivor anymore.
Yeah,
and to your point, Wes, she wins on a jury that is predominantly people who she did not start the game with. And I think her winning I don't know if the Fallen Comrades challenge, the how well do you know your jury challenge.
I think she missed one question. That was it.
That shows that it shows she takes notes, but it shows that she pays attention. And in a game that is so social, that is such an easy way to talk to the jury. And I think that changes everything.
And exactly what you said, Wes, too. she was so cutthroat at Final Four when she found out it was going to be the Fallen Comrades Challenge. They're all like, "Oh, let's compare notes. Let's compare notes." And she looks right at the camera and says, "I know who their kids are. I know where they're from. I'm not going to tell them, no. Why are we going to compare notes? I want to go to the Final Three." And it's what she had to do because she didn't have an alliance anymore. The Final Three was supposed to be Kathy, Nalia, and Pascal.
If Vecepia wasn't on TV, Vecepia would be a total gangster. Like, or if they edited her different, because she just like straight up like doesn't. She's like, she cares and she's nice and she's like, I hate drama, but she just like she does.
I like people who are nice but can do the throat slitting, but aren't like Lex where they have to say that they're slitting. Like the people who don't even like talk about it.
Kind of Tina kind of is like that, but I think it's more impressive because Vecepia comes as the underdog. Tina was never the underdog.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, she was, as we talked about in the early game, but not near the end where it gets like really interesting. No, Vecepia is just willing. I mean, it's so. If you have not seen Vecepia's game, people watch her story video. I do, because you'll be blown away. Like once you cut out all of the other stuff that doesn't relate to Vecepia's story, you're like, holy cow, Vecepia has a story. Like it wasn't like I didn't make a 10-minute video about her. I made like a 30+ minute video about her because she has a story and she has an impressive game. It just gets overshadowed because Vecepia is not out there saying, "Oh, I just want people to be controlled by me. I want to control everybody."
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's absolutely true. And I think what's very underrated about her game, we're talking about how she convinced an entire jury. Yeah. Everybody, Rob and Sean are like, she's kissing ass. I mean, Rob keeps doing that the entire time. The entire time
in a row, by the way.
He does it every freaking episode. Yeah. But what's so funny is the jury thought was less sincere than Vecepia.
Yes.
So while Rob,
so good.
It's amazing. So while Rob and Sean are like, "Oh, she's just doing it to smooth," she still didn't kiss up as much as Nalia did and was more believable, more sincere, and gets the votes at the end from people who the entire time thought she was a waste of space.
And I think because Vecepia is so willing to just cut people. Like she's not at the end saying, "Oh, I'm so glad I'm here." I'm like Nalia, like really trying the happy-go-lucky, and Vecepia is not playing happy-go-lucky. Vecepia's there like, I had to do this, and she's disappointed that like half the people at Final Tribal don't ask her questions because she wants to talk about her game. You know, she wants to, and she feels like she got denied the chance to do that. And I think it's actually not good she said that out loud to the people. Knock on her, but I mean, Vecepia is like gangster.
and this I feel, well, you get this with Rich. I don't think you so much get it with Tina and Ethan, but Vecepia wins, and Vecepia I think has a good final tribal, but she gets kind of ripped on, especially because of how outwardly religious she is. A lot of people call her out and say like, how can you cut throats? How can you lie? How can you do this? And yet be so religious. And she takes that head on. And I think especially in like the first time that really happens, I think she does a really good job with it.
And something that's very important in New School Survivor, she had an advocate on the jury, and it was Sean. And Tammy gets up there, and Tammy gives the first speech, and her speech is vicious. Religion this, religion that. And Sean gets up there, and he says, "All of you who always act like just because we say we're religious, we're not allowed to say anything negative, but you all can lie as much as you want. Get at it." And he just rips them. And the thing was, people actually liked Sean more than Pascal at that point because Sean hadn't burned them the way Pascal burned them. And so they took Sean as more face value than Pascal because they had been burned by Pascal, and Pascal was supposed to just be with them and follow them to the slaughter. And Sean had always said, "I can't stand you. You're lying, blah, blah, blah." And I actually think that helped Vecepia get votes in the end.
Well, Vecepia also was willing at the end to say, "Yes, I did these things." And I think that's a huge part of why some people don't win is they get to the end and they try to deny what they were doing the entire time. It happens in Survivor, it happens in Big Brother. You see with Boston Rob. Like if Boston Rob gets to the end and just admits to what he's doing in Final Tribal, does he beat Amber? Because he's like so willing to, like Boston Rob plays this boss game in All Stars and then gets to the end and like, come on, dude. Finish it. Like finish the game. And I know it's like your girlfriend, but just finish the game. And same thing with the Coach in South Pacific. I think Coach has a chance to win if Coach just owns his game. Vecepia owns her game. It's super important she owns her game. And she does it. And Nalia like tries to go like, ha. And Nalia, now to be fair though, Nalia does is honest, and I give her credit. She's honest that she didn't really start playing until that day they flipped on the Road 2-4, which I think was day 24. And she says, like, I wasn't really playing until then. So it's not good that is what she did, but at the same time, it's a good thing she admitted it, because if she had tried to play it off like, oh yeah, the whole season I was doing X, she probably wouldn't have got 3 votes. If she was sitting at the final tribal lying, she would not have got 3 votes. But she was honest about her game. She just didn't approach it the same way Vecepia did, and the way the winner necessarily does.
Mm-hmm. Just talking about Marquesas and talking about Vecepia, you don't, especially within the context of the first 3 and the first 4 seasons, you really don't realize how different it is until you talk about it, because this is the first time that someone in the minority alliance wins. This is the first time that the cocky, loud majority alliance cannot keep it together. And they were a group of 4. And the first time, the first alliance was only a group of 4. And I think that then shows moving forward that you can't just have a really small, tight group and be done with it. It's not that easy.
This is why I kept crediting Richard and Ethan for their move of keeping their alliance together, because John doesn't do that. He's so openly cocky like Richard, but he doesn't keep his alliance together. And that's why John loses. John can't keep it together.
And something that was huge with John too, and it's the most underrated player in Survivor history. Sean Rector and Rob get it all out of John. They get him out of whack. He's got his game. He's got it in his mind. He knows what he's going to do. But they really, really confused him and irked him and got him to show his colors and show, this is my 4, shut up. And it was transparent. And that's ultimately what ends up hurting them, because Sean and Rob are really able to kind of get John on his heels. They're the first people to really get, play Survivor. I mean, they played Survivor to make that happen, and we didn't see that in the first 3 seasons. No. So it's really fascinating. And, when I first started this podcast, I was a super fan of Survivor, but I was a casual at heart. Whatever my parents said was their favorite winner, that was probably my favorite winner too. I wasn't that old, and I didn't remember it that well. And so
I'm glad when you 2 hours we've changed your mind. I'm glad.
It took all of this, but it is one of those things where, when you watch these seasons the first time, out of all the winners in those first 8 seasons, the reason that Rich, Tina, and Ethan are the most iconic is because you rooted for them the entire time. You rooted for Tina and Colby. So even though Tina wins, you're still rooting for Tina and Colby. Even though you probably would have rather Colby win, you're rooting for both. You're rooting for Rich, Kelly, Rudy, even though you're not really, you still are, because it's fascinating to watch. You didn't really need. And then Ethan, you were rooting for him, Lex, Big Tom. In this season, you were rooting for the underdogs, but you weren't rooting for them as hard as you were rooting for Ethan or Tina, or, in the first season, you didn't really have to root for anybody. And then if you start looking at it, nobody in Thailand. Are you kidding me? Nobody's rooting for him. Yeah, you weren't rooting for anybody. Season 6, nobody's rooting for Jenna. Season 7, whatever anybody wants to say, nobody's rooting for Sandra. And season 8, nobody's rooting for Amber. So the reason why it's those first 3 that are so iconic, but when you go back and you rewatch them and you really see how they played the game, I think there's no question Vecepia played the best game out of the first 4 winners.
I really think Edit just did her. I understand why why many people get buried once Rob comes out in episode 3 and starts being the Rob father until he's gone. I get it. Rob is so entertaining in those 4 episodes. 4 or 5 episodes. It's undeniable. It's a great 4 or 5 episodes. But once Rob's gone, Vecepia should have been brought to the light. She is the winner of the season. I feel like early show wasn't they had winner quotes and they had winner edits and you could read who the winner was going to be if you knew what you were looking for. Vecepia was probably the hardest, I think, out of the first.
I think it's going to be Kathy because she has growth.
And I think Vecepia might be the hardest winner to predict out of the first 18 seasons of Survivor. Up until you get all the way almost to Natalie, which we'll talk about, obviously. Yeah, maybe Danny Boatwright. That's true too. But yeah, I mean, you really have to go a long way before you get to somebody who's as unpredictable as Vecepia. Because even Jenna, it was shocking. But then you also were like, well, if it wasn't going to be Rob, who is it really? Is it going to be Butch?
Or are they going to
be
Matt?
Yeah, it's shocking, but it's not. So no, I Vecepia is phenomenal. Vecepia should have been on this season. There's no doubt about it. I really believe that. I think she should have been one of the 10 female winners.
She should have Amber. I know that's probably unpopular, but she really should have.
She should have, and there was no way she was going to, though, because they wanted Rob and Amber both out there. But Vecepia being out there would have been better TV, and I tell you what, Vecepia probably would have been – No, Vecepia probably would have been the last old school person standing, because Vecepia would have known how to play the same exact game she played the first time and just chill on through. Just chill on through. I mean, she's a great player. So that's how I feel about that. Can that strategy still win? I know we're at the 2-hour mark here, so we'll be wrapping this up any second now, but can what Vecepia did still win?
I think that her strategy is a little harder to pinpoint. Like, nobody goes into the game thinking, I hope I go into the merge down 7-3 or the jury face
Russell hands.
And whatever. Russell didn't want going down 8-4, just how it turned out. But I don't think anybody goes in the game thinking, man, I really hope I make the merge and I'm down 7. I hope we pull a Matt Singh. I think it's like nice if it happens, and it's like once you reach that point, it's like, okay, now here's what I have to do. So what her strategy really was, in a sense, to integrate herself with whatever's going on. Even Rob took over the tribe back on Maramu in that third episode, and he's like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to get rid of – he didn't say he was going to get rid of Hunter, I don't think. But basically, it's what his goal was, to get rid of anyone who is more alpha than him and was a threat to him. And Vecepia, like, in that episode, is like, yeah, Rob, whatever you want to do. Like, I'm cool. And, like, that is a good strategy, not to win, but to get you far. But Vecepia turned it on, similar to Tony Vlachos, when she needed to, and made the moves necessary to the end and win. And she had a resume. So she didn't just play like the floater game, I guess is what it'd be called. She also made moves. But in a sense, like what she did and what Tony did, not like the same thing, but a similar kind of like float until you don't have to, or you can't anymore, and then make your moves and get to the end.
I really believe that Vecepia's game out of these first 4 winners is the one we see the most in all the winners now. Like, even Tommy has shades of Vecepia. I know he's on the dominant tribe, and he dominated. But it was about that, like, I'm your friend here. Like, this is what we have to do. And then I'm going to make the move when I have to. And I'm going to kind of just be able to hide behind the fact that it could have been somebody else. Yeah. Somebody you liked more than me, you're blaming for making that move. And that's kind of the way Tommy played. And I mean, it's to an extent the way that kind of Michelle played in Korong. She wasn't in control, but there were still moments like that where it was like, you're going to be more mad at somebody else other than me. And that's kind of the strategy Vecepia had, but she did blatant things as well. And I think that out of the first 4, hers is the one that we see throughout. Yule doesn't play the same game because Yule is Yule, but down 8-4. Comes all the way back, and he gets more votes than Ozzy, who you might sit there and say, did Ozzy really play a worse game? Same thing with Natalie White. I think you see Vecepia in Natalie White. So I think Vecepia is somebody who you really do see a lot throughout Survivor history. You're never going to replicate a game, but out of these first 4, I think that's the one that has the most potential. If you wanted to base your game on somebody, play like Vecepia. Find your one person who you're really close with, and make sure that they're a bigger target and a louder mouth than you, and go through the game.
What do you think, Alexa?
I candidly did not hear the question. Can you ask me again?
Just asking if you think that this is is this the type of strategy that we still see in Survivor? Is this something that can still win you the game in Survivor?
I think so. I think, I think the thing is, you can't really hide anymore on Survivor. So even if you're being what Vecepia is being and you're sucking up, people are going to catch on to that. Or if you're voting out your allies, but like just so that you can see with the larger group, like that, people still see that. But I think it's totally still a winning strategy. Phil, you might have already said this, but I think Tommy, like in a sense, kind of did that. And I think what's interesting about Vecepia is that she and Sean were there. She was with Sean forever. Like, I don't know or think she would have cut him, but I don't think that's a fault of hers. I think you need someone like that to get that far.
Absolutely. And we got Jordan Alford in the chat who just said it's a very effective the radar game. Oh, I froze. But it's a very effective under the radar game. That's from Jordan Alford. And I think it's true. I mean, if you're trying to play an under the radar game, this is the type of under the radar game that you want to play. And I think it works. So
I'm sorry, what are we talking about? Thailand?
Well, we haven't really gotten to Thailand yet. We're doing more of an overview first, and then we'll hit Thailand.
Yeah, this group of 4 winners, I think, is a very unique group of winners. I think all of the winners here, especially in these first 10 to 20 seasons, are all very unique. I feel like we start getting a little samey in the 30s, like we were saying. It seems like what the jury values gets more consistent maybe later, versus here in the early seasons where it's like a jury can value different things, you know, especially here in Thailand. Just starting off in Thailand, like what the jury values is how Brian wins, and Brian squeaks out a win over Clay because of that. I don't know if you want to just jump into Thailand, but I feel like that's really why we have such a unique cast of winners, and it's why it's going from Brian all the way to Amber. Like the jury is why we have the winner we have, even if we don't think that was the best player of the season. Like even if we think Rob is better than Amber, was he? You know, that's something we're going to talk about tonight. And I think it's something people still debate to this day, and we even saw in Winners at War. So it's not a closed book on it at all.
And I think that's what's so interesting about Brian to dive into Thailand. People say his win is so dominant, and it was. And yes, he only wanted 4 votes, and that's all he needed to beat Clay. But we were a potential wrong turn away from Jan winning that season.
Would that have been a wrong turn, Alexa? Let me ask you this.
I wanted.
Yeah, that would have maybe been a right turn. I mean, that would have been our first heavy drinking first grade teacher to ever win Survivor. And that would have, my favorite part of Survivor Thailand is at the reunion, Jeff says, and of course, here's Jan. Where else would her family and friends be other than at a bar watching the Survivor reunion? And it's just like all of them hammered at the bar. It's amazing. I absolutely love it.
And now I really want to rewrite history. That would have been such a good arc, because Jan at the beginning ends up she and who is it? She and Jake.
It's Jake.
And Jake, because they're the 2 oldest people on the season, they end up picking the tribes, and Jan picks this like ragtag group of people. And man, if she won, God, think of that story. Think of what the people would be writing about here in 2020.
Absolutely. She would have had to have been on Winners at War as like 73-year-old Jan. It would have had to. I love how Wes is just like, no, absolutely.
No.
Also, I need to correct my Aras statement because I'm getting ripped. Aras wasn't 21. He was just the youngest player.
I think he was 24, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's what he was. So, you know, I know everybody's talking about the reflection in your glasses here. So
I'm turning down the brightness on my screen, so that's less of an issue. I can't go glasses-less because I am pretty blind. But
no, it's totally fine. I just saw it over in the chat. I'm like, oh my gosh. Now, if you're looking at any, you're going to be like, oh, I know everything about Survivor, and it's just going to be, people are going to be able to read the reflection.
They're like, oh, he's looking at the Survivor wiki. I got to double check myself, you guys.
So I have the Jenna Maraska Survivor wiki ready to go right now. And it's,
I don't want to say Brian won 5-2. No, he actually won 4-3. Ah, crap. So I got to double check myself.
What's about to happen right here is we're about to get in like a 25-ish minute argument, Wes, you and I, about how great at Survivor Brian Heidik is. And here's what I'm going to say, and Alexa's shaking her head, and I just think that's anybody. So here's the thing. Brian Heidik legitimately does not have the same feelings as other people have. He just doesn't have. And that's why he's the most perfect Survivor player. Like if you were building a Survivor player, you said, you know how like everybody always wants to say, who's the best winner? He's not the best winner. So I don't think that. I know
Everyone
Alexa,
put down your guns.
Yeah, Alexa, you have my top 100 list in front of you. So I know you know where I put Brian. But the thing with Brian Heidik is there is no emotion. He is full of shit the entire time. He lied to production before the game even started. He's a used car salesman. Oh, great. Okay, that'll be fun. We'll put him on as a used car salesman who also just happened to have done softcore porn and also met his wife doing softcore. And like, it's this.
It's so upsetting that his lower third was not softcore.
It should have said Dave Roth. That's what it should have said. It should have said his porn name. Because it's on the Survivor Wiki, which I have open. But so what I'm saying is,
be Googling for a friend real quick.
But what I'm saying is, Brian is unlike. So we always ask this one to each other: can this type of game win? Absolutely not. This game can never win again, because the only reason he won is because he put things into the air that only a person like Brian would not mind putting into the air. And also, the most fascinating part is at Final 6 is when he won the game, because Clay got mad and Clay got angry and Brian didn't. And everybody sits there and is like, Brian's such a class act. He's such a great guy. He's such a nice guy. He's so great. And he's really not. But that's what I think is so amazing about his gameplay, is that he was able to convince 4 people, and would have convinced more, but they actually thought Clay just answered the questions better. I mean, the Penny performance, when Brian has to defend his answer to Penny, it's one of the most pathetic final tribal council performances of all time. Maybe the worst moment ever. But he wins at 4-3, probably in most cases loses to Clay, but he put enough things into the air that are possibly despicable and disgusting, but I'm all about it. He won Survivor. He absolutely won Survivor. So what do you got here, Wes? What do you got to shoot down the Iceman, Mr. Freeze, middle finger to all of America, Brian Heidik?
So first off, I think Brian has a lot of good things that he did. I just think that the argument that Brian's one of the best winners is not a great one. I feel like Brian, it's such a disservice the edit, I feel like, gave him, despite how much stuff we saw about him, because we kept hearing how much people trust Brian, how much they like Brian, how Brian's a stand-up guy. But even if you remove the confessionals of Brian, like, I never really got the sense that Brian was like this stand-up guy. So I'm not sure. Maybe it was in comparison to Clay, he was a stand-up guy, or maybe in comparison to the Ted incident, he was a stand-up guy. But I don't understand how Brian is viewed as this stand-up guy by people. And I feel like maybe it's because the edit didn't show us times when he seemed like he was a stand-up guy. Maybe it's because he was so emotionless. You never saw him get angry. Maybe things like that. I'm not sure what exactly they were seeing that made him such a stand-up guy. I mean, I just didn't see it, even if you remove his confessionals where he's clearly like in confessionals being a jerk. But he did. He played such a great – he had people like under his mind control. But if you look at like how the final votes pan out, if you look at how the jury talks to him at the end, it's clear that while he had basically control of Chewy, Sukjai was not at all impressed by Brian. And the fact that most of them gave votes to Clay just goes to show you like how bad of a Brian did in his social game, at least in the second half of the game, because there's no way Clay should have got anything more than like Penny's vote. But yet he did. He got 3 votes. And Clay is a goat. I made a whole video about it called the GOAT strategy, because while people had always been like, who's the easiest person to bring in the end? Like Vecepia is like, I know I could have better chance being Nalia than Kathy. She didn't bring Nalia to the end. So Brian's the first person we're like, I'm going to drag this person to the end, but he never tells us he's going to do that. Mm-hmm. Actually, the only way the show even tells us that he's doing that is because Jan says, you know why he's best friends with Clay? It's because he knows he can beat him. And I'm paraphrasing here a little bit.
Because she's a strategic genius.
Brian never says that's what he's doing. But if you look at how he treats Ted, and then the moment Clay's like, why don't you and I be a final 2? And Brian's like, yeah, you know what? I'll do that. That's it. Like that's how if you just look at it like almost like factual, like that was the moment where Brian's like, I'm bringing Clay to the end. Because I think he thought originally Ted was his GOAT. I don't know. And they realized Clay's a bigger GOAT, but he never tells us that. So it's like so hard to tell what was Brian thinking. I feel like somehow didn't tell us enough while telling us a lot, you know.
I think when it comes to the stand-up guy comments, I think he was an asshole to us, the viewers, but to the players, he really wasn't. What he did is he kind of was just like, oh, you know, I'm all love. I think in their very first tribal council, he says something like, as I always like to say, like love, not war. And I'm like, who are you? What are you doing saying that? And so I think he's preaching all this lovey-dovey stuff. And what he does is he does kind of like the Tommy Sheehan does the Brian, where he says he's going to be everyone's number one. And you'll see the only time he's really gossiping or throwing someone else under the bus is when he's only with one other person. So it's kind of like that kindred spirit of like, oh, the two of us like hate someone together.
Yeah.
But I will never say that he's not a stand-up guy because that's what everyone else is saying. So that whole process, it's incredibly impressive and it's incredibly messed up. But to your point, Phil, he is the only person who could do that. And people say that Sarah did that.
No.
Sarah's relationships are extremely real. Mm-hmm. Those are true friendships. Yeah. Brian didn't give a crap about any of these people. He didn't know Sheehan's name.
He didn't know Sheehan's name. He literally couldn't get it right. He kept, what do you call her, Suji or something like that.
So funny, the day before,
he was talking to her forever.
The day before, he tells her, like, we all love you. Like, no, you don't.
Well, but this is why I will always defend, and I forget exactly where I have, and I won't say it because obviously, like, I don't want to give away our my little list there, but I will always defend Brian as a great winner because, again, nobody else can do it, and people in the chat are trying to say, who is he? Who can we compare him to? He's not Tommy. He's not Tommy at all because Tommy, I've gone out and had beers with in New York. I don't think I'm going to have beers with Brian in New York, even if he asked me.
What would you talk about?
I have no idea, Coyotes. I mean, maybe. I really don't know. But what I think is so fascinating about Brian and his game is we're hearing he's a stand-up guy, and listen to what he does. And I wish we could play the clips, but what Brian does is absolutely brilliant. And this is it. Chewy has 5. Now, first of all, Chewy eliminates 7 Sukjai members in a row. Unbelievably impressive. Something that does not get credit in the Survivor community because it's Chewy and because it's one of the most despicable alliances. We don't like any of them. We don't like Helen. We don't like Ted. We don't like Clay.
We like Helen. I think we like Helen.
Yeah. What's wrong with
No way. No. Rewatch the reunion of Survivor Thailand. We do not like Helen.
Well, who's we? Who's
we?
Okay. When was last time? Okay. I'm just asking this, and I'm not trying to like
start the reunion 2 months ago. No, but who is we? Do the players not like her? Like, who are you saying is we?
I don't think the players liked her as much.
Oh, the players didn't like her, but fans.
I think the fans liked her, but mainly because there was nobody else to root for. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, that's fine, but I'm saying like it wasn't like we were sitting there like everybody was rooting for Colby. Or rooting for in season 3, everybody's rooting for Ethan or rooting for Lex or whoever. Like you weren't like Helen goes and you're like, okay. Like you don't feel like that gut wrench. Oh, this is like so brutal. But even if we do like her, what I'm saying is the Chewy 5 is so unlikable. Like as a whole, they're just an unlikable alliance. But what Brian did again, that was so unbelievable. And it's really disgusting. So I'm prefacing it with that, but I still don't think that the person you are takes away from the way you play Survivor, like how good you are at the game. He sat there and he made nonstop chauvinistic comments, nonstop to Clay and to Ted. Why? Because Clay and Ted are pretty damn chauvinistic. And Brian built up his fan base there. It's the same thing. You don't tell, jokes to you have to know your audience.
Yes.
You don't tell certain jokes to one audience that you'll tell to another, but then you'll tell these others to that other audience that the other audience would find absolutely despicable. And Brian told the chauvinistic jokes to them. And then he turns around and he goes to Helen and Jan and he says, how disgusting is Clay? Like Clay's just the worst. He's like, I don't like him. I don't like Ted. And what he did was he positioned himself in the middle and put boys against girls. And he was able to, in his own alliance, whenever the girls said, we got to get rid of Clay, it was, we have to get rid of Clay. Can we convince Brian? Probably not, but we have to weaken Clay, or we have to get rid of Clay, which will weaken Brian. We don't think Brian's going to vote us out. He convinced everybody that he was really with them when he never was, and always, as you said, Wes, had the intention of bringing bringing Clay to the end with him, despite never telling us. So I think it's a really fascinating strategy that he executed to absolute perfection. And if you look at who the votes he gets at Final Tribal, he gets everybody from Chewy because they hated Clay because he pitted everybody against Clay. Yeah. And he gets Jake's because Jake wasn't a woman. Like at the end of the day, that's really what it comes down to. He could not tell Penny where she was from, if she had older brothers, anything about her. So it's really fascinating what Brian did.
I think one big misstep that he made in that strategy, all of that was perfect. The misstep that he made that could have been catastrophic is he made whatever comment to Ken that put Ken off so much that Ken couldn't even talk about it at Final Tribal.
Whatever it was. And I know we've heard afterwards supposedly what it was, but he didn't say it in the show. And I wonder if he did say it, if it would have made all the difference in terms of
what was the rumor on this? Because I was trying to figure it out, and I obviously this is just speculation, but what was the rumor on this?
To put like 50 asterisks. The rumor is that it was a disparaging comment about Ted.
Mm-hmm. And
if we're going to make assumptions that not assumptions, if we use blatantly chauvinistic about women, we can make the assumption as to what realm he was talking about when it comes to Ted. And so to me, this shows hundreds of lapses in judgment, but he chose to make a comment like that to the New York City firefighter or the New York City police officer.
The guy who's high on his morals.
The Captain America of the season, who I'm sure should have been such a bigger deal in the season, but ends up not being. So I think he almost gets too carried away. But again, it's a conversation that we never actually see. I feel like we never see them talk at all.
And I wonder if they even got it on camera, honestly.
I don't think they did. And I think that's one of the reasons why we don't actually know, because I think if they would have gotten it on camera based on the fact that it was Ken's only question and that it was so integral, because you got to remember too, and this is what I was kind of talking about and alluding to, we don't like Helen because of the reunion, but this is what I was alluding to is we get that question from Ken to Brian. Why did Ted have to go? And we know it's a race thing. And then Ted comes up and Ted says, Clay, what did you say racist about me? And that's his question at Final Tribal. Now, at the reunion, Ted says, Helen told me that Clay said something racist, and I've approached Clay on it, and it didn't happen, and blah, blah, blah. And that's why it's well, what was Helen doing? And we know Helen was very angry at the end. So was Helen saying something? But then, as time has progressed, there's actually rumors that Brian threw it out there that Clay said something disparaging about race, and that he's the one who put it into Helen's ear, who then put it into Ted's ear, and it's solidified that Brian was going to get all three of those votes, despite the fact that Brian might have been the one who said something incredibly disparaging.
What a hot mess of an alliance.
Thailand is an absolute disaster. But again, and do I do I want to hang out with Brian Heidik? No, I do not want to hang out with Brian Heidik. I don't want to go get a beer with him. But I just think the way he looked at this game and was able to literally remove any emotion. He's the only winner who doesn't cry. To remove any emotion from the game, not even laugh or smile or anything. He doesn't even make eye contact with Jeff Probst when he wins a challenge.
He does a lot of looking down.
He'll be like, oh, thank you. And he just walks away. It's so bizarre. And I think it's fascinating, and you can't knock the guy's gameplay. You can knock him as a human a million different ways, but you cannot knock his gameplay. And
he has he has a bunch of moments of I get social awkwardness, whatever word you want to use. They win some reward and he gets drunk, and the next day he's like, I can never lose control like that again. And he was doing nothing wrong.
And he was like, when he was drunk though, he was telling Ted some things. Ted's like, I'm impressed he's still able to think so strategically. And then Brian the next morning tried to play it off even though I was drunk, I was still thinking about how it could be strategical. And
exactly.
So it was all planned, but it really
any other person, that's not a huge deal. But for him, it's oh my God, I couldn't control it. And then my favorite is when it's the family visit and he sees his I guess now ex-wife, and he is not happy, not having it at all. And she's not having it either, because that poor thing has to do the gross food eating challenge.
Well, and you got to remember too, the thing about Brian as well, speaking of the family visit, in Thailand, there were actually 3 different family style visit things.
Were a lot.
And there was the one reward where Brian won the video with his wife. And she went all around their mansion, to their grand piano, their brand new cars, all that. And Brian was pissed about that because he thought the reward was just going to be him. And I'm pretty sure that's why production doesn't do these groups watching anymore is because Brian was like, I haven't told these people a thing about me. Why should you be able to blow up my game like this despite me not doing anything? And I think that's kind of like why we don't really see, you know, even Jeff will be like, Will, do you want to say that you're a high school student? Do you want to announce that to people? You like Michael Yerger, how old do you want to say you are? I think that's why we see that more now, because Brian was like, this is production making it so that I might have a hard time winning. And he didn't even smile during his wife's video. He was just like, oh shit, I need to somehow play this off so that they don't think I'm just this rich guy with the super hot wife who's doesn't need $1 million.
To be fair, if Brian had actually watched Survivor before he went on Survivor, he would have seen the airtimes they have the tape and that everyone sees your tape. There's no like one-on-one tape time. It's always everyone sees the tape.
What about in season, was it 3? Everybody saw a little piece of the tape, but I think when the person won, I think they saw their whole tape by themselves.
No, Lex won that challenge, and him and Tom got to go on like some adventure where they saw a lion eat like
that's right,
a gazelle or something like that.
That's right.
They didn't get to watch. They didn't watch the whole tape. Everyone got to watch everyone's whatever part, however much of the tape there was. Everyone saw all the tape, and then in Borneo, everyone saw all the tape. So Brian screwed up because Brian, had he known his stuff, would have known that if he wins this challenge, everyone's gonna see the tape. It's just not like there's precedent for this. Brian wasn't he didn't have to trailblaze it. He should have known, and the fact that he didn't is on him. This isn't new. The production doing
Was he a Survivor fan? Like, did he watch?
I don't think he was.
That's what I'm saying. I know there's no way he was.
Impressive. I will give him that.
Yeah. But I don't think he was a fan. I think he just was like, oh, cool, opportunity to win $1 million. Sure, sounds good. Probably.
Yeah. And it was really popular at the time, so like everyone probably heard of it, even if they hadn't watched it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's on him to not know that. Like, there was a precedent, and it had been we're going into season 5. I'm not expecting him to know Marquesas, but I don't think in Marquesas they had the tapes. Like, I don't recall.
No, Marquesas, the families came out. That was the first time the families actually came out. I hope people who are listening to this, who are doing our trivia game, are listening to all these firsts and stuff. But yeah, I look, I hear it either way. I mean, I just don't think Brian was a fan of the show, which also, like Alexa said, like kind of makes it a little bit more impressive because he was literally able to just be like, this is going to be my line, so this is what I'm going to do. And that's what he did.
I think people who don't like we'll talk about Earl. Earl like famously didn't watch Survivor. I think you really don't see it much anymore. And the more we talk about it, it seems like you don't see much at all. I think people who win Survivor without knowing much, if not anything about it, makes someone incredibly impressive. So I have to give him that. And now I'm going to go on mute.
Yeah. I think Brian's, what he does so well is that he's able to think like in terms of this is a game, which is where he's ahead of a lot of people in the first 5, the other 4 seasons and in this season. He's just so far ahead on that level. Like he's thinking this is a game. We saw a lot of that from Vecepia, but Brian, I think, embodies like this is simply a game, and that's all I care about is winning the game. It's almost like playing a game of sorry, and he's okay with saying sorry, but he's not really sorry. Yeah. But where Brian lacks is Brian's social game outside of the Chewy-Gon alliance he was in. It almost makes me think of like Russell. Like Russell, I can't remember the exact day in Samoa, but if Russell doesn't crack around day 33, 34, I want to say, and start like berating people and treating people like trash on the way out the door, Russell almost pulls off like what Brian actually did, which was be a jerk in confessionals, but then like have everyone think you're an okay guy, like you're a good guy. Russell pulled the whole Katrina thing. No one knew that was fake during the season. And so I almost feel like, Brian did what Russell couldn't, but Brian did it before Russell, so Russell wasn't even like a thing. But
yeah,
what Russell was lacking was what Brian pulled off, which was at no point in 39 days did Brian crack and give away the fact that he's actually not caring and he's a jerk. Which is impressive, by the way. That's a long time to go, especially on low food.
And people always say, like in interviews, people always say you can't fake yourself for a week,
Brian
especially without food. And Brian did it without anything.
Well, and even his confessionals, because like as I was rewatching this season for this podcast, I was like, I haven't rewatched Thailand in years. I mean, it's probably been 6-7 years since I've rewatched Thailand, and I'm sitting down and I'm watching at the beginning. I'm like, Brian's really not in this. Like, where is Brian? Like, what's going on here? It was a lot about Ted. Ted's a great confessional giver. Clay's a very underrated character. I really do believe that. Like, he's a very fun early season character because you still don't like him, but he's funny and he says just stupid stuff and he's lazy and he's like everything you don't want. He's like the bad version of Sean Rector, but it's like watching a car crash. Like, you're gonna watch it happen. And so, like, you know, I don't know. Like, I think when I'm watching this, like, Brian is so in the background on things. And then his coming out is really at the merge. That's when it turns. The fake merge. Yes. At Final 10, that's when his game completely changes because he starts talking to Jake, he starts talking to Ken, and he starts talking to Cheyenne. He didn't talk to Aaron and he didn't talk to Penny one time as far as I'm concerned. But he started talking to them and he started saying to them, like, what can we do? Because he started looking at his own alliance as, well, they're going to have to do what I say. So now how can I make sure that these other people, like, we're not going to lose the numbers here. And he did that work. Now, granted, he was helped out by production because Cheyenne goes home and Aaron goes home before they even merge. Yeah. But the only person Brian really talked to from that whole group was Jake. That's all he needed.
That's the only vote he got from.
And that's all he needed, though.
For anyone who may not know, we're talking about with the fake merge. At Final 10, Jeff tells them it's gonna be two tribes. You guys are gonna be two tribes living on one beach. It's day 19. There's precedent from the past 4 seasons that this is the merge. There's no reason for them to think anything different in terms of assumptions. Though Jeff all season has been saying do not assume, but I think it was like a really terrible. The whole do not assume thing I think is really terrible. But anyway, so he tells them, like, you guys are now two tribes living on one beach. He doesn't give them any new buffs. He doesn't say you're merged, but they all assume they're merged. Mm-hmm. So Cheyenne acts as if they're merged, as everyone else does. But Cheyenne was clearly the one who was ready to flip from there because they had a 5-5 tie going into the fake merge. And she thought, oh, I'm going to make this 6-4. And, you know, worst case scenario, Cheyenne ends up at 6th. But they get to the immunity challenge, and Aaron's like, oh, yeah, the merge went really great. And Jeff's like, merge? I never started merge. Mm-hmm. He's laughing maniacally in his head.
He's so annoying.
This was the first season where he really became like, and I love Jeff, but this is where he really became a reality TV host. Yeah, this was the first season.
This season.
Yeah, and it doesn't help that he really hated every single one of the 16 individuals on.
I think
he hated all of them.
Are we just guessing he hates everyone? Because I keep hearing it, but is there proof?
There's first.
I feel like the attack zone challenge is like proof that he hates this whole season.
Yeah. The attack zone challenge is one huge thing. Yeah. That reunion, the only one I think he likes is John Raymond. I really do believe that might be the only person he likes on this whole season because he rips on Stephanie, he rips on Jed, he rips on everybody from Chewy in the final 5. It's really crazy. Like, Jeff just does not like this group, and he has said in numerous different interviews and stuff that Thailand is his least favorite season, that he hated everything about it at the time, and he hates it now.
Yeah, in the finale, he asks the question that's pretty much like, Brian, do you feel bad about being a horrible person? Like, it's something just like crazy like that.
That is so forward because I know we haven't gotten to the Amazon yet, but the beginning of the Amazon reunion, he's like, how did a spoiled, selfish swimsuit model win the game and get 6 votes?
Leave her alone.
That's a bold statement.
Yeah.
Let's get to the China finale.
Yeah. Also, Jeff, like, why don't we chill with that and like not hate Jenna because she beat Matt, who I guess you liked more. But also, my favorite Jeff moment does come at the Thailand reunion, and it's my favorite Jeff moment of all time. He's literally talking to Erin about her boobs. Thank you, Alexa. Yeah. He's literally talking to Erin, and she keeps saying, like, yeah, I wanted to prove I wasn't just the girl with the big boobs, and I wanted to prove everything. And she goes, I wanted to prove that I was really smart. And Jeff goes, yeah, and that you're the girl with the big boobs. And I'm like, what the hell did I just watch? Like, what just happened? So
poor Erin, like, candidly, I mean, like, because of circumstances, she's very forgetful. But I mean, she was probably cast for that reason, but she was trying to play. And the poor girl is like, give me a bone. And Jeff's like,
playing more than Sarah from Marquesas was, who was cast.
Yeah.
She was boob girl. Yeah. I know. I forgot about that. That was what there's some like great / terrible Jeff moments.
Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, there you go. That's really Brian. I mean, I've said it numerous times. I don't think this game could win ever again, but what do the two of you think?
No, I think I don't think Brian could ever come back on and win again. But if we're talking about if somebody else could adapt his game and do it again, the fact is that Brian, anyone who listened to Rob's podcast past week may have heard Tom Westman's interview, and he says that he told Russell to his face because Russell came up to him and said, "Am I the greatest player ever?" To Tom Westman, Russell's asking this after Heroes vs. Villains. "Am I the greatest player ever?" And Tom said, "No, you have two legs of a three-legged stool, and you're completely missing the social game." And I feel like Brian, he's not missing the third leg completely, but it's like maybe it's like chopped in half. Like it would really need to be shored up about caring for people, because I feel like people would recognize how disingenuous he is. I really do. Or if someone was to do exactly what he did with like the same no emotions, I'm not sure how far that could get you, because I don't know. He was in a very good cast and a very good tribe for getting away with what he got away with. I don't know if it could be done again the same way. It would definitely have to be, I don't know. But the fact that he thought of it as a game, that portion, definitely. I mean, it's fascinating. How most people approach it now. And I think that's why people are like, Brian's one of the best winners, because he was already thinking about this. It's just a game, just like Richard, but it was like Richard without the emotions. It's just a game. It's just a game. It's just a game. I'm just playing a board game, and I think you guys are all pieces. That part he was way ahead on, but his social game was already lacking even in season 5, in my opinion. So I don't think this game could hold up again.
I think if someone ever did this game again, they would have to do a much better version of it, because I think it was very successful, but I think the way the game has evolved, it would have to be because like you both said, the cutthroat, the like playing just a game, like we'll get to Rob Sesternino in a couple minutes. That's like people are all about that. But
I mean, Heidik did receive
so bad, but he was so bad at making eye contact. Phil, like you said, he was so bad at being compassionate, like you said, Wes, and that just doesn't fly anymore.
Yeah,
he did receive 0 votes, but he's only eligible. Like Michelle Fitzgerald, by the way, who I remember getting ripped on for only going to 6 tribals, where she was like really eligible. Brian was only eligible at 6 and got 0 votes as well.
Yeah.
So and Michelle has an unfair comparison when people make that comparison.
Well, I also don't think that's like, I always look at it like as a whole. I don't think that type of stuff really matters all that much. Yeah. I really just look at like same thing I said, like, I don't care if you win 4-3 or 7-0. Jenna Maraska is not a better winner than Brian, because Brian only beat Clay 4-3 and Jenna won 6-1 over Matt. I don't believe that she's a better winner. So I don't think that matters so much. I think it really is like, did you execute? It's the same thing when Alexa and I try to do our MVP every week. Did you execute what you wanted to execute the way that you wanted to do it? Like, did it work? And if it worked, what more can you ask for?
Yeah. And Jenna's also, I mean, I guess now we can transition.
Yeah.
Jenna's the first blowout that we get. Like, smokes him.
Oh, are we completely done with Thailand?
I've not seen that yet.
Thailand officially.
Do you want to stay on Thailand? I know you love Thailand.
We're 37 minutes in, which is wild.
Yeah, I want to say that I think the biggest problem with Thailand is that production tried getting too cheeky, just like as an overall for the season. They made them pick their own tribes, which I think every time they do is a big mistake. Even though it works out in Palau, it's just not the greatest decision every time. I think Palau, they pick their own tribes, right?
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. But it's like every time they do it, it's like something disastrous or should be disastrous happens. And it's like they almost didn't learn their lesson from the season later ones. But I think that, and then the fake merge, it makes for a great one episode, but it ruins the rest of the season in terms of like, if you're just watching it for like the week to week stuff, you're like, oh, I know what's going to happen next already. Like, I already know what's going to happen. It's so predictable. And I actually went back and read Dalton Ross's articles from Thailand when Thailand was airing, and like he already knew, like, and Dalton Ross doesn't read the edit. He's just like, he already knows Brian's gonna win. Like, it was like weeks and weeks before Brian won. It's like, this is so predictable and boring. Brian's gonna win. It's like, man, it must have been rough back then for people writing the show.
The Survivor podcasting community.
Yeah, exactly.
Podcast community.
It really is the only season where evil wins. It's the only season, I really believe, like, because
heroes versus villains.
Yeah, well, come on. Yeah, I know. Sandra's a villain, but Brian Heidik should have been first pick for villains because he's the ultimate villain. So, but yeah, let's go on to Jenna in the Amazon and talk about Jenna Maraska, and one that, again, I've been rewatching all the seasons like as we do this, because we're in lockdown still pretty much, you know, like, I mean, we're not, but we are. So what else am I going to do? I can watch 13 episodes or 40, 52 episodes in a week. But rewatching the Amazon, I really like what they did with Jenna here in this season, and we'll talk about her actual game, but I really like what they did with her from an edit perspective, because normally what they do with the female winners up to this point is they had made them invisible early on, and then they start to pick up, but they're always in the shadow of somebody. And they gave Jenna, I think, 8 confessionals or something like that in the first episode, which is unreal.
Ethan was the same thing where they hit him at the beginning. I know he's not female, but
so
they've done it a lot.
They've played the under the radar female game.
Yeah, he pretty much did. But I think what's so cool about what they did with Jenna was they also didn't show her in an unbelievably positive light.
No.
We hear from Christy a lot. She won't even talk to me. She won't even look at me. That first tribal council they go to, Jenna's like, she's being ridiculous. We don't care. Like, whatever. Like, it's very dismissive, but they're also letting you kind of see both sides of her, so that by the end of this, you're like, how could this girl possibly win? But also, like, how could she possibly lose? Because when you really watch it, the only thing Matt von Ertfeldt does in this season is speak Mandarin and Cantonese to Daniel and become like legendary for that.
I felt so bad for Matt, and we'll talk about him, but that's what I like about Jenna, because you get such, winners are just so clean cut now. Mm-hmm. And Sarah has a ton of personality. Tommy has a ton of personality. We aren't really shown that. And I wish we were shown winners like Jenna more, because there was a lot of conflict in that season. And especially with Chrissy, that goes through all the way to the end. Jenna and Heidi are the kind of bullying mean girls.
Yes.
And then on the flip side, you have, not kind of, they certainly are.
They really are.
And they talk about that in the reunion. And Jenna's, Jenna obviously has a good heart. She's realizes how I was acting. But then Matt, everyone's like, he's such a creep. He's going to kill us. Like, Rob has that confessional. Matt's just like odd. I feel like I guess when you're in that kind of scenario, like, everything's just so much more exaggerated. But I felt pretty bad for Matt.
He's just socially awkward more than anything.
Yeah, although
I'm just saying, like, when you watch the game, Jenna's edit is a lot more positive than Matt's throughout the entire show. Like, Matt's always kind of being shown as like a sidekick, if that. A sidekick or lower, He's
like Rob's sidekick halfway through the season.
Yeah, whereas Jenna was kind of like her and Heidi. I mean, Heidi is so unbelievably underrated, and like we talk about this a lot, Alex and I. But Jenna, up until she gets sick at the end, she's kind of like the female focal point of the season, even up till she is the last female remaining. Like, we get the sense that this is the woman we're following through this season. I really believe that. So I really like Jenna. I think she's like kind of a forgotten winner because of what ends up happening in All Stars, unfortunately. And then with circumstances outside of the game, she doesn't play for Winners at War, but she wins what I think is the 3rd best season of Survivor. She wins that season, and she's on the right side. I was actually looking this up beforehand, and I have it up right now. Jenna votes correctly 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times.
I think, right?
9 out of 11 times she votes correctly. And one of the times she doesn't vote correctly, she knows Heidi's going home, but she wants to vote with Heidi because she just has that good of a relationship. Yeah. That's unbelievable.
I will say that we can't talk about Jenna winning without talking about Rob losing, because I feel like what Jenna did, whether intentional or not, in terms of how she got to the end and won, is what Rob couldn't do. Though Rob did a lot of things that Jenna didn't do either. But the key is at that final 3. By the time we get to the final 3 and Matt decides to pull a Richard Hatch, even though he doesn't really know what he's doing, he's pulling a Richard Hatch and throwing the challenge so that either one of them will drag him to the end. At that point, Rob's ruined his own game. He's already built himself up as this huge threat and huge target. But that's all Rob. Rob undid himself the whole season doing that. Rob could have pulled off all the moves he did and kept himself. He kept his target lower, and I know not invisible, but he could have lowered his target still. But multiple times throughout the season, you'll see him do things where you're like, Rob, man, what are you doing? Like when he went to Jenna and offered that final 2 offer, and he's like, it's because I think I can beat you at the end. Like, bro, what are you doing, Rob? Don't tell her that. Tell her you want to go to the end with her because she's more deserving or some crap like that. Like he shouldn't have known better, and he seemed to know better until he gets to, I don't know. I feel like Rob like is so good, but then like he gets like shaken up real easily sometimes. Like you'll see he'll be like, I have knots in my stomach. I need a carton of cigarettes. I know he's joking, but he's kind of serious. He's like, I need a carton of cigarettes, stuff like that. And I know Rob's talked about he used to smoke, so he may have been serious. But Rob, he built up his threat level so much. And there's just so many moments where he does it throughout the whole season, but that was like the one that stood out to me the most was when he's talking to Jenna. It's just like, Rob, man, like he really could have been dragged to the final 2 and beaten Jenna, but he built up his own threat level to the point where when it's time for Jenna to make a decision, of course she's going to pick Matt.
Yeah,
you know?
Absolutely. Because she knows, and she's probably had that conversation with Rob already, that if Matt sits with you, like you can probably beat Matt, but I want to bring you because I can beat you. And
Rob really how he should have sold himself to Jenna in order to beat her. I know this is I don't know if he ever beats himself up over this, but really how he should have been selling himself is like, I've screwed everyone, Jenna. And this is how he should have sold himself to everybody until it came time for whoever to decide the thing at the end. Like, I've screwed everyone. Like, no one's going to vote for me. Like, he just needed to repeat that over and over and just get it in people's brains. They're around each other all the time. Anytime they talk strategy, Rob should be like, crap, I've screwed my own game up. Even if he doesn't believe it, because he doesn't have to believe it. He just needs to say it and just tell people, I've screwed my game up. Like, no one's going to vote for me at the end. Like, juries do not respect people who flip. Like, things like that. Like, do you think Jenna's watched Marquesas? I don't know. But he could have convinced her that flipping doesn't win, you know? And it's just like, it's something, I know you guys don't watch Big Brother, but the Dr. Will won Big Brother 2, and all he did all season was just tell people like, and no one likes me. Everyone hates me. No one's going to vote for me at the end. And he gets picked at the end, and then he gets like, he dominates the votes at the end. And because he did play the best game, but the whole time he's telling people like, no one's going to vote for me. No one's going to pick me. You know, like he just like downplays himself so much that the jury is all talking to each other about what they've done. Of course, they know what he's done. He just needs to convince people in the game that he's worthless. And so like Rob, like I feel like Rob may have had some not ego issues, but like self-worth issues that he didn't want to downplay himself that much. Because he is acknowledged after the game that he played a lot of his game based on Dr. Will. But like that was a crucial part of Dr. Will's game that he did that Rob didn't do. And I feel like that's a big reason why Rob lost and how Jenna was able to beat Rob. Because I know people say Rob got robbed all the time, but Rob robbed himself, unfortunately. It's really unfortunate because if he had won, this would be like top 1 season for a lot.
It would be like number 1 for like everybody. Alexa, what do you got there?
I think the ego was a huge problem. I think that's exactly what took him down. I mean, saying something like that to Jenna is not that's not a winning strategy. And then that chain of command he had with Matt, he had a better phrasing than I did, but it's pretty much he would talk to Matt. Matt would then talk to somebody else. That was all good. But then sometimes he would purposely send Matt on these wild goose chases just to mess with him. And that is funny. And I get that that's good TV and that provides a really good confessional. But that's something that, like, if Matt took a step back and looked at things differently, if other people realize that, that's a bad look. So I think he underestimates Jenna. And he speaks very highly of Heidi now. I think in the moment, I don't know if he saw it as much, but I think his ego is what got in the way.
He has said post, and of course nothing post is canon, but he has said post that he always viewed Heidi as a bigger threat than Jenna. And I do think on the show we see Heidi talking to people a lot more than Jenna, trying to convince people to do things, especially like Heidi talked to Christy about doing a final 3 deal. We don't see Jenna doing that. Even though Christy tells us, well, they're both kissing my butt, they're both sucking up to me. We get that a lot this season with Jenna. And I know this isn't the Rob show, but why Rob lost is a lot of why Jenna won. Because Rob should have won. He screwed himself over. Well, but also with like the chain of command thing, it was like he would do it and it's like it's funny and like it's super risky. But he went back and he would tell everyone, hey, here's what I'm doing. And everyone would laugh. And like in the moment, it's funny. But if you think long term, everyone now has, whether they realize it or not, the seed in their mind that Rob isn't super trustworthy. What if Rob tells me something and then laughs about it behind my back to other people?
Yeah.
And, you know, like maybe not everyone's thinking that, but that seed is there. So it's planted. And it never gets manifested that we see on camera. But it doesn't mean it didn't have any effect on anyone. So that is how Rob screwed himself and let Jenna do what she did at the end.
But at the same time, like I always look at like Russell was like I'll consider Russell robbed because Russell sat at Final 3 and lost, and I think he should have won that season. Whereas like Rob Cesternino, I have a hard time saying that he was robbed. Like I think he played a great game, but I also think Jenna was incredibly smart to not take Rob with her. And we obviously know we can say all these things, but at the same point, Jenna has to walk up there and vote out the person who really did help her get as far as he did. And we see this in previous seasons where the person does take somebody who they were closer with. Colby takes Tina. Brian takes Clay, which, you know, he was going to do anyway because he can beat him. But, you know, we do see this. Nalia kind of taking Vecepia is kind of going that route too. She thought she could beat her, and there was like this little deal. So she was smart enough to say, no, I'm not taking you, Rob, because you're going to win this thing. And, you know, like we talk about it all the time, and Adam Klein is a huge advocate of this. You have to manage your threat level. You have to manage it. And at the time, Rob didn't know that, because I always say Rob Cesternino saved Survivor. Survivor would not be on TV still if it wasn't for Rob, because Rob was the first person to do the ping pong match. You know, you go home, you go home, you go home, you go home. And he just kept going back and forth. Alex's blindside is epic on so many levels. Like, I love it. I love Dina going home. I love the Christie vote. Like, it's every week it's something new and it's amazing. Yeah. But at the same time, like, Jenna is so, like, she's so good at navigating that. And Jenna's got that mean girl thing going where it's like, well, I'm not going to win, so I just don't care. And it worked. Yeah. It worked. And Rob wasn't smart enough to see that, you know what, like, just because somebody is playing dead and maybe even thinks they're dead, it doesn't mean they're dead. Like, she was still alive, and he did not see that.
She played dead, but at the same time, she, like, I think when she was waffling on quitting, I do think that's something she was actually considering. But she wins those immunities at the end, and she, like, kicks it into high gear at the end. And I know, immunities. Yeah, and I know that they're not, like,
I think, or maybe
it's 4. I think you're right.
She gave 190, yeah.
You know, they're not, which, I mean, well, let's talk about that. But, they're not like your typical, like, muscle winning immunity challenges. Like, one of them is the shuffleboard game, but she kicks it into gear. She really wanted to go home. She wouldn't have won those. And her giving that necklace to Heidi, I mean, like, generally, it was pointless at best, stupid at worst, but it solidified Heidi.
I think Heidi was solidified anyways, but I think part of why people don't like Jenna winning in terms of the audience is the show seems like sometimes it would go out of its way to demean's not the right word, but put Jenna down, make her seem more selfish than she really was. I think one of the keys, and just today I was writing the script for her story video, so like this is really fresh in mind, but one of the key things I thought, in terms of like little things the show would do to make you think Jenna is not great, is when Christy wins that letter. And right before, so in the episode starts, we hear from Jenna, my mom has cancer. And you're like, what? I didn't know that. You think that would be something I was talking about all season, you know, especially if we have a winner. Like, here's a little sympathy you could have for the winner, but we don't hear about it until it's relevant for the one episode. So Jenna's mom has cancer. Wow, really sad. The very next scene, you see Jenna, Rob, Heidi, Alex all laying down being lazy while Christy and them are working. Whether that was an edit thing or they really were being lazy that day, either way, it's what the show is showing us. So, like, immediately undercutting Jenna and her sympathy. And then we go to the reward challenge. Christy wins her letter in a fair auction, I guess, between Jenna and her. And then Jenna cries. Jeff's like, okay, I'll give another letter, which, by the way, is a little shocking for Jeff. To give into something emotional like that.
He needed to be nice after last season.
I guess. And at the end of the season, he calls her spoiled. Yeah. Good job, Jeff. So anyways, he sells the second letter. Jenna wins it. By the way, Heidi bidding on that letter, knowing that Jenna, that was weird. I don't know if you guys remember.
I remember that.
So bad.
What a jerk move, Heidi. Come on now. So Jenna wins the letter. And then we go back to the camp. And Christy goes to read her letter. And the first person, or maybe the only person we hear from, it's before we ever hear from Jenna, Matt says, I think Christy deserved her letter. Jenna was just being selfish. Why are we hearing this from Matt? You know, it's the show's going out of its way. And that definitely, in that case, out of its way. Because Christy didn't have an issue with Jenna getting her letter. It was Matt. And I don't know if he speaks for everyone. I feel like if he did, it would have been Rob, because they like Rob's confessionals way more this season. He has like 90 something. But they go out of their way to make Jenna seem like she's selfish. She has selfish moments. Is she as selfish as the show wants us to think she is? I don't know. But they really go out of their way to make her look worse than she is. And I think it makes for an unsatisfying ending. And I think something that needs to be mentioned is that the season was spoiled before it aired. Because
I didn't know that.
Book about everything that happened that they found out. And I don't think that production was affected by that in terms of how they were editing people.
I did not know that at all. That's interesting.
Oh, yeah, there's a book. You can even find it on eBay still. Because I remember looking it up when Rob said something about it. But there's a book, and I forgot what it's called, but it completely spoils the Amazon. And it got published before it aired. I don't know what it's called. I forgot who wrote it. You have to look it up. But it does exist, and I looked it up.
There you go.
So I wonder if that affected like how they were editing Jenna, maybe to throw people off.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think when it comes to we'll talk about Jenna again in, I guess, like 45 minutes, but I think you see this with her quitting in All Stars too. Like, people, like, that whole season is so dark, and like no one is supporting each other at all. But I think when it comes to something that personal and something that like is clearly so real, I think, it's not just like, I really miss my family. It's like her mom was dying. So I think at that point, Jeff's like, all right, I got to throw her a bone. Like, she deserves a little something there.
I have a lot that I want to say about why I think Jenna was edited the way she was.
Oh, please.
And and so this is what I really do think. We're watching a season. I think I'm cutting in and out, so I'm just gonna wait a sec. But we're watching a season that is men versus women. It's the first time they've ever done it. And look, this is one of those things. Like, again, you watch things in a time capsule. You got to put it into a vacuum. This existed in 2003. Yes, it still exists today, but they're taking the most egregiously men versus women confessionals they can find.
Oh, yeah.
To make it, Rob Cesternino says so many things that you would be like, wow, this guy's a sexist pig, but he's not. Like, we know he's not. And Heidi's standing over there going, I'm just going to take my top off and walk around with my boobs out because that'll distract the men, and that's all you need to do to win. Like, it's what we're doing is they pull the confessional. Same thing we always talk about with Coach. Coach saying that Gulliver's Travels is the greatest movie of all time, or Jack and Jill, whatever the stupid movie was. He's like, him saying that, he gets all the confessionals. And I think that's what they're realizing here is like, they wanted to do this boys versus girls. They didn't want to do men versus women. They wanted it to be boys versus girls, like the most immature, childish stereotypes of women, stereotypes of men. That's what they wanted. And I think because Jenna was on the female side, and in 2003, and I know a lot of people, still, but in 2003, Survivor, very heavily male produced show. And so the men are being shown as like the cocky, we're going to win the game. Yep. We're going to dominate. We're going to do all this. And the women are being shown as, well, we're hot and we can't make a shelter. Like, we don't know what we're doing, but at least we're pretty and we're going to go bathe now and all that. So like, it was these conflicting things. And I think Jenna, as the winner of this season, really fit into the storyline production wanted to tell, which was the women can't figure it out for themselves. They don't even want to be here. They can't even do anything. Jenna wants to quit at Final Five. Like, I don't even want to be here. I hate this. And like, they kind of wanted to show that like almost inept side, but then also have it be like, can you believe a woman defeated the men? So I think they really had to lean into all of these things with Jenna in order to make it complete their storyline of the men should dominate, but the women ultimately do get the better of the men on the season.
And I think the only person who was really protected in terms of the women I could think of was Christy. Christy was really protected in terms of making anyone look bad. And I almost feel like they made the women look worse because of how they'd focus on how Christy's being treated and how Christy feels. Whereas a lot of Christy's issues were just communication breakdowns. Like, she didn't effectively communicate with them. They didn't effectively communicate with her. And so because of that, she's throwing them attitude. And because of the attitude, they're saying they're going to vote her out because of the attitude. But in reality, it's back to the, it's almost like they need a therapist for their issues with Christy. Because when she gets to Tombaki, everyone's just nice to her. And everyone goes out of their way to make sure she can communicate clearly with them, which people weren't doing on Jabiru. But Christy was also like with this victim mindset of, well, no one's going out of their way to help me. And Christy doesn't ever think I can help myself. And I'm not super knowledgeable about the deaf community, so I don't want to give broad strokes here. My mother is a deaf interpreter. She's been doing it for like 10 plus years. And I know she said things to me where the deaf community kind of has this thing where they do expect people to help them, I think, more because they're viewed as people with disabilities. And so I wonder if that came into play here, where she was expecting maybe more help from the job boot camp, and they're not used to giving help, maybe to adults, not children.
And this is what I think is most difficult about this situation. And this is why, like, Amazon, to me, top 3 season will always be a top 3 season. I think it's absolutely a phenomenal television show. And like, you watch it now and there's things that make you cringe, but you have to remember Survivor was learning how to, like, TV was learning how to edit a deaf person into a show. So that's happening. Then on top of that, they have men versus women. Then on top of that, all the women on Jabiru, they're starving and in a situation where they're completely out of their element. Like, they're being told, not only are you starting the season, and look, I'm not saying that the women need men on their tribe. I'm just saying that if you're making assumptions about Survivor, 4 men and 4 women is going to create a lot better camp than 8 women or 8 men. 4 men and 4 women, because there's different skills for different people and different things that people can do. And I'm not saying that the women can't build a shelter, because they clearly can. I'm just saying that.
But this group of women could not.
Yeah. And I think you need to, like, combine that. So the women are already being put into the situation where it's like, okay, maybe we're going to have to do different things that are out of our element. It's really difficult. We got to find food. We got to build shelter. We got to do all of this. And then on top of that, you were not expecting to play the game with a deaf person. I'm not saying that that's okay. I'm just saying that they weren't ready for it. And when you're already in the situation where you're so down, it's hard to kind of be able to look around and view things in the perspective that you would view them, the 3 of us sitting here right now, when we're well fed and know how to do everything. And Alexa, I can tell you want something here.
I want to say something, but there's also a jackhammer outside my window. So I think they also cast this season so, like, perfectly egregiously for it being a men versus women season. Each tribe, half of them are like young hot models, and the other half are like, we have like a school principal, and we have like we have our first and I believe only stay-at-home mom. Was it Jean? She's a homemaker.
Oh, that was Janet, who
okay.
brought the granola bar, which isn't true.
Yeah, which is absolutely wild. But I feel like, you know, they're going to cast a men versus women season. We need to get all the hot guys and all the hot girls and all the disapproving parents and just, like, let the tension get at each other. So I think when you combine that with how it's edited, like, the girls, that they can't build a shelter, and then the girls win the first immunity challenge, and Jeff just roasts the guys for it. So I think all of that just kind of snowballed and made it incredibly entertaining. And I think it makes the players think differently too. I mean, if you're cast on a Heroes, Healers, Hustlers season, that's a little bit different. But if I'm cast on a men versus women season, I don't know, my mindset will just be different. And we'll talk about how Yule played in Cook Islands. When you're cast on a season like that, you're going to act differently.
Yeah.
I'm so glad we're going to talk about that one this week.
Yeah.
We'll save that for 2 weeks from now.
Yeah. But Alexa, I think you're bringing up a really good point here. And I think, like, a lot of people nowadays, like, they would cringe at this. And, like, I'm acting like I'm an old man, but I'm 28 years old, so I'm not that old. But I do think that, like, this battle of the sexes thing, that is, like, something that just, you know, it's always like boys versus girls, boys versus girls, boys versus girls. Like, that's a thing that, like, people grow up with. I mean, that's just something that people have. And I know, like, you know, things have changed over time, but that is just something, like, boys versus girls is something that's always a theme you can push. And this was the first season we really saw a themed season of Survivor, which, again, we see in Pearl Islands, which we'll talk about. But this was the first themed season of Survivor, which was men versus women. And then they come together, and how do they work together? And then, but, you know, Jenna and Rob, and I would probably say Jenna, Rob, and Alex and Heidik. Those are the 4 stars of this season, because those are the 4 people that
Christy was definitely
and Christy, but I'm saying, like, in terms of this theme, they leaned into that theme so hard.
Sure.
With Rob being the nerdy guy who, will he ever, I mean, there's literally parts of the season where it's like, will he ever get laid? Like, those are serious questions that happen on this show. And so you have things like that. And then you have Alex, who's willing to vote against Rob because he wants to sleep with Shauna. And then you have Jenna and Heidi getting naked for chocolate and peanut butter. But this is what they wanted in this season. That's what they wanted. And so that's why I think Jenna was edited the way she was. They wanted the things that everything Jenna brought is 100% what Survivor production wanted for Survivor Amazon Men versus Women.
I do want to briefly call back to the book. Somebody, Load Alley, I think is how you say the name, in the comments is pointing out that the book is called The Spoiler by Chill One. I did send you guys a link, but if anyone wants to know what the book's called, it's The Spoiler by Chill One. You can look it up. First Result is the book, and it was put out a month before the season. So I don't know if that was really enough time. I don't know how far out these episodes are edited, but I don't know how much of an effect that made on the season being a month before. But yeah. Back to your point of the sexes. I feel like I don't know if the theme came up with the theme after Thailand as like this will be a fun idea, because some crazy things happen this season. Like Matt and the Machete has been mentioned multiple times in the comments. Matt and the Machete could have been edited like in a very dark way, but instead what we get is Matt and his machete, and like we get like crazy sound effects, and we get Rob going, I think he's gonna kill us. He's going, he's weird, but it's not like they don't know it, but it never comes across as like he actually thinks he's gonna kill us. It comes across like really fun. Even when Rob's messing with Matt and like, Matt, hey, you should go talk to Butch and do this thing. Like, this could have been edited in a way it's like Rob's being a real jerk to Matt, but instead we get like Mission Impossible music or like the fun spy music. I forgot what the music exactly is called. But the editing really went out of its way to make things more fun this season. I wonder if the theme of Battle of the Sexes or Men versus Women was an attempt to inject fun into Survivor after Thailand not being very fun. Though in Thailand they teased the Battle of the Sexes, that they just didn't do it for some reason. I don't know why they teased it if they weren't going to do it. But
yeah, I think you're right though. I think they wanted something fun. And at the end of the day, the Amazon is fun. And I know that there's some moments where you're like, oh, we're cringing, because my favorite, and I think it's a hilarious moment after the women win the soap challenge and everything. And the men are such dorks. Like, they're such losers.
They don't know what to
do. And they have the bubbles up there. And the best is they go Rob and Dave and Alex. And then all of a sudden Butch is like, look, I might be 50 and I shouldn't be thinking about things like this, but I'm not dead. And they have the bubble for like Shauna or Jenna up there. And I'm just like, this is ridiculous. And like, nowadays, I think people would find it to be like offensive and not PC and all of that. No. But at the same time, like, you put 7 guys on an island starving and like you have to remember too, they hadn't seen a woman in like 3 days by the time that they actually got to that. Like, that's the things that like they're going to talk about, whether we find that to be despicable or likable or laugh at. Really, they're going to let their guard down and they're just going to let it flow. And those are the types of things they're going to talk about. Get mad at what Roger's talking about at the end of the day. Don't really get so mad here at what I think these characters were talking about, these people, because at the end of the day, the women also knew that this is what was going on. And they're like, I'm going to use this to my advantage. And I'm going to win the damn game. Jenna and Heidi getting naked for chocolate and peanut butter is not only the most iconic moment, it might be one of the best strategy moments we've ever seen in the show.
So, and you get some fun moments where it's like, they're just like taking a bath in the Amazon River. And this happens, I think it's twice in the season we see this. Like, once is like you see the split in age, or what they could call, or what Heidi calls the beautiful women bathe together and the ugly people bathe together. And for some reason, the ugly people are jealous of us beautiful people, which comes up in Tribal as well. I feel like we need to talk about that. The Tribal where Jenna is like, my beauty's a real thing I have to overcome, work twice as hard. But then there's the other time where they're bathing, where the men finally have joined Jabiru, and Rob's like, I just bathed with the swimsuit model. I love your feet. I bathed with the swimsuit model. Like, this is blowing Rob's mind. Like, Rob's like a 15-year-old kid in like a 24-year-old body, like with the way he's like, my mind's blown.
Yeah. I think that's important. But Alexa, you looked like you were going to say something about the sexist thing.
Oh, I don't think they'll ever do a men versus women season again, but if they did, it goes the exact same way. Mm-hmm. The guys get cocky, the women use it to their advantage. I think that doesn't change.
I completely agree. And I mean, that's just the way that just goes into the politics of just the world. I mean, there's men who have most of the time, the men have the inflated egos and the women are going to prove them wrong. Like that seems to be like a lot of the politics that we see a lot of the time. So I think that, that's something we saw in Amazon. We see it in Vanuatu and we see it again in One World. Like it doesn't change over the course of like 10 years. We're seeing really a similar storyline every single time. But, I mean, in terms of like moves Jenna made in this season, like, did she need to give the immunity idol to Heidi? No, but that's something that's, she's the first person to ever do it. Nobody else ever had the cojones to do that. So that's amazing. That's an amazing moment.
I think it was a very questionable move, actually.
Oh, I think it's questionable, but I think it's interesting that she did it.
It's almost like her logic with that move was thinking like, okay, Heidi's the target. If I give Heidi the necklace, then she won't be the target. That's what it seems like. And I'm sure there's more to it than that, but it really read like that. And it's like, well, no, then now you're the target, Jenna. Though I understand that right before Tribal, Rob came up to him and like, well, let's vote out Christy. She's not committing to anything. She's a wild card in a bad way. And I get that's what happened, but it just seems like, why give the necklace to Heidi if your goal is not to win the game? Mm-hmm. I didn't really make much sense to me. Maybe one of you guys can explain it, but I don't fully get the move.
I don't really get it either, but I think it's just cool that Jenna did it. Nobody thought that anybody was ever going to do it, and Jenna actually did do it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Is there anything else we got to say about Jenna? Because we've pretty much hit a half hour on her.
We need to talk about the Tribal where she says that she overcame her beauty. Her beauty was a big detriment to her, and she overcame it.
I understand what she's saying here. And I know that like a lot of people will be like, oh my God, poor pretty girl. What a hard thing. But I think the underestimating of somebody like that, because at the end of the day, when we all sit down to watch Survivor Amazon, the reason we're shocked Jenna wins isn't really because of what we watch on the show. It's because on day one, when we see swimsuit model, we go, oh, okay, whatever. Like she ain't going to win this thing. Doesn't matter. Let's look for the real competitors. Jean's going to win or, maybe Shauna could win because at least she's got a brain on her. Like we're not looking at Jenna as a legitimate threat here. For no reason other than the fact that she's super hot and is a swimsuit model. And as she shows, she proves everybody wrong.
Yeah.
I think if you get in the not good, but if that conversation is not involving Christy, because I like what you said, Phil, like people. Oh God, how am I going to say this?
I feel like so far this entire podcast I've been like, am I going to get questioned for this? But go ahead, Alexa.
Yeah, some people will sometimes look at hot people and say they're dumb. They're not strategic. There's this, there's that, whatever they are. So I agree with what Jenna was saying within that context. That absolutely should not in any way be compared to being deaf.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely. Yeah. I forgot that that's what she compared it to. I got where she was coming from in terms of having to overcome, but yes, comparing it to being deaf, no, absolutely not.
I think I understand what Jenna's saying as well, by the way. And I think if Christy wasn't in this season, if she wasn't at the Tribal, it wouldn't have come across the way it did because of course it's followed up by Rob saying, luckily I don't have a handicap. And of course, Christy brings up Rob's comment in Final Tribal, attributing it to Jenna. But she still votes for Jenna, which just shows how much better Jenna, I guess, was than Matt. But but Jenna saying that that people assume by the way I look, how I'm going to be, so I have to overcome like the stereotypes. Like I get it. It's just the way it was presented, almost was like tone deaf to Christy being there, and I feel like that was a lot of Jenna and Christy's relationship. Was like Jenna's just like she doesn't get it. She doesn't understand Christy at all, or like what Christy has to go through. Jenna, I guess it attributes to Jenna's like self-absorbed edit that they gave her, which she does admittedly. The things she says are things she says. They didn't like make her say those. So they just tend to focus on them.
Yeah, which is interesting for a winner because normally they don't show the blemishes, and for Jenna they showed a whole lot of blemishes.
Yeah, they did.
And I mean, now we'll go over to Pearl Islands and another winner who had a lot of blemishes. I mean, we see a lot of, everybody loves Sandra, but a lot of things she said, you're like, damn, this is a vicious woman here. But Sandra Diaz-Twine, the only person to ever win the game twice. Now we're really just going to talk about this Pearl Islands game.
Oh, I think that's so good.
I think that's what we need to do, and not compare both of them. Not do Pearl Islands and Heroes versus Villains, because as I've said numerous times, people tonight might have been like, oh, what do you mean it's shocking Sandra won? It's absolutely shocking that Sandra won this season. It's easy to know now in retrospect, but back then, nobody saw it coming. Nobody thought Sandra was going to be the winner of the season. I still think people don't think Sandra won Pearl Islands. If they stopped watching Survivor after like season 10, if they were to look at the box or look at the cast, they'd be like, oh, it was Rupert who won. Like, nobody thinks it was Sandra. So
I mean, Sandra's not even in the winner's spot. They put Rupert.
Amazing. The best. But yeah, so everybody obviously knows the legend of Sandra, but when you look at her in season 7, unbelievably unpredictable winner, just like in season 6, just kind of like in season 5.
So many other bigger characters. I mean, Rupert, huge character. Johnny Fairplay, huge character. Yeah. Lil, huge character. Completely alters the course of the game. Burton, Sandra's like the 5th or 6th biggest character on that season.
Savage is bigger.
Loud too,
Yeah, but it takes her too long to get loud because pretty much the rest of the season, it's like you really are focusing on everybody else. And I mean, we've had Fairplay on our podcast to say whatever it is Fairplay will say because he says he'll stand by all of it. But a good point he brings up is Sandra's very lucky that they were up 8-5 before they lost an immunity challenge, because by the time they got to that 8-5 advantage, they throw the challenge to get rid of Burton, which, obviously ends up backfiring on that tribe because then they lose the next 2 in a row. But they got up, and had they gone to that first tribal council, we don't know what would have happened, but maybe Sandra's the first boot. We know that her move obviously at the market was great, and speaking Spanish and being able to sell the shoes and do all that. And she's thieving, and it's absolutely amazing. It instantly makes her likable. But by the time we get to the first vote of her tribe, we've already kind of forgotten how much we like her. And it takes a while to get it back because of the season. So she was somebody who got very, very lucky that her tribe was as dominant as it was early.
I do think, though, that opening 10-15 minutes of the first episode, is amazing, by the way. And I wish it was something they would do again. But she right out of the gate, she really impresses. And of course it helps that she knows the language, and that's why she impresses. But, most people have a winner's quote at the beginning. I almost feel like that opening 10 minutes is I know it's not setting for Sandra to win Survivor, but it really makes you notice Sandra's character. She cannot be hidden in the first episode, even if they wanted her to, because of how much she does in that first 10-15 minutes at the little village.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. No, I think you're completely right. I think normally we get Heidik says this is a whatever business trip, and Jenna says something about I don't even know what her winner quote is. But
she says, the men are so cocky. I just want to beat them so I can shut them up.
That's what it is. Yeah, she has a really good moment like that. Exactly. I forgot what it was, but that's a great moment. And yeah, Sandra doesn't really have it. You're right. It is more of this whole sequence.
Sandra's first quote, I think, is something I forgot exactly what it was, but paraphrasing, I know she ends with
Yeah.
I remember that part, but I think it's surprise marooning, and that's why when she said that,
yeah. But she has this huge moment in the pre-merge, or excuse me, in the God, I can't talk. I'm sorry. In the premiere. But past that, the pre-merge it's Rupert. And really until Rupert goes, and then she goes under tear, she's not really on the season.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that premiere is really her biggest spotlight, and you're right, until the second half of the show. And it's so crazy too, because this season doesn't have they don't swap tribes and tribe swap, which they did in 3, 4, and 6 we just talked about, not in Thailand. So this season there's not a tribe swap, but we can't overlook the outcast twist, which no one has ever had to overcome before and deal with that. I feel like that's very important to how the rest of the season plays out, especially because of the final 2, and how Sandra manages that.
Well, and a lot of people don't want to give credit to Savage because they didn't like him in Second Chance and whatever. But Savage leads an epic comeback in Survivor. But the comeback falls flat because they don't win. They end up losing because of the outcast. But it is because of the outcast twist. Yeah. He got his whole tribe back into it. And then the outcast twist happens. And Lil, who Savage was terrible to. Now, granted, I get it. Savage was a dick. I get it. But at this time in Survivor history, you could be a dick to pre-merge players. You didn't have to be nice to them. You could be really, really mean because they were going home.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So get rid of her. She's going home. I don't care. I don't need to be nice to her. She's gone. And so, Savage wasn't ready for this, and his whole tribe wasn't ready for this. And it changes the entire course of the game because then, even though they go into the merge 5-5, Johnny Fairplay brilliantly is able to bring Burton into their side, and Lil was never going to work with Savage again. So it's 6-4. Savage goes home. From there on, they have the numbers. Now, Sandra, though, like what Sandra's moves are is they're all just those under the radar moves where like she votes for John Dalton, Johnny Fairplay. I love how it's John Dalton on here, but she votes for Johnny Fairplay despite knowing Rupert's going home that night because she just wants to vote for Johnny Fairplay because she freaking hates him, So she was able to not vote for Rupert, but still know he was going home.
I do think that. Go ahead, Alexa. Go ahead.
No, just going back to her hating Johnny Fairplay. She never bought the grandma lie. She called that. So she was like, he's faking it. And everyone was like, you're horrible.
No, she would never do that.
So funny.
Almost Fairplay almost Heidik people in that way. Like people like believe the fact that people believe Fairplay about the grandma, is almost like the Heidik making everyone think he's a good guy. Just not exactly the same, but similar. But I think was another thing to report. We haven't mentioned with the first three winners. Heidik received no votes. I know I mentioned that. I think Jenna has only received one. She only received one from Christy, and then Sandra got through this entire season, no votes against her as well. We're really in an era where like not being targeted is almost like it is a key to winning. Whereas like nowadays, it's not as important. Though Tony did it for the most part. It seemed like
Tommy did it.
Yeah, Tommy did it. But like Chris obviously did not. Nick did not. Nick had to fight his way. Ben Driebergen had to fight his way. I can't remember Wendell, and I think
Wendell had a struggle right at the merge, but because Chris Noble went home, and then him and Dom were able to work their way back into everything.
Smooth sailing, yeah. So it's not necessarily required, but it seems like back in these early seasons, especially, like people were not winning immunities to get to the end to win, except for Heidik did it. But I don't think Heidik even needed to do it.
I don't think he needed to either. It was more that it kept Clay safe more than anything. Not
to get back on Heidik too much. We already talked about in the first part.
Yeah. It's hard because people always talk about how great Sandra is, and there's no denying. I mean, she's the only player to win their first 2 times playing. No man has done it either. So she's the only person to ever be able to pull that off, which makes her unbelievably, great at the game of Survivor. But after Pearl Islands, nobody was like, oh man, I got to get Sandra back on the TV. We got to watch her. I mean, when Heroes versus Villains cast came out, a lot of people were surprised Sandra was on that cast. Not many people were like, oh, wow, yeah, of course Sandra's back. She's coming out there with her army hat on, and people were really surprised.
Yeah.
And she's not really villainous. She was just kind of snarky.
She hated John.
Because she cussed, so she wasn't in that perfect hero role like Rupert was, for example. So she had a much rougher demeanor, I guess, and that's what made her a villain. Which is so silly, but exactly. It doesn't make any sense. Why would that make you a villain? But back in the day, this is what we weren't used to seeing. I mean, we weren't used to seeing like the bad guys, and really like she should have been a hero because she's the one who's telling Johnny Fairplay to go F himself. Like that's what we should love that. And we do love that, but she did it in more of a villainous way. It's just like, if you were to look at this, like you can look at these things and you can say, okay, Jenna Maraska, she won 4 immunity challenges. That's how she wins the game. She wins the last one and is able to get rid of Rob. Brian Heidik was able to convince Jake to go with him, and he took Clay with him to the end. That's how he wins the game. What, like Sandra's move, what was really Sandra's big monster move on Survivor Pearl Islands? She convinced Lil to take her over Fairplay at that final 3. That was actually a legit big move.
Yeah.
Which I think Lil would have probably done anyway, though, because she liked Fairplay, but she thought Sandra was better. If she was going to lose to somebody, she'd rather it be Sandra.
That final 3 immunity challenge, I think, proved everything. I almost call him Dalton. Fairplay's sitting there trying to cut a deal with her, and she's like, "Nope, I'm not doing it." And you're like, Dalton, and he knew he was done. Like he had to have known, like at that moment, because you only make deals when you're about to lose, at least, especially in early Survivor. Like Rob was trying to cut a deal with Jenna at Final 3 and Amazon because he knew he was going to lose. The thing is, you got to cut those deals at the beginning if you're going to do them. Whereas I know Nalia and Vecepia cut a deal in Marquesas, but that one could have gone on forever. I think they were just cutting a deal because they were like, yeah, we both agree to take each other. Like, this is not like we were already in agreement on this. Whereas like Amazon and Pearl Islands are trying to make new deals I don't think that the other person had really ever considered actually doing. Like Jenna wasn't going to take Rob. Will wasn't going to take Fair Play. They needed to like do something to add on to the deal. And there's not much you can do at Final 3 to make the deal any sweeter,
Yeah. And people are bringing up like moments in here, and I like it. I mean, we have Ryan Chan who says Sandra turned on Trish when Trish was trying to get Rupert off. I mean, that's a good move for sure, but also it happens so early in the game that's not like what propels her to victory. The other one here, though, Zach M, her spying on Burton and Fair Play plotting against the girls. That's probably the move because that's when she says, screw it, I'm going with Dara and I'm going with Lil, who weren't on my tribe to start, and I'm going to get rid of Burton and Fair Play because that really did confirm that she was not going to be the person left out no matter what happened. Dara and Lil weren't close enough that one of them was going to definitely take the other to Final 2, and Fair Play wasn't close enough with either of them to do that. But had she gotten rid of Lil at that point, she probably doesn't win the season because Fair Play and Burton are going to take each other no matter what. And then you also have Dara, who that was probably the only one Sandra could have beaten because remember, everybody, people didn't realize that Fair Play was how Fair Play was at the time. Right. We as an audience knew, but they loved Fair Play on the island.
Yeah, he Heidik them. That's what should be called.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
You got Heidik.
You got Heidik when you believe the person's good, but they're not.
But they're not. They're evil. They're not. I need to go grab water because I'm about to have a coughing fit. So it's on the two of you to carry this for like a second.
That's okay. I want to point out that in Pearl Islands and also in Amazon, Sandra and Jenna both won 6-1, which had not been done before.
Another blowout.
Yeah, because Ethan was the biggest one at 5-2 in Africa, but everyone other than that was 4-3, 4-3. And we get to All Stars next; it's 4-3 again. So Sandra and Jenna, despite not being considered these great winners by most people, won 6-1. Like they did not squeak by with a win, like Heidik did over somebody who was super unliked, which I think is very telling of their social game, even if we don't see their social game, right. On the screen.
Because I think with Brian, because Brian beat the ultimate GOAT, probably one of, if not the biggest GOAT in Survivor history.
Easily.
But that also I also see it as Brian could have been that person, but Lil never stood a chance. So I think even though one thing, like when you look back and watch, a lot of people say like, oh, watch out for Lil, like she could win. And I don't know if everyone is just BSing each other or if they were just looking for a reason to vote for somebody else. Mm-hmm. But I think Sandra knew she had it and does a pretty good job at her final tribal council, I would say.
Well, Sandra also does a good thing that she also does in Heroes versus Villains. And I'm not saying this is the linchpin in how she won 2 times and then didn't win the other 2 times, but she had everyone had a common enemy in her season and in Heroes versus Villains, where Heroes versus Villains, her enemy was Russell. And she's like, Russell, I'm against you. And even though Sandra wasn't like making like these big moves to like try to get rid of Russell, it's like everyone was against Russell. So Sandra kind of got like there was all the negativity was in one direction. So Sandra kind of was able to avoid that. And then in Pearl Islands, a lot of it was on fair play, I believe. And so Sandra, once again, everyone had like a common enemy, a common target. Sandra was never that. But then we get to Game Changers, and she can't get the target off her back. And Leads Winners at War, she kind of screws herself. But I think the target would have been on her back eventually anyways, whether she does that move or not. So I think that's something that's really important that she does in her 2 winning seasons is there's a common enemy, there's a common target, and they don't go home right away. They're still there for a while.
I think, and this is totally jumping ahead, but the whole question of can this game win a current season? I think it totally can. I think we see a lot of people replicate it. But with her, because she's now played so many times, it's like you can't really see Sandra play another game. And when she tries to play another game, she gets voted out on day 16. Happens both times. So she can only play that way. And that's really interesting because you don't really see that with a lot of people. You see that with Rob, but past that, I feel like people can usually alter. And
so I missed this conversation for the most part, which, Whoops. But I do think too what Sandra did a really good job in the two winning seasons. I don't want to talk too much about Heroes Villains, so there's something to talk about later. But I think what she did a good job too was of aligning with the more powerful people who were so anti that negative person. Like, who was Rupert's number one? He was going to say Sandra every time. Like, he loved Sandra.
Yeah.
And Rupert hated fair play. So what does Sandra do? She hates on fair play with Rupert, but she always knows she's got to get rid of Rupert beforehand. Yeah. And it's the same thing with Russell. What does she do? She does the exact same thing she did in Pearl Islands. She goes, she teams up. First, she teams up with Boston Rob because Boston Rob is going against, Russell. It doesn't work out. Boston Rob goes home, but Sandra's still there. She hits the merge. And what does she do? She says to Rupert and she says to Colby, guys, Russell sucks. He's the worst. He's knowing damn well she's going to vote both of them out, but she's giving the illusion she's willing to work with you and willing to really be your number one, when in reality, that's just not the case.
We did talk about that a little bit while you were gone, but I think you did expand upon it, so it wasn't completely repeated.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah. No, we were talking about how Sandra basically had a common target, common enemy that everyone, especially in Heroes vs. Villains, which I know we're not talking about a lot, but I feel like there's parallels between both seasons of everyone has a target, everyone knows who the big dog is, and it's not Sandra. Whereas in Game Changers, Winners at War, Sandra is the big dog, especially in both seasons. Just for being a two-time winner, not because of her gameplay in the first two seasons, just because she won twice. So that's something that it's going to be so interesting to talk Heroes versus Villains, because how does a winner get to the end? It's so interesting, but here that's not the case. So
yeah,
Sandra does a lot of things this season that are fun and funny. Once again, it's a very social game. She wins 6-1. We mentioned, by the way, while you were gone, just like Jenna, 6-1. Nobody had done that before either of them. They did it back to back, which I think is just impressive.
It has a lot. Well, this one did have a lot to do with who she was sitting next to, though. And it was because Lil had been voted out of the game, and a lot of them were just so anti that. And then a lot of them were also just very anti Lil. Mm-hmm. Like, Lil really annoyed a lot of people. And I think she always had the best intentions, but she did annoy a lot of the people who she was out there on the island with her like Scoutmaster, kind of over the top, overly emotional. It rubbed. I mean, her voting out Savage.
Yeah,
she gets T's vote, but it's mainly because T just really didn't like Sandra. But she gets T's vote. She was never getting anybody else's vote from her tribe. She wasn't going to get Rupert's vote. I mean, Fair Play was never going to vote for Lil, because Fair Play at the end of the day, he doesn't want to say like, oh, I lost to Lil. Like that's, and Lil didn't take him. So he's like, F you. Burton's not going to, like, it's just like everybody was just not going to vote for Lil. Whereas like, I think Jenna's win is a little bit more like, she was kind of the better player there. Obviously, Sandra's the better player here, but it also had a lot to do with the fact that it was Lil. Lil. She'd been voted out of the game.
My wife didn't believe me when I told her that there was a woman who played an entire season in a Boy Scout uniform. She thought I was joking. And I was like, no, I'm serious. And she didn't believe me. I had to show her a picture.
Very fair.
I had to show her a picture because she did not believe me at all. And I'm like, yep, she made it. I didn't tell her how far she made it, so don't tell her. But no, it's just so interesting. Lil's a goat.
Absolutely.
She's a goat, and it's because of the Outcast twist. Though, to be fair, if there wasn't the Outcast twist, she wouldn't have been available to be a goat.
And that's another thing. Like, we talk about this a lot through like on our podcasts and stuff, like especially when I'm defending Michelle, people always be like, well, Michelle only won because Joe DeCampo got sick. And I'm like, okay. And Aubrey only got that far because Neil had to be medevac. Like it's the same thing. And I think that this is one that's tough though, because the legend of Sandra, think about what this season did with the Outcast twist.
Edge of extinction, basically.
Yeah, basically. But I just want to put this into perspective since we're talking about the winner here, and it is Sandra, and it is as legendary as it is. Without the Outcast twist, Lil and Burton don't come back. So we get down to a final 8 where it's those 8 people who are still left. Savage, Rhino, Rupert, Fair Play, Sandra, all of them. Andrew Savage comes back for All-Stars 100% of the time if there's no Outcast twist. That means Boston Rob doesn't. That means Boston Rob and Amber don't get married. Amber doesn't win, which we're about to talk about Amber anyway. And I don't think Sandra wins this season because this was huge for her. She was able to get, because if you think about like how this season plays out for the most part, even though she throws a vote have fair play when Rupert goes home. Rupert does not get voted out when he gets voted out if Burton isn't back in the game. So it's a lot more difficult to get Rupert out of the game because a lot of the people on the original, for some reason, I'm drawing a blank. They were on Drake, I guess. But on the original Drake tribe weren't willing to vote Rupert out of the game. Krista didn't vote for Rupert at that vote. Obviously, Rupert didn't vote for Rupert at that vote. And then Sandra didn't vote for Rupert at that vote. So 3 of the 5 who were left in the game at that point didn't vote for Rupert. But fair play hates Rupert, so of course he votes for Rupert. And he has a little sidekick because he's got Burton. If Burton's not there, Rupert doesn't go home. It's a lot harder for Sandra to win this season. Now, granted, Sandra's still great because she did exactly what she's supposed to do, and that was go to the end with somebody who had been voted out.
Please the jury. That's all you got to do.
Yeah, that's it. But it's very interesting to think about how much of an impact this outcast twist had on so many different elements of Survivor moving forward.
Mm-hmm. And we were saying that Sandra had a pretty solid final tribal council, and that's where the first time where she says, "As long as it ain't me," she totally owns it. It benefits her that Lil just got totally roasted, and to be fair to Lil, she didn't, she couldn't have taken that thing off. Everyone just ripped on her for wearing the Boy Scouts uniform. What else was she gonna wear?
Yeah, what was she wearing underneath? I don't know.
It does. Yeah, exactly. It's like they're acting like she had copious amounts of clothing to be wearing, while Rupert's walking around in a half dress, half shirt thing. What was she supposed to do? It's just it was kind of just bullying. Yeah, I feel at that point because they just didn't like her.
And she was talking about the Scouts honor all the time, which is rip on her for that. That's totally fine. But I think Sandra did a really good job in her final tribal.
Mm-hmm. We haven't really mentioned it, but the classic, Sandra's, strategy is anyone but me. I don't think we've mentioned it once so far, which is a shame on us.
Yeah.
But, anyone but her. That's what her game plan was. She didn't care. It's almost like Heidik, but in terms of how it's just a game. And I feel like we're almost getting in a trend here of people who view it as just a game. But it's how do you balance it's just a game with balancing relationships? That's one thing Sandra had to do here.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I think Alexa's frozen.
Uh-oh.
Unfortunately.
Just staring at it.
Let's jump over to All-Stars, and maybe Alexa's back now. So here we go. Let's jump over to All-Stars. But before we do that, the one thing we didn't say, can Jenna Maraska's game still win? Because we didn't actually do that. So just real quick, Wes, can Jenna Maraska's game still win? Yeah.
What is Jenna Maraska's game? What are we defining her strategy as? I feel like we've just defined the first 5 people's strategies. Mm-hmm. What was Jenna Maraska? And by the way, Heidik, I feel like did not evolve. I know I did a lot of talking about how the strategies evolved. I feel like Heidik didn't evolve the strategy from season 4 to 5, but he did successfully pull off a new kind of strategy with the ghost strategy, which that part of his strategy holds up. Jenna's strategy is what? What is Jenna's strategy? That's probably
hard to define.
I don't know what Jenna's strategy is. Oh, come on. I don't know what Jenna's strategy is, but and then we talk about this with a lot of people. The way that she talks to Christy and being being the mean girl does not win. Being the mean guy does not win.
No.
I don't think she can win because of that.
Yeah.
It would make her a goat, actually, in modern Survivor. But people don't want to live with that. I don't think we get a lot of goats who are mean to people. We get a lot of goats of people who just won't make moves or won't make the flashy moves. But we don't get a lot of mean people getting dragged at the end of Survivor now.
I do think, though, something that Jenna was able to do, and I don't think that she can win. I don't think that type can play again. But if we're just going to say, what was her strategy? I think her strategy was really to adapt to whichever way was the best way to go. And I don't think we really had seen that up to that point, but she votes out Shauna, and her and Shauna were close early on. They were the hot girls, they were close, but she votes out Shauna before the merge because she saw that she was getting too close to Alex, and she saw a better opportunity with Rob. And I know that people say, well, she rode Rob's coattails and that's all it was. But I do think that her strategy was to adapt to all the situations, and whether she whined about it and hated it or was able to successfully just kind of face it head on, I think that was really her strategy, was just to evolve, to adapt.
Sure. And another thing I mentioned how like sometimes the most important move is just keeping your alliance together. She didn't really have the option because Rob kept blowing up the alliances, which is so much fun to watch. But Jenna would come out of like getting blindsided by the Alex vote and be like, I hate Rob, I can never forgive him. But then Rob comes back and he's like, well, actually, I want to work with you guys. And Jenna it seems like such a small thing, but it's actually just a big thing. It's her ego didn't get in the way. She's like, no, I'm not going to, screw you now. I'm not going to vote with you. I'd rather let my game sink than vote with you, which we do see people do. Jenna doesn't do that. Yeah. Heidik doesn't do that. So it was dropping your ego sometimes is a great move because it hurts to do. You really hate this guy, but for the sake of your game, it's the best move.
Yeah.
So I don't know if Jenna's strategy is easily definable. So can her strategy hold up? I don't know because I don't think we can clearly define what her strategy was from the season.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's jump over to All-Stars then. And
we haven't answered, can Sandra's game hold up?
Oh, yeah, Sandra's game can hold up for sure.
Absolutely.
For sure. Yeah, as long as
it's the easiest one.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But all right, we go over to the worst season of the first 8 seasons. In my personal opinion. And in fact, I just want everybody to know this, like, because Alexa and I never did like a season. We did a season ranking a while ago, but I have been ranking them as I'm rewatching. Thailand's the 6th best season of the first 8. You guys can all figure out what's number 7. But I didn't say that. But talking about All-Stars here, a rough season. Not what any of us expected. Yeah, not what any of us expected at all coming into this. We saw a lot of legendary players, but everybody kind of had their own agendas, and we kind of get stuck with an end game here that isn't. It's exciting, sure, but it's not the people we really wanted to see in the end game. Nobody wanted to see Jenna Lewis and Alicia and Xian and even really Amber and Rob until this season started. Nobody really knew how much they wanted to see them. But we're going to be talking about Amber now. As the winner, still Brkich, Amber Brkich at the time, as the winner of Survivor All-Stars. What do we think about Amber? Because I have very little to say.
I do want to say that something important that is going to obviously be brought up is how, once again, similar to the Amazon, how Rob lost is how Jenna won. How Rob lost here, different Rob, is how Amber won. Because we talked in length about how Rob blew his game, but I think here what's important is how Boston Rob blew his game. Because you say you don't have much to say about Amber, and maybe Alexa you do, and I don't want to cut you off, but I rewatched All Stars recently, and I once again could not clearly tell you, similar to Jenna, what Amber's strategy was besides hitching herself onto Rob and letting him be the bulldozer, and she's just behind the bulldozer avoiding all the fire, which is a legitimate strategy.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Now that we're talking out loud. Because I think it's one of those things where I rewatched it a while ago, but I disliked it so much, so I couldn't totally follow it. But I can't tell if it was subconscious or not, because she has the social game, and Rob in that season did not. So did she know that and say, okay, well, I also really like this guy, so I'll go to the end with him. One, because I like him, and also because, Jenna Lewis was popular with that group. If she and Jenna Lewis in some way end up in the final 2 together, I think it's more competitive, and I actually think Jenna could probably win.
I think Jenna wins.
I think Jenna wins
easily. Jenna Lewis is the winner of Survivor. She wins the final 3 challenge.
Don't ever say that again.
I think Jenna played a good game. I'll say that. She played a game that none of us wanted to watch, but it worked. So I don't think Amber sat there and said, okay, this guy's a total jerk, so I'm just going to take advantage of that. But I think she certainly saw that. Yeah. And I think it's one of those things that it comes naturally to her. We see this in Winners at War. She's a kind person. Mm-hmm. So I think that's not something she really had to try to do. I think that's just who she is.
I think that they got a really lucky break on their tribe, Rob and Amber. And I feel like they're almost hand in hand on how this whole game wins. They got a lucky break on their tribe because let me double check the starting tribes, but I don't think there was any winners on their tribe.
Winner on their tribe. They had the easiest starting tribe because they had Sue Hawk, Big Tom, Alicia, Boston Rob, Amber, and Rob's sister Nino. There's one target there. Yeah. And then you have Sue, who's an easy boot if you need to do it.
Yeah. Sue is annoying. Alicia, we didn't see a great gameplay out of her. We didn't see great gameplay out of her in Australian Outback. And once again here, she doesn't really do anything to improve upon it. So We got, you know, two easy people in terms of that. Then you got those two. Big Tom, like, I feel like is smarter than he cares to admit, or he wants to appear to people. I feel like Tom has, like, he wants to, like, maintain this persona of, like, I'm just this goofy, fun guy. But reality is he's a lot smarter, and he wants to make these moves. And you hear this season and in Africa where he's, like, secretly behind when camera's not around, telling people, like, hey, you know, if you do this thing, I won't stop you. But it gets him in trouble every time.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I do think, like, starting on Shapira was a very big influence. I mean, if you think about just the tribe I just named, the average placement on that tribe is like 7th place. You know, it's not good. It's not good. And, you know, for Amber, what's hard is Amber gets a bad rap because of Rob. Like, the people who don't like Rob don't like Amber, and the people who do like Rob don't think Amber should have won. So she gets a bad rap because of Rob. But what people forget is Amber's not like a vicious person. Amber's not a mean person. Amber's a very, like Alexa said, a very nice, kind person. And I think that gets lost in this season because everybody says Thailand is one of the ugliest seasons of Survivor. All-Stars is the ugliest season of Survivor. I mean, up until obviously what we had in Island of the Idols and the moment in Game Changers, this is the ugliest season that didn't have any outside influences on why it was so ugly. I mean, think about this. From the word go, we have Jenna Maraska leaving because of the situation with her mother. We have Sue Hawk quitting and screaming.
She has to, like, defend that. Like, she has to defend it.
She has to, as everybody's telling her, well, you shouldn't have been out here in the first place. It's like, okay, go F yourself. Who gives a crap? And then it's like Sue Hawk is quitting and screaming at Jeff. Everybody is just hating. Like, everybody wants to get rid of all the winners, and they're being mean to each other while they're doing it. This is the first time we really saw nastiness from the players, which probably is great for production because they want that edge. But the Lex and Rob situation is absolutely horrific. The Rob and Kathy situation is terrible. Rob and Big Tom becomes terrible. Rob and Alicia, like, everything is so bad. But the one constant is it's Rob and Amber just kind of skates by. And, you know, Amber didn't really have a plan coming into Australia and shouldn't have been on All-Stars, but she did the same thing she did in Australia, except this time it worked because the person she hitched to went to the end.
Well, here's a fun fact about All-Stars. Just take a guess at how many votes until maybe you already know this, but guess how many votes Rob received against him before Final Tribal. But throughout the game, how many votes did he receive against him? Do you guys know?
I feel like one.
I don't remember, honestly, but I'm going to say it's just one because I feel like his whole alliance didn't want to vote him out until it was too late.
He got one vote, and it was from Rupert on the Rupert vote. And then if you go over to Amber, guess how many votes Amber received along the way to her vote before she won?
Probably a lot more.
It's more, but just take a guess.
I have no idea.
I'm gonna say 6.
Yeah, that's actually exactly right. She got 6 votes.
I know Phil.
Driver Wiki. She received 6 votes, and Rob received 1 along the way. I mean, what does that tell you? You know that, and Sheehan votes against Amber twice, but then votes for her at the end of the game. You know, and Sheehan was like the only one who seemed actually truly impartial by the way she talked at Final Tribal about, like, I'm voting for Amber because I feel like she played a better social game, essentially. Whereas everyone else was like voting, it seemed like in spite. Whereas Shannon was the only one who seemed like she's voting actually based solely on how they played a game, which I think is
and that's the thing. Like, Tom just was never going to vote for Rob because that's the kind of guy Tom is, and he hates Rob. Sheehan, she votes for Amber, like you just gave the reason. Alicia was never going to vote for Rob. Alicia didn't like. That's not the type of person, and this is like why. You know, people always say Rob's the greatest player ever. Rob's the greatest player ever. And I just sit here and I'm like, no, like, he can't be the best player ever because there was no adapting. And like, I say that in Marquesas when we were talking about Vecepia. Vecepia kissed ass. He did not. And now I look at exactly what happened in this game. Did he do a phenomenal job of keeping his alliance intact? Absolutely. He was able to convince. I mean, the best line is take care of her. If you take care of her, I'll take care of you. Whatever the hell the line is, it's a phenomenal line. And it's the reason why him and Amber are able to go far in the game because he convinces Lex to vote out Jerry, which is the stupidest move maybe in Survivor history. But the reason Rob doesn't receive any votes is because Rob is sitting there and has convinced everybody that he likes them as much as he convinced Lex that he convinced Lex he liked him. So everybody is convinced they're in, like, Rob is going to final 2 with them, or at least final 3. And that's why he ends up getting Jenna Lewis's vote and he ends up getting Rupert's vote, because he did take them pretty much as far as he said he was going to take them, you know. But what's so brutal about his game is that he's lying straight to Tom's face. He's lying straight to Alicia's face. And they just don't want to deal with it. They don't appreciate it. They hate it. And he never was able to really convince the people he needed to give him that one more vote that would make him the sole survivor. And if he wins All-Stars, then sure, yeah, we can sit here and call him one of the greatest of all time. Well, I mean, he still is one of the greatest of all time, but we could really make an argument for number 1. But the fact that he didn't win this game, it's not just because Amber was more likable. It's because of things Rob did throughout the season.
Yeah. If Rob wins this season he wouldn't have played Redemption Island, obviously, if he wins the season. But if he won this season instead of Redemption Island, I think we would really, truly be saying how Rob is right there with Kim Spradlin, maybe Tony Vlachos. I know those are the 3 I hear. The 2 I hear the most commonly now is the best winners on their seasons that they won. I feel like if Rob wins this season, this is considered a great win by him. Even though it is still a dark season, the season's still dark regardless. Him winning the season would mark him as one of the best winners. Where I feel like the Redemption Island one has a big old asterisk because he's a 4th-time player with a bunch of first-time players, and a season that seems set up for him and Russell. So
it's like everybody else was playing, or he's playing in a home run derby where somebody's throwing underhand to him, and everybody else is playing 100-mile-an-hour fastballs down the middle, like, and they've never swung a baseball bat in their life. Yeah, you know, it's really unreal.
But winning these All-Star seasons, I feel like almost makes. And we're not ranking winners, but it almost makes your game more impressive because you're beating people who do know how to play.
Exactly.
Especially, and this is the first iteration of All-Stars that Survivor's done. You can call Game Changers All-Stars 2 if you want, or these other Heroes vs. Villains maybe you call All-Stars 2. But really, truly, I mean, if he wins this season, if he's able to be better at Final Tribal, if he's able to treat people nicer, it's almost a little bit like Russell had, you know, just mistreatment of the jury, you know, men. And Russell has the same issue, except Russell also doesn't adapt. It's very weird how similar they are. Russell never adapts his game. Rob doesn't really adapt his game. He gets older, more mature,
and he's also lucky he started on Ometepe.
In Winners at War, he did not adapt whatsoever.
No.
He got very lucky that he was on Ometepe and was able to convince them, like, Matt, we need to get rid of Francesca and Philip fighting. And then he's able to just take Philip and Natalie Tenorelli right to the end with him. I mean, and it was so easy for him, you know, like, but we've seen it so many times. Like, it's hard to give the amount of credit for that. And I know I'm going to get panned for this, and I really don't care because I'll go to the grave saying this. I mean, we'll talk about Redemption when we get there, but, like, it's hard to say, oh, that's the most impressive win ever. It's a 4th-time player playing against a bunch of first-time players. And we see it in this season in All-Stars. The people with the big targets were going out first. You know, like all the winners are gone pre-merge. Rudy's gone. Who else was pre-merge?
You want to talk about, by the way, when we got to last week, you said when we get to All-Stars, you want to talk about how impressive Ethan played this season.
Yeah, I thought he was great.
He played better in Africa.
I think he played really great. He was playing with his back against the wall. He never really had his back against the wall in Africa. And he was never going to win. He was never even going to make the merge. No. But gets the focus off of him. They end up getting rid of Tina. They get rid of Jerry before him, right?
No. Jerry's right after him.
Who did they get rid of before him?
They get rid of Colby before him.
Yeah. That was it. Yeah.
That's a big one.
I mean, Ethan survives 1, 2, 3, 4 tribal councils before he gets voted out, which is impressive. And by the way, I'm trying to help you plug tomorrow. Wink, wink. But
no, I get you. And we will. But I'm saying, like, with Ethan too, though, he started on a tribe with Jenna Lewis, who was the most adamant about vote out winners. They had their chance. They don't deserve to be here. Get rid of them. And so she votes out Tina first, and then says, you know what, we can't keep losing. Otherwise, I'm not going to get a shot. So I'll keep Ethan. Let's get rid of Rudy. And then Jenna quits, which was very lucky for all of them. They get one win in, and then the tribe switch up. And Ethan gets Rich to go before him. Makes sense. Rich goes home. He was a winner. And then the Colby one. That was a huge one. If Ethan's tribe doesn't lose that next challenge and Shapiro loses, Ethan probably does make the merge and would have been the only winner to make the merge. And it's really impressive. Like, it really is. So I think it's an impressive game there. I think he played really well. Obviously it gets, forgotten because it's a pre-merge. And at the end of the day, pre-merge is pre-merge. But when you take into account, that's what's also tough about this All-Stars game with Amber and Rob, is that Amber and Rob were coming in with no target whatsoever. They had no target. And so, yeah, did they play amazing? Absolutely. But they weren't top 8 people to be voted off on anybody's radar. And if you notice, one thing that is consistent throughout the season is the people who came into this season without a target on them did not go home until everybody with a target on them went home. That's the biggest. If you look at this final, what is it? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If you look at the final 7, there is not one target left in the game. Mm-hmm. It's huge.
I gotta say, there's a lot of episodes. I was looking at what episode Ethan went home. He went home in episode 8. There's a lot of episodes in the season.
It's a long season.
Because the 2 quits, I think, were solo episodes.
Let's see.
Jenna one was definitely a solo episode.
Right. Susan and Jenna were both their own episode on their quits. That's just so much. That's almost too much.
It is too much.
At times it felt like too much because it was like we didn't get to the merge till episode 11, and we're so used to like hitting merge 7. Yeah, episode 7, unless we're doing a fake merge. Mm-hmm. But episode 11, though, I think 9 was a recap because they were doing recaps back then. But regardless, it was just so long to get to the merge. Ethan would have made the merge in a regular season. Episode 8 is usually already at the merge.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that, I don't know why that just reminded me, but with it being such a dark season, I think in promoting Winners at War, Ethan posted this like awesome secret scene of, I forget who the tribe was. It was like Rob, Amber, Rob Sestonino, I think Tina. And what they were doing was they were doing a mock tribal council where everybody played someone else, and Rob played Ethan. I think Amber played Tina. It is unbelievably funny.
Sestonino plays Jeff.
Yeah, it's Sue's in it. I forget who Sue plays, but
I think she plays
so unbelievably funny.
Yeah. That was a great scene. That's almost like an early sign of like, why isn't this in the show? Now we ask that question because there's so much heavy, but like back then it's like, man, a fun scene like this would have made this dark season feel a little bit lighter.
A little nicer.
Yeah. Absolutely. And that's what's ultimately so weird about this season too, is if you think about a season like Thailand, unbelievably dark season with an unbelievably dark winner. Like it's a nasty season with a nasty winner. And then you get to a season like Amazon, unpredictable season with an unpredictable winner. You get to a season like Pearl Islands, like Sandra really does define that season. Like Rupert defines it in Fair Play and everything, but Sandra is kind of like that person who is in the middle of the chaos and is both likable and unlikable, which we hadn't really seen yet from a winner. She's a little bit of both. And that's what Pearl Islands is. It's got its really great characters with their great moments, and then some of like just awful Austin quits and all of that. Like, but this season, the winner does not represent the season. Not even in the slightest bit does Amber represent what took place in All Stars. So
and we think that Winners at War because she talks about it.
Yeah,
talks about how she feels. I mean, that's so crazy. Like even to this day, but I feel like it's like her legacy. Like you look up Amber Mariano, Amber Brkich, like this is what you get. You see, like she played Survivor twice and she won one, and nobody really cared. But it almost gets overshadowed. It's almost like, thank goodness, by the way, they got married because it really helps that final that reunion or whatever you want to call it.
That would have been bad.
Yeah, like if
there was epic reunion.
We've just been ripping in Amber. How did you win? Like Jeff would be like, how did this spoiled swimsuit model?
Yeah.
This other spoiled woman.
Yeah, another spoiled woman like Jenna from Amazon.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, yeah, this reunion is one of the best episodes of Survivor. I mean, it's so good. I mean, I love it. Just the hatred for everybody. Like those wounds had not healed. That's for sure.
And it's such a winner because Sue Hawk, like I don't know if she gets a settlement. Like I don't know what went down with that, but Jeff introduces, direct quote, the new Sue Hawk, and like shows her off, and she stands up, and I think she got like Botox or something, or she got something.
Yeah,
but they she was like, oh, I got all this money, like it's all good. Like it was just unbelievably ridiculous. Yeah. But then Jerry gets booed off the stage, and it's
I feel so bad for Jerry, but we'll get to her almost winning season eventually.
Yeah, we really will. We really will. And you know, I mean, this is what happens though a lot of times with all-star seasons. And I think Sarah Lucina, Jeremy Collins broke the trend. It was really him who broke the trend. But a lot of times in these all-star seasons, or even like, I guess half and half's not fair because Parv did play really solid. But even in that season, Sari played the better game. I think what we see a lot of the time is in these seasons, like somebody you're just really not anticipating to do well does really well, like, and wins the game. Amber winning. I mean, even coming into fans versus favorites, it's kind of the same thing with Sandra going into Heroes Villains. Nobody was like, oh my God, Parvati, the queen, the greatest player of all time. No. How could we ever like dethrone her? Nobody was saying that. No. So for her to win, it was like, she beat Amanda. She beat James. She beat, Ozzy. Are you kidding? Like, it was shocking that it was Parvati. And then we see the same thing again with Sandra, and we kind of see similar things as just, the years go on until really Jeremy Collins kind of breaks that trend. Or I guess Tyson kind of does, because we could all kind of see Tyson winning out of the returnees there. But it's just something that unfortunately we see a lot. And we see for the first time in All-Stars, you see probably, I'm sorry, Amber, probably the least deserving person to be on that season wins the season. And I'm not saying that she was the least deserving winner, because as the game went on, she plays a better game than a lot of them because she was the closest to Rob, and that's why she wins. But nobody was like pumped that Amber was going to be on All-Stars.
I will say that I feel like Amber and Rob both played very similar games to what they did the first time, because Amber in Australian Outback hitched her wagon onto Jerry and rode that Jerry train until Jerry gets blindsided. And then Amber doesn't have whatever it is, whatever the gall, the balls, whatever you want to call it, to flip and to go join the other side that just blindsided her and Jerry. She was on the Jerry train till the end. Jerry goes home. Amber's out in the cold. She gets voted out. Here, she hitches her wagon onto Rob, which, by the way, I feel like is probably the strategy we're going to define her as, like hitching your wagon on somebody because somebody else does it here in Samoa. It is a legitimate strategy. It works in later Survivor. Hitching your wagon on somebody, let them be the villain, to the very end. But Rob plays as the Rob father in the Marquesas, and here he is, the Rob father part 2. And then when we get to Heroes vs. Villains, it's like he wanted to do it, but he really didn't make it far enough to be the Rob father again. And he's playing against a bunch of people who are much smarter as well. And then we get to Redemption Island. It's like the true Rob Father Part 3. It's like the trilogy of Rob.
Well, I was actually going to say that really Heroes versus Villains is the ultimate Rob Father Part 3, because like it follows ultimately what the Godfather series did. First time, really good. Second time, really good, really dark, really vicious. Third time, nobody really cared, and it was a long time after. Nobody wanted to be a part of it anymore. That's how I really feel about Rob. But hey.
We'll get to his future ones.
Yeah, so you said you think that this type of strategy can win again. Alexa, Alexa, what's your take?
Me. I don't think so. Because I think again, like to your point, Wes, I don't really know what the strategy is, but from what I've watched, it's the hitching her wagon, and the person who does it now gets berated for being the coattail rider. So I think in like this kind of game, in this current game, but then again, Rob was a jerk, and that doesn't do well. So I don't think so, but I guess it depends who she's with.
Well, as Sesternino says in the Amazon, sometimes I feel like he said this in the Amazon, like you just have to find someone who's more disagreeable than yourself. That's what Amber does here. And that's what Natalie White does in Samoa. You just find someone who's more disagreeable than yourself. And, if they get to the end, and in a final 2, it's perfect. In a final 3, I feel like it's a lot harder to be in that position because you have 2 people who are more disagreeable than yourself, which as we have seen is a bigger struggle, which I feel like is part of why they made a final 3. But it is still possible.
I don't think
it's a little easier.
I was just going to say, I don't think that this type of strategy can win anymore, because if you do try to latch on to somebody as hard as Amber did and you make yourselves this known, you get eliminated right away as a power couple. We see it all the time. I mean, power couples don't make it an episode anymore in Survivor, and I think that was ultimately what would end up happening now. So I don't think that this strategy can work anymore. I think we're split pretty much for this. Season 7, well, season 7 can win maybe season 6, but 5 and 8, those strategies can't win anymore.
Well, yeah, if we're saying can it win 41, I feel like it's less likely. I'm just thinking of the fact that it did win again later, but 19 was so long ago, I guess now.
Yeah, 19 was in the first half. I don't think it could win anymore. Chris Daugherty, as Wes would say, don't confuse him with Chris Daugherty.
No, don't.
Please don't.
One letter in between the names, too.
Crazy.
You would mix it up.
We were watching, I have a quick side story about Survivor Vanuatu. I was watching this in college with my roommate, and we were just watching it, and he was assuming Chris was going to go home early, whatever, just because he's Chris. We'd watched the first episode, and for some reason, he looked up American Idol that night, and it was our freshman year of college. It was 2010. Why are you looking up American Idol in 2010? And he looked it up, and he saw Chris Daugherty, and then it said underneath Chris Daugherty, as an other, and it said Survivor winner, and he was like, "There's no way that guy wins," and I was like, "Oh, how did you spoil that for yourself?"
It's kind of like when you Google, I've seen people on Reddit have been doing this. People have been Googling Amber Brkich, name pronounced potentially incorrectly, and it's this blonde lawyer from Florida, and everyone's like, "Well, that's the girl that won Survivor All-Stars."
I love it.
I was watching a movie with my wife yesterday, or maybe 2 days ago, and it's based on a true story. And we're halfway through, and it's about this dude and his wife dies at near the end of the movie, and I didn't know that. And she's just looking up. She's like, "Yeah." She's like, and his wife dies. And I'm like, "Wait, what?" And she's totally ruined it. And I had no idea. And I'm like, the rest of the movie, I'm like, I already know what's going to happen. Why did you do this to me?
Go ahead, Alexa.
I was going to say, just to potentially spoil myself, what was the movie? And for the
I still believe it's Jeremy Camp writes this amazing song after his wife dies, and then he gets married again. So I knew about his second wife, but I thought that was the wife that didn't die. Because I didn't think she died, but she did.
Everyone, tune in next week for us to continue spoiling movies.
I will say, as somebody who knows
Survivor winners commentary,
as somebody who knows nothing about Jeremy Camp, I knew that his first wife died, so that's not a spoiler to me at all. But I will say that while that's not a spoiler to most people, Chris winning Survivor Season 9, if you didn't know that right now, I am so sorry that you listened to the beginning of this podcast, because Chris does win Season 9, and it's an unbelievable comeback. We'll talk all about him. We're also going to be talking about Tom Westman from Palau, Danni Boatwright, who we just saw, who was the first returnee from Survivor Guatemala, and, of course, Aras Baskauskas, I've been told is how it's spelled. Baskauskas.
Yeah.
I don't think there's the SH. I think it's Baskauskas, but TBD.
So, according to the Survivor Wiki, his last name is pronounced Bushkauskas.
Yikes.
Yeah.
You know
what you do?
Not great.
This is when you go full Game of Thrones, Lord of the Rings, where it's Aras, brother of Vetus, and that is it. That is all we're doing. Yeah,
Panama.
Winner of Panama. Yeah, I love that. That's it. And we just ignore the fact that he even has a last name. So we're going to be talking all about all of them. And of course, we're going to be starting off with Chris. If you haven't watched our first 2 episodes, go back and watch our first 2 episodes. Listen to our first 2 episodes. They're up on Spotify. They're up on iTunes. All of that. We talk about the first 8 winners in Survivor history. But tonight, we're talking about the other 4. And Alexa and I are obviously going to have a lot to say about Vanuatu, considering both of us have put it in our top 5 over and over and over again, much to the chagrin of a lot of people out here. But I want to hear Wes first, because Alexa, you and I are going to be talking a lot about Chris for sure. Wes, how do you feel about Chris as a winner?
You know what? Chris at first it's he's a little off-putting when you hear the tale. If you haven't watched the season yet, but you hear how when he wins, he goes, "Yeah," at everyone, but they had to edit that out, and you're like, "Oh, this is an edgy winner." And he just, I don't know, man. He's the first underdog since Vecepia. I try to think back. I don't think anyone else was true. I mean, maybe Jenna in the Amazon. I don't view her as the same kind of underdog. She wasn't really an underdog till the finale. He was an underdog for half the season. So Chris's underdog story is very impressive. And I did note he only got votes in the premiere. I thought that was very impressive. He didn't get votes the rest of the game, despite being should have been the obvious target for the whole second half. So, I mean,
it makes it so good. He's the winner with the absolute worst premiere of all time.
Of all time.
Yeah.
And,
no question.
And people will try to say that could possibly be Nick Wilson, but Chris should have been the first boot on this season. And you were saying, Wes, he should have, he was an easy boot for the second half of the season. He should have been an easy boot at every tribal council. He blew that first challenge. in this season. Once again, it's the second time they did men versus women. The men lost the first challenge because of a balance beam, and it's this construction worker, overweight guy who cannot get across the balance beam, and all the young fit guys are like, cool, let's get rid of him.
Yeah.
And what ends up happening? He comes out with one of the best opening winner quotes of all time, and I'm going to just completely misrepresent it, so if anybody knows it, but he says, it's not out here to outbalance. I'm out here to outwit and outplay. And it's just, it's like, that's what he's here to do. And he forms the Fat Five right away and then doesn't get into trouble until the women just decimate the men on this season.
And that's what's so interesting about his win. He starts off confident and then he gets cocky, but nobody knows that he's cocky. And we've talked about this a lot, where he's cocky to us, but not so much to the other players. But then when you go back and watch near the end, when he's the only guy left and he strolls into tribal council every single week and a woman goes home every single time, he's got the biggest crap-eating grin on his face. And like you said, Wes, he drops an F yeah as soon as he wins. It's some would call it off-putting. To me, the more off-putting part is a lot of his other quotes, which come a little bit later about women. Everyone talks about how Amazon doesn't age well. A lot of Chris's comments don't age really well either, but I think because, one, it's a fairly forgotten season, and two, because there's something weirdly endearing about him, it's kind of brushed off.
Did you guys know that he was voted as fan favorite of this season on the CBS website? Maybe you did, but I didn't know that till today.
No,
I looked it up.
At first glance, that kind of surprises me, but at the same time, I can't really think of who else it would be.
Apparently, it was Amy for a while. I'm looking at Survivor Wiki, by the way. This isn't like some secret information I have. Apparently, it was Amy, and then at some point in the season, Chris became the fan favorite. It was probably the point where he became the underdog, if I had to guess.
Yeah, and I will say too, Alexa, I wanted to go back to like you had said with the comments, and I do think that, Chris obviously said some things that nobody's excited about nowadays, but I also think that that again, like when we were talking about Amazon, I was saying how it was fun and like everybody was having fun with it. I mean, as much as Rob Sesternino goes goo over all those girls the entire season, every one of them is also playing. Heidi says her strategy was to be like, here's my boobs. This is it. This is like, that was her strategy. And that's why, Alexa, you and I both think that she's a very underrated player. And I think it's kind of the same thing with this. Chris says some things where you're like, what is going on? But at the same time, because it's all coming true on the season, they kind of have to keep it in. Because when he's saying you don't have to do anything, you just get a bunch of women together and they'll end up, they'll just start backstabbing or whatever his quote is. I know that one is like really bad, but at the same time, because it's exactly what happens, it's really tough to ignore it if you're an editor and you sit there and you're like, oh, I don't like that he said that. But then you're like,
how can I cover it up?
Yeah. It was true in that season.
And this season, like we talked about with Amazon last week, Amazon, like that was your first men versus women, and it's a bunch of like hot models on both sides.
Hello.
In this situation, from the guys, all of the hot guys are voted out immediately. So it's a totally different dynamic. And I don't know where I read this, but Amazon felt more like, oh, we're at a frat party, and this was men versus women.
Mm-hmm. I completely agree. And one of the big things here is, I think, and this is not a knock on any of the women in the season, but they're not nearly as hot as the Amazon women, and they weren't cast to be as hot. No. I think that this season was meant to have, if you look at this season as a whole, this is like I really believe why I like Vanuatu so much is because this looks like people you see at 7-Eleven. This looks like people you see at gas stations. Like this looks like people you see
all trucker final two.
Yeah, it looks like people you see every day in your life. Whereas in Survivor Amazon, I don't see people who look like Jenna and Heidi every day. I don't see people who look like, Dave and Daniel and all that. Like you don't see people who look like that every day. So I think that's what makes Vanuatu really just like so relatable to me, is that I feel like all of this cast is just everyday, like average Joes.
I feel like this cast is probably closer, unfortunately, for comparison's sake, to Thailand, because I feel like Thailand was a lot of older people who also looked more like people you'd meet in real life. Like you said, trucker. I'm not sure if that's the word I would use, but it definitely seems more like the.
Or let me correct.
Cast was
the two. Twyla and Chris were both, I think, highway construction workers, like an extremely specific and never again repeated job.
Yeah. It's crazy. And so like when I look at what Chris was able to do on this season, I think it's just obviously it's fascinating, and we'll talk all about what he ended up having to do in order to win this. But like when you look at who he was with, those young guys wanted nothing to do with them. They tried to kind of do it. And then the problem was the older guys weren't very good at Survivor. And we saw this a lot in the early seasons. And nowadays we always give people a hard time with, oh, they were recruited and they don't actually know the game and blah, blah. But you really think about it, other than Rob Cesternino, Chris Daugherty knew the game the best out of the first 9 seasons of Survivor. And I don't think there's any doubt about that. The person who probably knew it the third best was Brooke, who's the first boot of this season. But they actually knew the game, because when you're watching these early seasons, you're like, wow, it feels so much more authentic. It feels so much pure. Like it just feels normal. But a lot of the players who were playing, they were still doing it for the same reasons that a lot of people play the game now. It's just we didn't know it as much because after the game was over, they disappeared. They didn't go on to have social media careers as influencers. They really did disappear off the face of the earth. So we didn't feel like they were there just for like the social media presence and the fame. But a lot of them were. A lot of them really were. So Chris, I give so much credit for, he knew the game better than anybody else out there. And one fun fact that I really want to throw out here to everybody. So I met Eliza once. And Eliza actually said, while we're talking about the way the cast looks, Eliza said that when she sent in her audition tape, she tried to play it up like she was the hot girl and she was going to be the hot girl on the season. And she said that they just pretty much told her, like, no, Eliza, you're going to be the neurotic underdog. That's what you're going to be. And she was like, well, yeah, that's, I guess, what I really am. And like, that's what she plays in both of her seasons, which is pretty amazing for casting to call her out on that, but still know you need to put her on the season.
Look how it works out.
I feel like Richard Hatch also has a great understanding of the game from the very first season, and even in All Stars when he's like, this game's about social relationships, and everyone's over here thinking about all these other things, but really it's about social relationships. So even though Richard Hatch is like, you know, cocky and full of himself a lot, I think he does. Yeah, I would put him in that group of people where you're like, they just understand the game coming in. Richard really understood the game coming in before we even knew it was a game. And I know we talked in length about him already.
That's kind of what I'm saying, though, is like Richard kind of invented it, but Cesternino studied it, and Chris studied it. Like, that's what I mean. Like, Chris knew this game inside and out. The most amazing thing about Chris, and this is why I think that his path to the win is so impressive, is at that first tribal council, Chris blew it, and he got 4 votes, I believe. I think it was 5-4 was the final vote there. But he gets 4 votes. Nick Wilson, who had a hard time at the start of his season, he didn't go home because Pat got medevac. Okay, so that's like a lucky break. Good for Nick. The next time Chris was really in danger of going home was at Final 7. He didn't win immunity at Final 7. And he still did not go home and was able to put himself into a swing position. And then he continues to win immunities after that. He ends up winning, I believe it's 3 of the last 4 challenges. But he wins the one after Leanne goes home, and then he wins the last 2. But it's really impressive that the 2 times he was in the most danger, or should have been in the most danger, he had to play the game with no protection and was able to pull it off, which we very rarely see in Survivor.
He only got 3 votes in the first one. Actually, the first vote went 5 to 3 to 1. And then he received 0 votes the rest of the game. Like, what? He was the underdog. It's like Vecepia. How did they both get away with this? Like, they're like Houdini.
Absolutely.
I think it's we won't see this so much once we get into like the dark ages of the early 20s, but I think let's enjoy what we have for the next couple of weeks. But I think you see this. I think you see this more with Chris than you do with Vecepia. But when you have a crew of 8, or when you have an alliance of like between 5 and 8, and they've been together, like they never lost an immunity challenge in the pre-merge, they're sticking together. They never got the chance to get rid of the people who they actually don't like. And so once there's finally a crack, and once that person who's Chris can actually find that crack, that's when you break them up. And that's when I can say like, oh, well, I've been voting with Phil for the past 5 weeks and I can't stand him. Like, now's my chance to get rid of him.
Yeah,
even though
let's do that.
Always like, you're just like, oh, we'll get rid of Chris next week. I'll get rid of Chris next week. So it was genius of him. And I feel like that's the first time we really saw it.
And this is the first time we really saw the Final 7 get exploited I feel like, because in the earlier seasons we never really saw it. The first 5 seasons, in the 4th season it was final 9. In the other seasons around that, it was kind of just like, we're going to vote the way we want to vote, and that's how we're going to do it. We see it in Amazon when Sesternino does go against Alex when they have the 4-3 majority. But this was the first time we really saw somebody walk in here and say, I'm now in a swing position because I was never with any of you. I made sure I was the last man standing. You got rid of Rory. You got rid of Sarge. You got rid of Chad. Now I'm the last man standing, and I'm going to see exactly where the 3 over here are, which was Eliza, Scout, and Twyla, and the 3 over here of Leanne, Amy, and Julie. And I'm going to split you right in half, and then I'm going to go from there. And then not only does he do that, he splits it at final 7, and then he splits him at final 5 too when he gets rid of Julie. Like, he did a really great job of always making sure that he was going to be in a position of need, which we see a lot of players not do when they need to.
Mm.
You know what? Also, I really like, and we kind of skipped over this, but I feel like the most part of Vanuatu is the opening 2 minutes are like, Jeff's on a volcano while it's exploding. How have we forgotten this? This is not one of the greatest openings of any season. Like, why? How? Yes, more, please.
I'm pretty sure that if Jeff could go back and do the season over again, Chris would be the one standing on that volcano, and it would erupt, and Chris would fall into the volcano. I'm pretty sure, because that's another thing. We'll talk about this as we move through these 4 winners tonight. But there's 4 winners, and 3 of them have played multiple times. I personally believe Chris is the best winner out of the bunch we're going to talk about tonight, which is kind of a touchy subject there, because Tom Westman plays one of the best games of all time. But I think Chris is the best winner, and he never plays again. I think a lot of that had to do with, one, Alexa, like you said, some of the comments he made, but also Jeff's comments through the first 8 seasons are all sexist, chauvinistic, misogynistic bullshit. Yeah. But he had a personal stake in this with Julie Berry. And I think that really changed Jeff's perspective, or started to change it, where it wasn't just like, oh, you're the hot girl and I can talk to you like you're. I mean, Jeff was really getting close, and I love Jeff. Everybody knows this. But Jeff was really getting close to being kind of like that creepy television host where all he needs is the Botox and the fake spray tan, and he was going to be really pushing the issue, because it was like an all boys club and any hot girl was just the hot girl. And he treated them that way. And this is the first season we really don't see that.
He found love.
Because he's dating the hot girl.
Yeah,
he found love.
I think that's what it was. And I think that's why Chris ultimately has never played again. And I think that's why he kind of gets forgotten as a winner, because until you rewatch Vanuatu, you watch the first time, you're like, wow, how did he do that? But then you watch it the second time, you're like, wow, that's how he did that. And it's really a great storyline. It's the reason that I was putting in my top 5. It's the best storyline. You're watching a movie with a protagonist the entire season. And you don't see that often in Survivor. There's never really a season where you watch one protagonist have to overcome obstacle after obstacle after obstacle after obstacle. And even if you're not completely rooting for them, they actually win in the end. We don't see that often. And I just think it's phenomenal storytelling, and it's one of a kind. It really is. Vanuatu is one of a kind.
It is the first season out of the first 9. I'm sorry, it's out of the first 9 seasons. Yeah, it's the first one with a story. I feel like there are a couple other seasons, namely Worlds Apart is another one, similar. But you're right, out of the first 9 seasons, this is the only one I can think of that's truly a movie almost in that case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
it's not even a forced underdog story. He literally was supposed to go home day 1. He completely sucked at that challenge and completely turned it around.
It almost happened again basically with David versus Goliath. Like you're saying, Nick was supposed to go home first. We hear that's what we're showing the show at least. But by the end, he's having to do similar thing to Chris. Goliath's have him he's down 4-1 in the final 5. And then he has to keep overcoming all the way from that time that I think it was, I forgot who flipped, but David's were getting the upper hand, and then Goliath's got the upper hand again. Yeah. And that was just never overturned. And Nick had to do the same thing Chris did, but a lot later, of course.
Yeah, and I think Chris's is easier to see too, because in the old school there weren't so many. There was no idols, there was no crazy advantages, there was nothing insane going on. Where it's harder to follow particular storylines nowadays. It's harder to be okay, like, let's just watch this one character go through everything. Like, because you're paying attention to idols, you're paying attention to extra votes, you're paying attention to idol nullifiers. It was Gabby and Christian who flipped on the Godfather, and that was the beginning of the end for the Davids. And you're paying attention to so many different things. It's hard to really follow it all. Whereas in this season, there's no distractions. It's just, man, are we really about to watch the women pick the men off one by one by one by one? And Alexa, I know you definitely would like to speak on this because she's your girl, but Amy Cusack really does create one of the most dominant alliances in the history of Survivor. She really does. It just fell apart.
Yeah, I love her. I rewatched that season for like the 19th time a couple months ago, and she's kind of like the John Carroll of this season. She's the ringleader of this huge alliance, and she's the one who gets too overconfident, and that's what makes it all fall apart. The way that she and her relationship with Eliza is what Chris looks at when he says, "This is exactly what I want to break up." And she's someone who I would love to see play again, because her Micronesia game was just in such a bad like time in her life that I feel like she couldn't get to play the way she wanted to. But she was, to me, like the first really, really compelling villain that was a good person. And as we talk through, as we get farther and as we talk through heroes versus villains, she was a very complex. She was more of like an anti-hero. Maybe not so much, but she was a villain who wasn't a bad person. So yeah, that's what I always found super, super enthralling about her.
It kind of goes back to the same thing we were talking about with Wendell when we were talking about season 40. Amy's a villain because you need an adversary for your hero, which ultimately ends up being Chris. Chris wins the game, so he needs somebody to go head to head against, and that person he's going head to head against is Amy. And what's funny is everybody always looks at it as Amy's the one who got the boot, and she's the reason like that Chris, like that was the first one. It's actually Leanne who went home. Leanne goes home before Amy and is actually the beginning of the end for the female alliance. But something like we're obviously going to talk about it a lot with his final tribal, but Jeff said at the end of this game, Chris, did you tell one truth the entire game? Did you tell one truth? And I think it was fascinating that back then it was so looked down upon to lie and play the way that Chris played. I mean, we see it happen to Rob just 3 seasons previous. We see it happen to Boston Rob the season before. But to play as deviously as he did, it was seen so negatively. And like in terms of like what was Chris's like big move, I think it was obviously what he did right at the beginning of the game. But it's amazing how at that final 7 immunity challenge, he tells his wife that he's going home there. And he kept that lie. Like we talked with Adam about this. He hated that people spoiled season 40. He kept that lie all the way until he won the money. His wife was convinced he was going home at final 7. And he was playing Survivor like on 9 different levels. And it didn't matter that he was out of the game for 3 months by the time it aired.
That's like the psycho part of it. The fact that he lied to his wife about it.
Hey, you know what? Lori is very happy. The two of them are very happy. So I guess they're doing great. But I do think like the main thing we should talk about here before we move on to Tom is this final tribal council performance is the greatest final tribal council performance in the history of Survivor. And that is my opinion. I don't know if you guys can think of another one, Wes. Maybe you have one in your mind. Well, but this final tribal is unbelievable.
So I want to point out before we move on to final tribal real quick is that I'm reading a comment on Survivor Discord about someone saying they said Scout/Twyla played great games and needed to spell out to Chris how to flip the power on the tribe. I don't remember that, but I'm guessing it's been a while though since I've watched Vanuatu start to finish. When did that happen in the season? Was that the merge?
I don't really think that was a thing. I think it was more that Chris was just talking to the two of them about like, I'd rather work with you. Let's get rid of Leanne and that. I think Scout and Twyla were just willing to do it. And that was Chris's opportunity. I don't think that they were like, Chris, you need to work with us. And this is how you do it. Chris was looking for the cracks and he had built enough relationship with Twyla and Scout and they were able to pull Eliza in. And that was how they were able to pull off the blind side of Leanne.
Yeah, that's the best vote of the entire season. Cause you have Scout and Twyla who never really connected with Amy, and then you have Eliza who had felt so ostracized for so long, yet Scout and Twyla and Eliza did not particularly like each other.
Yeah.
Ended up voting together, and that's something you never see.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, you think about this. Here's a guy who has to sit at Final Tribal, and the guys were going to vote for him no matter what. I mean, Sarge was going to vote for him, and Chad was going to vote for him. There was no doubt about that. But he then had to convince Eliza and Julie to vote for him. He had to get a vote from one of the other women. He wasn't going to get Scout's vote. That was going to Twyla. We all knew that was going to happen. And then he had to get Leanne or Amy. This was not easy for him to do. No. And what he did at this final tribal, I think, is one of this. It is just a textbook example. If you want to win Survivor and you really don't care that much about anybody else, this is how you do it, because it's the most amazing performance in the history of the show.
This is how you do it.
It really is. I mean, think about like what he had to do. I brought your hat to Julie, and Julie is standing there sobbing. And he is just talking to her like, I didn't want to do this to you. I didn't want to do this to you. And he's just going and going and going and go. And it's like
eyes are rolling out of his face.
Oh, it's like a 5-minute talk. And then he ends it. That's when he ends it with, I brought you your hat. And you're just like, oh my God, like this guy. And then when Sarge comes up and says, I'm not voting for you, I'm voting for Twyla, but are we still going to go have beers? And Chris literally looks him in the eye and is like, I don't care if you vote for me. We're going to have a beer. You can bet on it. And of course, Sarge goes and votes for him because that's what he wanted to hear. But he had to work every member because he had pissed off most of the people on that jury.
Chris was just true to himself, basically. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Chris wasn't out there being fake.
True to himself and true to nobody else, which is what made him so enticing to watch, but also so awful to everybody else.
Yeah, but I mean, and you have to think too, a lot of people will say, you know, there's other good performances, but who Chris was sitting next to was a very, very worthy opponent. And Twyla would be a very good winner of Survivor because she played a very good game. So Chris had to work for this. Like, you know, you go and look and I see in the comments Earl and Cochran and all that, but Cochran was sitting next to Dawn and Sherry. He was going to win that no matter what. Earl was going to beat Dreams and Cassandra no matter what. But Chris coming into that, a lot of people still thought Twyla was going to beat him because Scout was who he should have been sitting next to at the final two.
I feel like Twyla got herself in a similar position, and it's not exactly the same thing, I understand, as Natalie in Winners at War, because it's like, if you just had eliminated this person, you may have won, but you didn't. And so here we sit, and like, why do you deserve it? Why'd you let him get here? Same with Natalie. Like, why'd you let Tony get here? You're like, you had the chance to get rid of him, and you didn't, you know? I know it's not a one-to-one comparison, but feels similar in terms of like how things played out.
No, I agree with that.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting about Twyla though is, and what's cool about the season overall is just like, is lying and bullshitting okay? Because Twyla swears on her son, and she gets totally torn apart for it.
Yes,
she gets reamed for like 4 straight episodes, just gets completely eviscerated for it. Mm-hmm. And so I think Chris sees that and he's like, oh crap, I have to lean into my lies now.
Yeah. And I think that goes back to how this season was, like how the cast was. This cast was a very like, I don't know if they're Southern, but this is just the generality I'm going to make here. Mm-hmm. It was like a very like Southern minded cast where like those types of, you know, swearing on your son's life, that meant a lot to everybody on this cast. If you would have done that in Amazon, people would have been like, oh, you're annoying, but like they would have gotten over it because I don't think they would have cared as much. But this was a cast that took those things incredibly seriously. And I think, you know, you got to know who you're playing with. And I do think that hurt Twyla. But if you're going to do that kind of thing, and you know you're sitting there with Scout, and you know you're sitting there with, you know, Leanne and Amy and those guys who are going to take that seriously too. I mean, Sarge and Chad very much would take that seriously. Eliza probably wouldn't, but that's, you need to know your audience. And I think that was a big learning lesson for her.
And I think we'll talk about this when we get to Aras's win, but this is not the season that changes swearing on a family member, swearing on a loved one. Mm-mm. Shane does that with his son. Tony does that in Cagayan. So it takes a really long time for that to evolve into potentially being an okay thing. And I think even still, for some people, it's not okay.
Phil, I think you said something very crucial where you said you have to know your audience. I think every winner, to an extent, whether they did it really well or just good, understands what the jury wants and how they get the jury's vote, because that's how you win. You have to understand your jury. What does your jury want? And Twyla just failed to understand what they would value at the end.
Absolutely. Yeah. So what do we think Chris's worst move of the season was? We talked a lot. We've been praising him, but what do we think his like worst moment was? Alexa, I know you said you watched it 19 times.
I know. Yeah, that's a tough one. How about making a standing on two legs joke in front of Chad.
That was, oh my gosh. He had a leg up on him. Oh my gosh.
That was so funny. I mean, Chad's like laughing. Chris, yeah.
That is such an underrated, awkward moment. It's so good.
Yeah. And I think that once again goes back to like, you got to know your audience. He knew that Chad would laugh at that even if he said it. And I forget exactly how that moment went down. I don't know if he like meant it. He didn't realize. Yeah. And I think it's just like funny as anything because they had built a really good relationship. And like, you know, I'm sure that wasn't the first time Chad had ever heard that kind of joke or that kind of statement. So, you know, good on Chris for being able to rebound from it. But we just lost Once Upon an Island. So, Alexa, what else you got about Chris while we wait for Wes to come back?
Well, do you think Chris could win in season 41?
Absolutely. I think Chris's style of gameplay, I personally believe, and I know we always say we don't rank winners, but then sometimes you're forced to rank players for outside purposes. And so you sit down and you rank these players, and Chris is my fourth ranked player. I think Chris is an incredible player, and I think he took a lot of the great things from Survivor and he elevated them. And we see it all the time. It was this scrappy, you're here to play the game. You're not here to make friends, which he did. You're not here, though, you're worried about your family and you're worried about you. And when the numbers look against you, keep on pushing. Because we saw that in some previous seasons for sure. But we also saw a lot of people giving up and being like, you know what, there's nothing I can do. My back's against the wall. I guess I'm going to go home. But Chris really set the stage for it doesn't matter if you blow the first challenge. It doesn't matter if you have no numbers at the merge. It doesn't matter if you have no numbers at Final 7. It doesn't matter if you're on the wrong side of the numbers the entire game. Just keep playing the game as hard as you can. So I think it absolutely could still work now.
Wes, can a Chris-type player win season 41?
I think we've seen Chris-type players. I mean, maybe not his personality. I feel like it's a little bit harder to get away with now. It'd have to be adjusted a bit. I have to adjust his personality like a good parent. But his gameplay, how he played and how things panned out and how his strategy definitely could win again. I feel like we've seen it as recent as David versus Goliath in terms of the whole. I mean, Nick did it. It wasn't the same exact version, but it was pretty close.
Yeah, absolutely. Alexa, I'm assuming you agree.
Yeah, I think so. I think, like you said, Wes, I think that personality type won't necessarily win again because I think it's really hard to BS your way through an entire season. But I think the back against a wall, pitting a majority alliance against each other, I think that actual strategy, I think that can totally win.
Because it really lowers your threat level when you're like, well, I'm the only one left for my original alliance. And everyone's like, yeah, we can deal with you later. I got bigger fish to fry.
Absolutely. Do we have anything else we want to say about Chris, or should we move on to Tom?
No, we can.
Let's move on to a completely opposite type of winner, yet still a very praised winner.
Something very important to notice between Tom and Chris is that, unlike Chris, Tom just can't seem to make a merge. I mean, he's just not good. He just can't make a merge.
Back there. Yeah. We should put that in your trivia, Phil.
If only he can make a merge. I love that.
Yeah, he didn't make a merge. Well, you know what, though, Alexa? Otherwise, everybody's going to be really confused. We have to consider it a merge. We can't put that question because people are going to be like, what's going on? But yeah, that is. So Tom, I was just going to say, so Tom won 5 individual meetings. How many individual meetings did Tom win?
5. He's tied with like Colby and Terry. Let me double check. He's tied with a few people.
Like Ozzy, Terry, and Mike?
It's Terry, Colby, Ozzy, and Mike, and Brad Culpepper.
Culpepper. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
I know. But the difference here is Mike and Brad, they played in seasons where there was a lot longer of individual immunity. There were a lot more opportunities to win this. Whereas in this season, he didn't have as many opportunities. And like you said, there wasn't a merge. They literally just waited until Oolong was decimated. And so what's interesting about Tom's game compared to Chris's game, Chris's is the ultimate underdog story. And then on the heels of that is the most dominant game by a winner ever. And I don't think there's really any arguing that because he won 17 challenges. 17. That is insane. He won 17 challenges and he was only able to be voted out. Now, I got to make sure I'm right here. 1, 2, 3 times.
Yeah.
This is like Joe Anglim levels.
only able to be voted out 3 times, and then he ends up winning 6-1. He doesn't win the 7-0, which I get. It is what it is. Like I said, I don't really care too much if you won 7-0. He didn't receive a vote the entire game. So he almost played the perfect game. But if you're looking at who played the perfect games, you had like Jeremy and JT, and Tom's game, I think, is better than all of theirs because he took a tribe. He led a tribe to never lose, gets to the merge, gets rid of all the people who are actually threats to him, convinces poor Ian that he will never have his honor when he goes back to his home, and gets Ian to quit the game so he can win it easy over Katie. Like, it is just domination.
The Ian shaming is so incredibly fascinating because, not to jump 20 minutes from now, but can that ever happen in Modern Day Survivor? Do you know what would happen to poor Ian Rosenberger if he steps down in 2020 from the final immunity challenge? The poor kid would get absolutely roasted.
I would hope he's not on social media. Yeah.
Yeah. But that's still a time where other people respecting you is very important. And Tom found a way to manipulate that, which is pretty messed up, but totally worked.
Well, yeah, and it was all at that Final Four when it was it Tom and Jen kept on? Was it Tom and Jen kept voting for Ian, and then Ian kept voting? Ian and Katie kept voting for Jen. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
And it was like Tom was like, "I'm going to teach you a lesson. I'm going to teach you a lesson." And what's
interesting, Katie was harassing him too. He was getting hit by all angles. I'm going to go on mute.
Yeah, go ahead. But I think Tom's win. This is where like the benefit for Chris is that he never played again. I think Tom's win now gets kind of forgotten because we haven't seen him now play in 10 years. He doesn't play on Winners at War, which would have been epic if he could have played on Winners at War. But we see him play on Heroes versus Villains where he doesn't do well. And I don't think that that's so much to do with Tom as I think it is just to do with who was cast on that Heroes tribe. It was all people who had previous relationships, and I'm not saying that's the only reason, but I do think that Tom was at a huge disadvantage there coming into that. Now, granted, did he defend Stephanie for way too long? Yeah, he absolutely did. But I still think that his win, if you're just looking at it, Survivor Palau, and you don't look at his Heroes Villains game, there are arguments to be made that Tom played the best game ever. I really believe that.
And Sandra said that Tom, I think, is her favorite winner, if I'm not misquoting her. I think she said that Tom's her favorite winner out of all of them. So the queen would know.
The queen would know.
And he's such a fascinating, cool winner because Captain America, as we talked about, doesn't win. Captain America never wins. And Tom was like, was he a New York firefighter?
New York firefighter, yeah.
New York firefighter. Amazing in challenges. Very well liked. Catches a shark. Like, kills a bunch of snakes. Everyone loves him. He's like the dad of the group. The dad never wins. The patriarch never, ever wins. And so that was so cool to watch just complete dominance of not just an alliance, but a person.
Yeah, and it's hard to sit and it's hard to watch like this season again because it is the tale of two seasons. You're essentially watching 2 seasons. You could start this season at final 10 or whatever it is when Stephanie and Bobby John make fire against each other, and you could watch the rest of it and you could call that Survivor Palau. But because all you're watching before that is Oolong back to back, and then Willard, who looks so incredibly like the immunity idol. That might be a trivia question, Alexa. Who looks like their immunity idol? Willard. He gets voted out, but everybody knew he was going to get voted out of Karor like as soon as they had a chance, and it doesn't even matter. But so you're watching pretty much 2 different seasons, so it's hard to really pinpoint like what are Tom's amazing moves. All of it is post-merge. He never had to do anything pre-merge. He literally could have napped for 20 days on this season and still could have won the game because there was just nothing going on. And then, what was it? They pretty much convince Janu to quit after, at first he votes off Kobe because Kobe was coming for him. And then they pretty much convince Janu to quit so that Stephanie can stay in the game. And then because he's using Stephanie, and then he gets rid of Stephanie when he doesn't need Stephanie. Like, he makes a lot of really good moves post-merge, but there's really nothing to sit here and be like, wow, this is what Tom did pre-merge, other than just create an amazing tribe.
Exactly. And that, like, you look back and you watch those challenges, and Tom is the star of the show with the challenges, but Ian is unbelievable in challenges. And was he a dolphin trainer? Like, he's something aquatics oriented. He's an incredible swimmer, and he was also like casually 6'3".
He's a dolphin trainer. I'm looking right now.
So freaking tall. So when you put those two together, like even if Tom doesn't do a challenge, they're still going to win the challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you think about too, and this is something I'm obviously on the Survivor Wiki right now, as I know you are too, Wes. But when you look at this, Tom won this without. This was the last season without an immunity idol.
Yes.
And you kind of think about what had to go on in this post-merge with Ian, like you were saying, Alexa, like, and Greg, who's a really strong guy. And then you had Kobe, who's a really good strategist, and Stephanie, who was strong and America's sweetheart for 3 months.
Season.
Yeah, when you watch all of this happen, it's really amazing what that tribe and like what he was able to pull off, where he was always on the right side of the numbers every single time. Yeah, he won a lot of immunities, but without playing any idols or finding idols or anything like that, I thought he just did a really great job.
I know you said earlier this season's like a tale of two seasons. Like this season can be split up in half and have two different seasons. I almost feel like, though, also, I know we're talking about Tom mostly here, but Stephanie, of course, is going to come up in our next season we're about to talk about. Mm-hmm. And she's present here as well, but it's almost like a tale of her. It's almost like what happens with Russell, where if, like, if you watch Samoa and Heroes vs. Villains back to back as Russell's story, it's like it really is like a 2-season story. Same with Stephanie here. Like, this is her first season, and then she comes back with a vengeance in Guatemala. So like this season has like almost like two tales, I guess. Like within its own self, it has the two tales, and then it's part one of another tale, a larger tale for Stephanie. I think it's really interesting. Palau has so many layers to it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And you kind of realize how unlikable Oolong was, because Stephanie was the most likable player on that tribe. And then when Stephanie goes to Guatemala, which we'll talk about in a little bit, like everybody, like, though they like Stephanie, but she's still like the evil version of Stephanie. And it was like Stephanie, I was actually talking to a friend about this the other day. Stephanie's kind of the beginning of like, you have to watch what you say when you go on Survivor, because Stephanie dropped a lot of words.
She dropped some R-bombs.
A lot of R-bombs, a lot of words out there that Stephanie was dropping like crazy after being America's sweetheart. And I mean, we see this all the time. I mean, Heidi says it in her season, and like it's just the changing of the times as we go through 20 years of history. Yes, a lot's going to happen, but it's kind of crazy how like there's so many levels, like you're saying, Wes, to Survivor Palau because of the storyline of Bobby, John, and Stephanie. Really, it was like, who's going to win Oolong, and then who's going to win the game.
You have someone who is hilarious now, but would probably not even get cast in season 41. James Miller, Mr. Not PC right there.
He's and maybe this will cause people might hate me for this. He's one of my favorite forgotten characters in Survivor history. I think he is phenomenal television. I mean, he's an absolute ass, and I mean that in a positive and a negative way. He is amazing. He is great with confessionals, and he's also kind of mean and dumb and and he's so full of himself, but he's great TV. And that's the thing that always leaves a bad taste in my mouth about Palau is we lost a lot of great characters from Palau because of how much Karor decimated them. Like, let's be honest. We didn't need to watch Karen go as far as she did. Watch
your tongue.
Watch my tongue. I know.
Deal with him, Alexa. Get him.
I am pro Karen. She sucks.
Karen sucks. Katie, Janu, who is the first quitter in Survivor history. We see a lot of these players that wouldn't go very far, while we lose Angie and we lose James and we lose Bobby John, who I don't find to be all that entertaining, but still we're losing those characters. Mm-hmm. You lose a lot of really good Survivor players that we'll never, ever see on our TVs again because of just the oolonging that happened in this game, whatever you would call it. But a lot of that does have to do with the fact that even though the tribe was weaker probably as a whole, they had Tom, Ian, and Greg, and the three of them could do anything they wanted to the people on the other tribe. The other tribe had no shot against those three guys, just absolutely no shot.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Yeah, they most certainly did not. It like you make a good point. Like with Katie, she's I think Katie's entertaining in a kind of like annoying 20-whatever-year-old way. Like there was something kind of relatable about her because she would always get mad at like Tom and Karen or like mom and dad for chastising her. But I really liked Angie, who Phil, you brought up, and she's someone who would have been a really, really cool character, but just goes way too early.
And there's no redeeming it. And now when you really look back at Palau, which is I think a really good season, even though it doesn't do as well on a rewatch because you know what's going to happen and because it is predictable. The post-merge though is phenomenal. When you really look at Palau now, it kind of falls into exactly what happened with Vanuatu and exactly kind of what happened with Guatemala, which we'll talk about, and exactly kind of what happened like with a lot of these mid-season seasons, Cook Islands until Yule came back. But you start to lose your great characters. Like we don't hear about Stephanie and Tom anymore, and we don't hear about nobody's when we're doing a second chance ballot. We're not looking at names like Angie and James and Bobby John anymore. Like those names don't exist in our sphere anymore, which is crazy. Like Ian Rosenberg, not up there anymore. And those are people that, you know, at the time, like this was amazing. Everybody loved these guys. And now it's just kind of gone. So it's, you know,
I feel like it falls into an awkward period because it is a mill season. It's not one of the super popular. We'll always remember the first few seasons, like the first like 3 especially. So like no matter what, we're never going to forget Richard and Tina and Ethan, all the characters are on those seasons. But this follows right in the aftermath of All Stars. And then we don't get another returning season until Micronesia. And we all know how Survivor, for good reason, because the audience that they have is going to pick people for more recent seasons. So like Vanuatu, Guatemala, Palau all kind of get forgotten when it comes to returning seasons, with the exception, of course, of Stephanie immediately the next season and then Tom later on. And just these seasons get forgotten despite having great characters. Like as standalone seasons, they're great.
Yeah, absolutely. And do you think, here's a question I have for both of you, but do you think that we would ever see something like we saw at the final 3 here again, in terms of, do you think Jeff would ever vote somebody out without the jury being able to see it like we did at this?
No, I don't think so.
I think it depends on the situation. I mean, the only other one I can think of immediately is Brandon Hance, but that was
everyone was present. Everyone was present.
Yeah, and that was a very specific situation.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess we'd never get to that point because now we have a Final 4, and it's just.
Well, even if it was Final 4, I don't.
Yeah, Final 4, Final 5. I get what you're saying, Phil. Yeah.
I don't know. I think it'd have to be a certain situation, but I think that would happen. I don't think Jeff has a problem with that.
I think they purposely make their endurance challenges. By the way, this is one thing I do not like about current Survivor is that they do so many endurance challenges, but they're not like the same level of gravitas as you get like here, especially with the final 3. And it's not just the length; it's just like what's at stake. I feel like Winners at War should have had like a hand on heart idol for that returning challenge for the second returning challenge, not for the first one, because it really should be about sheer amount of will. How much do you want this? How much do you want to win this? Because that's really what it should come down to. So if I had to change Winners at War, that'd be the one thing I would change. But I feel like here they like have like this buoy challenge, and I remember reading, or maybe I heard through Tom through an interview, he's like Jeff and them thought this thing was gonna be over like 2 or 3 hours. And then they're getting to sunset time, and Tom's like, Jeff, you guys better get the camera crew ready for nighttime because we're not getting off here anytime soon. And Jeff didn't believe him. And then I think Tom said about 30 minutes later, everyone's coming out there with all the nighttime lights and putting stuff out, putting fire out in the water so they could see them and stuff. So I feel like but now Survivor purposely makes their endurance challenges not have the gravitas and also don't last as long. So I'm not sure if we would ever get to a point where challenges went too long, so they're just doing tribal at the challenge.
Yeah, and so we saw too that interview. I actually know you're talking about. That was with Jeff. That was an interview with Jeff because Jeff says that when he brought out the fire, Tom said it's blown in my face. This isn't fair. Ian's not having it blow in his face, and this wasn't here before. It's not my fault that you guys weren't prepared for this. And so Jeff said, you're right. And they had to remove the fire because it was causing an unfair advantage for Ian, and it was just bad. But I agree with you. I wish they would go back to some of these more like endurance, how bad do you want it challenges? Because to me, I'd rather watch Tom versus Ian in that situation than watch people put a ball in, grab a ball, put a ball in, grab a ball. That's just my personal opinion. I know a lot of people will find the other thing to be more exciting, but I always find something like, how far can you push your body? Like, how far can you do it? And I miss the challenges that would take 8-9 hours.
Yes.
And I think that challenge was not going to end if that didn't happen. I don't think that challenge is going to end.
And I'm fine with that. I really think we should go back to, and now I understand it wouldn't be Final 4 anymore because of fire making. Final 5 then should be the how bad do you want it? How bad do you want to get to the end? because if you really want it, you're going to commit and you're going to win this thing. You know, you're going to stand on that stupid pole and put your hand on the idol for 12 hours if you really want to win this thing. I think this shows like what kind of person you are too. And then of course, though, you get in seasons where it doesn't last that long because people will cut deals. You know, Vecepia cut a deal with Nalia in season 4, doing that challenge only lasts like 3 or 4 hours. Could have gone longer, I'm sure. But, you know, I think it brings out interesting social dynamics too when people don't want to go 12 hours. They'll figure out how to get off there. You know, they'll figure it out. But I think when you make a challenge so easy that it becomes a whole different thing that we don't really get in Survivor anymore. It brings out a lot of in people and in players. So
absolutely. And I look back on like Survivor Africa when you have T-Bird standing there with her arm up that entire time, and it's like,
singing,
Clarence, what do you want to do? What do you want to do, Clarence? Like, this is up to you.
Tomorrow. Yeah,
that's it. Yeah, she's screaming it, and everybody's like, I can't do this. It's worse than Richard Hatch doing the 99 bottles of beer on the wall. But I do wish that they would do some of these again, because like people still talk about Baba Booey. People still talk about that in the Survivor community. I couldn't tell you the final 4 immunity challenge from season 37, from season 33. From season 33, I could, because it was David and Adam, but from season 26, like when you start saying random ones, but if you say, what was the final 3 challenge of Palau, you remember. When you say, what was the final 3 challenge of Thailand, you remember it because it was a stupid, uncomfortable thing. When you say, like, what was your final 3 challenge of the first 4 seasons, you remember them, and you remember the deals that were cut and all of that. And even earlier in the seasons, like I missed the ones where they just stand on a pole and get tempted down with food. Do it.
I mean, that's how we got people stripping naked.
That is after watching Amazon. And Jeff didn't even say, here comes the temptations.
No.
Jenna literally just says, I'm getting naked. I want my chocolate and peanut butter.
Jeff's like, where can I get some chocolate?
Yeah,
and
I
peanut
know.
butter?
He literally like had to call it.
Guys,
Guys, we're going to have to do this challenge in an hour when we get the chocolate and peanut butter here. So everybody just take a seat.
So according to Rob Sesternino, I know we're talking about random, we're talking about Palau, but Rob said that unlike in the show where it like showed him immediately having it, he said actually they were like scrambling really fast. It took them like 20 minutes to get that chocolate peanut butter. I thought that was like a fun fact.
So funny. So what do we, so like when I look at Tom then too, he moves on, he plays in Heroes Villains. I said this already. He didn't really play well in Heroes Villains. He did find an idol. It was more that he was just always on the outside looking in because he sided with Stephanie at the beginning, and that was just never going to work. Do we though think that a player like Tom could win again?
Definitely not.
Player like Tom. Do you mean his personality or his gameplay?
Just
or both?
I mean, talk on both points. Yeah. I
mean, I think it's so much harder now to do the same gameplay because, as we joked, but there was no merge because, you know, Karor just dominated. But Karor dominated, and there was not a tribe swap. There wasn't a second tribe swap, which Survivor is so prone to do, which I dislike greatly. One tribe swap's enough. But anyway, so nowadays, Survivor, I don't think Survivors let them go without a tribe swap since like South Pacific. So I don't think it's possible to do the same exact thing because of the tribe swap. I do think it's possible though, like Joe Anglim, to get all the way to the merge without going to tribal. But I don't know. I mean, it's I think Tom had some good social gameplay in there that would carry over. I think the dominating of challenges is possible. As I mentioned with Joe Anglim, who did dominate. It's just that Joe Anglim, by the time he was dominating all the pre-merge stuff, he had played the 3rd time, and everyone already knew how good he was in individual immunity challenges. But I think it's possible he could win. I just don't think the likelihood is high. But I don't see Tom as like a one-off. Like it could happen again.
Well, actually, you said definitely not.
I'm saying definitely not, because I think what helped him win in his first in Palau is that he was the leader. He was such an obvious leader. And Kobe, like the way that he and Kobe interacted, there would be 6 more Kobes on a current type of season. Playing would never let the leader get that far away. He's an NYPD firefighter. He's amazing at challenges. He's so likable. He's such a provider. You get rid of 3 of his best qualities, and he's still such an obvious leader. And the leader doesn't, other than Tony, the leader doesn't really win anymore.
Well, I was just going to say, too, I've always been defensive of the Toms, Gary Hogabooms, Brendan Shapiro's, who really, I mean, Brendan Shapiro's the very handsome version of that. Like, he's the very young version of that, if that makes sense. Like, even though they're all the same age, he's not the gray haired, like, the Silver Fox. Yeah, but I always loved that character. But I do think that part of the reason we don't see it as much anymore is because Tom Westman ruined it for everyone, because he really was so dominant that now anytime somebody comes out and is like, I work as a New York police officer, or I work as a New York firefighter. I mean, maybe it wouldn't have the same effect in 2020 because we're far removed from 9/11. We're living in this world right now. Like, I mean, we're seeing like protests and things. So maybe it wouldn't have the same effect. But still, there's like a level of respect that most probably people are going to feel with that. And that's automatically going to put a huge target on your back. I mean, Ken Stafford gets a round of applause because he says he's a firefighter. Or, I mean, he's a police officer. He's getting a round of applause for it. This is day one of Survivor, and he's immediately getting a round of applause. He's immediately everybody's favorite out there. Mm-hmm. And Tom kind of had the same thing. So I think it's hard to get that loud, outspoken man who is your Terry Dietz, Tom Westman, Andrew Savage, who wants to be in control and needs to be in control and does everything they can to be in control and pisses off a lot of people along the way, because we're all adults. Nobody wants to be told what to do by, somebody that age all the time, but pisses off a lot of people, but still would have gotten the respect to win the game had they made it to the end or did get the respect. I just think it's really hard to pull off.
I think okay, so it kind in a way in Redemption Island, this game style works again in terms of like being the leader and controlling everyone being loyal to you. I know Rob is a different person than Tom and is revered totally different than Tom, but in a way it did work. I know it's not Modern Survivor, but I feel like, and track me here, that for the longest time it was like being an under the radar player is like the way to go. Like lower your threat level. And we just had Tony win by lowering his threat level so much that now that's like, I feel like after Winners at War, it's now going to be like, this is the premier strategy that everyone's going to try to copy. Lower your threat level so much that people don't. I feel like that, but then the reverse is going to happen. It's going to get to a point where it's like, now I'm aiming for people who have lowered their threat level so much. So eventually we could get someone who is just like loud and proud and be like, whatever, that guy easy beat at the end. He thinks he's the leader, and maybe he actually is. Maybe he really is the leader. I feel like we could get to a point where it just like the tide shift. Like we shift from targeting all these like bigger people. Like in Edge of Extinction, they were calling them pilots, and Tony proved that actually being a passenger is really the way to go. And I feel like eventually the pendulum could swing and someone like Tom could win again. I don't know if in 41 it could happen. Well, I'd be very curious. I mean, if they get teenagers on, maybe.
Yeah.
Great point.
Yeah. All right. Well, do we have anything that stands out as a bad move from Tom? Because I know we've praised him. Do we have a bad move from Tom on this season?
He didn't win all 8 individual immunities.
Yeah, he should have won 6, so we couldn't have this 5-way tie.
I know.
Yeah, I can't even say managing his threat level, because the only person who tried to fight him was Kobe. I saw how that worked out. So I don't know if he really did anything wrong.
Yeah, I don't think he did. And that's why I think I think Jeff had said before Heroes versus Villains that Tom had played the best game ever. And this is why I always have a hard time when people are like, well, Parvati and Rob are the best players ever. They're great and they played great. But when you look, we'll get to their wins later. But when you look at what Tom did and Chris did on their first seasons, these I think are like, this is what playing Survivor is like. It was your first time out there. You went out there against all newbies, and you pulled off what you need to pull off to perfection, whether it was the underdog story or the domination story. And now we're going to move on to the what the hell just happened story, which is Danni Boatwright winning Survivor Guatemala in what, if she wasn't on Winners at War, you could probably sit people down to watch this season every time.
Oh my God.
And not one time would somebody say Danny's going to win this season at like Final 4. At Final 5, it doesn't matter where it is. Maybe at Final 3, you would say she has a chance. But how does Danni pull this off?
Yeah, I think the number one thing we have to mention, and that everyone already knows about, is that Danni kept her gameplay so secret that even like production didn't know. I think that's like, if that's true or not, it does seem clear by the edit of the show that she just kept what she was doing to herself, so much so. Maybe, I don't know why, I haven't listened to any Danni reviews, but maybe it was with the assumption that if she tells production things, that They might ask questions of other survivors that would lead them to think about things that Danny's doing, which I think is a very legitimate thing to think. So I don't know if that's true, but I feel like this is the first person ever to literally hide their game. And I can't name another survivor who just hid their game. I mean, Natalie White was hid in, but I don't know if she hid her game.
I don't think she tried to. I think that was not her decision.
No.
I mean, when at least when I think about Danni, to me, like the moment that stands out about her is her birthday party, not like a particular move. And I legitimately we're arguing in 2020 about, did Sarah give up her Chinese food because she's an amazing person or because she's playing a strategic game? Danni actually just wanted to celebrate her birthday. Mm-hmm. And the tribe comes over and half of them are having a great time. And the other half are like, man, we can't be interacting with other people. Yeah. That's the thing I think about when I think about Danni. Everything else was so subtle. And she gets an advantage in one of the later challenges that she uses well. But in terms of like moments, that's what I think about.
Yeah, and it's hard to pinpoint Danni because she plays a very similar game to that Chris Daugherty plays in terms of post-merge, because she's always on the wrong side of the numbers. She's the last one standing from her alliance. I think it might even be at final 7. Is it final 7? Gary goes home at 7. So I guess it's at final 6 when things, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's at final 6 when Danny's the last one standing from her alliance. And so she has to overcome all of that. She has to overcome Judd and Lydia and Cindy and Rafe, who was playing a very good game, and Stephanie, and how everybody was just idolizing Stephanie. She was so great. And, obviously, everybody started to realize that she was no better than any of them. She was just another person who played Survivor. But it's really impressive what Danni was able to pull off. It's just really hard to see. And she's one. It's such a shame because we were all so excited to watch Danni play again in Winners at War. And because of how her game went, I feel like she's going to get no respect as time continues to move forward, which is a bummer because what she did in Guatemala, a tough season to win. First of all, she lost 30 pounds on Survivor Guatemala.
And she weighed nothing to begin with. Yeah.
Danni Boatwright lost 30 pounds. That had to have been a quarter of her weight. I mean, that's unbelievable. And she's out there and she's competing against everybody, and she ends up winning in a 6-1 vote over who was just America's sweet. That's just unbelievable. So that's a lot of what I have to say about Danni, but we got to break it down, obviously, a little bit less broad than what I just did.
She also, she has an interesting move when she outs Gary as being a professional football player. And the way she does it is in the middle of a challenge. She hasn't actually met him yet. That's how knowledgeable she is. And I think he must have played for a team that plays in Kansas City a lot, because she had recognized him.
He played for the Cowboys, but she just recognized him because she was
she's a massive sports fan.
She married a Kansas City Chief, by the way. I don't know if you guys knew that.
That's commitment to the city. I absolutely love that. But she does that in the middle of a challenge, and no one really picks up on it. No one really says anything, but Gary's totally freaking out. And then they end up aligning. So it's not Gary doesn't threaten to get rid of her. And she doesn't really say anything past that. She just planted the seed and then walked away. And all of a sudden it became this conversation, but it never ended up getting back to her, which is super impressive.
Yeah. And Gary was the first time too that we really saw somebody have to come out there and hide who they were. And we'd seen people hide who they were before this. Brian Heidik didn't tell anybody how rich he was, and we talked about him in our last one. But with Gary, he had to come out and be Gary Hawkins. He was a landscaper, and that was it. That was all he was. And he couldn't say that he was Gary Hogeboom when he played, and it was pissing people off. I mean, Amy says she'll kill him. If she finds out, she's going to kill him. And
Gary beat you like a stepchild, which is another sentence that's not going to get said in 2020.
Not okay anymore. But it's amazing. It's
she's so good.
She's so good. So Amy says that about Gary, but Danni kind of had to keep this to herself, and it actually helped her to build an alliance, because Danni kind of struggled early to build an alliance. We didn't really see her get in super close with anybody, and we don't really see her get super close with anybody throughout the season, but she was able to what's interesting is a lot of people would make the mistake, oh, I know who you are, and that's it. I'm going to blow up your game. But she used it to build trust with him and be like, I'll never tell anybody. And if I don't tell anybody, then we should work together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also think it's super important, and we mentioned Gary, so we might as well mention the introduction to Hidden Immunity Idol, which will now be prevalent throughout the rest of Survivor. Danny's the first winner to have to, and I know it didn't really make a difference this season, first winner to have to deal with somebody playing a Hidden Immunity Idol, and then, of course, the first winner to have to deal with 2 returnees. Like, no other newbie has ever had to deal with returnees, and she did it, and she beat one at the end. Just things that she did that kind of like Vecepia, like on paper, like that's impressive, but then you watch it and you're like not as impressed as you should be because of, I don't know, just how things are shown on the show.
Yeah, it's not exciting. And at the end of the day, Survivor doesn't want Danny to beat Stephanie. They want Stephanie to win this game.
Stephanie,
yeah.
This is the first example of the captain season. And I mean, we'll talk about Sophie. We'll talk about this consistently. The captains are the ones who get all the screen time.
Yep.
And one time on a captain season, a returning player has won, and that was Boston Rob. Every other time there's been a captain season, it's been somebody who sat next to one of the captains in final and beats them. And it really helps that Boston Rob was also on, don't even get me started, but he sits there with Philip and Natalie. Obviously, neither one of them are going to get votes, but
we'll get there, Phil.
Danny kind of used this to her advantage, where it was like, I can see that Stephanie is pissing people off. So I'm just going to keep going. Like, I'm going to use Stephanie, and I want to sit next to Stephanie. And she makes that great deal with Rafe. And then Rafe says, you don't have to go through with it. And she's like, all right, cool, whatever. Don't care. Bye. See ya. That you're an idiot. Why would you say this to me? But see you later, Rafe.
Then Rafe doesn't end up voting for Danny in the end, right?
Let me check that. No, Rafe is the only one who votes for. He's the only one who votes for Stephanie at the final trial.
Yeah. So, but I mean, lucky for Danny, that didn't even remotely matter.
Yeah.
What's crazy though is like, okay, so I think something we haven't really mentioned, but like the amount of confessionals you get really that can't affect your screen time. Like, so I'm going to briefly run through confessionals for the first 11 seasons because Danny seems so invisible, but she's not the winner with the least amount of confessionals. Surprisingly, Richard had 92. Tina had 69.
92.
Yeah, well, there was a lot of talking that first season because Kelly got 85, but I wouldn't think of Kelly as a great narrator. Sue got 71, Rudy got 51. There's a lot of confessionals that season. Tina got 69, Ethan got 65, Vecepia had 38. Kathy had 77 that season. She had the most. Thailand, Brian had 53, which is, by the way, 6 less than Clay. The Amazon, Jenna got 57, whereas Rob Sessionino got 94. Pearl Island, Sandra got 54. All Stars, Amber got 43. Vanuatu, Chris got 71. Palau, Tom only got 59, despite being such a prevalent figure in the season.
Because he didn't lose the whole pre-merge, so that's going to really screw your screen time.
Much. Well, also, I noticed there's a very big consistent or trend of in the finale, the winner gets like double-digit confessionals. Tom only got 8 in the finale, whereas like Chris got 15, Amber got 10.
How many did Danny get in her season after 11?
That was next. Danny gets, and I think it's important because we're talking about how Stephanie overshadowed Danny. Stephanie in her first season in Palau got 60. However, even though lasting like 3 or 4 more episodes, Stephanie only got 62 in Guatemala and Danny got 41. So Stephanie only got 2 more confessionals in the season she lasts all season.
And I have something to say about that, though, and I think it's because Stephanie didn't go to every tribal council in this season. That's going to obviously have a big impact on it. Whereas in Palau, and this is why Tom doesn't get as many, is because every time that a challenge ends, they only go to the tribe that lost. So you're constantly Karor is not in 20 minutes of every single episode in the pre-merge, which is a lot. So Tom's not going to get the confessionals there. And the same thing with Stephanie. She might have only been in 11 episodes or 10 episodes or whatever it is. And then she's in all 13 or 14 later, but she's not, her tribe's winning. So she's not getting as much screen time.
And she got 12 confessionals in episode 8, the one where the Oolong finally fell apart. Which I don't think anyone in episode 8 or pre-merge or whatever has gotten double digits. Not even Tony in Winners at War. So
and then Danny, I mean, Survivor has changed so much. I mean, we see earlier seasons just had more confessionals to give, which is why looking at confessional counts as we move further away from the first season gets more and more difficult because there's not as much opportunity for confessionals in Survivor season 40 as there were in Survivor season 1, where they were literally doing nothing except being like, I'm knitting. And you're like, wow, we're watching somebody knit now. This is great. But Danni only getting 41, I'm not surprised by that, but that's still a very low number. And a lot of that also has to do with the fact she was on some winning tribes. And I know she obviously lost a lot. I mean, she lost, 3 in a row right before the merge. Yeah. And then obviously once the merge hits, you're going to be very much like a big part of the season if you're the winner, or you should be. Yeah. But so for Danni, winning, it looks like I'm looking at it right now. She won 3 tribal immunities. Probably not getting much screen time there because you have Judd and you have Gary and you have Amy and you have Brian and you have Stephanie and you have Bobby John and you have Rafe. Really good characters. Really, Margaret, phenomenal character. Phenomenal. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just think we were talking about how Stephanie overshadows Danni, which is totally true. Because Danni gets less confessionals than Amber.
Yeah.
And Danni's not in love with anyone, as you may not know, in Guatemala. So there's not even a real reason why Danni's getting buried. So, yeah.
Well, so you're telling me that the guy she married who was on the Chiefs wasn't also on Guatemala?
No, it wasn't John.
It wasn't Jamie. Jamie wasn't like a center for the Chiefs,
I hope you get bit by a freaking crocodile, man.
Yeah, man, I'll tell you. I just think with the especially what Danni she had to deal with, like, as we're talking about it, and it's fun, but she had to deal with crazy people. I mean, she started off on that tribe with Margaret and Judd, and they hated each other the entire time. She had Blake, she had Amy, she had, and then post-merge, you have Jamie and Bobby John who are going to, like, bite each other's ears off. You have...
like a weirdly... like erotic way, but also because they hate each other.
Very strange. You had Judd, you had Cindy, you had Rafe, you had Lydia, very strong personalities. And she did a really good job of not being a strong, like, she never left who she was in order to win this season. I think on Winners at War, she kind of started to deviate from who she was.
And you're going to hear me say this exact same thing in like 10 or 15 minutes, but I think the way that she won and the way that Aras won were very similar. One was just in the majority alliance and one wasn't. It was just managing your people. She knew that how people were perceiving Stephanie, and I think that's how she ended up winning. It wasn't one big move. It was just, okay, here's this majority alliance. I'm just going to act as if I'm not here. And they're all a bunch of egos, Judd and Stephanie, they're going to freak out at each other.
Oh, I think you're 100% right. It kind of goes back to Chris and Tom played very similar games, just in different ways. One dominated and the other one was under the radar, but they played them perfectly. And then we see Aras and Danni. One has nobody, the other has everybody. And it's about managing. How do you keep the Kasaya 6 in order? Yeah. While Danny's like, how do I keep these 5 from starting to like each other? Like, I need them to just despise each other this entire game, and I'm just going to sit here and be like, haha, you guys all hate each other. Isn't this fun?
I don't know. I think it's something that Danni does, and I wish she would explain more, but she doesn't. She's hiding it. She's very good at hiding.
Yeah, absolutely. She really is. So what do we think, though, on when we talk about somebody like Danni? We know we just watched her on Guatemala, and again, we just watched her on Winners at War. Yeah. And again, I think that she played outside of herself. I think she was paranoid. I think she was worried. I think she was scared. She hadn't played in however many years. I think the game was moving too fast for her. She tried to do what she had to do, but whatever.
She's not well connected as well, I think.
Either. Yeah. Agreed. But do we think that somebody like Danni can still win?
I think so.
Yeah, I don't. So we say I think so. I think what's the most recent example of a Danni winning Survivor?
Michelle.
I think Michelle.
Yeah.
But so a couple things have changed since Michelle that we all know about. Of course, the Final Four fire making, which I don't think, by the way, changes whether a Danni could win, but it is a difference in terms of how you get to the end. But I think the biggest one is I feel like since Ko-Rong, there's been a huge shift towards, I think it was Millennials vs. Gen X was maybe the first time it was mentioned, or at least it was talked about more, was having a resume, having moves, having things that you've done. If Danni's hiding everything from everybody, and nobody knows what she did, I feel like that would be a huge detriment if Danni of Guatemala got to the end in season 40, season 41, you know?
So I agree with that, but then we did have Tommy win, who, Tommy, I hope you're not listening, like, by modern Survivor standards, didn't do anything. But obviously,
I get
obviously, so it's more focusing. If she could really sell it as I won via my social game by doing XYZ, I think that's how she has to win.
Sure. Yeah. And also the final tribal format was the other thing I was going to mention. That changes how it's like a conversation. I know a lot of people aren't for that. I do like it. I also do miss the individual questions. So if they were to do either one, I would be okay. But I think
go ahead. No, finish your thought.
I was just going to say, I know a lot of people have mentioned how it would be harder for a Michelle to win nowadays because of fire making and because of the new tribal format and how they implemented these changes in response to her winning. Because I think it was almost like was it the next season? Was it 33 where they started?
No, it's 35.
34.
34 is where they started the discussion, and 35 is where the fire making.
Yep.
Good.
I think with you make a really good point with the new discussion format, because early, like from an entertainment standpoint, like obviously the early ones are great because everyone just like rips each other apart. Yes. But I think if you're a player like Danni, or I can't think of anyone else off the top of my head right now, like people come up to Stephanie and they trash her, but that doesn't really happen in the new discussions. It's more like the third person just gets brushed away.
I think the reason for that actually is because the third person who is getting trashed, we already know as an audience can't win, so they're ignoring it on purpose. I still think it's happening, but like back when there were final twos, you had to show how bad the other person was, so it made sense that the other person won. I mean, that was kind of like with Matt von Ertfelder versus Jenna. They're really showing Matt's like ineptitude at that final tribal, whereas they're showing Jenna do really well. But if that was a final three, they probably would have just ignored Matt. And I think that's what we see now.
Yeah.
Like while somebody like Michelle, it doesn't seem like she was getting ripped apart. She could have been getting ripped apart in that tribal. We just didn't know it. And the same thing with Nora, and the same thing with Julie. Those people could be getting ripped apart. We're just not really seeing it because we already know as an audience that person has no chance of winning.
I do think that the final tribal format, I don't want to get too caught by talking Modern Survivor, we're talking Guatemala, but I do think one of the things is that it seems like the juries are now more respectful than they were when they were like individually going up there and asking questions, very pointed, very like, why did you do this? Or why do you keep saying honesty when you lied to everybody? Like, bro, bro, I
think it's because people don't, I'm saying this in a nice way, people don't really care about the respect part anymore. It's not like, you lied about your wife. Like, I would never vote for you now. People don't think like that anymore.
And I think that too, like, let's be real. Those early ones, you have a couple good moments, Sue Hawk, and you get like a couple. It's kind of boring because if you don't care about the person who's walking up there to ask the question, you're just like, oh my God, they're talking. Who cares? Like, I don't want to watch it. And I do think that this is a better format. I know a lot of people will be like, well, it goes against the integrity, and everybody's talking at Ponderosa anyway. So I don't think that makes a difference. Like, just have the conversation. But I do think that somebody like Danni still could win because Sarah Lucina, I believe, said it on our podcast. Maybe she said it after, but she saw a future where if she goes to final three with Natalie and Michelle could have won that. And I think that that's like being missed because Michelle got 0 votes, but a lot of people who voted for Tony would have voted for Michelle over Natalie, which is something we found out, still with that format. And so I think that somebody who plays a similar game to Danni, you still can win, but it's a lot harder to do it now than it was back then. And also, it really helps to sit next to somebody who disappoints and does not live up to the hype. Everybody thought Stephanie was going to be their best friend. Everybody wanted to hang out with Stephanie. Everybody wanted to be Stephanie. And then it turns out that Stephanie is kind of just like every other one of us. She's flawed. She's competitive. She can be mean. She can be nice. She's whatever. She's New Jersey at the end of the day. And so she acts like that. And everybody was so disappointed in her that if they had just met Stephanie for the first time, they probably would have still given her votes because they wouldn't have had these expectations. You never meet your heroes, kids. And they met their hero and they hated their freaking hero.
Yeah. Well, to circle back to Guatemala, my point is, like, would Danni survive in a new final tribal format? Because her strategy, as we've mentioned, is like hiding everything from everybody. So, like, is it too late in the final tribal to be mentioning, here's everything I did, when everybody has like almost no time to process what you've done. So I don't know. Could Danni win today? I think she has to be more open, frankly, because her biggest strategy is hiding things.
Yeah, you could be. I think you're onto something there, because I mean, we hear a lot. It's not to always relate this back to Winners at War, but when Natalie dropped that she was sending stuff from the edge, that was the first time everyone was hearing about it, and I think that put a lot of people off. Well, so that's obviously a very different situation, other than just like, here's my strategy, because obviously you're not going to talk about that until the end, but definitely something to think about.
Because, yeah, I mean, like, when Ethan, in your tell-all with Ethan, said that, like, I was laughing when I told Natalie, I'm like, hey, people think we're saying this. Ethan's hilarious. But, yeah, definitely, I feel like you almost have to, like, drop hints along the way of, like, what your strategy is, but, like, not enough to blow yourself up, because people, I think, do need to know ahead of time, like, what are you doing? So it's almost like they can get, like, a keen eye and, like, oh, I see what they're doing. Okay, now things are clicking. But if you wait too long, and so I wonder if current Danni could get to the end, would she have dropped hints? Would she what? Because we only saw her get like 2 episodes into Winners of War.
Yeah,
I don't know. I really don't know what Danni would have done in the merge if she was on her path to get to the final 3.
But it did seem like she was trying to play harder or more obvious than what she did in her first season, because a lot of what got her into trouble was being like, no, I'm not going to do that. Yes, I'm going to do this. But like, she was being more revealing just in those first 2 episodes than she ever was in all of Survivor Guatemala, I think.
And they may have done that on purpose to in response to everyone saying about Guatemala.
Yeah,
could have, but I don't know. I mean, it's hard to really say, but they absolutely could have. What do we think was Danni's worst move on this season? Does anybody got one?
Worst move? I'll let you guys go.
I was gonna really let you guys take the wheel on that.
Man.
I guess this is good that like none of these winners have blatantly bad moves. I think as we get to newer seasons, maybe we'll have better examples.
Her biggest moment was winning immunity, I think, at Final 5 or Final 6. I'm sorry, when Judd goes home, because I think she still probably survives that, but she forced their hand. She really did. And then after that happened, they all just ate each other after that. They all hated Cindy because she didn't give up the car. They all hated Lydia just because she was doing the pancake dance. Rafe and her actually they should have been the final 2. It should have been her and Rafe. Like, that should have been it. So I really do think her biggest move was winning that immunity, which always is tricky because people always be like, we don't really like, people who have to win immunities in order to stay in the game. It's part of the game. You stay 3 more days. I have no problem with it. Immunity runs are part of the game. You can do it. You can do it. Good on you. I don't care. But I do think like somebody like Danni, that move, even though it's not really a move, she made sure she was the last person standing from her alliance. Gary goes home. She even votes for Gary to kind of show like, guys, I'm with you. See, haha. And then she turns around and she wins immunity, which forces that final 5 to eat each other. And they ate each other. And that was the end of all of them. They did not like each other again after that.
Mm-hmm.
She was on the wrong side of the vote when it came to Brandon and Bobby John. She was that's not an individual move, but she entered the merge and was voting correctly back-to-back times before eventually she got on board and was voting with the majority the rest of the way. Not that that's an individual move, but she's not like she played a flawless game either.
No, she absolutely didn't. And I actually was going to say, I think that, some of her early merge management is probably the worst part of her game. I mean, I always feel bad for Brandon. Brandon was a really great guy and really only went home because Stephanie felt bad for Bobby John, which like, I think it would have been better if Bobby John just didn't make the merge again. So like but like Brandon actually wasn't a bad player and Danni was still kind of being loyal there, but she was still doing enough to not be seen as a threat, which is ultimately what helps her win the game.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We can move on. Let's move on to Aras.
Let's do that.
Let's move on to
Aras Baskauskas.
Thank you, Alexa.
So
we're talking about I think this was the youngest male winner at the time. I think Fabio came along and broke the record, but he was the youngest male winner at the time. And he wins. I always say Aras is a disappointing winner. And I'll let both of you talk. Don't worry. But I always say he's a disappointing winner. And Alexa and we did our Guatemala rewatch. We did our Panama rewatch as parts of our podcast here. If you want to watch those, go watch them. They're fun. But with Panama, I always find it to be disappointing because I love Terry. I love Terry. I think Terry's great. I think that Terry winning would have been just an epic storyline. You never want your storyline to hit a wall. You want your Captain America hero to win. You want them to pull it out at the end, and he didn't pull it out. So I always found Aras to be disappointing. But once you get over that, once you get over the fact that Dan Fuego could not do a 6-piece puzzle, and that Terry had to win every immunity challenge and pretty much did, and then just couldn't at Final 3 because it was a balance thing, and he was like 50 years old with his knobbly knees. You really have to respect what Aras was able to do by managing. I mean, we were just talking about Danni not managing the crazies. Aras had to manage the craziest group of 6 people that has ever aligned with each other in Survivor.
For a while, too. Like, for most of the game. Yeah. I mean, Phil and I have talked ad nauseum about Terry versus Aras, and we stand on very different sides of that coin. I never viewed Terry as Captain America because I found him in that season to be very demeaning, and we'll get to that. But to me, the arc, like the perfect arc, almost would have been Sari, because she has the whole like I'm so afraid to leave thing, and then she goes home the way she does. But I think you're right, Phil. Like Aras feels like the quietest person. Doesn't feel like is the quietest personality of the final 8. So
after Sally goes, I mean, pretty much after Nick goes home.
Yeah.
At the merge, and then it's Austin. Even Austin and Sally like have bigger personalities than Aras.
Yeah. So then when Aras wins, you're like, okay, the normal person won, which is I guess what you want when you could have had like Shane or Courtney or Danielle get there. But I think he kind of encapsulates like that entire season, that when you have so many crazy personalities, the like quasi-rational person who's 24,
Something like that, yeah.
Ends up taking it home.
I think we keep mentioning in every season how like people had to handle different things in previous seasons. Not really in Vanuatu. Well, not really in Vanuatu. The men versus women split had happened before, but in Palau, there's no tribe merge. It's a tribe absorption. And then in Guatemala, how having returning players come into the game for the first time against newbies. This season, even though it doesn't happen for very long, they start with 4 tribes, which I think was new and interesting. But what's even more interesting is that after All-Stars introduced us to 18 castaways in one season. They continued that in Vanuatu with 18. Palau, there was 20, but early it was 18 after they got rid of Wanda. And then in Guatemala was also 18. But Panama, they go back to 16, but then they decided to split 16 between 4 tribes, which I thought was a really weird decision.
Yeah.
First time any winners had to deal with 4 tribes starting out, until we get to Cook Islands next. But Aras is the first one to have to handle that, even though it didn't last very long.
Yeah, and that's not an easy thing to handle at all. I mean, what's so bizarre about that, and what I hated so much about that, is it made sense when they then came out the next time and they did, okay, we're going to do 5 tribes or 4 tribes of 5.
4 tribes.
That works. That totally works in Cook Islands. But like, you set this up as old men versus young men versus old women versus young women. Who are at the disadvantages here?
And Serene's like, I'm not old.
And Melinda's like 32.
Yeah, Melinda's in her 30s. Sari was in her 30s, maybe
Jeff's
40.
Old then.
Yeah, Jeff was older than almost every single person on that cast.
Yeah.
Seriously. So who's at the disadvantage here? The older men and the older women. No doubt about it. And you're only giving them 4 people. There's nowhere to hide. There's nothing to do. Like, that is torture. And obviously it only lasts 1 vote.
Which is so lame, by the way.
Which is so stupid. Why even start it that way?
Yeah.
You vote out 1 person. Alexa, who was it that they voted out here?
Tina Shear.
Was that who it was?
Timbertina, my favorite player of all time.
Okay, so it was Timbertina.
Don't at me.
Don't at me.
And then like what we see is like Sari is the only one from that old women tribe to make it into the merge. And that's why her storyline is always so epic. It's because like she got up off the couch and she did it. And you can't beat them with these, but you can beat them with these. And all of these great moments. But it also helps that she was on the stupidest starting tribe ever. And I'm not saying that the women were stupid. I'm saying that tribe should have never existed. Yeah. That should have never existed. And so like when you look at Aras right at the beginning of the game, Aras gets to come out and be on the odds-on favorite. And I understand that in Amazon and Vanuatu, the men lost first. Mm-hmm. And it was in one of those seasons because of the young men, and the other season it was because of the old men. But at the end of the day, like, you can't come in and, like, odds are just saying that. I look at it as a gender thing would be 50-50. It may be 55-45, but it's not 100% to 0. The women are going to win every single time. Mm-hmm. So you have Aras, who comes out with Austin, Nick, himself, and why am I completely drawing a blank? And Bob Dog.
Yeah.
How are they ever going to lose? Like, they were never going to lose. So I just find it amazing that, like, Aras started that way on this season, where then you had Sari, who's literally there with Melinda, Ruth Marie, and Tina. Mm-hmm. And it's like, now go build your shelter and then get ready to do your challenge against those hunks over there. Good luck.
I mean, and you see it with the challenge. I forget which challenge it is, but where you have to wrestle each other for a bag. And Ruth Marie literally loses because Bob Dog just has to hold her shirt and touch his own mat. It's ridiculous.
It's literally the best.
Yeah. I really wish they had 20 people in the season with 4 tribes. And then even in Cook Islands, I don't like how they, after only 2 episodes, put them together. I think they should let it ride out until we have a couple tribes down to like 3 people each. That's just personal opinion on how it should do. I just feel like the 1 episode is such, but this is the first winter to have to deal with 4 tribes starting out. And in a way, it is an advantage. You know, the young men, are they going to lose that first challenge? High likelihood of not. But it is something that it goes into, you know, who you're with on the island the first day seems to have a great effect, especially in these first 25 seasons of who you end up going to the end of the game with. And Aras, from my recollection, doesn't go to the end of the game with all the young guys. They get voted out early merge.
Well, that had a lot to do with the tribe swap. Bob Dog was the only one he ended up with, and then Austin and Nick ended up on the other side. And Bob Dog got in trouble because he was drinking the wine in the bathroom. Him and Bruce, and so Bob Dog ends up going home. But yeah, Aras. This was kind of the birth. It was Bob Dog going home, and Cerise stayed. And that was really the birth of the Kasaya 6. That was it. That was who it was going to be the rest of the game. I forget exactly how it went because Panama was not one I just rewatched. But I remember that, like, the way it was they split it up 7-7. One person went to Exile, and that person came to the tribe that lost. And I think it was their tribe, I believe, that lost. And they voted out Melinda because I remember Melinda and Sari just sitting there being like, oh my God, who's going home out of the 2 of us? It's one of us, and there's nothing we can do about it. And Melinda goes home, Sari stays. And then that tribe got another person. So they actually weren't at a disadvantage at all by losing that challenge. They end up going back to 7-7. And I always say that's like an unbelievably unfair thing that happens, especially since when they go into the merge, it's 6-4. But it was Bob Dog going home that started the birth of the Kasaya 6. And I believe, and I'm going to look this right now, I believe Aras did vote for Bob Dog, which, oh no, he didn't vote for Bob Dog. He voted for Bruce. And Shane actually votes for Aras in this tribal. And this is the one where Bob Dog goes home, but, you know, all over the place. But still, like, that was like a pretty defining moment for Aras, because to have somebody from your original tribe go when everything else was kind of shaping up for everybody else. Courtney, you know, she had it was Courtney, Shane, Sari, Aras, Bruce, and Danielle. So Danielle and Courtney had each other. Bruce and Shane had each other. And now Aras, by losing Bob Dog, has nobody. And that's when he starts to kind of build his relationship with Sari, which ultimately ends up being the most important relationship he could build in the game.
I want to say I'm a big fan of Danielle DiLorenzo this season. I feel like she gets underrated a lot, even though she goes to Heroes vs. Villains. So anyways, just want to throw that one out there randomly. Aras also is the sole survivor with the most votes ever received against him. He has 9. Technically, Ben got 11, but he used hidden immunity idols to negate a lot of those votes. So Aras is the only one who has the most votes against him actually counted. And he, as a winner, he has the most with 9. So I think it's another thing. Aras wasn't like, he was targeted. He didn't like slide to the end. He wasn't under the radar in that sense.
Yeah,
it was the whole post merge.
Battering rams.
Yeah, absolutely. It was that whole post merge where everybody was just going at. It was Aras. Everybody on Terry's side was just voting for Aras over and over and over.
And Terry just laid it on Aras. Terry gave him 4 out of like his 9 votes, I think.
Yeah. I think you're right. And I mean, at the end of the day, and I know Alexa and I, we're on different sides of the Terry Aras fight, but at the end of the day, I do think that that's Terry's way of showing respect to Aras, which he never outwardly shows it, but to constantly vote for him, it's saying like, I know you're the top dog. Like, I know it's you, and I don't have to worry about Shane or Bruce or Courtney or Danielle, maybe Suri, but he was definitely not looking at Suri as a threat. He knew it was Aras, and then Aras ends up winning. I think it's also Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is really quick, but what I do enjoy about their rivalry is that even though they become like bickering housewives half the time, like there is this undertone of respect for one another, and I think that's really cool. You don't always see that.
I do think another thing we need to mention with Aras is that I know Exile Island technically existed in Palau as a one-off thing that they threw together real quick, but Exile Island here is like the first proper implementation of Exile Island with the hidden immunity idol that Aras does not get, so he has to manage a legit hidden immunity idol in someone's hands that is powerful, and has to deal with the fact that Exile Island exists. Going to Exile Island here is not like Stephanie going. It actually can affect your game. Can affect, especially if you need to talk to somebody like, well, now they're gone, or you're the one on exile. It's just something that he had to manage that no winner previously has had to manage.
Yeah, and that's why I can say now, like, it took me a while to kind of get on the Aras train, but I'm on it because. What was it? It was Bruce got medevaced, but Terry won every single other immunity challenge except for the one where, there was no immunity when Bruce got medevaced. So he wins the first 5 of the season. At Final Four, Terry can't get votes because he has this super idol.
Yeah. We need to mention it is a super idol because we always think of Cook Islands and Cagayan, but no, there's a super idol here in season 12.
Exactly. And so Aras had like no chances to get rid of Terry. In no shots. And then the best part of this season is the fact that Danielle DiLorenzo has both of their fates in her hands at the very end, and she ends up picking Aras over Terry just because she liked Aras more than Terry.
I think that's such a key thing, though, is Aras, I mean, just like many winners before Aras who convinced eventually the loser to take them to the end, is like, does the loser know they're going to lose by picking this person? Not always. And in Aras's case, good on him for having Danielle convinced to bring him to the end, though it's a little bit easier because Terry was on such a roll with it was obviously Terry was a bigger target than Aras.
Danielle was going to lose 6-1 no matter who she went up against. She was not going to get anybody's vote.
I mean, she lost 5-2 here, so.
Well, was it 5-2? Well, she was going to lose whatever it was. She was going to lose by the same margin or more to Terry. Like, it was going to be the same. Nobody was going to.
Who voted for Danielle?
Let me double check.
It was Bruce.
Yes.
It was Bruce was one and Shane. Yeah, Bruce and Shane.
Shane's crazy.
Because Shane and Aras just argued, and again, like. That shows how good Aras was at the jury management phase of Survivor, which is something that then we again see in Blood versus Water when he still has his legs. Like, I was really concerned, like when Aras come back, I'm like, we really want to watch Aras play again. And we saw that he still had the strategic chops to play Survivor. And the jury management phase of this game is so great because you had people who were bitter, who were straight up going to hate you when you voted them out. I mean, that was Shane. Bruce didn't get voted out, but he had to keep Courtney on his side enough. Otherwise, Courtney was just going to be like, screw you, man. I hate you. Get the hell out of here. I don't want to talk to you. Get out of my face. Like, that's a hard thing to manage when you're working with a bitter bunch. And you have to get Terry to vote for you and Austin and Sally. Like, so 3 people who already don't like you are on the jury. And you have to keep your alliance liking you enough. That's really, really crazy. I mean, that's really impressive.
Yeah. It all goes back to just managing how much other people hate each other. Yeah. It's really impressive.
Can we mention also Aras went into Final Tribal Council with the biggest injury out of any winner to ever be in Final Tribal Council with all that glass. I mean, I read he got 7 stitches from when he slipped and
oh, that's right.
Yeah, we slipped on a rock.
That's like, people do not talk about that.
And they were celebrating.
Yeah. I mean, just the fact that it happened not during a challenge is just like
just got too drunk on champagne and
I love
smashed your glass. I forget exactly what happened.
You and me, Daniel.
Yeah.
I got $1 million that'll fix these stitches.
I totally forgot about that. That's amazing. I always forget that happened, and it is so funny. But
the same day as Final Tribal, so like
yeah.
Like, oh no, we should go get medically evacuated.
Oh, Daniel wins by default.
That would be amazing. That would be
a first.
That would be amazing. So another thing though too is like when we look at Aras and what he had to overcome, and Jenna got a lot of shit for this in Amazon because she was the pretty girl. Oh no, how could you ever be the pretty? But Aras had to overcome this young, kind of spoiled. I don't know if he was considered spoiled, but he definitely had the young, like people felt that he had like the very privileged. He's got it easy. He's got it so, and that was why
he's a good dude.
He's a 24-year-old living with his parents, and this is what Shane rips him apart for, essentially being like, "You suck. Why would I give you $1 million?" And I think that's why him and Terry butted heads, because it's a generational thing. I mean, if you were to say now that somebody was living with their parents at 24 and then went out and played Survivor, you'd be like, yeah, okay, they're a 24-year-old who's living with their parents.
Like, oh my God, you're saving so much money. I should have done that.
Yeah. Like nobody would question it. But back in 2006, I guess is when this aired, everybody was like, how could you be 24 living at home? It's like, because that's what I'm choosing to do. But he had to overcome that. And with a jury that was a little bit more established, he was definitely the least established out of that jury. You had Terry, Bruce, Shane, Courtney was, even established in her own way. Sari, Austin was a writer, so he'll never be established. And then you had Sally. So when you look at like everybody, he had to really like push his own personality and be like, this is why it's okay, me being weird and doing my yoga and my weird meditation and stuff. Trust me, guys, like I still deserve this and I'm still a cool guy and all of that. And it worked for him. It really did.
I remember that in the Amazon where Roger Sexton talked about how Rob Cesternino does karaoke in his basement. He's like, and it's just pathetic. And I'm like
that's cool.
That was pre-YouTube. I mean, nowadays.
Yeah. He'd be an influencer now.
Yeah, exactly. he would be on TikTok. Rob was doing TikTok in his basement.
Yeah, TikTok. Rob has a TikTok.
Rob, there you go. Rob has a TikTok.
I was going to say, where's Roger Sexton's podcast? Anybody know where that is?
I actually, curiously, I posted my video today that I just posted. It was about the men versus women twist from the Amazon on my channel, and I posted on a Facebook group there, and somebody's like, oh, Rob was such a villain, I hate him. And I'm like, funny enough, and I linked them to his podcast, and they're like, well, and I don't want to, I'm paraphrasing here, but no kidding is what they said, different words. But I thought it's just funny how some people, I mean, Rob seems like such a mainstay to us, but even people have forgotten him. Oh yeah, even people who are like in Survivor groups on Facebook aren't aware of it. But I wanted to bring something up. So we talked about how many confessionals each winner's got, and I want to mention that in Borneo, the total number of confessionals is 657, and then we get to Panama, and it's exactly 400.
So that's a big drop.
That is a massive drop.
Let's follow that at the fourth of every week.
And then in Cook Islands, it drops to 372. So it's not even like that's the lowest. So how many confessionals do you think Aras got over the season? Over
56.
How many did
Daniel got? Danny got 41. Tom got 59. Chris got 71.
I think Aras got like 46. I don't think he got much.
Very close. He got 45.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I was looking at Yule. My bad. I run now next time. Aras got 48.
Wow, that's amazing.
Very close.
Amazing that you only got 45, but we'll talk about that because Cook Islands is a very weirdly edited season because all the good characters go out pre-merge and they give them huge edits. But yeah, I think that's interesting. Like where Aras, another one, didn't get it. And this is again, like when I'm watching a movie, when I'm watching a TV show, I mean, for Breaking Bad fans, if Walter White dies in the first season, what is Breaking Bad? You know what I mean? And so not that Terry dies in the first episode here, but the fact that like he does not succeed, him and Sari were our protagonists of this season.
Oh, definitely.
And we needed one of those two to win. And when neither one of them win, it's like, how did this guy, who we don't really care all that much about, but when you rewatch it, you care about him more. But when you were watching this live, nobody was rooting for Aras, nobody was rooting for Danielle, and nobody was rooting for Courtney. People thought Shane was a nutcase, so if he wins, whatever. People wanted Sari to win, and people wanted Terry to win. It was pretty much, were you on the Terry side of things or the Sari side of things? But nobody wanted Danielle or Aras to win. So when it was the two of them in the final two, I mean, that finale is honestly a very disappointing finale when you really think about it from a viewer perspective. That's it.
That's it.
Yeah, so that's what I say about that. There was one other thing I wanted to say about Aras, and I totally forgot what it was going to be. Oh, and then what I wanted to say is Aras, I believe, is somebody who does not take a hit because of his next game. I think he played very well in Blood versus Water as one of the only winners, or the only winner out there. I'm completely drawing a blank on the Blood versus Water cast right now, but as the only winner, second, there were two winners because Tina was there. That's right. But as one of the only winners out there. What was that, Alexa?
No, Tyson was not a winner. Duh.
Tyson wasn't a winner yet.
Not yet.
but out of all, like, being somebody who comes back, plays on a not all winner season as a winner, to do as well as he did is impressive. And him and Tyson really were. That was Tyson's biggest adversary was Aras, and that's why he gets voted out as early as he did, because Tyson was trying to get him out of the game. And I loved his storyline with Vitas. It's the reason Vitas was an all-star and was on second chance. And obviously we saw what happened with that, but that relationship really was everything. And I actually think Aras gained a following rather than lost it because of his performance in Blood versus Water, because the personality and the real human side of Aras that we didn't get to see in Panama, we really got to see in Blood versus Water.
And it helped. Of course, that his brother was there in Blood versus Water to help bring out that human side, because Vitas revealed a bunch of things to us. I don't think Aras would have ever told us otherwise, honestly.
I think Aras benefits from having the rival each season.
Yeah.
Oh, someone just mentioned, we totally skipped over it. I think we talked about All-Stars, how Rupert won $1 million. Rupert was considered America's sole survivor. I mean, we should probably briefly mention that.
Oh, yeah, that's true. We didn't say that. So that shows you how much things have changed over time, though, because now people can't stand Rupert. And I was mad that Aras won season 12. But back then, being mad that Aras won season 12 and Rupert winning $1 million for being like America's hero, it's interesting how perspectives change over the course of 20 years as Alexa rolls her eyes so far to the back of her head.
Rupert is not today.
Look, he is America's sole survivor, Alexa. You need to accept this.
Yeah. That didn't cause a rift between the cast members at all. All right, so can Aras's game still win?
Oh, definitely. Aras almost played like the foil to Terry. Like, it was like, well, we got to keep Aras in a sense because he's the only one who can beat Terry, and Terry's on a roll. Aras was he wasn't the biggest threat in the game, and he played under the radar, but he made the social bonds needed to win 5-2. And I think the bigger question is, does Aras beat Terry in the final two? What do you think?
No, he gets smoked.
You think he gets smoked?
I think he gets smoked.
I think he loses because Shane didn't like him. Like,
Sally votes for Terry, Austin votes for Terry, Bruce votes for Terry, Shane votes for Terry. It doesn't even matter what the other three do. He's getting those 4 votes.
I mean, it's high likelihood. But it's just one of those things. Like, it's like Rob versus Jenna and Amazon. We will never truly know how things will pan out. And I don't trust when they do those votes at the reunion. Like, you just got done watching the edited season. Of course, however you're voting, whatever. So
absolutely. But Alexa, you were going to say something with that. But like, do you disagree with any of those? Because I feel like Sari was obviously never going to vote for Terry. But other than that, what do you think?
I think Aras totally loses to Terry.
Yeah,
absolutely. Okay. Yeah, because they all hated each other. And so I think, like, going back to the previous question of can Aras win again, I think he can, because I think he kind of inadvertently has the Adam Klein strategy of be the most normal person or be the most average person. Mm-hmm. He wasn't the challenge beast. That was Terry. He wasn't the one with like the big underdog story. That was Sari. He was not the most obnoxious person. That was Shane and Courtney. Mm-hmm. So he could just be available and be like the voice of reason for a lot of people. So I think that's why he wins.
Okay, so follow-up question. Does Sari beat Terry or does Terry beat Sari? Because I feel like those are like really who everyone was rooting for going into this.
I think Sari probably beats Terry.
Sari wins.
Yeah, that would have been close though.
Everyone hated each other, but everyone loved Sari.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think they would have. I think that would have been the most interesting final two, and that's what everybody wanted to see as a final two. I mean, that would have made Panama a top 5 season. But it's tough to go back. I mean, what Aras did, Aras is kind of like Ethan. it's not the most exciting game. Obviously, Ethan had more of a fan base, but it's not the most exciting game. And there's a lot more entertaining characters around you, but you won. And you did what you needed to do as yourself to win the game. And that's what I give Aras a lot of respect for being able to pull that off.
Yeah. Let's give Danielle Di Lorenzo respectfully. She is a hero. Okay.
She's a villain.
She's a villain.
She was a villain? How did I forget? Are you serious?
Yeah, Candace was the hero.
Yeah.
What?
How
did I forget this?
That's the best.
We'll get to them.
In what universe is okay? You know what, Survivor? We'll talk about that when we get to Heroes versus Villains. I feel like we need to briefly mention the casting and how they got labeled. Villain Danielle, whatever.
Well, it was because Terry helped her make immunity, and then she turned around and voted him off at the next, or make fire, and then she voted him off.
Well, Terry, that was Jeff's reasoning. It doesn't matter who it was.
That was Jeff's reasoning.
If Suri, so Suri votes out Terry, is she a villain? Yeah, that would go over like a fart in church.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Suri should be a villain. I stand by that. Like, I think we should talk about this when we get to season 20. But when Parvati's like, Jeff, why am I a villain and Suri's a hero? Like, fantastic.
Suri's a very sweet villain. That's the difference.
Exactly. He's got the giggle.
That's it. I'm trying to think. I swear I had something else to say about Aras, but anyway, I don't. I think that his style of play is a style that could definitely still win in modern Survivor. I think we've seen something similar to it. Tommy kind of had it where, he had a big alliance of people behind him. And it's hard to say because you're not ever going to have a Cassius 6, but when you have a big alliance of people and you're the head of it, but everybody's more worried about each other, that's the Aras game. And that's exactly what Tommy did. So I think that that's definitely something that we could still see. And I think that's a really good strategy. I think it's one that really works. I don't think Aras even knew that that's what he was pulling off on his season, which is what makes it tough. Like when you're like, how do you rank Aras? I don't think he realized it. I think in Blood versus Water, he did realize how he could win. But at that point, he just had too much of a target on his back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I though, this set of 4 winners we just talked about is like such a unique set of winners. Like none of them are the same as the other. We talked about like the first 4 winners that each evolved each other's strategies. In this case, I feel like everyone's playing just different strategies because they have different circumstances. And this is really where Survivor gets into like how they change the circumstance of each season with like Exile Island or no merge. And that was their hands kind of forced on that one. And then having returning players come into your season, like stuff that none of these like early winners had to deal with that now is like totally different circumstances. So you have to play a different game. Even though at its core, it's still a social game. And I'll give it that. Like Survivor here is still mostly a social game. The Hidden Immunity Idol does not change how this is still a social game.
Yeah, not yet.
Not yet. So
hasn't changed the game to the extent that it has now. But yeah, I am ready for tonight. I'm really this. I did a poll, and this section of winners got the most votes. In terms of which stretch do people like the most?
This is definitely going to be. I think last week was really good. I think this is one of the strongest, if not the strongest, pair of 4 that we have, or pair of 4.
It's super diverse, which of course everyone loves.
Which is very interesting too, because this was when Survivor. So let's think about this. And I know like we don't like to get political on this show at all because that's always just a bad trip for anybody because you're instantly cutting out half your audience no matter what. But just from a political stance with these seasons, this was when Survivor really pushed diversity. And we see that with Cook Islands and we see that with Fiji. They pretty much got like yelled at by people that they were not diverse enough on their show and that a lot of the characters who they were putting on the show were just the crazy stereotype of that character. So they tried to address that. They did it very successfully sort of once, and they did it very unsuccessfully, I believe, the second time. However, we do see 2 of our diverse winners here that we haven't had of late. So it's interesting though that in seasons 13 and 14, which was 2007 or 2006, somewhere in there, it actually was terribly received that these, especially, I mean, there's really no arguing it. The breakdown by race is like one of the most egregious things that a reality TV show has ever done. But it's crazy how poorly received that was. And then how poorly received as a season Fiji was. And now we see like a day and age when they're trying to make the casts more diverse, because for a while there, it kind of backed off of that. And it was, let's just get every model that we can. It doesn't matter. Just
That's what the Dark Ages feels like to me. But
Yeah. That's really true. But there's kind of a funny might be the wrong word, but good bookend here where Parvati is the last winner we're going to talk about. But in Yule's winning season, in the first season we talk about, Parvati has a great quote early on where she's like, I'm on the white tribe and I really don't think that's great. Like, even like she up front was like, this doesn't feel good. And I feel like that entire premiere of Cook Islands, everyone's like, this is different. I don't really know what to do here.
Well, and the problem was with the breaking it up by gender and age. Everybody comes in with their own baggage and all that, but also like it's your gender and your age. There's a lot less baggage that is like a lot less historical baggage that is coming with that. And I know that the feminists will probably get mad at me for saying that, but then in terms of like when you look at like you're now broken up, you're the Asian American tribe, and it's like what? Like, what do you mean we're the Asian? You're the African-American tribe. You're the, I forget what Ozzy's tribe was actually broken into because, you know, like it was.
Is that a Spanish tribe or is it?
Was it the Hispanic? I forget exactly.
I don't know what terminology they used.
I forget what exact terminology they used. And then there was the white tribe. And like, so you had those four tribes. And like, when you actually think about it, it's one thing to be like, I'm the old woman, so I'm going to have to overcome a lot, or I'm the young guy, so I'm going to be looked at as a threat. Yeah. And then you look at like, we're the white tribe. Okay. So like, what do people think of white people before they get out there? What do people think of the African-American tribe before they get out there? What do people think of the Asian? And like, it just caused this really terrible, like just complete racial profiling, more so than they even wanted. And especially since at the beginning of the season, it was like the Asian American tribe was all these very serious. We don't like, it was like, you know, Yule was like, I don't want to go out of my comfort zone. Becky was, I don't want to. And then you had Cowboy, who was like, I am like out of control. I was in Vietnam. I was doing that. And it's very interesting to see how they broke all that down and how really Yule and Earl, who we're going to be talking about here, really were able to navigate their seasons and what was thrown at them in such a great way. And that's why they're generally considered two of the best winners in the history of the show.
And Yule's has been pretty public, especially because we just saw him again for the second time for the past few months. He was very public saying that he chose to completely alter his personality, for lack of a better term, because he was afraid of misrepresenting his heritage, which is, first of all, just impressive in its own right, because, you know, you're out there for 39 days. You can't fake your personality. But I don't think Yule was faking anything. I think Yule just really felt like he had to hold maybe parts of himself in, or maybe hold in certain jokes or certain personality types because he was afraid of misrepresenting or being misrepresented. So I think that also makes his win a lot more impressive, that he was dealing with that difficult baggage the entire season.
Yeah, because you're right. Yule's the first winner to have to directly deal with not only such a diverse cast. I mean, you could really argue that Vecepia, because she brought up a lot in her season, her and Sean, they felt ostracized because they were the only two African Americans in a group full of white people. But by the time there was just the two of them, especially. But in this case, it's like it's definitely amplified to like the 10th degree, and everyone is aware of it. Whereas like it felt like Vecepia and Sean were the ones really thinking about it that season. With the way we were shown. But this season, it's like, no, everyone has to have thought about it or is thinking about it. So it's a new thing that no other winners had to like truly navigate a cast where everyone's thinking about how the races are in play here.
Absolutely. And in Fiji, they kind of just did it. Like, it was just, this is our diverse cast. That was probably the worst recruited cast they've ever done. And it's not because it was a diverse cast, obviously. It was just because they just cast people who didn't know Survivor. They just cast people who were like, we want to be on TV. That sounds great. Like, a lot of those people never should have been on our TV in the first place. But like in Cook Islands, a lot of these players were actually like fans. And if they weren't fans, like they wanted to play the game. And we see that because with a lot of the returnees in these seasons, most of them come from Cook Islands. Cook Islands and China, obviously, but Cook Islands had a lot of returnees with Penner, Candace. Both of them have played multiple times. Parvati has played multiple times. Ozzy has played 4 times or whatever it is, 5 times. Yule has played twice. We've seen a lot of people come back. And I think that says a lot about how maybe even though this didn't work at the time, it did give people like maybe an easier into like rooting for certain people, because you had Ozzy, who kind of became like oh my gosh, he just got rid of Brad in that really JP.
Yeah,
he gets rid of JP, and like when he just looks like a Brad. That's the problem. He gets rid of JP, and it's like, oh my god, like I can't believe he just did that. He's throwing challenges, kind of making fun of Billy and all that. And then as he starts going through, it's like, wow, we really like this guy. And Yule and like these like almost like idols started to come from this season. And this was probably like the first season we really saw people like that you could look up to and also be like, I want to be Ozzy. I want to be Yule. I want to be Parvati, which I guess is better to say now than it was after season 13. I want to be Candace because Adam was a hunk. And I want to be Penner because like you had just a lot of really great moments. And I think it just gave a lot of people an easier in, as bad as that is.
I think, and it's kind of crazy that we're talking about season 13 because I feel like this could totally apply to seasons in the 40s. This is one of, if not the most diverse casts ever. There's a way to cast this way without breaking them up via race. So I think what you said, Phil, like you have Ozzy, you have Yule, you have Parvati, you have Penner, you have all of these like cowboy, these amazing personalities. That was going to be there no matter what the theme was. You could have made that heroes, healers, hustlers, and they still would have been awesome.
I'm looking at I didn't know this off the top of my head, but on the wiki it says that Survivor Cook Islands actually has 13 out of 20 contestants come from the state of California, which tells me even though there seems like there is a lot more people, a lot more knowledge maybe this season of Survivor, that it probably was still a heavily recruited cast, even though we don't have exact numbers that I can see here.
Well, in that, it's 100% a very heavily recruited cast because, the problem became...
17
everyone's very good looking, too, which I think is a good tip-off.
Yeah, 17 out of 20 were recruited is what I'm reading, so, yeah.
And I think, like, even you were saying, 13 out of 20 were from California. Okay, and then Billy Garcia's from New York City. And Rebecca...
talk about Billy. Oh, my God.
Rebecca's from New York. Like, so it was all cities. This was really when Survivor... Because, like, in season 12, I forget exactly where Cerie's from, but Cerie's not from like a big city. Cerie's not coming from this area where it's, I want to be famous. Terry Dietz from Connecticut, like nothing there. Shane's from Massachusetts, but like, it was still spread out a lot. This season was really when it was like, okay, we want to cast these people. We want to cast 5 Asian American, 5 African American, 5 Hispanic American, 5 Caucasian American. That's what our tribes are going to be. So you start looking for that. And then the problem is, too, you start looking for who can we get for each of these tribes, but also that, like, is one going to play into what we want the theme of the season to be? And 2, like, where are we going to find more of, like, the eccentric personalities for each? The answer to both of those is New York City and Los Angeles. Like, that's just a fact. I mean, that's just how it went. And that's why I think you see a lot of this. I mean, look at a lot of the people here are some of your people who are still very vocal on social media, very vocal in their lives. And like, Penner and Yule and Ozzy and all that. That's a very specific person you're looking for. And they were looking for that LA, New York type character here. Not so much like, hey, let's get Keith and Ale from Louisiana and throw him out there on the island.
Totally. But I say, we've talked a lot about the cast. Let's get into Yule's game.
Talk about the winner.
I think it is important, though, to preface Yule's win with all of that, because so much of Yule's game is dependent on this. And this is what we all saw in Winners at War. And I think why we were all so excited to see Yule in Winners at War and the way he played was because we really got to see him with the weight off his shoulders. He just came out there to play. And I think we were all really excited to see the way he did that because he handled himself very differently across the 2 seasons.
Sure. And I mean, though not to get too far ahead, but you could argue that the weight was kind of off his shoulders this season in a way when he has what is now called the super idol. At the time, that's just how the hidden immunity idol worked. But at the time, he had the super idol. That kept him safe after votes are read. It's like, I feel like we all forget, like, the hidden immunity idol was not just a regular idol like we know it now. Like, it was originally a super idol. At least how it was implemented here, and I believe that's how it was in Panama as well.
And it's how it is in Fiji.
No, Fiji, they fix it. I double checked on that because I thought so, but no, after this season they fix it and it's just a regular idol.
Really? Because I thought Earl had that idol too the entire time, but I guess
he did. He did. You're right. He did have the entire time. It just didn't work after the votes were read.
Oh, gotcha.
people give Yule a lot of crap for like winning with that crutch. But I think when you look at, and these are comparing two extremely different players, but when you look at Terry having that idol and you look at Yule having that idol, Yule used that as a bargaining chip, and that's how he ends up getting Penner. And I absolutely, Yule was able to play so much more aggressively because he had that. But I think, I mean, he used it as a threat, but he didn't lose his allies in any way. I think it was kind of like having a fifth member to vote with them.
Yeah, and I think that's the difference, and I think that's why I always hate when people say Ozzy should have beaten Yule. I think it's the best showdown that we've had other than Wendell versus Dom. I mean, because it's as close to a tie as you could have gone. If there was one more juror, they probably vote for Ozzy. Mm-hmm. And I always hate when it's like, oh, Yule should have lost Ozzy, because that's what I think a lot of this is. We kind of forgot about Yule. We kind of forgot about Earl, because the same thing with Earl, as we'll talk about later, but a lot of people just wanted Yowman to win. And Ozzy was just a better personality. He won all the challenges. Everybody was all about that. But what Yule had to do was so much more impressive, because yes, Ozzy always having immunity makes everything easier, especially when Yule has that idol in his pocket, knowing that if he gets the votes and Becky or Sandra go, whatever, but they still are the I-2-4. They still had to come back from down 8-4. And I mean, everybody, we always ask, like, I always ask, what is the defining moment of this person's win? It's when Yule convinces Penner to come to his side. I mean, without a doubt, 100%. And Terry was never able to do that. Like you said, Alexa, if Terry could have done that, Panama could have been a very, very different season. But Yule was able to do that. And that's why I think he's one of the best winners we've ever had.
And Yule, Yule and Ozzy is almost like, in a way, it's a repeat of what we saw in Borneo, where Richard beat Kelly, but only by that one vote. And Kelly was like, as we forget commonly, it was an immunity beast. Like, she was winning immunity challenge after immunity challenge. She would not have gotten to the end without it. And I feel like in a way here, Ozzy doesn't get to the end without his immunity wins. And it goes to prove, though, once again, it's not about winning immunity, which is such like a thing we accept now. Like, now we understand that to win Survivor, it's not about winning immunity. But back then, it was such a common misconception. It's like, well, if you're a challenge beast and you're providing for your tribe, why aren't you winning? You should be winning. You should be respected. And Ozzy just once again proves that that's not what winning Survivor is. Winning Survivor is not winning all the challenges. Challenges help. They can hinder, but they don't win you the game. I feel like it's just sort of, in a way, it's like repeating Borneo in that sense. I can't think of another time where somebody beats a challenge beast in the first 12 seasons besides that one. But correct me if I'm wrong.
And I think you're right. This is the most, that's a good point. This is the closest that a challenge beast ever gets to winning. And we'll talk about Mike, but Mike did not strictly rely on that. Mike had a lot of other moves.
That's way down the line though. We're talking about just that's
in like a month pretty much. Yeah. But I think for us to see that, like, Ozzy, who's the best challenge competitor ever, he couldn't even win. If that is your only strategy, that will never win.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think people have learned that. And I think that's why the game has shifted so much, where people are always trying to hide how good they are at things rather than provide and show how good they are at things. Now, granted, Ozzy also ran into one of the best of all time. Had Ozzy gone up against Earl, there's a very good chance he beats Earl. Had he gone up against, Aras, he beats Aras. Like, he just happened to go up against. But at the same time, when everybody wants to give all this credit to Ozzy doesn't get to the final three without Yule either. Like, I know Ozzy won 5 immunity challenges, but there were more than 5 immunities up for grabs. You know what I mean? So even though Ozzy wins the majority of them, he still needed Yule to get the numbers back onto his side. Yeah. Otherwise, they lose. Like, he gets voted out, much like we see if Terry would have lost at any point, or, as we see other challenge beasts do as seasons go on. Keith Nail is another example, which is always crazy, but Keith Nail ran out of people and he goes home at Final Four, and that's what would have happened to Ozzy, which is exactly what happens to him in South Pacific.
Though someone just mentioned in the comments how before the mutiny, Ozzy was the next boot. I think it's just a side note. It's interesting that this is the first season. I think it's the only season where the mutiny was actually accepted. It comes up. It feels like it first came up in Thailand, but I think it's the only season where actually anybody accepted the mutiny, which is just crazy to think with how often I feel like it's been offered.
Well, and
I think it's the only other time it's been offered. I think it's just those 2 times. But I mean, we can talk about the mutiny, but the craziest part is Penner jumping on in the last second. That, I mean, if it's only Candace who goes through, then that completely changes.
Yeah, and I do believe, though, that Penner switching tribes does get him further in the game, because at that point you're thinking, oh my gosh, now I'm the next person voted off, because Candace and Penner both made the right move. They're outnumbered 4-2. Now, this creates one of the best storylines in Survivor history, which is the I-2-4, but they were down 8-4, and the thing was, Penner still never felt included with the other 8 or the other 7 that were over there. So that's why Yule being able to kind of use that relationship he had built with Penner and being like, I understand why you did this, but here's the idol. And now come and work with me, and then we'll go further in the game. I mean, Penner ultimately gets cut in 7th place. I believe he gets 7th.
He gets 7th.
I always forget how many people are on this season, because there's like a lot of forgettable characters on Cook Islands. But Penner gets 7th place ultimately. But, you know, he probably goes out in 11th, 10th place if he doesn't jump ship. I know that it's easier to rewrite history because we know that, you know, the I-2-4 win the next 3 challenges after the mutiny, and it's Brad and it's Jenny and it's Rebecca, who I'm sure everybody was really sad to see go. But we, like, Penner at the time doesn't know that they're about to win every single challenge. He's got to be thinking they're going to lose.
Yeah.
I you know, we keep mentioning these names, but like, it's so hard to, like, this is, I mean, there's a lot of forgettable people, but this is a stacked cast with Ozzy, Parvati, Penner, Candace, Cowboy for some people. And
I love Nate Gonzalez. Like, people don't talk about him, but Nate Gonzalez was freaking hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of forgettable people, but like this, but just due to returnees, this is a stacked cast considering who comes out of this. I know only Parvati is the only other winner of these returnees, but you know, Candace does well again. Penner does. He gets 7th again in Philippines. He matches what he did here. And Ozzy, what's the furthest Ozzy's gotten since this?
I believe it was for South Pacific. He got 4th place in South Pacific.
He almost won that one if he could have won all the challenges there.
But Sophie Clark got in the way, and we'll talk all about Sophie in 2 podcasts. But no, I do agree. There's a lot of great ones. And Nate Gonzalez, like you were saying, Alexa, he's forgotten to the community now for the most part, because Yule convinced Penner to vote with him. And Nate would have went home that night anyway. But that move just really solidified Yule and Penner as the returnees from this season. Like, after Penner showed, not only would he mutiny, not only would he do all the crazy stuff he does at the beginning of the game, not only is he a great storyteller, but he also says to Yule, yeah, I'll vote with you to vote out Nate because you just proved this with the idol. It showed that he was willing to play the game, so Penner was always going to be that guy. If Penner doesn't do that, Nate Gonzalez very well could have been on Fans versus Favorites, even getting voted out there, because people would have said, oh, he got idled, let's bring him back, because he was very well liked on that season.
He was.
But in terms of Yule, I mean, you know, sticking with Yule, it's hard because so much of this is based around the rest of the cast, but we were just talking about who votes for Yule, who votes for Ozzy. So Parv votes for Ozzy. Out of the final 7, or it's final 8, 4 of the 5 people who are on the jury in the final 8 all vote for Yule. So Candace, Penner, Adam, Sandra all vote for Yule instead of Ozzy. Parvati votes for Ozzy. And then what's interesting is after that, you see Nate vote for Ozzy, which kind of makes sense. They did get along. It just didn't work out. Rebecca votes for Ozzy, even though they were never on the same tribe. I always forget, like, Rebecca, where she even stood on everything, but they were never on the same tribe. And then you have Jenny and Brad, who started on the same tribe as Yule, and he needed one of their votes, and he doesn't get Jenny's, which always kind of surprises me, because I guess she's just voting against Yule at that point, because what does she know about Ozzy? Because this was the first time we really saw these people who never actually played with anybody start voting for them to win.
Yeah, Jenny only played with Yule at the beginning, right? And then once they saw they were on separate tribes, they only played together for
6 days.
Yeah.
6 days. It wasn't even 9. Yeah, they only played together for 6 days.
Yeah.
At least this season they held their, I mean, it wasn't much longer, but they started with the 4 tribes that we mentioned in Panama, and after 1 episode they shuffled, and then here after 2 episodes they shuffled. Once again, though, I really wish they had. I mean, you got to realize when they were making the show, they did. Do you think they knew when they were shooting this was going to be like a really people were really going to react the way they did, or because people say
I don't think so. But then, I mean, not to put on a tinfoil hat, but they did put the bottle twist out there, so I think they realized as it was happening.
It's very possible. Maybe there's a lot of comments in the island that made them go, "Oh, we probably."
I think that's probably what it was. Yeah. I think it's more from the cast than from anybody else, because you have to remember too. Like, I know that, like, in 2020, we assume the worst in people. Like that is the thing we do.
Yeah.
A lot of times people do have the best intentions. They're just not smart. And like, that's just the truth. I mean, that's just human nature. And I think that this was one of those instances. The intentions were not bad intentions. No. They just pulled it off in the most tone deaf way. And like the good thing for Survivor is that they did this in 2006 when people actually were forgiving. And like you could kind of rebound from something that was so egregious, where if they would have done this in 2020, we probably are done with Survivor. Let's be completely real.
I just don't think since there was like the biggest social media back then was Friendster and MySpace. It wasn't really there. We didn't have like the Reddit and all these other places, Twitter or whatever, all these echo chambers of people, when you hate someone else agrees with you, you're like, yeah, now I hate them more because you agree with me. Mm-hmm. It wasn't really that back then. It was really just newspapers and word of mouth. And there was the internet, but just not the communities, I guess. So you're right. I think they did this exact same thing today. Would Survivor be canceled? Very.
That is the culture. I mean, we are in cancel culture. So let's be real.
I don't think in 2020 though CBS would even let this happen.
No.
On the flip side.
Well, because if you look at what CBS did, look at a season like Survivor Island of the Idols.
Yeah.
The diversity is there. It's there. It's not to this level. It's not 15 of the 20 castaways are not white, but the diversity is there. Like there's a bigger percentage, but they're not saying, okay, and now for the black tribe. Like they're not doing things like that anymore, thankfully.
But I think that was partially, and this is not too much in the weeds, they did switch casting directors after Edge of Extinction. So Jeff and whoever else is the new casting people actually cast Island of the Idols. So that was the first season without. Was it Lynn Spillman?
Lynn Spillman,
yeah. Lynn Spillman, yeah. As I'm sure you know better than I do. So that could be part of it. It could be part of why they got rid of Lynn Spillman was to just I don't know all the details. But you're right. And Island of the Idols, I'm going to go through and count now and see how many people weren't white because I am very curious because I thought about that too when I watched Island of the Idols. I'm like, this is more diverse than it's been recently. Mm-hmm. But back then, this is probably why they recruited Cook Islands of Fiji so much was to purposely diversify. They had to find the people they were looking for. I'm sure there's certain people. Archetypes.
And we've talked about this kind of with Davey. I mean, Davey was on our podcast and he said like it's hard to find like other black people who watch Survivor. And he always talks about the blurred. Yeah. And like he's in that and he wants to represent that and get other people to be interested in that. Mm-hmm. And I think that was a problem. And I mean, that was also, early 2000s. I mean, CBS's audience for the most part is very white. I mean, and it still is. I mean, that's the other reason why it's like you got to push back and forth on this. But at the same time, like the audience was very predominantly white for Survivor. And so the people who were applying wanted to be Terry. They weren't going out there and saying, I want to be Jervis. They wanted to be Terry. And then all of a sudden you get Sari and you're like, all right, now like I want to be Sari. That would be great. But they never found another Sari. They never even came close.
Yeah. And that brings up a good point, Phil. Like we're analyzing all these new casts and they're always asked, oh, which Survivor do you strive to be like? It's no coincidence that Sari and Yule are constantly brought up. That's not a coincidence. So I think you're right, Phil. Like you obviously can't force another Sari, but if you create that opportunity more, there will be more Saris. There will be more.
Yeah. And I will say on my channel, if you sort my videos by like most popular, because I do this sometimes just to see like in terms of the story videos, like the people who get the most views of stories, and this is not to the race, this is more to the gender, but all the male stories I made have easily swept all the female stories. And it's just like, you always wonder, like, everyone's like, why are the men more or why do the men get more airtime and stuff? I mean, and it's possible because they get more airtime, they get more views, but like the views on my videos show me that the men get more views than the women. And it's just like, so I wonder if it's the same with race. I haven't really gotten that at all.
We're about to talk about that here though. If we were to rank these four winners, everybody puts Parvati at number 1 in this group of 4. I disagree. And I will always disagree. Todd Herzog is a million times better player than Parvati, and I don't care what anybody says because of this first time. I'm not saying Parvati played bad, but Parvati is not. This is very much the Amber thing where, like, we needed another really cute. She's going to kind of stir things up. And she got her second chance and was like, all right, now I got wings. I'm going to play this game. So the first time she plays, she's not on Cerie's level. She's not on Amanda Kimmel's level. Like, she's just flat out not.
No,
and
her first time definitely not.
No, and then she learns it. So I don't think she's the best player here. But if you really think about it, it's Parvati and Todd, and then Yul and Earl are forgotten. When people say, who should have been on Winners at War? It's always, where's Todd? Where's Todd? Where's Todd? Nobody really says, where's Earl? So it's something to think about as we move forward. But, even with Parvati, if Parvati only plays in Cook Islands, nobody was talking about Parvati in Cook Islands. I hate to break it to everybody, but nobody really cared.
Not to get too far off topic, but I wrote this down as a fun fact. Exile Island that they used for Cook Islands is actually called Nude Island by the locals.
Ooh.
Because of the lack of vegetation, not because of anything else, unfortunately.
Of course. That's what I thought.
As it is.
That was a fun fact.
Could you imagine if not only did they break the tribes down by race, but then if you got sent to Exile Island, you had to walk around naked, and they were just like, all right, now we are only going to send women to Exile Island because, that's very early 2000s Survivor.
It'd be like a test ride for Naked and Afraid, I guess.
I guess. But so let's sum up Yul here in like 2-3 minutes, just because we're almost at a half hour. And I know we've really talked more about the cast than Yul, but I also don't think that that's really the wrong way to approach this, considering when Yul talks about his win, he pretty much talks about the cast more than himself. And we all know the story of the I-2-4 so well. We know what became of all of them. But Yul's game, how would you sum it up, Wes? Like, if you just had to say this is what Yul's game is, what would you say it was?
You know what? Yul did not win. If Yul's the first male to not win individual immunity, I would say Yul is the perfect subject. Yul versus Ozzy is the perfect showdown of social versus everything else. We keep forgetting that social is the most important thing. That's what wins you the game. There's no such thing as a jury who got it wrong. You have to play your season according to your jury. What does your jury respect about? What does your jury want? Because what your jury wants is what's going to win the game. So you need to figure that out. I know we said this previously. There's only 2 goals as Survivor to get to the end, and number 2 is make the jury want to vote for you. And I know I feel like when we get to Todd, that's the most beautiful example of understanding number 2. But here, Yul understood number 2 better than Ozzy. Mm-hmm. So Ozzy didn't get robbed. Ozzy just didn't understand what his jury wanted and he didn't accomplish it. And it's unfortunate because he was very close. We say in South Pacific he would have won, but would he have? I mean, would they have respected Ozzy more? I don't know.
The only reason he wins is because Savai was the whole entire jury. That's the only reason he would have won the game, because they all would have voted.
We say that, but Ozzy's kind of the reason that. I mean, I know Cochran flipped, but Ozzy is the reason that we saw Cochran flip. So
what I also think is fascinating though about this matchup is Yul's not even that great of a social player. Yul's a strategist, and he does have a good social game. Yes. But we saw that on this season. He's not a great social player. He's very awkward. He's a little timid. He still has game, but he's not on levels of Tommy. I really believe Tommy's one of the better social winners we've ever had. And when you look at the way Tommy played compared to the way Yul played, it's not the same thing. But it also shows think about in all of the follow-up times they played between Yul and Ozzy. Mm-hmm. When Yul gets voted out in Winners at War, the audience is devastated. The 3 people sitting around him are devastated. Essentially, Jeff Probst is devastated.
Got rid of him are devastated.
Yeah. When Ozzy got voted out every time, it was because they're we really don't like him that much. Mm-hmm. Let's get rid of him. Yeah, it happens in South Pacific, maybe an exception, but then again, Cochran was pretty much our narrator from Savai, and he hated Ozzy. So
Ozzy is you see this in Cook Islands, so he's very cocky, very very cocky.
But with Yul though, we say his strategy's so great, but you can have the best strategy in the world, but if no one's gonna listen to you and do your strategy, it's because you have a terrible social game. Yul's social game may not be the best, but it was good enough for his strategy to work, for people to listen to a strategy and for a strategy to happen. Because Yul's not out there idling out people and negating 9 votes against himself. He couldn't. He had 1 idol, and I think he got voted for twice, two separate times. It was actually episode 11 I noticed that I kind of forgot, but Yul received 4 votes against him, episode 11.
That was the Nate vote.
Yeah, that was the Nate vote, yeah.
That was because they all realized that he was the biggest threat.
And he was almost gone, he had the idol, but.
And Penner, didn't Yul kind of threaten Penner? Was the threat to Penner to say, if you work with me, I'm showing you the idol right now. and either you're going to work with me and we're going to vote out Nate, or we're going to vote you out tonight because they're going to put the votes on me and I'm going to play this. I think that's pretty much how it went down. I won't lie. I didn't rewatch Cook Islands. I was too focused on Fiji because I didn't remember shit from Fiji. So, I forget exactly how it went, but I'm pretty sure it was something along those lines. And so Yule gets the votes, but knowing that like he just wanted to get through that vote with his idol, because getting through at final 9 was the key to his game. Because remember, they were down 8-4, and this is an epic comeback. But in reality, by the time the merge hit, it was 5-4. They only need to get through one more vote, and it was clear sailing for the I-2-4.
Mm-hmm. And people forget that Russell wasn't the first one to overcome an 8-4 advantage. It was Yule.
He was not. He was not. Hey, Falcons fans, where are you at?
Falcons fans.
Real quick, does Yule win again in season 40 or 41?
If Yule comes back a third time, does Yule win? I feel like Yule has a good chance. I don't feel like he didn't annoy a lot of people this last time he played. He came across as very respectable. I guess he played himself is what we were showing on TV. I think Yule himself could win again.
I think Yule could win too. I don't think his strategy could win anymore though, because there's no more super idols and somebody as threatening as Yule. People saw that he was as big of a threat as he was. Yeah. And that's what makes it tough. And he showed people how much of a threat he was in Winners at War, which is partially why he went on. Now we also know that it had a lot to do with pregame alliances and things, but he did show people like, I want to know what's going to happen with these fire tokens. And that starts to scare people when they're like, okay, we can't think like you. Stop that.
Yeah. We're not as smart as you, so we need to go.
Yeah.
I don't think I want to mention one thing before we move on to Earl, is that I remember Cowboy was the first one, I think, in at least that we're ever shown on the show where somebody presented like a vote split. Of course, it wasn't really needed before Guatemala, I guess. But a vote split, and it's like, Yule technically was like safe until the end, but like if everyone had gotten their crap together, they could have vote split him. They didn't burn his idol, and then he would have been vulnerable. Because there was only one. They didn't like. They were not going to re-hide the idol this season. I don't think.
No, they wouldn't have. It was too hard though. They couldn't. They actually couldn't split the votes because, like I said, by the time they actually had a chance to vote out Yule, there was 9 people left in the game. That's when they actually merge. Yeah. And so what happens is if that group of 5 splits their votes, Yule knows that his 4 is solid. So there was really no way they could pull it off. But Penner saved his own skin for the sake of everybody else. It got him 2 spots further in the game. Probably worth it because it also got him back on the show 2 more times. So
yeah.
All right, let's move on to Earl Cole since we talked about Yule, and that's fresh in everybody's mind. We're going to talk about the man who has only played once. Criminal, he's only played once. Pretty unreal that he's only played once.
He's been asked back 5 separate times,
and he never wants to play.
Nope.
I think he wants to, but I think the timing's always really off. I think he said. I don't know where I read this, but I think he just got a new job. And then another time he and his wife had a very premature baby, like right around, I think when he was called for Game Changers, if I'm getting this quasi correct. So I think he's around and I think he wants it. I think the timing has just always been off.
He's been invited back for Micronesia, which by the way, I think he would have, even if he said yes, they would have changed that because it wasn't an All-Stars like they originally planned. So he was really invited for Heroes versus Villains, Blood versus Water, Game Changers, and Winners at War, and all of which he declined due to work obligations. It's what it says in the wiki. Though I remember hearing him on Rob Has podcast saying if they ever shot again in like October, November, that time frame again, then he would play.
Season 41, Earl Cole going to be leading a team.
He's open to playing. It just needs, as you said, Alexa, the right time.
Well, and the problem is too, like you said, he was never going to play on Micronesia. Let's be real. Earl was never going to be one of the top 5 heroes. The problem with the heroes tribe for Heroes versus Villains is that none of the men were replaceable. Those really were like the 5 most iconic heroes, unless you put Ozzy in. So like, if you're going to pull Tom Westman, you're going to put Ozzy in, but there's no way you weren't going to have James. There's no way you weren't going to have Colby. You go right down that line. Rupert, are you kidding me? Like, how can you not have Rupert? And then, you have Tom Westman and why am I drawing a blank? Oh, and JT. There was no way you weren't going to have those 5 guys. So Earl was never going to break into that. Blood versus Water, maybe. Game Changers, anybody could have played. Winners at War would have been great to see him. But Earl really is, he's become so kind of forgotten because of how bad his season is. And I don't care that in our Patreon trivia game, Celestina Hendrickson said that it was her favorite season. I don't care. Fiji is bad. And the thing is with this season is because it's bad, I think Earl gets overlooked because he sat in the final 3 against Cassandra and Dreams and wiped the floor with both of them.
Yeah, he's the first person to get all the votes at Final Tribal. We cannot ignore that. I don't think anyone else sweep the. I don't think anyone else ever sweeps before Earl.
No, Earl is the first person to sweep.
Yeah, and he only received 1 vote along the way. He almost had the perfect game. He was so close.
So close. And what was it? A throwaway vote? But it wasn't shown on TV. I know that.
It was Rita Vereros, and I'm looking up right now to see when she voted for him.
It was episode 3. Jeff actually at the reunion totally forgot that Rita voted for him, probably because, as you said, it wasn't even. I don't think it was shown on TV. Mm-hmm. So it was almost like he played the perfect game, but technically he didn't. But so close. And also, if we forgot to mention, Yule, first Asian American winner, and Earl, the first African American male winner. Mm-hmm. So we back to back, very diverse on our winners.
Yeah. And it was, I'm looking at it now, Rita voted for Earl because she didn't want to vote for Sylvia, and voting for Anthony would have only caused a tie. So that's why she ended up voting for Earl.
So it was a throwaway.
So it was just kind of a throwaway. It was a 4-3-1 split vote. She just got a vote. He just got a vote there. But like when you look at Earl's game too, he only had, I guess he had the idol for 3 episodes, I believe. But then when you look at his game with Yao Man, they start on that have-nots tribe, which is obviously the stupidest thing that's ever happened. The have-nots.
I'm breaking people up by race.
Yeah, it's so dumb. And I mean, they lose the first 3 challenges, and then, or they lose, what is it? They lose 4 out of the first 5, and then Gary quits because of health reasons. So really, they're only down, I think they're actually only down 1 person going into the switch, because when Jessica goes home, Sylvia joins the tribe, so it's 8-8 again, or 9-9 again. And then Erica goes, Sylvia goes, Gary, Liliana go, and then Rita goes. And then, so they're only down 1 when the tribe switch happens, which makes no sense. But they lose 4 of the 5 immunity challenges in that span.
It's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. I think with Earl, and I candidly haven't watched Fiji in a while, so you guys correct me if I'm wrong, but I think, like, when we talked about Aras, and as we're talking about Earl, and at least for me, when we talk about Todd, we're talking about like winners that are managing some big time characters. And I didn't really consider that until someone just said in the chat, how many zeros are in a million? You're dealing with Lacey, you're dealing with Rocky, you're dealing with Dreams, you're dealing with the 4 Horsemen, which lasted like a hot 6 hours. Like there are a lot of very, very different personalities and very, very different groups. And Earl being super even keeled, I think is really what helps propel him.
I absolutely agree. And I just think part of the reason why Earl's game isn't talked about more is also because of his alliance with Yao Man, and because Yao Man was the fan favorite by far in a season that didn't have many to choose from to be fan favorite. Like, let's just be real. Yeah. And so Yao Man's the only person from the season to play twice. And so Yao Man comes back, and everybody wanted him to win. He gave up the car. Dream still cuts him off at the end anyway. People just weren't rooting for Earl. They were rooting for Yao Man. And it made it so that, like, as an audience, you weren't paying as much attention to Earl's game the first time you're watching it, because you're just paying attention to Yao Man's game.
People are mentioning in the chat, I guess we should mention this. So originally this was supposed to be divided up, I think, the same way as Cook Islands this season.
Yes.
But because Melissa McNulty dropped, I think the day before due to an illness, they only had 19 people, so they just cut it into 2 tribes. So technically, unless they burned them, somewhere out there in the world, there are buffs for the 2 tribes that never happened. Kind of like Palau, because in Palau they had the merge. The merge tribe never happened. So those buffs, now those though they did sell on CBS, but I don't think they sold the 2 Fiji buffs that would have existed otherwise.
Well,
kind of out there somewhere.
That also answers your question though, because you had both said, well, like, how did they feel about what they did in Cook Islands and the bad backlash and everything? They were about to do the same breakdown.
It's a good
thing next season.
Couldn't have been. Yeah, that's a really good point.
We should thank Melissa McNulty. Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you, Melissa McNulty.
I'm sure she listens to all the Survivor podcasts and hasn't regretted this for the last, 15 years of her life.
She literally saved Survivor, so Jeff should give her money.
Because I'm trying to think now, when you think about it that way, Gary, Rocky, Boo, and I guess Alex, and then Melissa McNulty would have been the 5 on the White tribe. It's crazy that they were going to do it back-to-back season.
Were all the other 4 white people all in the same tribe to begin with? Did they actually? So since we basically know that there were supposed to be 5 of each, like in Cook Islands, in terms of race, were they cut up like? I'm trying to remember. Was it like
No, it wasn't. It wasn't broken up. They mixed them because Earl started on a different tribe than Cassandra and Dreams, and yeah, so it was different. But I mean, hey, that's a good point if that was supposed to be the case. But you look at what happens with Earl here. So Earl, Yowman, Mookie, and Michelle, all 4 of them start on Ravu. They're the only ones to make the merge, and we all know what actually ends up happening with Michelle, who makes the merge and then gets voted off from her own tribe because they decide to split them back into 2 tribes immediately. So really only 3 people from that tribe make the merge in the sense of like what we're used to being a merge out of a group of 9. So kind of similar to what we saw earlier in Cook Islands. It was 4 out of 9. This is 3 out of 9. And on top of that, Mookie's not friends with them. Mookie doesn't like them at all, and Earl kind of teamed up with Cassandra and Boo, and he was able to kind of make things work. But it's funny how these starting tribes don't really matter as much now as they do in the earlier seasons. We finally have started to see this shift of whoever you started with, sure, you need at least 1 or 2 good people there, but it doesn't really matter all that much.
Mm-hmm. Where people are mentioning in the chat, I guess we should also mention Earl had never watched Survivor before playing. And was cast 2 days before the season started. He was cast. He actually originally applied for Amazing Race. And
he was an applicant? Okay.
Yeah, so was Parvati. Parvati actually originally applied for Amazing Race as well. And to go even further back, because I just listened to a podcast with Heidi Strobel from Amazon, she also applied for Amazing Race. So apparently Amazing Race is getting all this gold that's getting denied and being moved to Survivor, which I find surprising.
I'm really curious, do people apply for Survivor and end up on the Amazing Race? And if so, who are they?
No.
Yeah, I wonder.
I don't think they do because Survivor is such a personality show, whereas the other shows, if you're a bad personality, it doesn't really matter.
You can hide you on the Amazing Race with a bad personality, right?
Yeah, they can hide you easily on the Amazing Race with a bad personality. I mean, look, Whitney and Keith got cast for Amazing Race after playing Survivor.
Oh, why would you say that? Oh,
I know, it's insane.
Legit, Survivor pair, I forget her on Amazing Race every time. Every time.
I forgot they were on Survivor.
Oh, Alexa.
We're talking way too much about South Pacific tonight. It's making me sick to my stomach. But yeah, so when we look at how Earl had to navigate, like he didn't really have to navigate too much in the early game, but his tribe he started on the wrong tribe. He really did. And then when he was able to swap, when they did do the tribe swap, his tribe was very good after the swap. They won all 3 of the challenges leading into the merge because he swaps to the halves. And it was the stupidest twist in the history because if you actually look at it, this is where everybody always talks about it. Even though they lost 4 of the first 5 challenges as the have-nots, the have-nots that then swap lose the next 3 immunity challenges. So you literally just lose 7 of 8 immunity challenges. Do you think it was an unfair advantage? Let's think about that.
That's so demoralizing.
Yeah, because really Moto only lost back-to-back people because Gary quit. If Gary didn't quit due to illness,
Liliana's the only one to go.
Yeah, but it's a question like, Earl doesn't go, but because the butterfly effect, does Earl go because if Gary doesn't quit? You don't know. You don't know how things play out. If Moto only goes that one tribal and the other tribe just keeps going and going, how that just really wears mentally on you.
Well, and especially since Gary, out of everybody on this cast, was the only one who applied. So who knows if he actually doesn't get ill? How does Gary do? Does he play well on the season and actually be better than Earl? We don't know. We'll never know, but that's how it is.
Let's see what other fun facts I have for Earl. Oh, not much.
Yeah. Well, no, because Earl, again, forgotten. Just like pretty much forgotten. But he played such a good game. And this was one of the first times, too, that we saw somebody take goats with them, but also want to be working with those goats. Like he liked Cassandra and he wanted to play the game with Cassandra, despite the fact that Cassandra was going to be a goat the entire time. It wasn't like he was Boston Rob with Philip and being like, come on, buddy, we're going to the end. He liked her. And he had one of the best final tribal council performances, which is always easier. It's easy to have your best game of the season when you play Savannah State, as opposed to like playing Alabama. But that's kind of what happened is he sat down next to Dreams and he sat down next to Cassandra and he told the jury, like, I couldn't beat Yao Man. There was no way, and I had to work with him the entire time, and Yao Man has the great idol play, and Yao Man plays the flashy game, and Yao Man gets the robbed spot that Rob Cesternino, Kathy Vavrick O'Brien, Terry, all those people get, but Earl knew that he needed to get rid of him, and it's exactly what Adam talks about when he talks about managing your threat level. Yao Man was such a big threat. Yao Man is David Wright. Nobody expects it. He comes out, he blows your door, like the doors off you. Does the better player win? Probably, because they knew to manage their threat level better than that guy.
I wonder, thought experiment, does Yao Man beat Earl? Like, for real. Earl clean sweep. He didn't clean sweep like, oh, well, he's the only one, like Earl wasn't bad. Earl was good. So does Yao Man beat Earl? Is it like a 5-4 vote? Who votes for Earl over Yao Man?
And they were a part of the same alliance too. So it's like that group gets broken up probably. I don't know. That's a really good question.
I think Yao Man probably wins just because he played the flashier game. And when you're talking about people who don't understand Survivor, they're going to look at like, well, he played an idol. What did you do, Earl? They're never going to like give the credit for something else other than, what you're doing with the idol. So yeah, I mean, I think Yao Man probably wins. I do think Earl gets the clean sweep because he's sitting against possibly, arguably, the two worst finalists. I mean, they really are bad. I mean, Dreams had no chance. Dreams, I think, played a great game for Dreams. Dreams was out there. That was a learning experience for him. That was a growth process for him. Like, he went through such a world out there. And he played a fun-to-watch game. But he played the sugar game.
Dreams. I know it's like maybe
game, yeah.
And the thing with Dreams was he got discriminated against, like, because he was homeless. Like, the whole situation was really bad. But what I loved about Dreams is that he played like a human. And yes, it's not a good game, but it's a relatable game. So I loved him.
Yeah, he's an incredible character. There's no denying that Dreams. But like I just said, he played the sugar game. He really did, because he played to be dramatic. He played in his own mind. He was sporadic. It was not well thought out. And Earl went out there and really, like, this is the wrong thing to say because their personalities are nowhere near similar, but he played very similar to Brian Heidik, where it was, I'm going to come out here and I'm just going to play you're a pawn in my game and I'm going to do whatever I have to do to win. I'm not going to try to be entertaining. I'm not going to try to do anything flashy. I'm going to come out here and I'm going to get the votes I need to win this game. And I want to get the $1 million because 2 days ago, I didn't think I was coming out here to play. And then they asked me and I said, sure. Why not? How hard can it be? Especially if you're asking me 2 days before who you got out here. So I don't know. I think Earl definitely, he earns this win. And it's a shame that when you look at it, I would probably predict that every single person would put Earl as the fourth best winner in this bunch. And he probably is, but he's not that much further below them. Like, when people are looking at this list, if they're not a diehard Survivor fan, they probably don't know who Earl is when they look at our cover photo.
Right.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that Earl is the least impressive. I know we're not ranking winners, but I wouldn't say he's the least impressive winner out of the 38 winners we had. Like, it's not like, I don't know. If I was to make a list of most impressive, I wouldn't put Earl 38th.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah. So just because he's against, some greats here with Yule, Todd, and Parvati, he's probably the weaker of the four, but it doesn't mean that he's weak in general.
He could be the fourth best winner and still be the fourth best in that group. That's the thing.
Yeah.
First best winner, 38th best winner, it all pays $1 million.
It all pays $1 million.
Except Tony.
Sometimes too.
Yeah. And the good thing for Earl was he was smart enough to win it back in 2007 when it was actually worth something rather than, inflation, everybody. Why is that prize not $2 million since like 2010? Come on, Survivor. Come on.
And by the way, Big Brother only pays $500,000. I'm like, what's the point? That's three.
Well, that's what Amazing Race does because they pay each person $500,000, and it's crazy.
Yeah, but if you're married to them, it's really. But yeah,
that's true. That's true. Hey, we don't need to get into
Amazing Race. Hey, not to get too far into this, Amazing Race takes 3 weeks to play. Big Brother takes 3 months. I feel like the 3 weeks I can live with.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. Well, all the Big Brother people end up getting like huge followings after, so they probably get plenty more money after
yeah, you're probably right.
But yeah, it's always hard too, because when you look at Yule, you sit here and you say, wow, he beat Parvati, he beat Penner, he beat Ozzy, he beat, even Candace, he beat all these good players. When you look at Earl, you really look at this, and after Yao Man, this is everybody who made the merge. It's Boo, Stacy, Alex, Mookie, Edgardo, Michelle. Just not highly regarded at all. Like none of them were even considered to play another season of Survivor. And that's what makes it so difficult to really, Earl's kind of in that Kim Spradlin realm where it's like, is he as good as what we saw? Or was it because of who he was playing against? That's what
is it just because he's so good he made them look,
No, they were all bad players.
I'm trying to make Earl look better here, okay? It's my only goal.
I know. No, I hear you. And I think Earl is probably I don't think Earl will ever play again. I don't think it's going to happen. But, I think that only helps his legacy. I think him and Chris Daugherty will never play again. And they're always going to be considered two of the best winners because it's always going to be what would happen if they would have played against some of these icons. We don't know. We really don't know. Could this game win again?
I think so. I think it's, we used Adam as an example. Like it's a bit of managing your threat level. It probably wasn't as concerted of an effort as what Adam did. But I think being like the number 2 best player, the number 2 flashiest player, I think that's a winning strategy.
Yeah. We've just saw, you mentioned earlier, Phil, how Dreams and Sandra were goats, and Brian Heidik is the first person to successfully pull off the goat strategy. But the goat strategy is a strategy that still works today. If you can get goats to the end, it's a strategy that I think is it's a timeless strategy. Like you can work in any season if only you can figure out how to get them to the end with you.
Yeah, so, that's absolutely true. And Earl did, and Earl didn't even have to backstab anybody in order to get the goats to the end because he always had the numbers. He really did.
Now, that might be the harder part, I feel like, to pull off. I feel like how often does the person who wins always have the numbers? It's not as often, at least in my opinion. But I could be wrong. Did Tommy always have the numbers?
Pretty much. It depends on how you look at it.
Yeah. Tony seemed like he always had the numbers. But that was because of a lot of work he was doing. It wasn't like the numbers fell naturally into his lap. So
yeah, one thing we probably either should have or now should start to track was the winner a part of the majority alliance, or was that winner an underdog? I'm
chat. That's up to you, chat. Make a document.
Yeah, not us. You guys do it.
Yeah, and it's tough with Earl because he was part of the majority alliance, but for a second he wasn't because of the 4 horsemen who thought they were the 5 horsemen, and then they weren't the 5 horsemen, and Earl completely blindsides Edgardo, and it's absolutely phenomenal. So it's tough to figure it out, but for the most part, he had the majority. What was his confessional count? Do you have that up, Wes?
No, actually, great point. I had that up last week. I will pull that because Yule's is also super interesting. So let's talk about something else while I'm looking at.
Yeah, well, once you're about to do that, we're gonna have to go over here to Todd.
It's just loading right now.
No, that's fine.
Okay, so let me circle back to Cook Islands real quick, and then we'll talk about Fiji's confessional count, because this is important. I feel like in terms of how people view winners, like how many confessionals you get, I feel like affects whether you're telling are you the narrator of your story, or are you the narrator of the season? Because narrators of the season typically get viewed as more dominant winners. So Yule, I know I said it last week, maybe you don't remember. How many confessionals do you think Yule got?
It was like 47 or something like that, right?
It's 45, yeah. And Ozzy got 46. Technically, Penner had the most confessionals that season with 49. Yeah, well, he's a storyteller. It's all about Survivor's a story. And then in Fiji, how many do you think Earl got?
God, he was probably like 55-ish. Alexa, you got a guess there? You look like you're thinking.
I would say lower. I would say 50 flat.
He had 59. Yeah, it was earlier seasons. It seemed like people were always getting double digits in the finale, but with Yule and Earl, there was no double digit confessionals in their seasons for anybody. And Earl had the most confessionals of the season, followed by Alex, who had 52.
How many did Yao have?
Yao had 46.
That's interesting, and I think a lot of that might have to do with the language barrier there, because Yao Man was everybody's favorite on that season, and I'm fascinated that he didn't have the most confessionals, because even when he came into fans versus favorites, the reason he gets voted out so early is because everybody loved Yao Man, and everybody knew that Yao Man would win the game if he got far enough. So I always thought that he was our storyteller for that season, but I guess he really was, because he was a part of every big moment, but they weren't going to give him narrator confessionals because it's like Earl's just got a way better voice for narrating. That's just a fact.
Yeah. Earl could do voiceovers if he really wanted to.
He has such a beautiful voice.
Yes.
He really does. He really
serenade us.
Well, let's jump over to Todd, who I really believe is the best one-time winner in the history of the show. And I say that all the time. China's my favorite season. Todd goes in. He goes up against Courtney and Amanda. It's the most impressive final three in the history of the show. He wins it 4-2-1. Close one. Still pulls it out, though, which is really all that matters. The shocking part in that one is always the fact that Courtney gets more votes than Amanda and very nearly pulls off the upset, despite the fact that she really didn't want to play. But Todd, another one, much like Earl, almost like Yule, who we all wanted to see play for a very long time, who hasn't been able to play for health reasons and things like that. But then when it seems like he's about to come back, he still didn't come back for Winners at War, even though it seemed like he'd been cleared. But this, to me, is just, it's the most impressive game. And it's the fact that, you know, he came out in a time where he was, you know, labeled as the gay Mormon flight attendant. That's all he was. And he came out and he pulled together like a ragtag team to just take down the big, strong people. And it's amazing. I think it's just the best. It's the best game. Yeah,
I agree that he's the best winner of these four, but I agree that he has the best final tribal council out of the four by a long
the best final tribal council ever.
Yeah.
He has a top 5 at the very
end. Easily in History Survivor. Yeah, easily top 5. And I feel like I'd have to rewatch every Winner's Final Tribal to figure out if he is the best, because he's very possibly.
And that's the thing, though. Earl's was so good that I could almost say Earl's was better than Todd's, but Todd had to actually, this is what I was saying. Earl had his good game against the worst team, whereas Todd could have easily lost. He could have easily lost Survivor China, and we'd still be sitting here talking about Courtney or Amanda as one of the best winners that the show's had. Like, we would be talking about it that way just because that's how good all three of them played the game in this season.
And with him, I mean, with it being a ragtag group, that's kind of like what we were just talking about with a bit with Earl and a lot with Aras last week. And what's great about Todd is he has his ragtag group, but he can divide them in different ways, because he takes down John Robert, takes down James, all in completely different ways. And it's really, it's him and Amanda kind of together. And Amanda's, you know, as you're watching it, you don't really see her as the number 2. And then you watch the Final Tribal and you're like, oh yeah, Todd did all of that.
I mean, just Todd does what I keep saying. There's only 2 things you have to do in Survivor. One is get to the end, which a lot of people do. Number 2 is make the jury want to vote for you. And even if Todd didn't play the best 38 days, it was that 39th day where he sealed the deal and he made the jury want to vote for him. So, and it was, everyone talks about Amanda Blue Final Tribal. I don't think even if Amanda pulled out her best Final Tribal here, that Todd doesn't beat her, because Todd does so well. And of course, his social game up to that point had to back up what he does here at the end, because if he had if he rustled his way to the end and then tried to have an amazing Final Tribal Council, it would have worked. But it was a combination of everything. But we're just so impressed by what he does here. And Amanda looks so poor comparison, and because we've had terrible people at Final Tribal before. It's just that Amanda looks so bad next to Todd, who looks so amazing.
And this was almost the first instance we had where what we were talking about with Sarah Lucina in our tell-all, which was she was saying if it was her and Tony and Michelle, and Tony would split those votes and Michelle's numbers could go up because, you know, you're splitting there. And that was kind of the instance we saw here. Everybody thought it was between Todd and Amanda. The problem was Todd and Amanda were vying for the same votes. They were vying for PG's vote. They were vying for Eric's vote. They were vying for Jean Robert and Jamie's vote. Now, nobody knew that Frosty was going to vote for Todd. A lot of people thought Frosty was going to vote for Courtney, which if she would have worked a little bit harder, maybe she could have gotten Frosty's vote. But what's interesting is this ends 4-2-1. Throw Frosty out for a second. If Amanda's able to swing some people to her side, all of a sudden it's 2-2-2 and we have 1 vote left. Like, this was so close to being that situation where Frosty was casting the deciding vote, but Amanda just could not perform up to Todd's level. Now, when you look at who voted for Courtney, Denise and James were going to vote for Courtney no matter what, because James hated them all and Denise hated them all. So they were going to vote for Courtney pretty much no matter what. And also James just found it hilarious that Courtney pretty much told John Robert to shove it.
And he takes it.
He takes it because he didn't have a choice. He obviously then votes for Todd to be like, ha ha, I'm better than you. But it's very interesting because we talk about how great Todd's game was and how bad Amanda's final tribal is. Amanda's final tribal is just, it really impacts the game on so many levels because all those votes that should have been hers go to Todd. Had she been able to pull one or two, we could be sitting there with a 2-2-2 and Jeff going, the winner of Survivor China. And we're all just like, what is about to happen right now?
I wonder if they had tied here, because we now know in Ghost Island, if you two people tie, a third person, it makes the decision. But here, like, it was possible there could have been a 3-way tie.
No, there couldn't have been. No, because there were 7 people on the jury. So somebody would have still cast the deciding vote. I'm just saying Frosty would have been that deciding vote to make it the winner of Survivor China. And it's Frosty, of all people on this season, who really has the least impact of any of the players who make the merge, who's casting the deciding vote. That would have been insane.
Okay, for a second I thought you said there was only 6, and I'm like, maybe there was. Okay.
No.
One of my, if not like, I guess everyone's favorite Frosty scene is when Amanda's going for the idol that's up top, and Frosty's like so bored that he just tries to get the idol with her. It's so unbelievable because it's so frustrating, and Amanda's so bad at acting. Yeah. She's like, "Oh no, I was just poking that thing."
Her acting got a lot better for Survivor Micronesia.
Yeah,
we'll talk about in a little bit. But yeah, this was. I mean, the thing was when we saw the way this started, the Fei Long tribe was the good one. I think Jean Hu sucked. Right? Am I right on that? Fei Long was.
Well, they had to pick in, so I don't know, but they did vote him out first.
Well, who was the tribe that kept winning? Who was the tribe that started with James? Was that Jean Hu
kept winning?
Oh, okay. So Fei Long kept winning. So when this starts off, Todd, Courtney, Amanda, they get together pretty much right away. They pull in James, Jean Robert's on the outs. Aaron's kind of doing his thing. And then Leslie just drives everybody absolutely insane. So the other tribe is such a hot mess that they were never going to get things together. Ashley versus Dave is just awesome. So Todd built the relationships early. And after I just said in the last 2 seasons that the tribe you start on doesn't really matter, this was a different case because there was no swap. There was that kidnapping situation, that steal your people situation where they got James and Aaron. And then we see PG with probably the greatest challenge throw of all time. She just got rid of the wrong person.
I love PG. I feel like we haven't talked about her yet, and I've been waiting. I love PG. Okay.
She got screwed here because people hated her because she got rid of one of the strong buff guys who we were rooting for. Mm-hmm. And then that meant everybody hated PG when PG really didn't do anything wrong. And PG was kind of the voice of reason on her tribe. And she squirrels her way through this game and gets very, very far in it. But because there was no swap, those relationships that Todd built early are what set him apart, because even the relationship he was able to build with James, which doesn't seem strong on the surface, he gets James, says, this is where that idol's going to be. They try to throw a challenge to so that James can use an idol to vote somebody out. It doesn't work, but James has both idols, all this. That relationship he built with James is the reason why the double idol blindside is able to be pulled off, because that night Todd goes home if James catches wind of that. He really does. And because PG votes for Todd and then James votes for PG, one other person catches wind of that, and all of a sudden we might get votes going for we might get more votes going for Todd, and Todd goes home. But James never caught wind of it. And that was because of the relationship Todd built with him early, which really speaks to, you want to talk about a social player. I mean, Todd is top-notch social game.
It harkens back to Richard Hatch. Like, Richard Hatch won because of a social game. And here we are in season 15, still proving that the social game is what wins you the game. And I know there's a lot of arguments made that modern Survivor has moved away from social game being the reason you win. And we will discuss as we get along. But here we are in season 15, proving that once again, the social game is what's going to win it for you. I feel like we so much look at the end result, the votes at the end. But here you're saying Todd could have been voted out, but because of his social game, he negated himself getting voted out. He didn't have to play an idol. He didn't have to go on a treasure hunt for something. Nothing like that. He was able to save himself with the social game. So
and never seemed like the head of the snake, even though he always was.
Very sneaky.
Very sneaky. And I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that, Amanda and James were just very, very focal. Like, it was very easy to look at them and say, wow, we got to get rid of James because he's going to win challenges. We got to get rid of Amanda because, Amanda's, just good at everything. She's the social threat. And Courtney and Todd, who were the two quietest ones, and they're eavesdropping on James and Jean Robert in one of the best scenes ever, which would have gotten both of those poor men canceled. But But they're eavesdropping, and it's amazing. You're like, oh my god, we got to root for Todd and Courtney, even though Todd and Courtney are snippy, and Courtney will say she's bitchy and she's awful, but we're rooting for them. We really are, and they end up outdoing Amanda and James.
Yeah, it's so funny because and that's what showed like what's so endearing about them. We're rooting for Courtney, who isn't good in challenges and like doesn't even try, and says some of the meanest but some of the funniest one-liners
in confessional
in Survivor.
Yeah, in confessional, Courtney is hilarious.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. She's the best of all time, and
you wait till we get to the confessional count later. You'll be amazed by how few confessionals she has in this season.
Oh no, she only has like 27 or 28 confessionals. It's very low.
She has 23.
23 in China, and then I think she only has like 9 in Heroes Villains.
4 in Heroes versus Villains.
Yeah, there you go.
She has 27 over 2 seasons.
27 over 2. That's what it was. See, I had 27 in my head.
You did. You had the number right. It's over 2 seasons.
She has 27 over 2 seasons, and she is the best confessional giver in Survivor history. Like, there is no doubt about it. Everything she says is go. The problem with Courtney was you could not have too much of her because you would have turned off your audience. While I love her and we love her, there are certain things. I mean, when she's ripping on Leslie and all of that, while most of America is laughing, there's a lot of America that's also not laughing.
Yeah.
The one confessional that is like, to me, a huge no-no is when she talks about Todd's sister. Is it his sister who she just has a really, really.
Well, she talks about it's Denise where she talks about being welfare or something like that. It's very cringy.
Think about that one.
Yeah, I do think we can't talk about Todd and Courtney without talking about how Courtney wanted Jean Robert gone for being creepy, and Todd's like, no, he's a number. I think we alluded to this earlier, but I think we do need to touch upon it because while in 2007, this was something that I feel like now Todd would have been ripped apart if he had let that happen. Jean Robert would have been ripped apart, but I feel like Todd more so because he enabled it, like we saw with Island of the Idols. And I do think we need to touch upon it a little bit because he is the winner.
Yeah, Jean Robert definitely would be ripped to shreds nowadays. Yeah. And this is like one of those things where like we're a Survivor podcast, so I don't try to be like, what should we be doing and what should we not be doing? But like, I think like if you can look at it and not go to Twitter and rip these people's lives apart, and like you watch this as a TV show, you need your heroes and you need your villains.
Yeah.
And like, I liked it better when they were heroes and villains on my TV. And I understand they're real people who go back to real lives and have to deal with real things. Mm-hmm. But nobody really felt like when they left that island, I don't think people were going, and maybe I'm wrong and maybe I shouldn't say this, but I don't think people were like running and being like, oh my God, Jean Robert just ruined my life. And I think that's something that like we see now. And I don't think that happened in that season, which is very interesting. And I don't know how much of that is just the times or whatever, but like Jean Robert was despicable. And at the reunion, he's like the biggest part of it. And he's like, everybody's laughing at every single word he says after we just watched him be horrific on our TV for 20 days or whatever he lasts.
Yeah, I mean, Courtney does like the funniest joke because of it, where she's like, how am I going to keep him warm? I'm like, 90 pounds.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think that like I guess like the short answer is like the times were different, but I think times were different not because it was okay for Jean Robert to do that. I think because on the flip side, Courtney or like the woman doesn't realize that she can like sound an alarm or say that this isn't okay. I think it's more leans towards that. And candidly, I haven't rewatched that in a really long time, but I don't think it was as egregious as what happened in season 39. But
no.
Again, I think it's a lot of different factors, but my guess would be that it was like a discomfort and the person like, I don't know what, like Courtney, like the person in Courtney's position didn't really like, they didn't have much of a platform to say like, well, this is okay.
And it is interesting though, because Wes, like what you were saying, Todd using this as part of his strategy and part of the number, it's also something about Courtney though, because we see that happen in Island of the Idols and people get so distraught when Kelly goes home before Dan.
Yeah.
But Courtney,
I understand.
Courtney in this season she says we got to get rid of him. We got to get rid of him. And Todd does whatever. And Courtney does say, okay, you know what? Like, that's okay with me, but we're going to get rid of him. We're going to get rid of him. And as soon as they can get rid of Jean Robert, they do get rid of Jean Robert in the 5-3-1 split there. But like Courtney, it was her personality too that is saying like, okay, Todd, I will do this for now, but we're getting rid of this bastard at some point. And I think that's also like, you have to look at each individual person and how each individual person handles each situation. And I'm not going to say one handles it better than the other. I'm just saying Courtney's personality and Courtney's herself, she wanted to handle it in a way of like, we're going to blindside him and it's going to be amazing. And we're going to like devastate him and ruin him. And it was also one person working with her, not an entire tribe working against her.
Courtney had different
to bring it back to their alliance, it's because there was like actual trust and friendship between them. Like that was a real live alliance. That was a season 15 alliance, not a season 39 alliance. Changes with the wind.
Yeah.
I think Courtney's a different personality where Courtney's like very, her and Kelly are not the same person. I think we can agree on that. Courtney is way more, they're just different. I'll just leave it at that. Yeah. So, and because Courtney does get it further, like you said, like Jean Robert barely makes the jury and Courtney gets to second, she actually makes the final travel. It also, I think it really helps smooth out the edges on that because I think had Courtney gone next and then Jean Robert staying a final three, it'd be a little different. But because Jean Robert gets what's coming to him, he's a second jury member, my bad. He gets what's coming to him. It's like sweet revenge in a way. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think this is the first season. I think Todd is really a big integral part. And I also think this is why China's so popular. This is the first season where real life friendships and like the old school mentality of like, we're going to work together and we're going to have fun. And this is where I would make the cutoff. Mid-school starts. Season 15 is when mid-school starts. I think everything before that, season 13 and 14 are so hard to place just because they were so heavily recruited.
I would argue where old school ends is China.
No, I think it's the beginning of mid school because my reasoning is this is when we really do start to see strategy start impacting the game, even when relationships are at stake. And Todd and Courtney is an example of that. And them voting out James is an example of that. And them keeping Jean Robert around is an example of that. And I think this is the first season we really see that because before this, it's like, if we like you, we'll keep you around longer. If we don't like you, we're going to get rid of you. And even if it impacts our strategy, it's what we need to make happen. This was the first season where we really, really, really start to see Todd and Amanda manipulate it, where it's like, we're friends. And I love you, James, but you have 2 idols and it's final 7. Get the hell off the island. And we need to get rid of Jean Robert, but we can't get rid of him yet. And this is where I would think that starts to begin because in Micronesia, we see the exact same type of gameplay where it's like, we like you, but we must get rid of you now. So that's just, I think that this is the beginning of it. I think Todd and Amanda really birthed this. I really do believe that.
If you want to, someone mentioned this in chat, so I'll mention it now. If you want to go by what Ethan Zohn says, it's old school and new school goes by season 20s and old school. And if you played your first season before old school, you're technically old school, based on my conversation with him. So somebody mentioned in the chat that Todd had an old school shirt. So they're agreeing, I guess, with me.
Well, and I think the beginning of mid school kind of counts as old school.
No, I think mid school is a gray area because Ethan doesn't dress mid-school.
I mean, right where you Phil, right when you said 5-3-1 split, you don't hear about a 5-3-1 split any earlier than that. No. Like that's like a 3-2-1. That's like a bit of taking down the road 2-4. Like that's very forward-thinking strategy.
This is the first time that we've had 3 people in the finale with votes. Let me double check. Yeah, that's correct. 4-2-1. I know you're talking about something different right now, but you just made me realize this is the first time where everyone got votes in the finale too.
It's one of the only times where everybody gets voted in the finale. Yeah, because it's the best. Of course. Yeah, it's the best final 3 of all time. And Alexa, like I think you're right. You start talking about this 5-3-1 and James goes with 5-1-1 and you got to think like you got to give PG the credit where credit is due. PG knew that James was going to vote for her and knew that if Todd played that idol, and this is why PG is so brilliant and it didn't come out in her second chance. But when PG found that out, she said, well, if James is going to vote for me and everybody else is going to vote for Todd, James is going to vote for me, everybody else is going to vote for James. if James plays the idol, I go home. Well, that's not going to happen. I'm going to vote for Todd. And Todd probably goes home that night because on a revote, I think that even though James would have probably ended up voting for Todd, like that would have been a switch. You would have had Eric vote for Todd. You would have had, PG vote for Todd. And there might have been a way to get it where Todd goes out there, which would have been insane. So I just think like this is when we really start to see the strategy evolving beyond just like, oh, we got to cut you, or oh, like this little simple move. You know, Sesternino does his thing in Amazon, but for the most part, like, oh, okay, well, we can keep you here because we'll still have a 5-3 advantage. This is where we really start to see it evolve past that and be like, okay, how can we use people to move further in the game? And I think the problem is now in season 39, when you look at a similar situation like we've been talking about, in season 39, I think the problem is people have lost the humanity of the game. The old school mentality has completely disappeared now.
True.
And so this was the beginning of the new school mentality coming in. But nowadays we've completely lost, and I'm not saying for season 40 because that was a different story, but we've kind of completely lost those like real human moments. And I'm sure the entire cast of season 39 would disagree with me. Mm-hmm. I've met so many of them. I like so many of them, but there's a difference I feel in what they as like a group be like, oh, I love you, we're going to hang out all the time. And like Ethan, Lex, and Big Tom in Survivor Africa. Like there's a difference to those relationships and how we view them, and how Ethan, Lex, and Tom, they were never going to backstab each other because they couldn't, because that would have gone against their morals. And nowadays it's like, we don't really give a shit. Like we're playing a game. Yeah. Todd, Amanda, and Courtney was the beginning of the middle. They're just the middle of those two things.
Yeah.
True. And now my throat hurts. So somebody please talk.
Does Todd win a modern season? Yeah. Does Todd's type win?
Does Todd's type win a modern season?
Yes.
You're the one who's a huge Todd fan. Do you think so?
I think his type easily wins. I think Todd could come back. I think Todd could win Survivor.
I think that type can definitely win because it's managing the threat level again.
Yeah, I think Adam Klein is a Todd type winner, and it's not because they're both like 5'5". It's because they really do both play similar games. They're not the biggest threat, or they are the biggest threat, but they convince other people that other people are the bigger threats. And so I think they play a very, very similar game. And I think Todd could come out, and I think he's gone through so much in his own personal life and everything like that. I feel like he'd come out and he could win another season, or at least, go through another growth out there. But yeah, I think the way Todd played was find your alliance, backstab who you have to backstab, and just make sure you get enough votes. And that is the name of the game in today's Survivor.
I would love a winners versus runner-up season where we get 10 of the winners that didn't play in Winners at War versus like the best runner-ups.
Yeah.
That would be such a great season. Because I feel like Todd and Earl, I would love to see them on another season. Anytime, any person who's won once and hasn't played again, I would love to see again.
I'm the same way because we've seen so many of them now.
I know people aren't a fan of, but like, as long as he's like, I mean, it's been 14 years since he's done things that like everyone's like aware of. So hopefully he's gotten more mature. So I say that with that grain of salt. If he's still like, doing things, I don't condone that, but I would love to see winners who've only won once, like Vecepia, on a season like that. Because I feel like they're never going to do another Winners at War.
No, they'll never have enough.
But they could do versus runner-ups.
Yeah, and I think out of the winners that didn't play on Winners at War, like people are super thirsty for them now. Like everyone wants to see Earl and Todd. Everyone wants to see Brian. I mean, we want to see Vecepia. I feel like she has a super fan following. Like I would love to see Jenna play. The problem is there are 4 women to choose from.
Well, and I think that's why you'd have to do a winners versus runners up, because you have 4 women to choose from. And then I'm sure you could find somebody who would, maybe season 41 has a female winner. And then, if season 41 ever happened.
Yeah, I'm not talking about for 41, 42. This might be.
No, I completely agree. But then I think
47, 48.
I think you can make those numbers a little bit more even. Yeah, I don't know. I think it would be interesting. But Alexa, do you think Todd could win, or a player like Todd?
That type of game can totally win. I think, I get kind of an Adam vibe because he wasn't the loudest personality, but to me, he was always the one running the show, which but like that's typically not something that can win right now. But I think Todd did a really good job of not seeming like he was in charge. And Todd played up egos so well. And I think that's a really hard skill to like genuinely do. So I think Todd could win again.
Oh, just to clarify, I didn't mean anyone on that season I just made up that they only played once. I'm just saying I would love seeing anyone who's only played once and won. But like Tina, for example, would be great for it because
good point.
She can play on Winners at War, but Tina's iconic. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to restrict it to like 4 women. I meant there's definitely more women.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
But well, I agree though. Todd can play again. I'm not as in love with Todd as you are, Phil. Apparently, you, Todd, and Michelle just need to have like a weekend getaway together because you guys.
Don't give him that.
Yeah, I mean, I just think I think Todd's a great winner. He wins the best season. I think it's one of the most competitive seasons, the most competitive Final 3 we've ever had. I don't think we'll ever have a Final 3 that good again. Where you had 3 players who all played their games the best way. All 3 of them are huge in the community. None of them were GOATs. I mean, you walk out of that, any of them as the winner, and they're a deserved winner. And I think Todd is the right winner for that season. But man, like this was 2007, the fall of 2007. I was too young to realize how much I loved Courtney Yates at the time because I was not rooting for Courtney Yates, but I should have been. But it's amazing because you had Amanda, Courtney, Todd, James, PG. You had all these storylines in this season. Yeah. And it produces a very satisfactory winner. It produces the best final tribal council, I think, ever. And yeah, if you're going to win that season and you're going to have the moment where your sister comes out and she's talking about or somebody comes out and says your sister had a miscarriage and everybody thinks you're trying to curry favor because Johnny Fairplay is an asshole. And I mean that with love, Fairplay. I mean, you have to overcome all of that and you still win the game. Nah, Todd is, I won't say where I ranked him in my top 100 in case I did a top 100, but I have Todd very, very high.
Yeah. How many confessionals do you think Todd got this season, if you had to guess?
63.
What do you think, Alexa?
58.
Close. You guys both were close. Alexa was a little bit closer. He had 60. Second closest was PG with 43. Amanda had 40.
It's always amazing how few Amanda had because Amanda is so well loved, and I wouldn't be surprised if her numbers in Micronesia weren't super high either. Mm-hmm. Amanda,
get there.
Yeah, Amanda is an interesting one because Amanda had a huge following. I was never the biggest Amanda fan, but I'm always amazed how much people did love Amanda, and I just never found her to be a great narrator, and I don't think she was. And I think a lot of that had to do with the fact I know she had moved from Montana to Los Angeles right before this season aired. So I think she still had kind of like that, this isn't a bad thing, but more of like that country, quieter, and she's going up against like a flight attendant who that might be their job, a waitress that might be her job. Like they're going to give you better confessionals throughout. I mean, even John Robert, as much of an ass as he is, phenomenal confessional giver. He's absolutely phenomenal because every time you're just like, this is a real person who's saying these things and really believes them.
I think the appeal of Amanda is that she can be boring. Like, I think there is something appealing about the normal person. And it's like for us super fans, it's not like exciting, but I think like for your average American to watch the show, like I very much understand why Amanda's relatable because I think Amanda's like generally normal, except for the fact that she's a model. I know that's like not a normal thing.
Yeah, but then everyone jokes how her like eyes are always like.
I know she got crap. That was stupid.
It's like if a normal person became a model, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, also, Jordan Alford makes a good point. She's also very hot, which helps.
Yeah. She is very hot. That does help. That's might be part of the reason why people love James so much is because you could literally like use his abs as a cutting board.
It's so crazy. We totally skipped over it. James gets 2 idols and gets voted out with 2 idols. Are they even in his pocket? Because they're massive. They're not.
I don't think they came.
They were in his bag. No, they did because in his voting thing, he's like, I got voted out with 2 idols, and he shows them both.
No, I meant they weren't literally in his pockets, though.
No, they probably were hiding. He probably had them in his shirt on top of his pecs, and nobody could even tell that they were bigger because his pecs are gigantic.
They're like a little bit more square tonight than usual, but that's that. Whatever. He probably had a banana because banana etiquette. What are you gonna do? We'll get there.
I mean, we can use James as a good transition conversation because he immediately is no longer the dumbest player in Survivor history, by his own words, in the season, that Parvati Shallow rises to the occasion.
Yeah, the most overrated winner in the history.
So Parvati, I know we joke a lot, or not joke. I think there's a lot of conversation about like how All-Stars, how did Amber get on All-Stars, but then she wins. Here you could have argued, how did Parvati get on Micronesia? There's so many females they could have pulled for this, but Parvati it's on based on her Cook Islands appearance. You could have argued that she gets far as like Amber does, but here Parvati like just comes out of the gate and like surprises everyone and just like becomes a fan favorite basically after the season.
Yeah,
I'm going to let everybody else go because I have just conspiracy theory after conspiracy theory. Jonathan Penner's knee is part of the Illuminati. I mean, there's just no doubt about it. It was the reason that Parvati Shallow was propelled to pretty much having like a miniature statue built of her on Survivor Island. I have so much to say about that. The interesting thing again, though, is when we come into a season where there's some returning players, it's always amazing how threat levels do impact the game. And we saw that back in even in Guatemala, where Stephanie was seen as more of a hero than somebody we got to vote off. Bobby John, on the other hand, people were kind of like, this guy's not as great as we thought he was going to be. And then on this season, Fair Play, he's been very vocal on his podcast, on our podcast, saying that he had tried to make this huge pregame alliance. And then it just didn't work out. As soon as they hit the island, he gets voted out, whatever. Yao Man, huge target on his back. But if you start looking at everybody else, other than Ozzy, there weren't gigantic targets here. And I think a lot of that had to do with the fact of like Amanda and James were still fresh in everybody's mind. Sari, people were a little worried about, but not like they didn't think that she was going to be able to replicate what she replicated in Panama. But Parvati probably has the smallest target out of any of the players coming into this season. And quickly that changes because then we see her playing Heroes Villains and play a completely different game with a huge target. But it is fascinating how Amber had the smallest target, probably her, Jenna Lewis, in All-Stars. And then Parvati comes out with probably the smallest target coming into the season.
You could argue that
it's completely fair. This doesn't seem like a conspiracy theory yet.
You could
we're not there yet.
That Amanda and James were also not massive targets. Now, because Micronesia was filming while China was airing, which I feel like it gets important as we, especially here as we get into the later these seasons coming up, namely in Samoa and Heroes vs. Villains, how when a season shot back to back and you didn't see them play, you don't know what they play like. Here, Micronesia started shooting October 29th. China started airing September 20th. And I'm just going to double check because did they see James get voted out, before Micronesia? Amanda didn't know she had lost yet, but I think the rumor mill, or maybe she said this herself, I think she figured out when there's no other winners on the season that she figured she had lost China. Because she didn't know when she won Micronesia, she had lost China. So you could say that Amanda and James were maybe not a small target Parvati, but like nobody really knows like the extent of their play, their skill level. I'm checking right now.
What I love about the way that this season starts, and you got to go back to the beginning to get to the end, right? What I love about the way that this season starts is how you have the fan tribe, and all of the fans say, hey, like, who are we playing against? And then Jeff starts calling them out one by one, and Fair Play gets booed, and Ozzy gets cheered, and Amanda and James, oh my God.
Yeah, man, yeah.
And Parvati doesn't really get much. And I love that they started this way because you immediately knew your threat level as soon as you walked out there. And Parvati comes out with that smile, and it's like, oh, yeah, that girl, she was on a season. Yeah, whatever. Like, I'm sure Kathy Sleckman knew exactly who Parvati was. So, but when you look at this, like, it's an interesting way that they started the season. And I really think it's, a cool way to start it because immediately these favorites know where they stand. Jonathan Penner, nobody was excited to see Jonathan Penner. Nobody wanted to see him out there. But where my conspiracy theory comes in now. So let's talk here about Parvati's game. And this isn't even a conspiracy theory. I'm just playing it up. But one of my big issues with Parvati's game, and it's not so much to do with her game, and it's more just to do with all of you who watch this show and are so endearing and love me, and I love you, but I need to just get this off my chest. I always get really, really mad when people say things, and we're not quite at this season yet, but when people talk about somebody like Aubrey, and they talk about Michelle's win, and it's, oh, Michelle got so lucky because Aubrey would at final 11 or whatever, Neil gets voted or has to get medically evacuated. He's got this. And then Michelle gets lucky because, Joe gets medevaced at whatever place Joe gets medevaced. And we hear that all the time. Then Parvati gets listed as like the greatest winner of all time. And so this shows that I have double standards, just like all of you have double standards. But I just want to call attention to all of your double standards. The thing with Parvati is there is no denying she plays a phenomenal game. Sari plays a better game, but Sari doesn't make final 2, so whatever. Parvati plays the better game. But when you look at what happens in this season, it's really fascinating. The tribes start out, Fair Play's gone, Yao-Man's gone. We get to a swap at 16, and it's even. It's 8 versus 8. And Parvati goes to the other side with Jonathan Penner, with Eliza Orleans, with James Clement. So what does Penner do? He starts going around and saying, we're going to blindside Parvati and we're going to blindside James because they're getting too close. We need to get rid of them. The next thing you know, Penner's knee gets infected. Penner gets pulled from the game. Now, all of a sudden, Parvati's still safe.
Yeah.
Then later on, the only other time that Parvati could have possibly been in danger, Kathy Schleckman is pretty much forced to quit Survivor. And I know that's kind of like a rumor and like whatever, but she's essentially forced to quit. So
she kind of confirms it.
Wait. Why was Kathy Schleckman forced to quit?
They were worried about her mental health, I believe, out there.
So it's not that she.
I think she was worried about her own mental health. Like she pulled kind of herself.
I think she pulled herself, and then production was also like, production doesn't really give her flack for that one. Whereas like with Austin, it was like, how dare you? But with this one, it's more of like, well understood. But all I'm trying to say is we talk all the time about like, how lucky are you? And then everybody just kind of wants to be like, well, Michelle, she was so lucky and Aubrey got robbed and blah, blah, blah. Parvati, after that tribe swap, went to the merge without having another chance to be voted out of the game. When as soon as those tribes swapped, she was going to be the next boot from those tribes. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if that's played up by the editing to make us believe like, wow, here's the underdog story of Parvati, because that could very well be the case. But Jonathan Penner was rallying the troops. And I think that's what's so devastating is Penner had Kathy and Eliza, and he was being able to start pulling in. I forget exactly who it was, if it was Alexis and Jason or whatever it was, but he was starting to kind of put the pieces into motion. And then he gets medevac from the game. And I always find that one to be so devastating because Penner had so much game left to play. But all of that is just to say that like Parvati got so lucky in this pre-merge, and then takes over in the post-merge. Mm-hmm. So like for me, it's like obviously we're all going to remember her post-merge, the Micronesia post-merge, probably the greatest post-merge in the history of Survivor. It's absolutely epic. Blindside after blindside after blindside after blindside. Parvati got really lucky to get there. And it really built her, aura. And then she also got very lucky that there was a final 2 and not a final 3. That was also another huge thing.
I don't think the final 2 is planned. I know a lot of people talk about that. By the way, guys, Survivor constantly has unfair twists and stuff that happens mid-season that none of the players are told is going to happen. So as a winner, as a player, you have to adapt to them. You don't have a choice. You have to expect the unexpected in a way. Not to quote Big Brother, but I kind of did. That something's going to happen your season that you're not going to know about. People didn't go into Edge of Extinction knowing Edge of Extinction is going to exist. People didn't go into Africa knowing the tribe swap is going to happen. It goes back to season 3. Stuff's going to happen, and you're not going to be told at the beginning of the season it's going to happen.
For when we talk about Ben and Heroes, Healers, Hustlers.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that's probably my biggest point, but we're so far from that I'm not worried about at the moment. But, stuff is going to happen. Changes are going to be made that you didn't know about. But in this case, I feel like they had their hand forced on that final 2. I'm sure it was a final 3 planned because Kathy, because Penner, because James, 3 people are pulled out of the game when they weren't expecting them to. Yeah. So
And I want to put this up. Christopher Thompson, you can't fault a winner for other people leaving the game. You play with the circumstances giving. And I think that is completely 100% true. What I'm more saying is like the hypocrisy of Parvati played the greatest game of all time and is the best winner ever. And Michelle sucks because she got lucky. It's like, no, every survivor gets lucky. And Parvati's game had a lot of luck in it because she started off as not a target and then became a target because of how close she started getting with James. And Penner just saw right through that and was like, wow, this girl is just working it on James. And so he wanted to get rid of her. The final 3 situation, all of that. I just think it's you have to look at these winners as a whole, and Parvati's game is probably one of the most viewed because of her as, who everybody normally considered until Sandra won twice, the best female player of all time. I just don't agree for a couple reasons. I still think her game is phenomenal. I just think that her game in Micronesia has a lot more flaws than people give it credit for. Her post-merge game has 0 flaws. It's her pre-merge game, and she got really lucky that for how many was it in a row? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 in a row. She was immune, and the guy who really wanted her out gets pulled from the game. I am done. Everybody else talk positively about Parvati before everybody unsubscribes.
I think that's completely fair. I don't think any of that is particularly controversial.
No. I will say Parvati, sometimes you get lucky breaks. Sometimes your tribe wins every single, pre-merge challenge like Tom Westman. Nobody downplays Tom Westman's win because he was only eligible at 3 tribal councils. Parvati, she played the circumstances given to her. She didn't force the Air tribe to lose a bunch of challenges. She didn't force people to quit the game. Parvati's just playing the game she's being handed. And, sometimes lucky breaks happen for you. Mm-hmm. And you taking advantage of that is part of being a good player. Like when we get to Fabio, we could argue, was Fabio literally handed the game? We'll get there when we get there. But with Parvati, she did play a game. I do think the one thing Parvati's, and definitely with revisionist history, if you watch Winners at War, that episode they aired before the season actually aired. Do you guys remember that one? Where it was reflecting upon Survivor?
Oh, yeah.
So in that episode, Parvati narrates why Eric gave up the immunity necklace, which I do think we need to talk about to an extent. Why Eric gave up the immunity necklace, but when you rewatch the episode, I'm sure more happened actually on the island. When you rewatch the episode, Parvati was probably the smallest factor out of that group of women to actually make Eric do that move. Like Amanda, Sari, and Natalie, you could argue, all had bigger roles. Definitely Natalie and Amanda all had bigger roles.
Definitely Sari. Sari's the one who says, "Do you think he'd give you the idol?"
Because nobody
necklace.
Yeah, her. Yeah. And then Natalie talks to him. Amanda, of course, had been working in multiple episodes leading up to that. And Parvati is almost like the smallest factor in that. But she narrates in Winners of War as if she was the one who, made it happen.
Yeah. And I think part of it is honestly as simple as she's the one who had the best voting confessional when getting rid of Eric. Mm-hmm. She's the one who said, you're the dumbest survivor ever, whatever she said. And then even when we get to Heroes vs. Villains, Jeff, Parvati calls it out. Parvati's like, well, why is Sari a hero and I'm a villain? And she's being cute about it, but she's kind of right.
Yeah. She's absolutely right. No, she's absolutely right. And again, I was over here and I'm knocking Parvati's game. It's not that I'm knocking Parvati's game. I still think Parvati, if you're ranking Survivor, she's still in the top 10. There's no doubt about it. It's just that you look at these types of moments and Sari did so much legwork in Survivor Micronesia. I mean, this is the ultimate masterclass in Survivor behind Sesternino's in season 6, because Sesternino was doing it for the first time. This was Sari's second time playing, but this is a masterclass. It's a masterclass in Survivor, and Parvati and Amanda, whether they want to admit it or not, learned a hell of a lot from Sari in this season. And so it's not that I'm really trying to say guys, you need to understand Parvati sucks. No, Parvati's a top 10 Survivor player. There's no doubt about it. This is a great win. There's no doubt about it. It's just that like you're saying, Wes, a lot of the stuff she is credited for, it's that revisionist history where in the moment, Sari convinces Natalie, Natalie convinces Eric. Parvati's not really a part of any of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, from what we're shown at least. And so I understand more things happen on the island than what we're shown on the show, but we can only work with what we know for a fact. And we know for a fact what we saw on the show. So I'm sure Parvati had a hand in it, but Parvati getting to tell the how this happened in Winners of War, I feel like almost what's that, 24 seasons later, is updating people hey, remember this move that I made? So I think it's something we can't. Parvati was a part of, but she did not lead the charge and do what we saw most of the work to make it happen.
Yeah, and let's talk about though what she was able to pull off in this post merge, because we really haven't talked about it yet. I mean, Eliza was an easy first boot in this post merge because people just could not stand Eliza, so they get rid of her. Mm-hmm. The next time she goes out, Parvati wins her individual immunity. It's the iconic crying, amazing. She wins individual immunity, And at that tribal, she decides, you know what? I'm losing Amanda. I'm losing Eric. They're all just being sucked into this Aussie thing. James is there. Like, she knew it. And so her and Suri worked it, and they pull off probably the best blindside in the history of the show, other than the James one. I mean, this is up there. I mean, you could season 15 and 16, you could just start juggling which one's the best ever. And then the next episode, she completely blindsides Jason. Because Jason thought he was back in the good graces and everything was fine.
He did.
He thought everything was fine, and then he gets absolutely blindsided. And then James gets pulled from the game. And then, Parvati and Amanda are the only two who know that Amanda has, like, Parvati knows Amanda has the idol, correct?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And Parvati's the only one who knows with Amanda. And they say, okay, screw it. We're getting rid of Alexis. You play your idol. I won't tell anybody. So again, even though that's Amanda's move, Parvati was a huge factor in that. And then she's obviously there for the Eric thing, and we all know that. But that stretch, that post-merge stretch, like, she was just playing on another level, but it wasn't just her. Like, when you look at all of these winners and you think about it, Earl had to do everything on his own pretty much. Him and Yao-Man did a lot together, but Earl was the driver of his game. Yule had Ozzy. Todd had Courtney and Amanda. Parvati had so much help throughout the season. And another thing, James gets medevac. That's another one. I mean, James was pretty much stuck anyway, but James gets medevac. Probably prevents it from being a final 3, and instead now it's a final 2. So there's just so many factors that go into this.
That Aussie blindside was so epic. I feel like we forget, but like I just rewatched it recently, and like the way they edit it, like Aussie does like his casual look back, and he goes, like, the music is so perfect to go with like Aussie's look, and then like in the next episode when they talk about Aussie's blindside, they almost play that clip like without editing around it. Like usually in the recaps, it's like faster editing. No, they let that one play out like Aussie's whole.
Yeah.
It like makes me want to laugh. Also, I'm like a little like creeped out. I'm like, is Ozzy gonna kill me?
and that's what makes the season so good. Like when you said Ozzy, that reminded me of him really having a weird final tribal council. Like that is probably the weirdest final tribal ever, because we have Ozzy proclaiming his love for Amanda and Natalie proclaiming her sexual attraction to Parvati. Like the whole thing is just like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, those are the things that like make Micronesia just absolutely epic. And like Parvati is able to handle those moments so well. I mean, she was never going to get Ozzy's vote, so it is what it is. Mm-hmm. But she just leans into it with Natalie and probably prevents what would be the most awkward moment in Survivor history, a 4-4 tie at Final Tribal. I literally have no idea who votes in that situation, because it would have been a 4-4 tie. Parvati wins 5-3. It would have been a 4-4 tie. What do? Do they just pull Amy off the non-jury?
Are we talking about if Cerise there? I'm sorry, I missed that.
No, what do we do? No, this is literally how it played out. There were 8 members of the jury, and it was 1 vote away from being a tie. If Natalie votes for Amanda.
I thought you said 4-4-4. That's why I was confused. 4-4.
No, if it's a 4-4 tie, who votes that tie-breaking vote?
Bro. That's what I'm saying. I think it was mid-season. It had to have been when Jane went home that they're like, we are running out of people to get rid of 4 episodes. We need to
do a final 2.
Yeah, that's what makes me really think. You're right. I wonder if I don't know. That's a great question. Do they pull Amy? Amy's on a pre-jury trip. She hasn't watched, what's happened. So I don't know. That's a great question. I'm glad it didn't happen, because that probably been super controversial.
Yeah, it would have been crazy. And that also goes back to like why Suri was expecting it to be a final 3, because it would have been the same thing as China, 7-person jury, final 3. And I think Suri wipes the floor with Amanda and Parvati. I think she wins easy.
Someone said, what about a fire making challenge for the win? I mean, would it go past Jeff to do that?
That would have been insane.
For the winning of Survivor.
That would have been terrible. That would have ruined Survivor forever.
Yeah, then the social game. It's all about your fire making skills. Got to win.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what they would have done. I wish somebody would ask Jeff and find out what would have happened in that situation if they had a contingency plan, because that would have been crazy. But does Parvati's game still win today? And obviously we see everybody wants to be Parvati, but does the game still win?
It sounds like it doesn't even make the merge.
Right?
Well, we do see her play not many seasons later. Would you say her game in Heroes vs. Villains is similar to this one?
No, it's very different.
Of Heroes vs. Villains, yeah. I agree. Her game. I think her game's also better in
Totally agree.
in Heroes vs. Villains. So does this particular game win? I think it's harder because so many things did happen. And like, how many times have we had 3 people leave in a season? Co-wrong, and this one's the only one that comes out top of my head. I can't think of another season where it's been 3 people who had to leave early due to factors that, besides being voted out.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And I think you're right. I don't think the game she played in that season makes the merge anymore, because we saw it too with Amber in All-Stars. Similar game pre-merge where it's like, just survive, do what you got to do. And then post-merge, obviously, Parvati plays a much different game. But if you think about that, these under-the-radar female players, they don't go as far as they used to. And I also think that's why we've seen a downturn in terms of how many female winners the show has had of late. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that a lot of the lower, because of Parvati and because of what she did in Micronesia more so than Heroes Villains, and because of Sandra and what Sandra did, the under the radar girls are suddenly the biggest threats out there because Parvati and Sandra played the game so well that now you have to get rid of those people. And I think that's why we've seen a downturn in female winners, because the under the radar ones that would normally go very far go out early, and then you're stuck with Angelina, Nora. I use the word stuck. I don't mean stuck. I just mean like, that's who you have left, and they're louder, bigger personalities. We haven't seen like Sarah, even a bigger personality. I mean, I know Sarah's not on the level of Angelina and Nora, but she's a bigger personality. So I don't know. I think that this type of game is really difficult to win with nowadays.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll get to it when we talk about like the past 10 seasons or the past like 5 seasons, but I think Michelle winning changed a lot of that.
Do you think Parvati herself could ever win again?
Definitely not.
No, she's too different.
I think she blew her shot. Her second shot at winning was Heroes versus Villains, really. I think Winners at War, she was a goner from the beginning. She was right there with like Boston Rob's considered like one of the biggest targets.
There was nothing you could do. And especially with all the stuff that has changed in Survivor, and this will always be a knock on the new school winner. Sorry, everybody, because if I ever played, I'd be a new school winner too. But it's always going to be a knock, and that's the fact of like, there's so much bullshit in the games now that you cannot play as calculated of a game as Surrey Fields played. You cannot play as calculated of a game as Parvati Shallow played. Like, you just can't do it anymore. And that's a problem with the game, and that's a flaw, and there's no denying that that's a flaw. And I think that that's part of the reason why like Parvati couldn't come out in Winners at War with a similar strategy to what she had in Heroes Villains, because there's no way to pull it off again. Like, there's just too much random shit in the game to be able to do it again. So that's just how I feel about that.
Yeah, I think Parvati herself would never have a shot at winning again. Her name's too big, and isn't it like kind of crazy? It's almost like if she never played Heroes versus Villains, would she have had a better shot in Winners at War? Because is it Heroes versus Villains that really elevates her to the level that she is today, or was it Micronesia?
I think Micronesia incorrectly elevated her to a level, and then Heroes Villains just solidified her at that level. And I think Heroes Villains is when she should have been solidified at that level. And I still don't think she played a perfect game in Heroes Villains either. I don't think she was actually robbed at Final Tribal, but that's for another day. But yeah, that's what I think about that. So I think that, if she doesn't play Heroes Villains, she probably still doesn't do too well in this season, because even though people would have forgotten about her, they still would have been like, man, she got Eric to give up the immunity necklace. There was still like the defining moment, even though she wasn't really the factor in it.
Yeah, I think Heroes versus Villains more solidified what Micronesia did rather than like really add to it.
Sure.
Totally.
And I do think the whole concept of Micronesia, which we have kind of skimmed over, is really flawed. And I think we really saw it again in Caramone, where the favorites are just going to dominate the fans.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if you truly got a cast of super fans, maybe it'd be competitive. Like if you got a bunch of people who are like super aware, but even then, just like playing once, I feel like your nerves are not the same as playing a second time. Because you hear a lot of new players who are like, man, I don't even remember like a lot of what happened. It was just all so fast.
Well, and I think too, like, Eric Reichenbach never gives up his immunity necklace if he hadn't seen these people play before. I think they just ran circles around him. And like, I know Natalie's the one who talks him into it, but he was overwhelmed, and we could very easily be talking about Eric Reichenbach right now. in an alternate universe where he does not give up that necklace, we're probably talking about him right now because he would have won the rest of those immunities. He was a challenge beast. I mean, people forget that. And that was back when you just had to be a challenge beast. It didn't matter. You just had to be a beast and you'd win the challenges. And he would have won all those challenges. He would have went right to the final 2 and he would have won. He really would have won.
When he was, do you remember when he was, remember when they had the machine gun challenge? I totally forgot the machine gun.
Yeah. He was just one of those guys who, I mean, I know people like that. He was a freaking cross-country runner, kind of nerdy guy who was just like, I want to be on Survivor. And you have all those random talents. You probably couldn't kick a soccer ball far at all, but he could do all that little random stuff and had endurance like nobody else. And I mean, you're going to tell me Sari was going to beat him at a challenge at the end? Parvati was going to beat him at a challenge at the end? None of them were going to beat him. There's no chance.
I don't think Eric, as we saw him in that Micronesia, wins in the final 2, though. I don't think he beats Parvati. I don't think he definitely doesn't beat Sari.
I think we see a much different edit though if Eric actually goes further, because I don't think we see him as a buffoon. When he gets Amy Cusack, Alexa, cover your ears because I know this breaks your heart. When he is the sole reason Amy Cusack goes home before the merge, and it's between Amy and Eric, and he goes to that tribal and he's just like the blah 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 blah, and he literally just says blah 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 blah. It's brilliant. I mean, he is phenomenal in that moment, and he gets no credit for it because he gives up a freaking immunity necklace.
Well, I'm not saying he wasn't. Sorry, go ahead, Alexa.
He just totally played her. That was such a good move.
Yeah,
I'm not saying Eric isn't a good player. I am saying that. I recently rewatched this and actually made a video for the Patreon talking about why did Eric give up the immunity necklace, and was it actually the immunity necklace giving up that's the dumbest move, or was it something leading up to it? I'm not going to spoil exactly, but long story short, it wasn't the immunity necklace. I think it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. Eric was doing a lot of things in the post-merge that he could have done differently that would have kept his view how he was viewed by the jury differently, because he's like openly admitting to things that other people are like burying him for at tribal council, that if Eric was like, this is like part of the game, like I had to do this to make, but Eric's really like, yep, I did lie. Yep, I did. I did do this. And things like that. I don't think if he gets to the jury, I think that stops him from winning. I'm not saying Eric's game couldn't have won. I just think how Eric was who he was as a person.
Was he 21 years old when he first played?
21 or 22, something like that. Well, I think too, like a lot of times, like it comes down to some people have that edge and know how to sell themselves. And I don't think at the time Eric knew how to sell himself. He knew how to sell himself to get on to Survivor because his audition video was amazing. But I don't think he knew how to sell himself once he was there. I don't think he had that confidence yet. I just think that he was one of those people who's kind of like searching for like, who am I right now? And so if he gets to final 3, I think that if people would have started being aggressive with him, it would have taken him off guard. Because I do think that if he gets to final 3 and he goes on an immunity run to get to final 2 and sit there at final tribal council, he probably ends up winning. I really do believe that, or he would have had a chance to win because he would have had to win the immunities. People would have respected that. People would have been pissed at the other people. But if he's sitting next to Sari would have been like, I did this. I don't really give a shit. Like, I'm going to tell you exactly. And then that's where he would have been hurt, because when he would have been on the defensive, it wouldn't have been as good as when Sari or Amanda or Parvati. We probably would have seen Eric have a very similar final tribal council to what Amanda has in both China and in Micronesia.
That's actually something I wrote down. Do you guys think Amanda played better this season or in China?
I think she played better this season.
Not how she got how many votes she got, because I feel like
in the season, I feel like I saw her fight a little bit more, at least in the post-merge of the season, because pre-merge it was just like all Aussie stuff. In the post-merge, she was not a part of this Black Widow brigade. Like, she was supposed to go home, and it was just different. I think it was just her being an underdog versus her not being an underdog.
Yeah, I think her China game was probably better. I think she was more in control in China. I think in Micronesia, she was blinded by Aussie for too long. And then she was able to rebound, but I think China was better.
Yeah, and she did have that idol play where I think she was going home and she saved herself. I'll double check the votes on that one, but...
Well, she did. No, she did. 4-2.
And she stopped that.
Yep. So. She was doing the fake cry, which showed her acting got much better from China. But how many confessionals did Parvati end this season with, and what were we looking at on this season?
For sure. Do you guys want to take a guess at Parvati? Let's take a guess at Amanda first. How many think Amanda got?
Amanda probably had like 50.
Last season she had 40, by the way.
Yeah,
I was going to say 44.
44. No, this season she had 33. She had 7 less confessionals.
That's so crazy.
She averaged last season 3 an episode. This season she averaged 2.3. And since I don't think we're talking about her a lot in Heroes vs. Villains, I'll say that in Heroes vs. Villains, she had less confessionals with 23, averaging only 2 an episode. So
3 confessionals an episode would never happen anymore.
Crazy.
So take a shot. How many did Parvati have? Amanda had 33.
She must have had like 43.
I was going to say 42.
32.
What?
She had 1 less than Amanda.
So did Sari just have like 60?
Sari had 52. So Parvati had literally 22 going to the finale, and she got 10 in the last episode.
Mm-hmm. Different edited show. That's the thing. Like, it was just different edited show. Nowadays, it started to finally get to that point where there weren't as many confessionals and things like that. And you had big personalities like James and Penner and people who went out really early. It was just a different edited show. And also, like, the fans tribe, they were nuts. So there was a lot to talk because it was actually a good tribe, and Joel and Tracy and Chet, all of that. There was a lot of people to actually give screen time to. So I'm not surprised. Did Eric have a lot though? That is one question I do have, because I know Natalie Bolton pretty much had nothing.
I was going to say, how many do you think Natalie Bolton
She was under 20.
15.
She had 17.
Yeah.
And Eric got 39. Eric actually averaged the most amount of confessionals this season per episode with 3.
Which is so fascinating, because then he comes back for Caramona and is considered.
And we kind of skipped over it, but China has, I think so far, the least amount of confessionals just total with 371. This season has 375. And to go back to the season with the most, Borneo, we started Survivor with 657 in a season.
Crazy.
We're now down to 375.
Yeah. So you're going to have numbers just dwindle. Yeah. So crazy.
Dude, I'm excited. I'm currently in the middle of rewatching Pearl Islands for some videos on my channel. So even though it's not Heroes vs. Villains, I do feel like there's a lot of things that connect the two with Sandra. So I'm interested in talking about that today, along with everyone else, really.
We're almost halfway there. It doesn't feel like it, but in 2 hours, we'll be halfway there.
It's true.
Kind of crazy.
It is crazy. It is crazy, especially since we've gotten through a lot of the more iconic of the winners, and then it get into that stretch from season 21 to 27 where, I know Tyson's in there, but it really is like kind of like a weird stretch to talk about. But this is, I think, when you break them down by 4 the way we're doing, you have some weird ones with like Fabio and Sophie, but then you have Kim and Rob in there, and then you have weird ones with Philippines, but you have Cochran, and you have Denise, and you have Tyson and Tony. Like, that's a good stretch. 29 to 32, kind of strange. But this one here, if you were to say when the season began for each of these seasons that 3 of the 4 winners here would be winners, I would have told you were crazy. JT makes sense. The other 3 are absolutely insane. And it's really crazy too, because when you watch the seasons, you still come out of it kind of being like, interesting that those people won that season. And that even includes the Queen, who I know will probably get a lot of crap from, but through, I think, 7 episodes of Survivor Heroes vs. Villains, I'm probably wrong, but I think she had 3 confessionals.
She did.
Like that. It's absurd.
Very quiet start.
Very quiet. And there's no way, and Natalie had a very similar edit. They don't do that as much now, but we talk all the time about the winner's edit and how does that work. You look at these 4 seasons, and we have 4 very, very different winners edits, because 2 of them don't really have winners edits. One of them has to have a winners edit because who else was going to win? And the other one is the Golden Boy. That's it. So it's like very strange group of seasons for sure.
This week and especially next week, these are weird groupings of people. So we had our golden ages. I feel like last week was a really big one, and week 4 was a really big one. Now we're entering just the 5 question marks above our heads, kind of weird.
Since we're talking about just winners, this is kind of like a random week for just winners. But next week, I think it's a very interesting week for winners. I know we're kind of downplaying it because the overall seasons I feel like are harder to watch. But like Fabio, Boston Rob finally pulling it off. Sophie is probably the least interesting to talk about out of the 4. And then you get to Kim. So we do have some dominant winners coming up next week. But this week is like winner-wise, as Phil said, it's just like 3 of them are like,
not dominant.
I didn't see this coming.
Yeah. Well, let's start off here with Survivor Gabon and talk about Bob Crowley, who's still the oldest winner in the history of Survivor. And what I find amazing about Bob is like how unpopular Bob is in the community. And he's always considered one of the worst winners of the show. And I will never forget watching this first episode and being like, oh my God, that guy's my favorite. And he is the first player in the history of Survivor to be my favorite from day one and actually win the game. He's the first player.
He was so likable early on and throughout the season. I don't know why he gets so much hate.
I liked him when the season. I remember. Sorry, I didn't watch it live, but when I watched it, I was like, this guy doing the bow. Like, it was so endearing. Like he does like the bow tie with his buff, and he's like he's like a high school teacher, and you just like he doesn't reek of like somebody who is recruited. Even if he was, it doesn't matter in this case because it's like this is a high school teacher. Like I totally buy this. This is like Bill Nye. If Bill Nye was like a regular person,
yeah,
because that's what he reminds me of. Bill Nye won Survivor.
Yeah, and him climbing up on top of the little huts that they had out there, and he's like fixing it, and they're talking about Run Around Bob and how great he is. Mm-hmm. And I just find it amazing how his like legacy is so bad. And I always thought it was crazy that his legacy was so bad. And I understand that Gabon is one of the most insane seasons of Survivor ever, and that's why it's the most polarizing season of Survivor. Yeah. People either love it or they hate it. There is no middle ground. And you had a lot of nastiness on the season. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, I think a good guy won, and I really like that. And yeah, he didn't do the most strategizing. I mean, Sugar was doing a lot. Kenny was doing a lot. Crystal was doing a lot. Corinne and Randy were bigger characters, but he won the game, and I think is a really interesting character that just gets so overlooked in this community.
Yeah, and I think people people don't like him because he's not like this loud strategic player. And here we are entering season 41, and everyone's kind of annoyed with the strictly strategic player winning. But like you said, Phil, he's like the good guy won. Like this is a season of very, very angry and very, very mean people. And the nice guy ends up winning. I mean, the guy was excited over getting a garden as a potential reward. Like nobody wants that. He wanted that. So he's super endearing. And I think just in a season that was that mean-spirited, the winner needs to be the nice guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I completely agree. And something that Bob gets totally overlooked for, and this is getting a little bit into his gameplay, but not much. People say, oh, he's not a great strategist, and there was so much else. There was so many other players who were doing more, but he really did create one of the, I don't know if it wasn't the first, obviously, because of the stick and all that. One of the best hidden immunity idols ever. And he was the first person to really be like, I'm going to walk around camp and I'm just going to start picking things up and I'm going to make this incredibly realistic. Like when you talk about Bob, nobody talks about him as a legitimate game changer. He changed the game in that aspect where you had to be concerned if an idol was real or fake. People will talk about Rick Devens now because he hit 2 fake idols on Julie and Lauren. But in reality, Bob really started this trend in a realistic way. We all knew that Ozzy's was bullshit because it was it was
an effing stick. Yeah.
It was an effing stick. But Bob's were real to the point like when Randy played that, Randy thought he was playing a real hidden immunity idol. And I think that's really thinking ahead. And I don't think Bob gets much credit in terms of the things that he was trying to accomplish, and it gets overlooked a lot because of the season he was on. And in reality, you have your 4th, your 5th place players who would probably be better representatives of the season in Maddie and Kenny, but that doesn't mean that they should have won the game. And go ahead.
I think the runners up, 2 runners up for this season are so interesting because you think Susie, you don't think she's 1 vote away from winning, but she was 1 vote away from winning. She's like Clay Jordan. Like, I feel like we haven't had and I don't mean that. I don't mean she has like the attitude. I don't mean she's Clay Jordan in like personality, just in like the strategic gameplay and like, fact that she was 1 vote away from winning. But if she had won Survivor, like I think Jeff Probst might actually quit because I know there's a rumor like Jeff Probst like consider like I don't know if I want to do this anymore after this season. But Susie like being 1 vote away is just like flabbergasting me. It's like Clay Jordan being 1 vote away from winning over Brian Heidik. It's like, I mean, in an alternate universe, I guess it's gonna happen. She was so close.
And go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, but then Sugar's your other one, and it's so crazy because like on paper, like it's like how did Sugar not win? You know, she didn't get a single vote the entire way. She wasn't like the goat being dragged to the end. If anything, it seemed like she was actually running the show from what we saw on the show. But in reality, everyone hated her. Apparently. Everyone, and we just didn't realize it.
It reminds me a bit of Lil in that she was running the game, but nobody liked it. Nobody liked her, but I don't think her being like, I don't think the whole cast disliking either of them takes away from the fact that Sugar was running the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that is really, it just came down to the fact of she had pissed off everybody on that jury. She was terrible at jury management. We're going to be talking about that a lot tonight, considering we're going to be talking about Russell versus Natalie White, and we're going to be talking about Sandra versus Russell and Parvati. Mm-hmm. But on this season, Sugar was just terrible at jury management. None of those people walked into that final tribal council saying, I'm going to vote for Sugar. And America couldn't believe it because Sugar is on the Heroes tribe. You don't get to be on a Heroes tribe if every single player you're playing with hates you. And I know that they were all played up as villains, but they all hated her so much that nobody voted for her.
She should have been a villain.
She should have been a villain. Yeah. She should have been a villain. And like, I understand the perspective because obviously Corinne is a villain and Randy is a villain, but so is Sugar. The hero on the season is Maddie, and that is it. Like, there's one hero on this season. And what worked out for Bob is Bob's early game alliance really saved him on the season because Susie starts off on the Fang tribe or Fang tribe. I don't actually remember how you say it.
I think it's Fang, but I also don't know.
I'll double check.
Yeah, and she starts off on that tribe who loses at the beginning, and so they have to start voting people out, whereas Bob is able to start on a tribe with Corinne and with Charlie and with Marcus, and then when they did the first swap, they all brought in Randy, and those are the people who vote for him to win. Everybody who is on the tribe with Susie at the start of the game votes for Susie to win at the end, except for Randy. And Randy probably regrets it because Bob hosed him so bad. Bob almost blew that. But it is interesting. Like, Susie also switched to the tribe with Corinne, Randy, Charlie, and Bob. And they all voted for Bob because they just did not like Susie. And that's what this season came down to. It was the lesser of evils.
So I'm double checking, and Susie was on Fang, and then she switched to Coda. Sugar started on Coda and switched to Fang, and then they stayed on the swap tribes the rest of this until the merge.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit of an Aras situation, but somehow like everyone's just a little meaner and like it's funny, but maybe a little less like me and my friends funny. It's kind of an Aras situation where sort of just like the most normal / kind of quiet person ends up taking it home.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you think about it too, it's kind of what Terry did, except Bob actually wins the game. It's more of like the Danni Boatwright game where his whole alliance was voted out. Because that's the other thing about Gabon is like it's such a crazy, wacky season, but the Minority Alliance takes control right at the merge, the actual merge after Marcus goes home.
Yeah.
And they vote out Charlie, Randy, Corinne, boom, boom, boom. And after that happens, though, Bob actually was in the process of that. Bob goes on a crazy immunity run. And that's why he's able to survive. But he is the last one standing from his alliance. So he still has that underdog type edit too, because he should have been the person voted out after Corinne. There's no way he should have lasted longer than that.
Yeah, he wins 3 immunities in a row. And we almost forget that Bob only received 2 votes all game. It was at the very end when I believe, am I forgetting this wrong? Sugar voted with him.
Sugar voted with him because that was the big thing. She was going to vote him out, and Maddie was going to win the game.
Basically.
And Sugar felt bad about it and said, no, Bob's like my dad. I'm going to vote with him, and they can make fire. My dad or my brother. My dad or my brother. That was the whole thing.
That's what I was going to mention is that there was a Final Four fire making here. Bob wins the season. And I'm going to double check real quick, but I believe, yes, he's the first to win a Final Four fire making and then win the game. So he blazed the trail for where today.
In many ways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. and I think he gets a lot of flack because he's on the wrong side of so many votes, which doesn't help. I mean, even when they did the switch tribe, whatever you want to call it, like when we thought there was going to be a merge and then there wasn't, and it's Bob and they vote out Marcus, he votes for Kenny, and Susie, Maddie, and Susie, Kenny, and Crystal all vote out Marcus. So Bob's on the wrong side of that vote. He's on the wrong side of the Charlie vote. He's on the wrong side of the Randy vote. He's on the wrong side of the Corinne vote. And then he gets the next two right, because I'm not going to count the Maddie one. But I think that's why he also gets his win gets lowered, is because he's on the wrong side of a lot of votes. And by the time he actually gets on the right side of votes, it's because he's winning immunity. But also he's 57 years old winning immunity when he needs it, when his back's against the wall. That's amazing.
He also, and I guess we can either talk about this now or later, he has like his number one cheerleader at Final Tribal Council with him. And that I don't think that should really be like, he didn't ask for that, but I think a lot of people give him crap for that because he didn't really have to try that hard.
Mm-hmm. What's interesting, I think, to note as well is that, and I think this will come up again when we get to Ghost Island. I'm sure it's other seasons maybe, but I feel like Ghost Island, this one, have this unique thing where the jury, so in the jury, in terms of who votes for who, the first 4 jury members vote for Bob, but then the last 3 vote for Susie. It's not like back and forth. It's like a straight line, and it's not like based on their starting tribes, because it isn't like, you know, one tribe votes for Bob, one tribe votes for Susie. It's just like, it almost makes you wonder if Susie's social game got better at the end, or why, what exactly happened, because why does Susie get the last 3 but Bob gets the first 4?
Well, because the last 3 were in her alliance. That's really what it came down to. And I actually think where people will knock Bob and say he voted on the wrong side of those first votes, he voted on the wrong side of the Marcus, Charlie, Randy, Corinne. It also showed loyalty to them when he knew that things weren't going to work out in his favor by voting that way. Like, they pretty much know every time after the Charlie vote, they know pretty much every time that it's Randy and that it's Corinne. And I actually think him staying loyal to them and him doing the whole like idol thing to curry favor and all of that stuff, I think that actually worked in his favor, because he did not vote for Randy, despite the fact that he hoses Randy with the fake idol in such an iconic moment. He still sits there and votes for Susie. And because he votes for Susie, Randy has to sit there and be like, I hate you, Bob, but I like you more than I like Susie, so I'm going to vote for you to win. And he does vote for Bob to win, because it was just alliance based. And people always knock you, oh, you didn't vote on the right side of the numbers. You didn't vote on the right side of the numbers. That doesn't necessarily make you a better player.
Yeah.
Sometimes voting for the person or voting with the person who's in your alliance, even when you know it's not going to work, is a very good strategic move.
And Rick Devens was proving that in Edge of Extinction, because even though he's voting wrong, that's not what it's about. Survivor, you don't get to the end and just like, well, one of you voted right every time, and one of you voted only right half the time, so the guy who voted right every time wins. That's not how the game works. The game is to please the jury. Rick Devens was pleasing the jury. Bob clearly pleased more of the jury, and it doesn't matter if he voted right or not. It's what your jury wants is what you have to do. And in this case, Bob figured out what 4 of them wanted, in a sense. And it's a good thing Sugar played as bad of a social game she did, because I'd be very curious as to how this vote would break down if she garnered any votes, because she garners 1 vote. Do we have a tie? If she garners 2, does Susie win? I don't know. Who does she steal votes from?
She probably steals them from. Go ahead, Alexa.
From Bob, is that what you're going to say?
No, I was actually going to say I think she steals them from Susie, because Corinne and Randy were never, ever, ever going to vote for Sugar, and I actually think Sugar has a better chance of getting the votes from Maddie, from Kenny, from Crystal. She spent more time with them. She worked with them longer. I think that if she was likable, she actually steal the votes from Susie. And then maybe Randy's vote, that if he does throw it at Susie, it doesn't make a difference. But Charlie, Marcus, and Corinne were going to vote for Bob no matter what. They could not stand Sugar, and they could not stand Susie. There was no way they were voting for that.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a crime that Gillian didn't make it to the end of the game.
Well, her
and her elephant dung. Just want to throw that out there. So a couple things. We did mention Bob made 2 fake idols. He was only eligible at 6 tribals due to immunity. And I know a lot of people will knock Michelle Fitzgerald for the same thing. But Michelle's not like the only one. I think I mentioned this before with another winner earlier, especially Tom Westman, who's only eligible at 3, I believe. Maybe it was 2. But Bob was only eligible at 6 tribals because he's on an immunity run.
I don't like people knocking that. Like I understand knocking people for being on the wrong side of votes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's fair to knock someone because they're either winning a lot of tribal immunities or because they're winning individual immunities. To me, that is a fundamental part of the game. And for whatever reason, people who do well in challenges and win the game do not get respected. But I don't think yes, he was only eligible to go home for 6 tribal councils, but is that a bad thing?
Yeah, and that's another thing too. That's a part of the game, and I think that's just because we've evolved. Yeah, we've evolved into this strategy heavy.
Yes.
All of this insanity going on at all times. It must be the most chaotic. You must have to overcome all these obstacles or you're not a good winner. Bob, part of the game is win immunity. I mean, if you think about the early seasons, the goal is win your challenge, stay in your lane. I mean, as Alexa would say, do your job. Like that is what it's all about. It's what it's all about. And if you're winning challenges, good for you. You're doing part of the game right. And so I don't understand the faulting of that. I understand that some people might say, oh, let's knock Mike Holloway or let's knock Bob Crowley down a couple levels because they had to use these immunity runs in order to win their game and they weren't strategically good enough. But also, when your back is against the wall and you have the clutch factor, do people knock Tom Brady? Do people knock like Aaron Rodgers? Do people knock Matthew Stafford because they can make fourth quarter comebacks like nobody else can? No, like John Elway made a career on it. I'm just going to keep doing football players, but that is what it's all about. It's that clutch gene that some players just don't have. Congratulations to these guys for having it.
I'm just loving, you go Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Matt Stafford. Very talented, but like you put those 3 together, Matt Stafford is actually
Matt Stafford, I actually had to look this up the other day, and that's why I said it, because I had to write an article for the betting website. Matt Stafford actually has more fourth quarter comebacks in like the last 6 years than Tom Brady or Aaron Rodgers because his team is always losing. That one season they had 9 wins and he had 9 fourth quarter comebacks. It's insane. So yeah.
But that's something that now that we're halfway through, we've kind of already been following it, but I mean, you think Jenna Maraska, she wins a bunch of immunities. Nobody respects her.
She wins 4.
I wins 4. Bob Crowley, I kind of forgot that he won a lot of immunities. Nobody respects him. Mike Holloway, nobody respects him. We'll talk about Ben. He does his immunities in a different way. Nobody respects him. So it's weird and frustrating that a large part of the game, winning individual immunities, and also a new large part of the game, which is finding immunity idols, is a knock. Like that, you should be eligible to go home at every single tribal council, and if you survive by the skin of your teeth, like that's impossible.
But Alexa, everybody rips on Denise as not being that good of a winner, and she was literally eligible at every single tribal council. So that is what is so infuriating. That's what's so infuriating about it. Like I look at Fabio, who we're going to be talking about next week's, and he's another one. He had to win a bunch of immunities, but I'm not going to knock somebody. There's nothing harder to do than hit the game-winning shot. And Bob did it 3 times in a row. Like Ozzy couldn't do it once against Sophie Clark. And Bob Crowley did it 3 times in a row against an Olympian, a gamer who should be very good at puzzles and wasn't, and against Maddie, who's really like, what was he, a personal trainer or something? Like, so you can't knock the guy for hitting the game winner every time. And I think it gets a little redundant. Like, what is the winner we want? Like, the winner we want the Parvati. We want like, oh, it was back and forth and all that. But there are different ways to win Survivor. And obviously that's what we're trying to break down here. And Bob's way of winning, people will rank Bob as the 38th best winner. And I sit here and I'm just like, no.
And now we're kind of going down a different rabbit hole, so we'll back it up at some point. I would go so far as to say, if you have someone play the exact same game as Tony, but has a different personality than Tony, people hate him or they hate her. I think people love Tony for his personality, but the game that Tony plays is a game that many people complain about.
Oh, yeah. I do think what's important to note is that the way people think about Survivor now in season 4, going in 41, is shaped a lot of how they view past Survivor winners, which is one goal on my channel. Is whenever I make a video, I'm like, this is what the story was trying to tell us in 2003, 2002. Because if I look at all these people and how they played in 2020, things have shifted. But that's not what's being told to us, and that's not how people were viewing them at the time. Rupert in Pearl Islands is beloved. Even my wife, who has seen him in other seasons, is like, I love Rupert. And it's like, yes, Pearl Islands make you love Rupert. Wait till we get to other seasons. But well, I think same goes for like Bob though. And I forget exactly what season this was introduced in. I believe it was Millennials versus Gen X. But the idea of a resume being like this important thing that you have to have at the end, I feel like it shaped a lot of how people view winners. Like, well, yeah, they won the game, sure, but like, what did they do to get there? You know, what's their resume? And it's like, the resume is a concept created, I think, by people who watch the show, because it wasn't created by people in the game necessarily. It's created by, I think the first person who said it was Will in Millennials vs. Gen X. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I was about to ask, let's try to figure out the first time someone says resume. I feel like it has to be earlier than that, but Will is like the most obvious.
He's the one I think of.
And this is like what we're going to be talking about, though, as we go through these seasons. And that's why I always say China starts mid-school. Mid-school starts at season 15 and runs straight up until season 27. And the reason I say that is because now's when we're starting to see players win that wouldn't win nowadays. But we're also seeing gameplay that we still see nowadays. Like, we still see people play like Sugar and Russell and Maddie and Kenny and Crystal and Corinne and Randy. Like, we still see people play like that.
I mean, who really plays like Randy?
Well, I guess you're right. But Randy, but there are people who will go out there and just try to make other people's lives a living hell. I mean, Abby Maria plays like Randy. Sorry, Randy, but you and Abby Maria play the exact same game. And so, like, when you look at this,
insulting Randy, you're insulting Abby, because I think you're insulting.
That's an insult to Randy. That's definitely sorry. I mean, I like Abby, but that's an insult to Randy, because Randy is somebody who could win Survivor. Abby can't win Survivor, but they play a very similar game where it's like, if I don't like you, I'm gonna egg you on and try to piss you off, and that's not a good way to play Survivor. But what I'm saying is, like, you know, we always ask this question when we start wrapping up. Could somebody like Bob win today? Could that style of game? Could Bob win today? I don't think it could happen because nobody's going to respect it. And I do think nowadays people would bite the bullet and vote for Sugar, because they'd be like, oh, you did more, even though we hate your stinking guts. Yeah. We're going to give you the votes because Susie and Bob, you're not good Survivor players. And I think that that's just completely insane. And it's probably part of the reason why Survivor for so long didn't just cast fans, because when you just cast fans, and I'm all for casting fans. I think fans should play over recruits. But at the same time, you do need a little bit of a balance. You need the Nora Salmons, who I guess did apply, but still, that's beside the point. You need the people who aren't there to be game body, because they have built in their mind what makes a good Survivor player. And it's not really true. Like, what makes you a good Survivor player is how you play on your season. And if you can get the votes at the end while you sit there in front of a jury. But everybody's trying to change that and be like, no, you must hit this criteria in order to do it. And I just think it affects people like Bob and Natalie and even JT. I don't know if he could win nowadays.
But I think, go ahead.
This will be quick. I would like to see in an upcoming, like in a new season, someone win 4 or 5 immunities and get to the end. I guess Chrissy is probably Brad, yeah, okay. Brad and Chrissy are our most recent examples. I was thinking about Mike, but Mike's the last time that won, and I would like to see how they fare in a final tribal council. And everyone disliked Chrissy, and Brad kind of stumbled to the finish line. I would like to see someone who the jury likes as a person, wins a lot of immunities, how they do at the end, because I think those two people were frustrated with them, and if you have a likable challenge beast at the end, do they win? I don't know.
Are you talking about modern Survivors? I feel like we've had likable challenge beasts.
So let's say 41, yeah.
Yeah. Because I'm like, we've had likable challenge beasts at the end, just recently. I guess not as much. I do think what's important to note though is I feel like Bob. I mean, isn't Tommy almost proof that a Bob kind of game wins still?
No, because Tommy didn't win any immunities. Tommy was not on the wrong side of numbers. Like Bob, like Tommy always had his alliance in the majority, which was key for Tommy's game, because when he sat there at the end, he could say, I knew you, I was everybody's number one. Bob was nobody's number one. So I don't think so.
Fair. Okay. I was just thinking about somebody who won almost purely on social, because Bob's 3 immunity wins. I don't think people were like, well, I got to vote for Bob because he won all his immunities.
I think the strategy was the third of the 3 reasons they voted for him. I think social were definitely above that.
But I do think he gets voted out where Crystal goes home if he doesn't win that immunity. I know Susie and Bob were kind of like, or Susie and Maddie were kind of like changing, like, Sugar. I'm sorry, I keep saying Susie, but Sugar was kind of like, getting a soft spot for Bob and like, oh, I'll see if I can work with you longer. But I still think he probably goes home at the boot where Crystal goes home at final 6 if he doesn't win immunity. So no, I think like Tommy was straight up just social, where Bob needed to win some of this stuff. And another thing that gets overlooked too, like as we've moved away from it, and because Bob hasn't played again and all of that, even though Bob did not have this crazy, flashy, over-the-top strategic game, he won fan favorite on this season as well. Sure. And he's never played again, but that kind of shows how the audience was different back then too. The audience was okay rooting for Bob in 2008. I don't think they'd be as okay rooting for Bob in 2020 just because it's not as exciting anymore.
Oh yeah, if we teleported the 57-year-old Bob to today, not the newer, older version of Bob, but if the Bob that exists in the seasons to today, I think you're right. If he wanted to be like, that was a boring season, which I feel like is what we got a lot of when people were like, when Sarah won, people were like, oh, that was a boring season. And I don't think it's just because of the boot order. I think it's just because at the time people didn't really like Sarah winning. We didn't like Ben, but at least Ben was entertaining, even if you didn't like him winning. I feel like Sarah is the most recent example. I think Tommy was. I remember people mostly being like, but that I don't know. I feel like I wonder how Island of the Idols will hold up over time because of. I feel like the Dan thing really taints a lot of the season, so I just feel like it taints Tommy as well. But a couple of things I did want to mention though with Bob. One is just a fun fact, and I don't know if we mentioned this already, but Julie Berry from Vanuatu actually attended apparently a class he taught in high school.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, yeah.
That's a fun fact. I did not know that.
I remember hearing it, I believe, on another podcast, but then I looked it up to make sure. And then he is the oldest Survivor winner. He won at 57. And then the other thing was he's the first winner to have to survive 2 tribe swaps. There had never been 2 tribe swaps in a season before Gabon. Now, to be fair, the second one only lasted for like an episode. Yeah. But still, he never swapped tribes, but his tribe was not like the same after every tribe swap. It totally changed almost every time. Mm-hmm. So Bob did have to deal with that.
Yeah.
How many
the winner has.
Did Bob have?
I'm sorry, what was that again?
How many confessionals did Bob have?
Take a guess.
31.
I was going to say 34.
Well, you still can't say 34.
Yeah, I'm going to say.
Yeah, it was 31. Bob got 31.
I memorized it. I remember that because I looked at that one time. Yeah. I remember that.
He had 4 episodes with 0, which I feel like is very unique because like Parvati had 2 episodes with 0. Where we already mentioned how Sandra has like a bunch with 0.
Oh, this is in that range though. Yeah. Like a winner,
white guys.
Nowadays, a winner would not go 4 episodes without a confessional. Michelle Fitzgerald didn't do it, no matter how much people want to rip on her. Adam didn't do it. Sarah didn't do it. Ben didn't do it. Any of these new winners, Wendell and Chris Underwood did, but he wasn't even in half the season. So like to have 4 episodes with 0 and then be the third least episodes with 0 of any of the winners in this span shows what was going on in this span of Survivor.
I mean, Bob only had 31. Susie had 25. And Sugar was basically the narrator of the season. She had 51. She had the most.
That sounds right.
And she was averaging the most even if she didn't make it to the last episode. So she would have had the most, I think, anyways.
Yeah, and that's a season 2. There was a lot going on where there probably weren't as many confessionals. This was our first cast, I think, they had 20, right? Did they have 20? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
They
6,
had 18.
7. Okay, it was 18, but
surprising because they had more They had like 30 more confessionals than Micronesia, which had 2 more people.
But another thing to keep in mind here too is that this did also have 2 episodes before the finale where 2 people were voted out. The premiere it was a 2-hour 2 episode.
It was 2 hour.
Yeah, it was 2 hour, and then there was also the episode where Ace and Dan went home, and that was a 1 hour. So there was less confessionals to go around in this season, and you did have a lot of loud. I mean, honestly, I always think that Survivor Gabon, and I know it's hated by a lot of people more often than it's loved, but I love Gabon. I think it's a top 10 season, hands down. And what I always think is fascinating about it is like this cast, no matter how much you hate it, is one of the most memorable casts in the history of Survivor. And I think that's also kind of what hurts Bob's legacy. Is that it's the season of Randy, Corinne, Sugar, Kenny, Crystal, Ace even. I mean, it's crazy. And then there's Bob. And I think that's what hurts Bob.
Well, this
season that Jeff lost the votes.
Mm-hmm.
That was this season, right? Jeff, I forget what, like a year ago.
Yeah, it was before the finale vote.
Yeah, Jeff did an interview with Dalton Ross, and everyone lost the votes. They couldn't find it. And they were I think they were tracing the votes onto new parchment paper. It was crazy. I don't know.
Wow.
The winner of Survivor Gabon is La La Land. There you go.
Well, thankfully they recorded it. Could you imagine? They're like, oh, I think Randy voted for.
That would be amazing. But yeah, so what about you? Before we move on to JT, what do you guys think? Could a player like Bob win? I know we've kind of pretty much covered it, but official answer.
I think a player like Bob can win, but he would really have to utilize the ghost strategy. He'd really have to go to the end with people who are just disliked and disrespected by the jury. Because if he sits against anybody with a resume in season 41, I don't think he wins. But I mean, to be fair though, he was liked. I don't remember anybody being like, I hate Bob. So he had that part going for him that I remember at least. Yeah.
What was that?
I was just going to say, do you think he can win?
I don't think he can win again. I don't think so.
I think it's a slim chance. This season does have the most confessionals since Guatemala, by the way.
Interesting.
Yeah, they were really like on a stretch here of like not giving as many confessionals, despite this season having only 12 episodes.
This is also a season that I don't know how much this really affected, but first season in HD,
that's true.
First season in Africa since Africa, and like only other season in Africa. The elephant scene is like the craziest, coolest scene. So it's a really, really different environment, and I think that adds confessionals.
I think this season of Tocantins, like, oh my gosh, like I rewatched for a video for the Patreon for Tocantins. I'm like rewatching the episodes. I'm like, oh my, just like a breath of fresh air looking at the scenery versus even Samoa and Here's Your Villains, like kind of feels like Fiji, but not Tocantins and not Gabon. It feels very fresh.
Yeah. Well, let's jump over to Tocantins and let's talk all about JT Thomas. And this is essentially going to be me defending JT's legacy, which has gone to absolute shit since one of the most perfect games ever played in the history of Survivor. A perfect game, but I'm just saying, like, in terms of like legacy, liked by the community. I never loved JT his first time. I always thought he was boring, but everybody else always told me I was wrong. And I actually think he got more interesting as he went on. But somebody whose legacy has just been absolutely tarnished because of the Russell incident, because of what happens with Sandra in Game Changers. However, I don't think he deserves the flack he gets. And this first game is one of the most impressive performances of any Survivor. And it is the, they go into that merge down 6-3, and him, Steven, and Taj are able to really just run through that Timbira mess and make it work. And and then he sweeps 7-0 against arguably the best second place finisher in Survivor history, or was probably until Dom came along or whatever. But
I think this stretch from Sugar and Susie all the way to Parvati and Russell is like one of, if not the most interesting stretch of runner-ups to like talk about. Because like in other circumstances, these people could have won the game. It's not like we're seeing a thing with a bunch of goats. Like Steven is not a goat. I know he gets 0 votes. He's not a goat, but yet he's the first person to lose in a clean sweep like this.
Yeah. And when you have,
except for, I guess Earl did win.
There's like, I understand maybe not criticisms, but conversations when you have someone like Tyson who's lost, or like lost, and then he won. Like players who have lost before and then they return and win. JT wins and then loses. I think to me, and I think the reason why a lot of people love JT is because he plays to win. And he did that his first go round. He didn't play very aggressively. Phil, when you said he's boring, when you said you thought he was boring, he was like good old country boy. There wasn't a ton of strategy that we saw. That was all Steven. And to me, the one scene that cements why JT won is, I'm forgetting who's in it, so this really is going to lose its value.
I might remember this one. Like
people, and they're like, "Oh man, if I couldn't win, I sure hope JT does." Like, no one would ever do that ever.
That was Brandon. That was Brandon.
Brandon's amazing on this season.
Ever say that?
He goes on a reward with JT, and you would think the man fell in love or something. He comes back. He's like, Sierra, if I don't go to the end, I want JT there. And Sierra's like, yeah, sure, whatever. I don't. And then he's talking with Taj, or Steven's talking with Taj, and it's like constant. It's just like constant. Everyone's like, oh, I love JT. Coach, like, I trust JT. From the moment I met him, I love him. Like, everyone just loves JT.
I looked into his eyes. That's the thing. And that's why, again, Alexa, what you said is 100% right. Because we talked about, this was the first season we did was Game Changers, you and I together. And JT's boot in that season, he gets booted with an idol. The season before that in Heroes versus Villains, he gets, he gives the piece of paper to Russell, and Russell blows up. And here we are as the audience, like, ooh, what an idiot move. Oh, Jeff Probst's going to call it the dumbest move ever. It's like, yeah, because JT had all the information. He had all the information. Like Eric Reichenbach had all the information of, if I give up immunity, I'm going to be voted out. Like, that is a given. But like, JT is trying to win the game. And that is the most fascinating thing about JT is, and that's why he made the merge twice, won the game once, made the merge, and then gets voted out so early, is because he does not want to get second place. Like, to him, it would be a waste of time to go out there and play the game and play conservatively and do what Troyzan did in Survivor Game Changers, the same season he was on, and just get third place and get 0 votes and be like, I tried my best. No, he wants to go out there and he wants to win. He doesn't play that idol in Game Changers because he's saying to himself, if I get through this vote, I am golden if I don't play this idol. And he didn't think he needed to. So I think his legacy has been tarnished, but then Wesley or Alexa, it goes back to what you were just saying there. When Brendan is talking about JT and like, if I can't win, I want it to be him. Like, that's how good JT's social game was. Also, probably what made him not super interesting, especially since everybody else on Tocantins is insane. Yes. Literally a bunch of psychos on the season. That doesn't help JT, but it still does not. Like, his win is incredible. Yes. And if he doesn't play Heroes versus Villains, he probably is considered the best winner in Survivor history.
This performance here is so dominant, and it's not necessarily JT and JT's win that makes me love Tocantins so much. And every day has me debating: is this the best season, or is it Dave versus Goliath? A personal favorite, at least. But there's just like so much here. Like, JT's social game is so good that we mentioned that like people want him to win. Like, and we're not like in like the next to last episode or in the finale where like it's the jury. People are still in the game and talking about, I love JT. JT's amazing. I love JT. And it's like, I know the editors are like purposely showing this, but I think they're purposely showing this because that's probably how often it was coming up. It was just like a point of conversation every time we talk JT. It's like, oh, I love JT.
If that happened now, and I guess I'm spoiler alerting for a conversation maybe 10 minutes from now, I don't think JT wins if he plays now, even if he's a first-time player, because someone that likable always voted off.
Definitely.
100%.
You hear somebody going, oh, you know what? I want to throw my game and help this person win. Yeah, you're like, both of you are gone.
Absolutely. And that is what Adam Klein talks about all the time, managing your threat level. JT didn't do that, but he also played with just the weirdest group of people. Like, and I say that with love because I love Tocantins and like I love this cast, but like Coach is a weird guy. But Coach is also able to get like Coach is a very underrated player because I do think Coach is acting half the time. But I also think like he's able to get people to drink the Kool-Aid a little bit. And Tyson is able to get people to drink Tyson's greatest confessional in the history, or not even confessional, but his greatest moment in the history of the show, I really believe, is when he looks at Debbie and he literally says, I just lied straight to your face and you ate it up. And like it explains him, but these are the types of people JT was playing against, so like it's really impressive to be able to navigate those personalities and then sit there at Final Tribal Council and spin it after everybody said how great you were and make Steven sound like the biggest asshole to ever play Survivor when that just wasn't the case. It's just he was playing. He was playing on just a different level all around. 100%. He couldn't win nowadays.
I don't think there's a person in this cast that beats him at the finale. No. I don't think there's anybody there at 15 that has a shot. Like Steven may have had the best shot, and even then.
Yeah. He has a Todd level Final Tribal Council. He crushes. That's a top 5 Final Tribal performance.
I do think part of that is because I feel like this is Steven's weakness, though, is when he gets that final tribal. And I think the more you hear from Steven now, Steven might be a bit more confident now. And I thought that until I watched Cambodia, and I'm like, here's Steven breaking down again out in Survivor. How he's like, I think Steven like is great. Like if Survivor, if the Final Tribal Council was answer all these questions on a written test, Steven would crush JT every day of the week. But it's not. It's like you have to answer face to face and like think on the fly. And I feel like Steven really got overwhelmed here. And you could see it throughout the season. Like I don't know, Steven, by the way, this season makes a lot of weird faces. Funny faces. But I just noticed that in the background you'll see Steven, he'll go like, and I'm like, what are you doing? I love Steven.
Good duo. And they're such a fun duo because they're just so different. Yes. And everyone loves that. Like that's just such a and at the beginning, Steven's like, I'm the New Yorker and he's the Southern guy. It's perfect.
Well, and it comes down to, we've seen this a lot in past seasons. Steven is too neurotic almost for Survivor. And I'm like I get it, that's his personality, but we see this a lot. The people like Steven or Hannah or Gabby, like when you sit down and like you're that much of a thinker, it's hard for you because you're always thinking, okay, people are seeing a side of me that maybe like you're thinking like you lower yourself. You know what I mean? Like it's that whole like, not that you don't have like high self-esteem or whatever, but you're always thinking like, are people not liking what I'm saying? And JT played into that weakness of Steven's so hard because Steven's a brilliant guy and Steven's like a great Survivor player and Steven's just a really well-spoken guy, but I think there's parts of him that still have that doubt, that little doubt that creeps up and is like, hey man, like you're not as good as JT. You're not as good as JT. And JT just took the knife and just stabbed him over and over at that final tribal council to the point where Steven's not even talking to the jury. He's talking to JT like, come on, man. I love like what is going, and it's
so sorry.
Yeah. I think one scene that really stands out in my mind when we talk about JT winning is I believe it's at the merge, if it's not the merge episode, where Coach comes up and talks to him and says, I trust you. I want to get rid of I believe Brandon was his target at that point. At that point, Brandon became the dragon. Yeah, at that point, Brandon was the dragon. And he's going to JT, he's trusting him. And then JT goes and talks to Steven. He's like, hey, Coach came up to me and said he trusts me and he wants to put Brandon. I'm paraphrasing. And Steven's like, why would he do that? JT's like, I don't know. But it's like, that's like the appeal of JT to everyone in the season. Like everyone just loves JT. And it's like partially it is who JT is. But on the other side, it's like, I don't know. Like, it's just something you can't put your finger on. It's like it's like Parvati. It's like just that natural charm that people are drawn into. Unfortunately, it doesn't work as well in the other seasons, but in this season, it just crushes.
And I think he's got, like, when you just said, he's like, I don't know. He plays a little bit of like the dumb Southerner a little bit. He plays it. That's not me saying that. Yeah. And that works. That is huge.
Everybody gives Nick Wilson a lot of credit for that, but JT is probably the first one. JT plays the aw shucks. I'm just a good old Southern boy, and I'm just going to go out there and I'm a hard worker, and that's all. And I'm nice, and I'm going to be friendly. And in the end, he's going to literally stab like the New Yorker as many times as he can because he wants that $1 million more than any of them thought he wanted that $1 million. Like, it's unbelievable.
And he played such a good game that Steven never had a shot at getting rid of JT. Like, there was no way Steven was going to get rid of JT at, what was it?
It would have had to be final
5
3.
or final 6. Yeah, there's no way he was getting rid of him when they were getting rid of a Debbie or Coach. Like, they needed to go. So, but by the time it's like, Coach, Taj, and Aaron, JT's winning his way to the end. Similar actually to Brian Heidik in that winning those final 3 immunities, where it's like, you needed me to this point, but in case you don't need me, now I've secured my way to the end. Not saying they're similar people, just that the final 3 immunities. Bob didn't even win the final 3. He won the final 3 and then had that 4th one he didn't get. But here JT makes sure, like, even if you don't need me, you don't have a choice.
Well, and another thing, like I was talking about this in the last one. Sometimes voting for somebody, not voting for somebody is a great strategy. And JT doesn't vote for Coach when Coach gets voted out. And I don't remember the exact, and maybe Wes, you could tell me, but I don't remember exactly if JT comes back and is like, oh my God, what did you do? But I'm pretty sure like JT, even if it was edited that way, did not, or knew that Coach was going home that night, and purposely does not vote for Coach so that he will get Coach's vote at the end. And it's a brilliant move because that is what Coach wants. Like, Coach has that ego that you need to lean into that. So JT, sorry, you didn't play a perfect game. You didn't vote correctly every time. Yeah. But in that vote, he voted correctly.
I feel like Coach is the kind of person too, where if you're like, oh man, I didn't vote for you, like I really wanted you to stay, the coach is going to believe him, even though, as you mentioned, I don't remember that episode exactly in terms of does he come back? I don't remember him and Steven ever really fighting until the final tribal. So I bet you JT was in on the loop and he votes for Aaron knowing that Coach is going and that he didn't need to vote for Coach. I think you're right in that aspect. And Steven lets him get away with it too.
Yeah.
From what we saw.
He does. And so now I'm looking at this too, and we see Steven and JT, they really are the ones who go back and forth, and Steven's the one who kind of takes a lot of the blame, even though he was strategizing a lot. And we get down to the final four. Taj is an incredibly underrated player of Survivor. Like she tried to do the whole like the co-alliance for Exile alliance, whatever you want to call it. She tried.
That would have been so cool.
It would have been so epic, and she's the one who's trying to pull that off. So really, you had two really great strategists, and then just a really good physical threat. But we see JT and Steven vote out Taj at final four instead of voting out Aaron. And that always begs the question, and this is what JT leaned into really hard, where it was, thank God I won immunity because I took you, man. You wouldn't have taken me. You would have taken Aaron. And it would have been interesting to see a Steven versus Aaron final two, because I actually don't dislike Aaron as much as a lot of people dislike Aaron. But that would have just been ripped apart. And it was a great move for JT to be like, yo, like I had won immunity. We could have voted out Aaron, but you wanted to vote out Taj. So we voted out Taj. Now I'm thinking you would have voted me out if you would have won immunity. Good thing I won it because I keep my word. And he's saying that straight to Coach in the back row, who's like, honor.
Keeping their word.
I don't want to get too deep into this because but everyone remembers the Coach Amazon story. And so I made a video all about the Exile Alliance that's on the Patreon, not to sit here and promote that too much, but because I just made a video, that's why I remember this so much. So he tells the Amazon story, and I think everybody kind of remembers the Amazon story, but I feel like what gets forgotten for the most part is when we get to Tribal Council and Jeff's asking about the Amazon story, and Coach like, well, actually, that was the PG-13 version. And he mentions how the Amazonian people licked his butthole. Yeah. And I'm paraphrasing, but I like completely forgot that.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Coach is the best character. I mean, I don't know if anybody argues it, but Coach is the best character Survivor's ever had. And he's just amazing. I mean, he just leaned into it. He played into it so hard. And like Alexa and I on our Patreon for the month of June, we did a Heroes versus Villains casting of seasons 21 to 40, just one-time players.
Sure.
And there were some players who were like, do they really belong on the hero tribe?
Yeah.
Or like, could like 5% of people might see them as a villain. So maybe we should put them on the villain tribe or like whatever. Coach was one of those where it's like, was he a hero or was he a villain? It doesn't matter. Just get him on the freaking season. Just get him on the season. We will make an exception. He does not need to, because he's a villain, but he's not really a villain. Like he's not a villain in the Boston Rob or Tyson way. Like Coach is an ass in Tocantins, but he's not mean. Like Tyson is straight up mean to people on that season. Coach is not that. He just likes to insult people behind their back.
We need Coach back a fourth time. Coach needs one last time.
I don't want self-aware Coach. Like I want Tocantins Coach, and we'll talk about in South Pacific where he's pretty self-aware but doesn't own up to the game he played. I don't even like Heroes vs. Villains Coach a little bit, but Tocantins Coach is vintage best. Put him on Exile Island, give him a staff, and you're good to go.
Totally
I mean, remember when they said like your team's stacked, and then Brandon's like, we're throwing underhand. Nobody's amazing at this, or who's done this before? Coach like, I have.
And I think that's, I mean, part of the reason JT was very popular at the time, but part of the reason why JT maybe loses some of his legacy is because people kind of forget his winning game now. They remember his losses because they had such big moments in those losses, but they kind of forget his winning game because of people like Coach, because of people like Tyson, who have completely overshadowed JT now. Like if you're talking about who are the three most popular players from Tocantins, it is 100% Tyson, Coach, and Steven. Nobody talks about JT anymore the way that they talked about him back in that day, because his games have progressively gotten worse, whereas the others, their games have progressively gotten better. Of course, now you can't say that really about Steven or Coach, but they still were very, focal points of their season, or Steven or Tyson, but they both were very focal points of their seasons, no matter what, when they played. So, poor JT kind of just gets forgotten here. Mm-hmm. Even though if you just looked at Tocantins, just Tocantins, it is easily a top 5 winning game of all time. And I put it above any second time player. I put it above Boston Robs and Parvs and all that, because he did this his first time. And it is so unbelievable to do that. It might be the best winning game.
And he ran circles around not a bunch of recruits, like pretty good players. Like Taj is a good player, Steven's a good player. Tyson pretty good player. Coach, like all good players.
Yeah.
I mean, Tyson goes on to win. Coach goes on to be a runner-up. Steven is, a very big part of Second Chances.
He's a know-it-all.
He's a know-it-all. Like, he beat legit players. And, yeah, we haven't seen Taj play again, which I always find to be very interesting because I think Taj would be a great person to play again. But he beat really good players. Like, there is no denying that he beat really good players, which when we get to Samoa, Natalie beat maybe one really good player, and then we can talk about everything else. But I think this was a season that was loaded with really, really good Survivor players. So to be able to run circles around them, some like Coach is a recruit, obviously, but to be able to beat some of these other players who go on to be like legends in their own way on Survivor, that's impressive.
Something I know we've kind of overlooked some of the things that JT had to deal with, but and this is going to come up again next season when we talk about Natalie and Russell. But JT, Steven, and Taj all go into the jury phase down 6-3. They did not have the advantage. They weren't even close to having the advantage because once I believe it was Joe gets medevaced, they go from that 6-4 to 6-3. Everyone's waiting around for this Exile Alliance going to happen, which, by the way, I almost forgot. JT got looped into it the last second by Brandon. So it's not even like the Exile Alliance was screwed him, because if they actually had stuck together, JT would have been a part of that as well. That's how much he was loved. But going down 6-3, it almost reminds me of Vecepia going into Marquesas. But Vecepia didn't go into Marquesas and then bring her group of Rob and Sean to the end. It was just Vecepia got to the end almost by herself.
I have to say one thing about this because it's an incredible fact, because you're bringing up this 6-3. From the time that they hit the jury phase down 6-3, before Taj gets voted out of the game at Final Four, JT, Steven, and Taj receive a grand total of 1 vote after being down 6-3 at Final 9. And it's Taj. She gets 1 vote at the Debbie boot, and the vote comes from Coach, who literally just had no idea what was going on. Everybody else voted for Debbie. But that's how good the 3 of them played the game. They got 1 vote before Taj gets voted out.
I mean, Steven finished with 1 vote the whole game. Come on.
And that's what happens when you have tribes like Timbira, or we'll talk soon about Tandang. I guess we'll talk about that next week. When you have a tribe that's together for so long and they all just hate each other.
Yes.
And it doesn't even matter who the other people are. And actually we'll talk about that in probably 2 minutes with
the 444 and Galoo.
It's almost like they mirror each other in some ways.
And I got to correct you, not to be like correcting and oh yes, no, that's wrong. Steven didn't get a vote on this season.
Well, I'm looking right now. He has 1 vote on the wiki, unless I'm missing something.
I'm looking at it right now, and I don't see.
If you look at the order people were eliminated.
Oh, you know what? So I was wrong. So Aaron voted for Steven when Sierra went home. So it was actually, they received 2 votes. Taj, Steven, and JT, they received 2 votes from Final 9. Still incredible. Still a really impressive thing. And both times that they received votes were actually in tribal councils where 3 people received votes, and they were always just people who just received 1 vote, and the other 2 people were always going to be the targets more. So I did miss that. So it was actually
Taj did get votes in the pre-merge. I don't know how specific we're getting here, but in the post-merge when they should have been getting picked off.
That's what I'm saying.
You're right.
There were 2, and I just missed Steven's 1 vote. But so 2 votes when you're down 6-3. You get 2 total votes between 3 people over the course of the next 6 episodes, I guess it is, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The next 5 episodes, you get 2 votes from 3 people. That is incredible when you're the minority alliance. It's unreal.
I really do think I almost wonder. I really feel like the Joe medevac actually helps because they wanted to get rid of Brendan then. It wasn't. I don't think it was going to be Joe then. I think it was supposed to be Brendan. It was supposed to be the Dragon was supposed to be Slade at 8.
It's one of the best episodes of the season, and it ends in a medevac, but that is one of the most fun episodes where they're just going back and forth. Do we get rid of Brendan? No, we get rid of Coach. No, we get rid of JT. No, we get rid of. It's one of the most fun edited episodes, maybe of Survivor ever. Just editing is incredible in that episode.
And it's just, I feel like because Joe gets medevac, they have so much time where they're just sitting around stewing. I hate Brendan. Brendan, it needs to go, especially Coach, who of course by the time he puts up Brendan is sweet relief. But I feel like they spent so much time focusing on Brendan that other things are pushed to the side. we should be thinking, okay, Brendan, and then what? But it's really like Brendan. For like 6 days in the game, Brendan. It's like almost a whole week. We're just focusing on this one guy, but it's like, okay, what are we going to do next? And it shows, then goes Tyson. Tyson shouldn't have gone next. You know, it should have been Steven or JT. I know everyone's loving JT, but it should have been somebody.
And at that final 8, it's 5 votes Tyson, 3 votes Sierra. No votes for JT, no votes for Steven, no votes for Todd.
The beauty of the Brendan obsession is because that's where the Dragon Slayer nickname comes from, and that transcends Survivor. But when you actually look back and think, like, wait, who's the dragon he slayed? It's this guy,
Brendan.
To be fair, though, it was because of the Exile Alliance that they suspected.
Yes.
They suspected he had a side thing. So it wasn't like it was just some random guy who wasn't doing anything. It was a guy who was smart, not the best socially aware person, but he was smart and he was forming alliance to their side. So it wasn't like he did nothing. But nobody thinks of Brendan as like, oh, he should come back for a second shot.
I love Brendan, and I think he should come back for a second shot. But I do know what you're saying. Like, nobody talks about Brendan in the grand scheme of things because, I mean, that's the draft. Like, it's not Tyson. It's not JT. It's not Steven. It's Brendan.
Yeah.
And remember, the bride of the dragon was Sierra, which makes no sense, but the bride of the dragon.
Only because they were a partner, not because...
Yeah, but all right. So how many confessionals did JT have? Alexa, you can take a stab at it first. Last time I nailed it on the number.
I feel like
I guess Steven as well while we're at it.
I think Steven had more than JT. I'm going to say JT had 36 and Steven had 40.
I'm going to say 56 for JT and 62 for Steven.
So I'm going to throw out a fun one here. Coach had 58. He had the third most. Second most of the season was 61 with Steven.
Oh, wow. 62.
First was 71 with JT.
Oh, wow.
JT had 2 episodes where he had double digit immune.
I expected him to get overshadowed.
No, JT, I only rewatched half the season, to be fair, when I did the Exile Alliance video because it's not relevant past like episode 8. But no, JT was very prominent, like especially going into the merge. He's I know we like try to think that JT maybe like in retrospect, like what did JT do in Tocantins? But like JT did a lot of things and he was very interesting to talk to. He has good confessionals, but he does have that strong accent. It makes it a little bit harder. So he doesn't have like any like real iconic lines, but like JT lost like a tooth, you know. JT did a lot of things this season, he's almost like he's not the most prominent character, but he is a major character. He's not some like boring guy who just got to the end and dominated. So.
I thought Steven would have had more confessionals, but I'm glad I was off by 1 on Stevens and that I did have JT higher. I mean, Alexa's down here at 36 and 40. Come on, they're not Parvati. They're actually good players.
I thought you'd have Tyson and Coach completely dominated.
Tyson actually doesn't have that many in any of his seasons until Blood versus Water. Yeah. So we were talking about Courtney from last season. I'm pretty sure Tyson
versus Villains. Ridiculous.
If you look at Tyson's from his 2 seasons prior to Blood versus Water, I think he might have only had maybe 30, 31, 32 confessionals. It's not much, which is really shocking because he's so snippy.
He has Tyson has 22 in Tocantins, and Heroes vs. Villains he has 6.
Yeah, so 28 2 seasons, and then he comes back like the third time as one of the fan favorites and wins the game. Where is Courtney Yates' third chance? All right, let's move on. Since we were just talking about a very prominent winner, let's talk about the most prominent winner in the history of the show.
Wait! You didn't touch on could JT win again? Like.
I
don't mean JT himself. I mean, if somebody was to basically just beat JT incarnate in 41.
No way. Too likable.
Way too likable, way too much of a target.
I think I agree. I think they would really have to lower their target, but then they wouldn't be JT. So, and I know, Phil, you talked about a lot about this, so I won't spend too much time on it. I feel like JT's letter in Heroes vs. Villains, as you said, is very similar to Eric's immunity, is giving away his necklace. It's not this dumb move when your only information is what you know on the Heroes tribe. Like, writing that letter. JT is like a home run here. He goes up to bat. He ain't hitting a single. He's going there to win the game, or he's going swing. He's striking out because that's how JT plays. He goes in to win it all. He goes to strike out. He's not there to play safe. So when he writes that letter, it's like if we hadn't watched Samoa, or which he hadn't because it hadn't aired. And if you don't know Russell, like all you're seeing is the guys are getting picked off on the other side, and you're like, well, here's this guy I don't know, which should be a red flag, of course. But, you know, like if we can loop him into our side, we could run the rest of this game when the tribes flip or when the tribes merge. So it's not this dumb move. It's just, but some of the way he wrote the letter was just so hilarious. Like, okay, when Jeff says this, that's when you got to play the idol. Stuff like that. It's like,
yeah, there's a love no. And I think like that's what hurts him. And now let's talk about Samoa, because Alexa and I, and this is to date this podcast, which we always said we weren't going to do, but to date this podcast, we just did an interview with Russell. And the thing is, like, when you first get Russell, I know he was like running around looking for idols and things like that. I know he admits he said stuff on Samoa that he wishes he didn't say, but at first you don't think like I really like Russell, and talking to Russell on the phone, talking to Russell in person, like Alexa and I, like we both really like him.
Nice guy.
Like, nice guy. And I think a lot of what he was doing early in the season was playing it to the cameras. And then once he was down and desperate, he started bullying the other tribe. So I think that's something that happened. Now they get out there for heroes versus villains. They know he's on the villains tribe, but so is Coach. So is Titan. So is Randy.
Yeah.
Like, they're all obnoxious, but like, they're not bad people, you know? And I think so when you talk to Russell and you hear what's going on and you see all the men getting voted off, was just happened to be how it went. You see all the men getting voted off, and Russell says, I'm hurting, guys. I need help. You don't know that he's not a villain like every other villain on that tribe, that he is actually a villain.
Yeah.
You know, and so
not just a villain in name, like Suri is just a hero in name, really.
Yeah, exactly. Like Russell is legitimately a villain. And so that goes into Samoa here, where I know you're very excited to talk about this season. Here's what I think Natalie White did to win the game. She aligned with Russell. Let's hear it, Wes.
Oh, no, I mean, I'm not going to disagree with you.
Oh, I can. Or she aligned with Russell and was nicer than him.
Yeah.
So as I mentioned in previous podcasts, and I'm going to emphasize here, and I think this is another marker in Survivor. We mentioned how in China, it's like we're still talking about how it's the social player wins. Like that's how Todd won. He was the best social player. Here we're in Samoa, once again, learning this lesson in 2009, the social player wins. Natalie wins, treating people nice and not treating them like crap. And this is the most extreme example is how you win this game. Like just being friends with people, making them want to give you $1 million, because just because you have the best resume doesn't mean you win Survivor, because Survivor's not about building a resume. It's about pleasing the jury. If the jury wants you to build a resume, then you need to do that. But if that's not what your jury wants, it doesn't matter. And what Natalie successfully did here, I think what she did best was, a lot of people, what they do best is get to the end. What Natalie did best here was please the jury, because how she got to the end is why people view Natalie so low, is because, well, Russell did all the work. Russell did this. Russell did that. Russell got Natalie the end. And it's really hard to argue that Russell didn't do a lot of the work that got Natalie to the end, because we see so little of Natalie. It's like, I don't even know what Natalie was thinking most of the time. Her confessional count, where is she? How many confessionals she had by the merge?
20.
She had 4 confessionals going into the merge. Like, come on.
And she ends with 18 on the season?
15. Out of 388, Russell had 108, which is 28% of the confessional. So it's just so hard to tell, like, what was Natalie?
There are more Survivor seasons than Natalie spoke.
Yeah. Yeah. No, and so
That's
what
true.
bothers me about this, and this is not a knock on Natalie White. This is a knock 1,000,000% on the editors. And then we see it again in Heroes versus Villains. And I'm a big Sandra fan. There's like, how could you not be if you're doing a Survivor podcast?
Yeah.
You're not if you're Russell. But you have, like, I'm a huge Sandra fan. But if you're not going to tell me the story of how this person won, I do not care. And in the pre-merge of Heroes versus Villains, we don't really get the story of why Sandra's winning. Now it picks up, but with Natalie White, hers never picks up. So for me to sit here and watch an entire season, and then, even though he's evil, watch Luke Skywalker get stabbed and killed at the end by Darth Vader. And I know that this is a bad analogy, considering why is like Russell should be Darth Vader and she should be whatever, but he is a viewpoint for the season.
Yes.
He is our protagonist. He is our better example. He is our Walter White. He is our Walter White. And Natalie is not Jesse. Natalie isn't Gus. Natalie isn't Mike Ehrmantraut. Natalie is not and a gun, and I can't remember her name. Natalie is literally like one of the characters who's in the first episode. She's the guy with the weird voice who's one of the drug dealers who gets like arrested in like the fourth episode. He just has a weird voice. That's his trait. That is literally Natalie White. And so it's just really hard as a viewer to sit down and watch that and watch Russell get so much screen time, watch him do everything. They could have easily given Natalie White 15 more confessionals, double her confessional count, give her 30, which is still an incredibly low number. And Natalie White's win makes sense. And they gave us nothing.
I will say that my wife, she already knew Russell never won just through osmosis of being a Survivor fan, but she had never watched Samoa previous, I think, till like 6 months ago. Don't quote me on timeline, but it was around that time. So we watched Samoa, and I'm like, okay, so Russell doesn't win. I'm like, this is a fascinating case study. Watch a season of, first off, how to lose Survivor despite looking like the best player, but also like she didn't know that Natalie White was the winner. So like, who do you think the winner is? So we weren't even out of the pre-merge. And she figured out it was Natalie because she knew, okay, if Russell doesn't win, who's the winner? So she's like looking, and my wife's not like looking for winners edits. She's just like looking at like who is set up here to win. If Russell doesn't win, who wins? She figured out it was Natalie with 4 confessionals in the pre-merge. So it's almost like if Russell doesn't win and you just watch Natalie, like you can see it. It's just that the editors didn't show us enough.
And this is another season, and this is, going back to like how impressive what the 404 did. And so this gives credit to Natalie and to Mick and to Jason, who, by the way, Mick, I could do without. Jason, though, very underrated. I really like Jason. Really think that he got a raw deal because he was aligned with Russell. Yeah. And he didn't make it to the end, the forgotten member of the 404. But this is another season. If you look at Natalie and you look at Russell, Alexa, I'll ask you because I know that Wes has Survivor Wiki open. How many immunities do you think the two of them won combined on this season? And I'm talking pre-merge, and I'm talking post-merge. How many immunities did they win?
Both Natalie and Russell together?
Yeah, combined.
So you're talking about tribal immunities and individuals, right?
And individual.
Okay. I already knew the answer without the wiki, but okay.
I can't. How many?
4.
It was less. So they won 1 individual immunity challenge, or one, tribe challenge. It was just the one where Yasmin gets voted out. And then obviously Russell ends up having to be medevac. Good Russell, as he was called on this season.
Russell, crazy name.
But he gets voted out or gets medevac. So that doesn't count as a immunity. And then Russell only wins the final 4 challenge, which is one of the most impressive challenge performances in Survivor history. And we'll talk about that in a second. But that's the only one. Natalie White does not win a single immunity challenge. And the two of them, Jason and Mick, overcome an 8-4 disadvantage at the merge and are able to pull it off. It's so impressive because they didn't do it. And this is why people the big Russell stands love that, is because he played the game that we now want to see win. He didn't need the immunities. He played the idols instead. He never had the numbers. He had to make the comeback. Like, people want the chaos now. They don't want the comfort, which is Australia and Africa and things like they want the chaos. This is so chaotic. And for them to be able to pull off what they did, it's so impressive. But I always look at this. Russell Hantz versus Brett at the end of this game. Brett is another one. What he have? 12 confessionals?
And they were all in the last 3 episodes.
Oh, let me double check. Well, he's not Mike Tyson. Get that right. He's Brett.
Yeah.
He has 29, and every episode he has 1 confessional, and he has the first confessional of
double.
That's insane. All right,
double Natalie and the first confessional, and every episode he has at least 1.
Well, that's insane because I did not realize that Brett had that. But what I was going to say is,
my bad. I was looking at Mick.
I was going to say, get out of here. Brett had 12.
Brett had 12. I'm looking at it. My bad.
Yeah.
How does Mick have all these confessionals?
Yeah, no, Mick makes sense, though, because he was the leader of a losing tribe. But
Brett had 12. My bad. And
but
Brett
so here's
professional, though.
Here's what my problem is. Survivor missed a huge thing. Survivor Samoa should have been a top 5 season of Survivor of all time. And here's what they blew.
Uh-oh.
You had the ultimate hero, or the ultimate villain. The ultimate villain. Russell Hantz is still the biggest villain Survivor's ever had. And I mean that out of respect because it's phenomenal. He's the best villain the show's ever had. You had the ultimate villain. You literally did have Darth Vader. You had Brett, who was the last remaining member of Galoo, who, if you watch the Ponderosas at the time, Every single one of them wanted to vote for to win. Every single one. And he's going head to head against Evil Russell at this Final Four challenge where they are stacking plates on a stick. And it is the stupidest challenge. And that thing just keeps going up like it's a cartoon, because how is this happening? And the problem is you don't care about Brett at all. They could have built Brett up, give him 10 more confessionals, play him up as a hero, and now we have good versus evil. Then you get to final tribal with evil defeating good. And you have Natalie White with 10 to 15 more confessionals, and people are actually rooting for her to beat Russell. Yeah. And you now have good defeat evil because evil defeated good. You have so many storylines there, and they absolutely blew it because they gave nobody any confessionals other than Russell.
It's true. With Brett too, Brett and Natalie, man, everyone just got underrated. Shambo has 39. Like, that's the second most this season. And it's such a shame. And I understand not only was Russell just so electric in this season, like he's electric. And I feel like we like to really, everyone's like, oh, everyone likes to feel like the smartest guy in the room, like Russell lost. Ha ha ha. But it's like Russell didn't play this bad game. It wasn't until like day 33. I remember very specifically when we rewatched it. Russell really wasn't being mean to anybody out in public until I believe day 33 when we got to who was voted out.
It was Monica.
Monica, yeah. Monica, I feel like was the first time we saw Russell being mean to anybody in the game. It was always in confessional. He was smartly, just like Rob Mariano. I feel like there's a lot of comparisons, and we'll get to their season later. But Rob Mariano is always mean in confessional. He's like, I'm with the Bozo tribe again, the idiots, But he doesn't say it to their face. Why would he? But Russell broke that wall and starts trash talking Monica. Jason and Brett, he loses their votes. I don't know if he had them to begin with, but he should have had Jason's.
Should have had Jason's, yeah.
Should have had Jason's. I don't know if he loses Brett. He got Shambo's. But like the reality is like he's on day 39 telling Natalie, I'll put you on the jury. That's to the point his ego had gotten. And nobody wants to reward that.
No. And the biggest thing for him, so what gets completely missed here is Russell Hantz received 2 votes on this season that counted. 2, because he nullified that epic Kelly Charbonneau blindside.
Yeah.
He got 2 votes this entire season. That's when he started getting mean, though, because he started to feel like he was being threatened and he could possibly be losing control. What if people start to turn on me? What if Shambo and Jason don't want to work with me and decide to vote me out at Final 7 instead of voting out Monica? And that's why he starts being mean to people, because he's losing the control. Yeah. Up until that point, like, you can't tell me that Kelly and Eric didn't vote for Russell for any reason other than the hell that they were bitter. I mean, Eric gives that insanely powerful tribal council speech, and what it all boils down to in my mind is he's really upset that Russell got the better of him. He's really sad about that. And Natalie also got the better of him there, and that's what everybody always points to. Well, Natalie made the move on Eric, great, and then they still had to make 6 more moves before they had the numbers or whatever it is. Yeah. So I just think, like, once he started getting mean there, he was playing it in a respectful way before that. He makes John Fincher, the rocket scientist, the man who was able to get Parvati Shallow's hand in marriage, who wins the game in reality. He's able to make that guy look like an idiot. And that guy still votes for Russell because he respected what Russell did. And Shambo, who thought Russell took digs at her too much throughout the game, still votes for him because there was a respect there. But once he started being mean to Monica, and that was like the glue stronghold, you piss off Monica, now you've pissed off Eric, you've pissed off Kelly, you've pissed off Danger Dave, you've pissed off Brett and Laura, and you're never getting those votes. Jason not voting for him, I think, is just being a baby, but whatever.
Do you guys remember in episode 10 when Natalie got a bunch of votes? I forgot.
I don't.
No.
Look at her on Wiki. In episode 10, this is where
that's when John Fincher. That's when Russell convinced John to not do the split vote, so they didn't go to Rock. So really, again, Russell saves Natalie. Should have just let Natalie go home there.
The reality is, though, is even if Natalie goes home, I don't think Russell beats Mick.
He beats Mick. He got votes. Mick didn't. Nobody liked Mick.
Well,
I think that's
with Natalie not there.
People liked Natalie. I think people felt apathetic about Mick. And if you're at the final tribal, people feeling apathetic about you is probably worse than people dislike.
Well, and I don't even know if it was apathetic because Eric ripped Mick at that final tribal speech because he was like, you were the leader. Sorry, Alexa, you froze. But he was like, you were the leader of this tribe. Also, somebody take a picture of how Alexa is frozen. This is amazing. But it was, you were the leader of this tribe. And our guy who was our leader got medevac. Like there was such I know they're tribes, but there was such like a tribal mentality of like, yeah, we had to sacrifice our captain and now we've lost. And you didn't even want to be leader. Like nobody was going to vote for Mick, but by Russell pissing off Monica, he lost every single vote on that jury aside from John and Shambo, who, when you really think about it, were the only two free thinking people on the entire Galoo tribe. Everybody else was just like, oh my gosh, isn't this great? Like, so that is probably why he was still able to get their votes, but not anybody else's.
So I do have some other fun facts about Natalie. They're not completely related. Since we're talking so much about Russell, I feel like we need to talk about Natalie. She's another person who originally applied for the Amazing Race. So I feel like we have, like, what was it? Parvati and Earl, or if I recall, both applied to be on the Amazing Race, but then win Survivor. The Amazing Race is just really good at getting survivors.
Natalie, or like mindset, I guess.
Natalie actually goes to every single tribal council except for one. Same with Russell. I know the same for Russell. We're talking about the winner. So now she goes to every single tribal council but one. And I have one more thing on her. She's the first female to win an all newbie season since Sandra in Pearl Islands. It's almost hard to forget. Because what was it? I'm sorry. Guatemala had, of course, 2 returnees, and then you get to Micronesia.
Half its returnees,
yeah. And then Vanuatu's a male, All Stars, all returnees. So yeah, I mean, no one since Pearl Islands has won an all newbie season as 12 seasons.
It's interesting because females seem to have an advantage and this is a little bit of a side note, but it also makes sense with what we're going to talk about with Sandra. They have a little bit of an advantage in returning seasons, but they really struggle in newbie seasons. And it didn't work out that way early on. But if you really look at the numbers now, the amount of women who have won newbie seasons, I believe, is only, I think it's 8. And I might be wrong. Yeah. I might be wrong on that, but it's Tina, it's Vecepia, it's Jenna, and then you have to go all the way to and then Sandra, and then Natalie. That's 5. And then Michelle Fitzgerald, Denise. Well, no, Denise had.
Let's go in order. You're throwing me off. So Sophie is not an all newbie season. Kim is an all newbie season.
So Kim, that's who I forgot.
Denise is not an all newbie season. Blood again. San Juan del Sur is an all newbie season.
Yep, and then Michelle, and that's it.
Korong.
So it's 8. There are 8 women who have won newbie seasons. There have been 28 newbie seasons. Like, it's crazy when you actually break it down that way. So I just think like it's fascinating too that one of them is Natalie White, who nobody talks about. And so, you know, Natalie White, Vecepia, they've never played again, despite being 2 women out of 8 who won all newbie seasons. So it's just really interesting, to look at things like that. And what I like, the fun fact I like in here, Wes, is that she is tied with Kim Spradlin and Sarah Lacina for the most votes at a final tribal council in Survivor history for any woman. That is insane.
Natalie is Kim's confirmed. They're both
what was the final vote breakdown?
7-2.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I know.
Yeah. She crushed it, man. Mick got no votes. Russell only got 2. I mean, also I want to mention briefly that I love Russell Swan just in every season, but here he's beloved by everybody. Anyways, I just want to mention that because I saw Russell Swan. I almost forget because he goes out in episode 6. But I really do like Russell Swan. Anyways, the other Russell, I guess. But I know the seasons are sort of like a real thing of like why Russell Hance lost. And eventually, when I reach Samoa on my channel, I'll do a video specifically about why he lost, besides the story video. Because I did one today about why Rob Cesternino lost and how he could have won. And I feel like there's quite a few people that videos on that could be done. But anyways, I was wondering, have you guys ever watched the recap episode from the season? It's called The First 27 Days.
No.
I haven't either, and I think I need to because I wonder if, probably not, but I wonder if there's any Natalie in the episode because I'm like so desperate for like more Natalie. I wonder if that recap episode has more. And I always skip the recap, so I never even think about it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I probably watched it when it was on back in the day, but I've never rewatched it, so I don't remember it at all. But that is a good question. I mean, maybe it's out there, but everybody always talks about these seasons like like you were just saying with Rob Cesternino, how could he have won? And some people feel disappointed in the end of Amazon, and that like lowers their level, or how I am with Panama, where Aras wins, or at least how I was, not anymore. But that really is how Samoa feels. Samoa is the most anticlimactic ending ever, and it could have been so that finale could have been the greatest finale in the history of the show if they played up Brett and they played up Natalie a lot more than they did, and they just dropped the ball. They just blew it.
Stumbled to the finish line.
For so many years, I feel like people watch Samoa, and the casual audience definitely. It's almost like because of the editing, and I don't want to harp too much on the editors, but like this is the only season where I really feel like the editing's such a disservice. As you're saying, Phil, it could have been more epic in the finale. But really what this season should have been, and it shouldn't have taken us years later, it shouldn't take the hardcore audience to really be able to talk about it. It should be like even the casual should see this is like, this is what Survivor is about. Survivor is not about finding hidden immunity idols for the first time ever, without clues, and playing the idols. And even though you're overcoming the 8-4 disadvantage, it's not about that. This is not what Survivor's about. And it really should have been like, here's Russell, this guy who's doing all these things, but here's Natalie, like Sandra in the next season, she's like, Russell thinks he can beat me in the end, but I don't know about that. That's what Natalie should have been like here. I know she's not sassy like Sandra, but I really feel like that it's such a disservice to the story, because there is, like, we really could have downplayed Russell and still had all of his great confessionals, because a lot of his kind of repeat.
Where did he get out? 108 confessionals? Is that
108. Nobody's ever beaten him. I don't think even Rob Mariano.
Give him 78.
Yeah.
And he completely dominates the season. Like, it's all, don't worry, Russell still is an iconic player if you cut 30 confessionals off of him.
Yeah. Because he has literally 1, 2, 3, 4 double-digit confessional episodes, and the first 3 episodes is like 9, 8, 10. Like, bro, bro. Yeah. Like, I get it. I get it early on because you're really playing him up and you want people to know. But if he's not going to win the season, like Natalie White, I think in those first 3 episodes, what does she have? None. She doesn't get confessional until episode 4. That's insane. Your winner doesn't get a confessional until episode 4, while Russell has more in 2 episodes than she has the entire season, and she wins.
That's a joke.
Yeah, I think there's a better story in Samoa, and I wish like the raw footage, not the raw footage, I guess, but I wish like I wish there was like a thing, like we could get a re-edited season. Like that would be killer. It's the only season I think that too.
We're all probably in agreement that the Natalie White type did not win.
No, I don't think it's respected by the jury anymore, unfortunately. Though the importance of social should not be underestimated, because that's how she won. It still is super important. So.
I think to answer your question, Alexa, like it goes back to the fact that only Michelle and only Kim have won all, and Natalie Anderson have won all newbie seasons as women since Natalie White. And there's a lot of women who have played similar to Natalie White, and they always get 0 votes.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know if this is worth, I don't even know if this is worth discussing. Kim wins in an all-woman final 3. Natalie Anderson wins in an all-woman final 3. Natalie beats 2 guys and Michelle beats 1 guy. I don't know what that's saying, but I think that's worth bringing up.
Yeah. And think about the guy that Michelle beats. It was Ty.
And one of the guys that Natalie beats is Mick, who's
but I think like with Ty too, like if you're looking past Natalie, Ty, like people were saying like they couldn't understand what he was saying at the final tribal and like all of that. There was a language barrier legitimately there. Yeah, that says something. That might be brought up on the Cesternino podcast. That says something.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Go ahead, Wes.
I don't know. I'm just thinking about Samoa just like disappoints me in some ways.
I loved Survivor Samoa. I hate that Natalie won, and I have no problem saying that. If you edit her, I'm fine with it, but they didn't edit her, and so I hate the ending.
I don't hate that Natalie won. I hate how the show is presented.
Yeah,
and it's the only season I really think that I just like don't like how the season is presented. Yeah. All
right, well let's jump in to season 20. Our last one here, and we're talking about Sandra for the final time here because we don't have to talk about her for 34 or 40. So we're talking about Sandra Diaz-Twine in what I believe is her more impressive win. However, in a win that is still overshadowed because we were in the midst of the Russell Hantz show for 2 straight seasons. Sandra comes into this season as one of the only winners. I believe I can never remember like right off the top of my head, but I believe there were 4 winners total. Might have only been 3, and then there ended up being so many winners afterwards.
Sandra, Parvati, Tom, JT.
So 4.
So
I do think that something very important to mention here is that I know in Modern Survivor at the Final Tribal Council, we talk about outwit, outplaying, outlasting. I need you to get all that out of your mind and just think, are the players in the season returning, getting revenge, and having redemption? Because that's all that matters.
Yeah, because that's what they put on the that's what they put on the thing, right?
Do they get revenge? Do they get redemption? Do they return? I don't know why the return's on there, by the way.
they're already here. Like they made it to the
yeah. Well, except for is Sugar on this season?
Oh,
she's got 3 blur marks. I don't care if she's on the season.
I think Colby remembers her being on the season, though he doesn't want to.
To me, she's on the season like more than I know. Like Randy only survives like what 3
episodes, I think.
Her Sugar's one moment is all I need. Like that was everything. But this was really cool because, like, other than All Stars, this is your only other all returnee season, and Colby and Jerry are back again. But it's not tired. Like, at least for me, the Colby and Jerry thing wasn't tired. It helped that they were opposite. They weren't on at all. But this had some really, really cool dynamics. And the coach Tyson telling Coach why people don't like him is the saddest thing ever. Coach and Jerry having a thing, question mark, is great. Such a good season.
I love it. And again, though, and this goes back to the editing, and this was because the editors are really overpowering this Russell thing in these 2 seasons. And this goes back to that. I love Sandra, but the end of Heroes vs. Villains doesn't feel disappointing. However, because of what happens at the beginning of Heroes vs. Villains, Sandra winning does not have the same power it would have had she won Game Changers with the edit she got, or had she won Winners at War with the edit she got. There needed to be more Sandra. And Wes, I know you have the confessionals open, but I just want to say one thing before we get to that. I think a lot of that has to do with, Alexa, what you just said. Tyson and Coach having their conversation. Stephanie and Tom had played together. Sari, James, Amanda, they had all played together. Everybody had storylines coming into this season. The problem for Sandra is her storyline didn't get to pick up until she was actually on a tribe with Rupert, because that was her thing. So for the first 10 vote outs of this season, Sandra doesn't have her story. Like they're looking for her story, but there's so many easier things to do with Stephanie and Tom and Jerry and Colby and Sugar and Randy, who like they obviously don't ever get together, but Tyson and Coach and all those. There's so many easier things to do that I feel like they struggled on what do we do with Sandra. And how many confessionals did she have? I'm pretty sure pre-merge she had 6 or 7. That was it.
Yeah, she was been quiet.
I think what's I'll tell you in a second. Hang on, but this is going to loop into that. So we said how if in Samoa Russell's confessional counts went from 108 to like I think you said 70, like 78. Yeah. So I think that's almost like proof is in the pudding here that the next season is Russell only gets 68. Like this is the appropriate amount of confessionals for Russell, in my opinion. Like if we had this number in Samoa and spread out the ones that he had to other people. It could have that season. I'm not saying could have been on the level of Heroes vs. Villains, but it could definitely be escalated or elevated as a season. So, I'm sorry. What were your guys' guesses on Sandra?
I think she only had 6 or 7 in the pre-merge, but I think it was around 21 or 22 total on the season.
Yeah, I'll say 24.
27.
Okay,
you're right. She only had 10 episodes pre-merge, and then the other 17 came post-merge. But to be fair, though, the merge wasn't until episode 10, which is insane.
Yeah, so she had pretty much 1 episode. But how many episodes in that pre-merge did she have? 0?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in a row. Yeah,
6 in a row. And that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what makes it so hard to get behind Sandra. Because if you think about it, what makes Heroes vs. Villains so amazing is that it sucks to watch your favorites go home early. But you also have a great merge tribe. I could have done without Danielle. I could have done without Candace. But other than that, it's kind of who you wanted. Amanda, JT, Colby, Rupert, Russell, Jerry, Parvati, Sandra. Like, it's kind of who you wanted to make the merge there. And like, so it felt really good. But the problem is Sandra wins out of all of them, and she's probably like the 7th or the 8th biggest character, the 8th biggest fan base out of the final 10. And because we got nothing of her in the pre-merge, we go 6 episodes without her getting anything. This season's story was like, yeah, we brought Sandra back. You know, you probably didn't remember much from Pearl Islands, and you're probably not going to remember much from now. And all of a sudden, at the end of the game, you're like, she just won the damn thing.
Yeah.
Did you say that was 6 in a row that we didn't hear from her?
Yeah, it's episodes 2 through 7. You hear from her at all.
So that's even worse. It's not like we're getting like a ton of Sandra content, and then the heroes have like they lose. They go to tribal council. Then we get more Sandra content. It's just a month plus worth of not hearing.
Literally 2 months.
She only had 1 episode less of no confess. I'm sorry. Natalie White had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 episodes of no confessionals. Sandra had 6.
And the thing with Sandra is you can't tell me that she's not entertaining. And Phil, to your point, like you have that's a season where every single person is entertaining, but she is your winner. You know that she is your winner. She has she has one of the best confessionals of all time in this season where she says, I don't know about that. There's that's not the only funny thing she said.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's so much more than that.
Oh, yeah, because in Pearl Islands, I'm like watching, I'm like, almost every time Sandra's on camera, she's like, even though she may not be saying a funny thing, she's saying something that like, this is Sandra. Like this is great.
Yeah.
And I do understand that the villains do win a lot at the beginning. So maybe at the beginning you struggle to find stuff for her episode 2. You know, episode 1, everybody pretty much got a confessional. You get episode 2, Stephanie goes home. You don't need Sandra there. Episode 3, Randy goes home. Where is Sandra? Episode 4, Sari. Episode 5 is Tom. I get it. Like they struggled. But then after that, the villains lose pretty much every single time. And so when Tyson goes home, probably the biggest vote out of the season, because that changed the course of the season, and gave the power to Russell and Parvati and Danielle, at least somewhat. Sandra then makes her biggest move probably of the season when they vote out Coach instead of Courtney. But at that point, how are you not giving a confessional to Sandra in that episode? Like, just where is she? And then you go to the Rob boot when Coach does his cowardice move because he's a little man. And that happens. And again, no Sandra. So now you've gone to 3 tribal councils in 6 episodes, and you have not talked to your winner one time. That's a problem. That's a huge problem.
This is one of the greatest seasons, but like the editing, I don't know where the editing truly went south. Maybe you can pinpoint it because it wasn't the Tocantins. It must have.
It was Russell. And I'm not saying that as a negative on Russell. They got to Russell happy.
Russell, it's not Russell's fault. The show is presented the way it was.
It's what Rick Devens always said. I'm sorry. I'll call them on the phone and tell them stop giving me confessionals. Like they're not in control of it. And if Russell's going to give great material, Russell's going to give great material. But don't tell me that the winner of your season didn't have some material in there early on that we could have gotten behind, because we can't start rooting for Sandra until final 12, which when she votes out Coach and saves Courtney, that's a huge move. It's one of the only times really that Russell's on the wrong side of votes in his entire voting history in Survivor. He's on the wrong side there because he votes for Courtney instead of Coach, thinking that Courtney's going to go home. And then Sandra is able to make sure that it is, in fact, Coach. But all of that aside, when you look at what happens there, that's 8 episodes in, and it's the first time we actually realize that Sandra is like on the season. And her and Courtney were being very similarly edited up to that point. And through the first 7 episodes, Courtney then goes home. Then after the Coach episode, it's between Courtney and Sandra who's going to go home. They end up choosing Courtney. Had they not chosen Courtney, Courtney could have won the game and had the exact same edit as Sandra. And don't tell me Courtney's not spitting gold over there, because we know she is.
Yeah, I think this is another case of just having so many people who are good. And I know you said you like Danielle DiLorenzo. I mean, I liked her in Panama, but here she's like almost non-existent. But like if Natalie Bolton had been there, Natalie Bolton was like really under-edited in Micronesia, probably for the same reason. Not that Natalie Bolton wasn't a great character. There's just so much other stuff going on. We didn't have to hear from Natalie Bolton all the time. So I think it's just a case of like trying to balance all these people. But when you see Russell at 68, and then your 7th place Danielle DiLorenzo has 8, like all these people should get a little bit more respect.
Yeah.
Russell still, I think 68 would have been great for him in Samoa. I think here he should probably end it with like 50, 40, 50. I think everyone should have got a bit more.
I kind of want to go back in time an hour and 36 minutes ago, because at the beginning of this group of four, we're saying, what a weird group of four. And next week, we're going to be talking about 3 out of 4 very, very unpopular seasons.
Yeah.
All like very, very interesting winners to talk about. I think it's no coincidence that we think this is a weird group of 4, yet we've spent the past hour and a half talking about really, really bad winner edits.
That's all it is. That's all it is. And I think this is when
except for JT.
Well, except for JT, yes.
Yeah.
But I think this is kind of when it changes. And I think this is the stretch, which is why nowadays fans want to look at edits, because they want to make sure that we're not getting Natalie Whited again. And people want to compare Michelle to Natalie White and Sandra and all of that. Michelle's edit is twice what Sandra's is this season.
Are you talking about Co Wrong?
In Co Wrong.
Yeah.
So like when people want to be like, oh, it was an invisible winner, we didn't really know them. No. These are invisible winners, because I love Sandra and she's a 2-time winner. There is no denying it. But in this season especially, she made some phenomenal moves.
Yes.
It is.
She's the first winner to play a Hidden Idol successfully and win.
Yes. But it is so hard again. And I don't care if I get shit for this. It is so hard to get behind her winning this season when you see so little of her. And yeah, it picks up at the end, which makes it okay, because her confessionals about Rupert are phenomenal. Her confessionals about Russell are phenomenal. Her idol plays, everything that goes on at Final 10, it's all amazing. It's all amazing. There's no denying it. But we need that full story.
Yeah.
Because it's really hard to sit there and be like, Sandra just beat Parvati and Russell. And hell, I was even more on board with Jerry winning this damn thing. And more on board with Colby's underdog story. I mean, Colby gets a rash of shit for this season. But Colby has a great underdog story on this season. He goes from no shot in hell. That confessional, and I always say this. I think I've said this to Alexa before, and that's probably why she's rolling her eyes and about to fall asleep. But
I haven't rolled my eyes yet.
I'm just saying that confessional what Colby has at Final 5, where he sits there and he says to the camera, I rolled over, I knew I had no chance, and I laid down and I did nothing. And it pauses and it pauses and it pauses and it just keeps going. And then it goes, and then I got up and I went to work. And he starts doing it. If Colby wins after that, you're like, this guy had no shot in hell, only gets as far as he did because James, the biggest, strongest man to ever play Survivor, cannot stay healthy once he hits an island. That's the only reason that Colby gets that far. It would have been so epic. We never got really a moment like that from Sandra. And she had some great moments with Russell and like being anti-Russell and stuff, but we didn't have like that moment where you get like the freaking hairs on the back of your neck standing up. From
I don't know if that's really Sandra's tone. Like me, I think her version of that is the I don't know about that. But to your point, like when did we get that at the Final 4? She said
it's in that finale episode.
In the finale that she says that.
Yep. Yeah. So I'm briefly, and I don't want to get too caught up in confessional accounts being, because it's not just about confessional accounts, but also about being shown on screen. Because like Sandra tripping and falling in the little like creek or whatever was probably in an episode where she didn't have a confessional, but it's still a moment you remember. So it's not just about confessionals, but I did just briefly skim through the rest of the winners through at least Game Changers, because I don't think we have an issue after Game Changers with people not being shown. I think the only time that we're really I think it's so crazy how we compare. We're saying this is a crazy group of winners, and how the Dark Ages is most of the time is considered to go through Caramoan, with the exception of Philippines. So like depending on your view of Caramoan, you can consider One World the last season. So briefly looking through, the last time we have like a buried winner, a winner who just doesn't have much screen time, is Denise in Philippines. After that, it doesn't look like there's much. It seems like it's more. Yeah, we get more of the story. Sophie is buried at 25. Denise is 37. But after Denise, there's no one with like less than
Denise
45.
I think Denise is also like a fairly quiet person. So buried is a little bit different.
And we saw that in Winners at War.
And she does get more confessionals than Parv in Micronesia. So sure. I would consider really anything over 30, you're not buried. Like that's just my thinking is like, if you get 30 confessionals and it's a 13 episode season, you're getting more than 2 confessionals every episode. That to me is like what a winner should be getting. Anything under that 26 threshold, now it's getting too low because they're not able to tell their own story.
I think, I agree. I think if we're getting to the point where it's like we're not understanding what they're thinking, why they're thinking, and what they're doing, and why they're doing it, they don't need a ton of confessionals. But if I can understand why this person's doing X or why they're aligned with Y, I think we're telling a good story. It doesn't have to be 100 confessionals, but if it's just enough screen time where I know why they're doing what they're doing and why they made this move. And this issue, by the way, is persistent in Pearl Islands. So I'm watching it. I'm sitting here watching Rupert Fairplay eat up all the screen time. I'm watching Sandra in the background, and I forgot which tribal council it was. It was before the Outcast twist, but we hadn't really heard from Sandra in quite a while. But then at tribal council, Sandra suggests, like, Sandra, who do you think's going home tonight? And she's like, well, I know it ain't me. And everyone on her tribe laughs. I pause the screen to like make sure because it kind of cuts really quick, but it's like everyone's laughing. It's like, well, Sandra's out there doing what she needs to do. The show's just not showing it.
Yeah.
Even in Pearl Islands, it's not like an issue that just exists in this time period. It's like this is just an issue that's been existing forever.
She gets overshadowed by really strong male personalities. We don't see it in season 34 and we don't see it in season 40 because by then Sandra's legend has been built up. But Sandra needed 2 seasons to build what Rupert and Fairplay and even Savage in that first season, because Savage gets a lot of screen time in Pearl Islands. And then you go and Burton starts to pick it up. And then all of a sudden you get into this and it's Russell, it's Rob, it's JT. Amanda gets a bunch, but I'm saying like there are so many big male personalities but that's how Sandra plays. And I know like a lot of people sit here and they say Survivor's not edited fairly towards, women, or it's not edited fairly towards like whoever, but Sandra's purposely doing that because she wants the big male egos to just beat the crap out of each other so she can be like, I'm going to win $1 million. I don't care. Like, she loves that. And you really see that in Game Changers when she starts to egg on JT. Like, she's willing to sit back and let him blah, 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 blah. And it's a shame what ends up happening with Varner and Zeke, because if that doesn't happen, we're talking about that JT situation in Game Changers with Varner and Sandra as like one of the funniest freaking moments ever because of how she lets that ego go. So Sandra struggles with the big male personalities, but she always beats them. Yeah. And that's what I think makes her a better Survivor player and what makes her confessional count not matter so much. But 6 straight episodes is ridiculous.
And as you said, when you get to Legend Sandra, when you get to the back half of Sandra, she dominates. Like, every confessional she gives is gold. Every confessional she gives is over the top. She gets like the alpha ego, and it's great.
And in both seasons she wins, there's no tribe swap, which I do think is important because as we saw in as we saw in Game Changers, her, the time she comes back, if there's no tribe swap that season, I think she makes merge.
Yep.
Because a lot of people associate her with getting swap screwed. That's part of the game at this point. You have to accept there's gonna be a swap. But
it was a second swap.
It was a second swap. Oh my gosh.
I'm pretty sure in Game Changers it was a second swap.
There's too many swaps, the problem.
Yeah, and that's what it was. We actually had that situation where I'm pretty sure on Survivor Game Changers we were in this really great situation of that Manu tribe or whatever the blue tribe was. Mana, or Nuku. Yeah. Nuku is what it was. Nuku. And so they did 3 tribes and then they merged into 2 tribes, and that's when Sandra and Varner no longer had control when Nuku lost because Mana, they just didn't have the numbers because they were the ones who kind of shrunk.
There should never be more than one swap in a season. Every season they do 2, I'm like, who, what, why?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I just think it's important because, like, in the 2 seasons she wins, no tribe swap. But then the tribe swap, it is right, second one, so she actually did survive when they expanded the tribes. But in Winners of War, I know she plays herself, and I don't want to get too much into that. But was that after a tribe swap as well? I feel like it was.
It was.
It was. It's when they divided into 3.
Because there was only 6 people at that tribal.
Yes, it was. That's right. It was like 5 or 6 people. Yeah, man, it almost makes you wonder, like, and I know that's the game as it is now, but like, if there was no tribe swap in Game Changers, how far does she get?
I know. And not for nothing. In Winners at War, if she does not give up an idol, how far does she get? Like, she
makes merge. I think
she makes merge, and I think that's why Sandra's game, like, she could make the merge all the time. She actually. I think what hurt Sandra more than anything, and she'll probably never admit this, but I think what hurt Sandra more than anything is that she did hit celebrity level. She hit legend status.
But she accepts it, embraces it, and like puts the crown on her head. That's on her.
No, that's on her. And I think that's what hurts her, though, because she knows that there's more pressure. And so she, I think, does try to play into that role a little bit more. Whereas when she came out for Heroes Villains, my husband, he works in the military. That's what he does. I come out and I play Survivor. That's what I do. And that was her mentality. Once she hit Game Changers, it was, I'm now a TV personality.
Yeah.
I am different now. And that's how it was in Winners at War, too. And I think that's why she let her guard down. If she plays the exact same game that she plays in both Pearl Islands and Heroes versus Villains, she makes it to the merge every single season. She makes it to the merge in Game Changers because she doesn't vote out JT when she votes out JT. And that actually helps her get further in the game because they probably don't then lose the next challenge or whatever it was. I forget exactly how it went down, but whatever ends up happening doesn't happen. And Sandra has a much better chance of going further. It's a lot of hypotheticals, but she starts overplaying, and it's not so much about anybody but me. It's, I do kind of want to have the big role because I've already won this thing twice. I don't really care.
And I think it's interesting how in Pearl, if you go all the way back to Pearl Islands, and even here, I feel like maybe less so, but still. So like in Pearl Islands, what I just got done watching was Fair Play. By the way, Fair Play is hilarious in how he'll be like, oh, Michelle is so full. She has this big ego problem. That's why she crushed the food challenge. Like, bro, the pot calling the kettle black. But I bring that because I think it was in that same episode where Sandra blows the grocery food eating challenge. She's back at camp and she's like, guys, I apologize. She's being so humble. She's like, guys, I apologize. That was my fault. She's like, I'm like, this is not a side of Sandra I'm used to.
Yeah.
But this is who Sandra is in Pearl Islands. And even in Heroes vs. Villains, she's not going around like the Sandra. I feel like Sandra, sometime between Heroes vs. Villains and Game Changers, and it was probably the moment she won. She just like becomes a TV personality. And I almost feel like Tony Vlachos benefits from Sandra doing that because I feel like he comes out of Winners at War and he's still not like, I'm the king of Survivor. He has the one confessional Winners at War saying like, there's never been a king of Survivor, but he's not like, I'm the king, putting on a crown. And like, I feel like Tony comes back, he's still not going to say like, I'm the king, I'm the best, I'm the GOAT, nothing like that. I feel like you learned that from Sandra, who is such a massive shift in personality from Heroes vs. Villains to Game Changers. Because here she's still not full of herself in the same way she is in the later seasons. And in Pearl Islands, that's how I think it's a big reason why she won. She didn't have to clash with Fair Play. Here, she doesn't have to clash with Russell. She's okay with being a lower personality. Yep. But I think I think it's the downfall in her later seasons. She is like, I'm Sandra, I'm the queen.
Yep.
But I don't know. So
I think it's true though.
Yeah, it's a big part of why she does so well this season and in Pearl Islands is that she is more humble. She's willing. I can't imagine Sandra in Game Changers apologizing.
No.
Or apologize to people.
No, because at that point, she's the queen. She doesn't care what you think.
Oh, also hilarious side note. I know it's called the Sandra sit-out bench now. The very first chance she gets to in Pearl Islands to sit out, she does.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was hilarious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's her move.
Yeah,
that's her move. And you know what? In Heroes versus Villains, that's why her and Courtney bond. And that's why she gets Courtney's vote at the end. Because they sit out so many damn challenges together because the villains always have the numbers.
Yeah,
they always have the numbers. So she just sits out. And that's how her and Courtney bond. If you look at who Sandra gets the votes from at the end, a lot of it is, Rupert votes for her again, which she always said would happen. But I forget exactly who voted for Parvati, but I know Coach voted for Parvati. I believe that Danielle voted for Parvati. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
I'll double check for you. Sorry.
I don't have it in front of me.
I'm looking at it. So the votes that Parvati gets it's a little bit hard to tell here. She gets Jerry's, Parvati gets
Coach
Danielle DiLorenzo's, and she gets, is this Courtney?
No, it's Coach.
Coach. Yeah,
so because Courtney,
everyone else's.
Yeah, and Sandra gets all the others. And so like Jerry, who goes very far in the game, goes for Parvati because her and Parvati actually like work together for part of it.
Mm-hmm.
And Danielle, because her and Parvati were together, but Sandra was able to kind of build out the relationships. She gets every hero vote. That's huge because she never and Rupert does it. And I don't think she votes for a hero every single time post-merge that she can vote for a hero. She votes for a hero. She votes for Rupert twice in a row. And yet she still gets every single hero vote, despite not really sticking out the olive branch, which Parvati was sort of doing with Amanda, but not really. It's just fascinating. She's really great with the social.
I think Rupert, though, we could associate. I think Sandra was going to get Rupert's vote no matter what, just because of Pearl Islands. So that was like kind of a locked-in vote. I'm not discrediting her by any means, because she could have, I'm sure, lost the vote. But she doesn't. I feel like Rupert's is more of just keeping it rather than earning it in this season. But
well, I mean, if she calls him a dumbass to his face,
yeah, she does win 6-3. It's not like she barely squeaks out over Parvati and Russell. Russell here, by the way, I feel like we talked so much about him before, but like Russell here plays a similar game, and I know it's been well documented how it seems like by the end of the season he's just worn out, and he should be, because he played 2 seasons of Survivor with like what, a week or two, like a 2-week break,
10 days in between.
10 days in between, yeah. So he's just worn out by the end of this. But like Russell comes into the season like hot, like he's like riding off the highest Samoa. He probably thinks he wins. He
definitely thinks
he wins. Yeah. So he comes in this assuming he's a winner. He thinks that he's sitting at his final 3 and it's all winners. He doesn't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
True.
I bet you Russell and his ego probably told people, and they edited it out because it wasn't the truth. But I'd almost bet that Russell was telling people in the season that he won.
Well, and you can see it because at the Samoa finale, I think the reason he's so disappointed he lost to Natalie is because he knows he doesn't win Heroes versus Villains.
Yeah. Here
and that's why you just see him being like, I just played 78 straight days of Survivor and I lost both times.
Got second and then third, yeah.
That's
not
brutal.
Too shabby, though. Not too shabby,
but still.
Emotionally exhausting.
Yeah.
Emotionally exhausting. Do we have anything else you want to say about Sandra here, Wes, or should we wrap?
No, I do think we need to. Okay, so in the previous seasons that we talked about, we haven't really done this time, but like, does Matt? Okay, so let's briefly run through this. So let's talk about the Raw people. Does Maddie beat Bob?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Does what's the next one? Tocantins. Aaron doesn't beat.
No,
I don't think anyone
beat
beats JT. We talked about that.
And
Nobody
she doesn't beat Steven either.
Nobody beats JT. But then in Samoa, does Brett beat Russell?
Yes.
Definitely.
Yes, he sweeps it. He probably gets every vote except for Shambo and Jason.
Man,
I mean,
he's not Mike Tyson. He's Brett.
He is the jury.
Yeah. So then we get to this season. I think here's something I want to mention. Parvati, people talk about Parvati played a better game this time. We have like almost skipped over Parvati completely this time. But Parvati, I agree. I don't know if she plays a better game, but she plays definitely a more flashy game than Micronesia. Especially with her 2 idols. I know everyone wants to lambast her for playing the 2 idols, but no, that was a great move. Like with the information she had, that was a really good move to make that tribal.
Absolutely. And it always goes unnoticed. Like everybody says Parvati was the robbed one here, but early on in that game, Russell's a big part of the reason why Parvati makes it as far as she does. And that always kind of goes untouched because everybody who loves Parvati and Sandra hates Russell. But that is something that needs to be addressed, because if Russell's not there, Tyson doesn't go home.
Probably.
And it's Parvati or Russell who go home, and it's probably end up being Parvati or it's Russell. It doesn't matter. But all I'm saying is, like, Parvati does not make it to the end without Russell, just like Russell doesn't make it to the end without Parvati. But people need to address that because they think like, oh, Parvati did it all. No, she did.
I really think so. My biggest question is, let's just assume it's a final 4. In this case, does Jerry beat Russell, Parvati, and Sandra?
Jerry could win that season, but I still think Sandra.
I think like I don't know if it was like the jury who specifically said this, but there's a huge following of people who say that Jerry would have won if she was there.
Yeah.
If Jerry wins a season, I think that's the only result I would have been like happier with the season with. If Jerry wins, like that would have been, oh my gosh.
I would have
100%
been happier with Jerry winning this season. Yeah. I think
stage on All Stars and then goes on to win.
Yeah.
Also, I think Russell's proof the Survivor's not rigged. In case anyone thought that.
That's what I always say too. If Survivor was rigged, Russell Hantz would have won Survivor twice and would have made it to the merge at least in Redemption Island.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. But I mean, like, I just like thinking about Jerry winning. I'm like, oh my gosh, I wish. Please, Santa.
I know.
I mean, there's so much more we can talk about Heroes versus Villains, but in terms of Sandra specifically, not as much. But let's not. I mean, this is an end of an era. This Heroes vs. Villains really an end of an era. Survivors after this starts like figuring out like, well, what are we gonna do now? Like, we kind of just had like the most epic season of all time.
And they didn't do so hot for quite a.
It took them a little bit to get their footing, and we'll be talking about 4 of probably the worst seasons in the history of the show next week.
But some of the greatest winners.
Some of them, sure.
Some,
but also the worst stretch. I always say
so
seasons 21 to 24 are the worst seasons in Survivor history. It's a really rough stretch. It is the dark era, especially following up heroes versus villains. It takes them a while to figure out what to do. But just like that, we're halfway done. That was our fifth episode. We only got 5 left.
Yeah.
Halfway.
We sure do. By the end of this, we'll have 20 hours.
20 hours.
The way we're going.
20 hours.
Do you guys want to take a guess very briefly at what Parvati had this season in confessionals?
34.
Russell had 68 and Sandra had 27.
Yes. And Parvati in her winning season has 32.
41.
She has very close. She has 40.
There you go.
She gets more of this than the time she wins. Crazy.
But it's another one. It's much like Sandra. It's because she wasn't a legend after the first time. And then once she hit that legend status, it's easier to give confessionals when you know there's a fan base for it. Look at Candace when she comes back and plays Blood versus Water. She's barely in the season, but boy, is she in the season.
I know Rob dominates Redemption Island, but just briefly looking, Redemption Island's very evenly edited.
Aside from Rob. Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, so is Samoa, except for Russell. I mean, everybody's in that range, right? So
no. I mean, I'm not being cheeky at all. I'm like very serious. Like actually, Redemption Island is more evenly edited, I think, than what I'm just briefly looking through. Yeah.
Well, we'll be talking about that next week. Alexa, do you want to take us home? I don't know how we end this thing, but
yeah, I think I'm going to try to non-date us, even though we just did it twice.
That's okay.
So everyone, we're changing up the time, so maybe I guess I am about to date us. We're changing the time for this next week. Next week, instead of Monday, we're doing this on Sunday night at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. So make sure to tune in for that. Make sure to follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. We are very, very close to 9,000 followers. We have been on that for a little while on YouTube. So make sure to hit that subscribe button. Give us 5 stars on iTunes. And everyone search for Once Upon an Island definitely on Twitter and Instagram. Unsure about Facebook, but really big on YouTube. And what videos are you putting out right now, Wes?
Thank you. I was going to say, I got some fun ones coming up. So this week, I just released the why Rob Cesternino lost and how he could have won. It's like a thought experiment, alternate timeline. What moves could he have made? Not drastically changing his game. How could he have won? But next week, I have a story video all about the first deaf castaway in Christy Smith from Amazon. And then in 2 weeks, Jenna Maraska. So we got some bangers coming up.
Love that. Love the Amazon love. All right, everybody. We'll see you next week.
Bye.
All right. Bye, everyone.